Upon awakening, Xuan discovered that he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, embodying a mere wretch with a battle power of only 5. Lacking the bloodline of a Saiyan and the innate talents of a Namekian, he found himself at the onset of a nightmarish difficulty. Fortunately, the Wu Daomian band system had awakened. While Wukong still measured strength by battle power, Xuan had already pioneered his unique path of cultivation through martial arts. Ding! Host has achieved the body refinement stage, shattering boulders with his fists, vitality surging like a rainbow, battle power surpassing 100. Ding! Host has entered the divine realm, spirit leaving the body, mastering the cosmic energies, battle power crushing the Jinyu force. When Frieza obliterated Planet Vegeta, Xuan was refining his spirit in the void, reborn through blood. When Shalu held his games, Xuan had perfected his indestructible golden body, embodying the laws of heaven and earth. When the god of destruction, Beerus, descended, Xuan sat cross-legged at the edge of the universe, surrounded by the 3,000 great laws, with a thought blooming like a flower. Another creating worlds. Beerus, do you know what lies beyond the realm of the gods? Is Zai Igong powerful? Apologies, that is merely the foundational entry to my path of the great Tao. Chapter 1. A battle power of only 5? Thankfully, I can cultivate martial arts. Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, the metallic taste in his throat causing him to cough violently, each breath straining his nearly shattered body. A searing pain enveloped him, as if his internal organs were in turmoil. He felt cold. He felt hungry. These were the only 2 thoughts occupying his mind at that moment. Struggling to sit up, he looked down at his hands, which were gaunt, mere skin stretched over bones. This was not his body. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a primordial forest. Towering trees obscured the sunlight, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. In the distance, the occasional roar of wild beasts echoed, making the forest seem perilous. Had he truly traversed into another realm? And was it a hellishly difficult wilderness of survival beginning? Xuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He was just an ordinary person, and his only advantage now might be the survival knowledge he retained from modern society. The most pressing concern was to find water. Using a tree for support, he oriented himself and moved towards the lower terrain. However, his body was too weak. Each step was agonizing. After what felt like an eternity of crawling, he finally heard the faint sound of flowing water. Xuan's spirits lifted as he scrambled toward the sound, using both hands and feet. Just as he pushed through the last thicket, on the verge of seeing the stream, a small figure dashed past him in a gust of wind. Xuan's pupils constricted. Such speed! It was a child, seemingly 4 or 5 years old, with a wild, spiky black hairstyle, dressed in tattered martial arts clothing. Even more astonishing, the child was dragging a gigantic fish behind him, its tail flapping vigorously. The child, as if pulling a toy, ran swiftly, humming an off-key tune. What kind of superhuman child was this? Xuan's mind momentarily short-circuited. Where had he ended up? The child bore a resemblance to little Wukong. Could this be the world of Dragon Ball? Before Xuan could ponder further, the astonishing child suddenly halted, turned, and curiously gazed at him with large, dark eyes. Ah! The child dropped the massive fish and trotted over to Xuan, squatting down and poking his cheek with a tiny finger. Strange person, the child declared, tilting his head and sniffing closer. Are you starving? Xuan's lips were cracked, unable to utter a word. He could only weakly nod. Oh, the child responded, standing up as if contemplating something. A flicker of hope ignited within Xuan. Could he have encountered a kind-hearted individual? In the next moment, he felt a small hand grasping his ankle. Before he could react, he was lifted by an overwhelming force, dragged along the ground like a ragged sack. The child held the enormous fish in one hand and Xuan, who was taller than him, in the other, moving with a light-hearted gait while muttering, "Grandpa said to bring home anyone who looks like they're starving, or we might run out of food later." Wait, that sounds a bit off. Xuan, being dragged in a disoriented state, felt his head bumping against the ground, stars flashing before his eyes. He attempted to struggle, but found he lacked the strength to lift even a finger. Forget it. If death is to be my fate, at least I might become a gluttonous ghost. As his consciousness began to fade, one thought lingered in Xuan's mind. It was unclear how long it had been when a rich aroma of meat roused him from his stupor. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying in a humble wooden hut. The space was small but meticulously clean. Not far away, the superhuman child was roasting the gigantic fish over a pile of firewood, saliva nearly dripping to the ground. Xuan struggled to sit up, only to find that his body was even weaker than before. His gaze swept across the small room, finally resting on a small wooden table in the center. On the table was an altar with a translucent orange orb placed before it, glimmering with clarity. Inside the orb were 4 vivid red, 5-pointed stars. 4-star ball. Boom. Confirmation struck Xuan's mind with a thunderous clarity, leaving him momentarily blank. The superhuman child, the tale, the immense strength, coupled with his 4-star ball. An outrageous conclusion dawned upon him. He had undoubtedly traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, and this child before him was none other than the future planet-destroying Super Saiyan, Xuan Wukong. Realizing this left Xuan feeling icy, his limbs growing weak. In a world where gods battled and stars exploded at a whim, how many days could an ordinary person, utterly defenseless, survive? He feared he was even less capable than the farmer with a battle power of 5 when Raid Eyes descended. The combination of physical frailty and this immense shock began to scatter Xuan's consciousness, blurring his vision. Yet, just as he was on the brink of mental collapse, a warm current enveloped him. The entire planet. No, at this moment, it felt as if this very planet had a heartbeat, resonating with him. An energy awakened from the depths of the planet, harmonizing with the soul of this outsider. The 4-star ball on the table emitted a soft glow, responding to him. Then, an emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ancient martial arts cultivation spark system initiated. Detecting host soul strength meets standards. Detecting vital energy ancestral pulse nodes. Commencing initialization. A light blue translucent panel unfolded across Xuan's retina, exuding a sense of technological advancement. Name, Xuan. Realm, none. Cultivation method, none. Battle power, 5. The average level of an adult farmer wielding a hunting rifle. Gazing at the glaring red 5 on the panel, Xuan's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, a battle power of only 5. A true classic replication. However, Xuan quickly shifted his focus to the bottom of the panel, where a line of blinking text appeared. Detecting host life signs extremely weak. Only path to survival has been planned. Plan, based on host's past life knowledge of Nate Jiachuan and Yangxing Daoyin Shu, combined with this world's vital energy characteristics, self-create the cultivation method, Yin Qi Jue. Execution location, vital energy node, coordinates locked, located 3 kilometers southeast beneath a waterfall. As the voice of the system fell, a torrent of information surged into Xuan's mind. It was a cultivation technique, detailing everything from breathing to the circulation of meridians, as if he had practiced it countless times before. This is my only path to survival. Xuan's heart raced, and the desire to live reignited his clenched fists. Hey, are you awake? A clear voice rang in his ears. Xuan snapped back to reality and saw Wukong had somehow approached him, holding a piece of golden brown fish, curiously poking at his face. You look much better. Want to eat some fish? Looking into Wukong's clear eyes and then at the blue panel on his retina that pointed to the path of survival, a fire suddenly ignited within Xuan's heart. This is the world of Dragon Ball, fraught with danger, yet brimming with possibilities. Moreover, he now possessed a unique martial arts cultivation system panel, and he had encountered the future son Wukong right from the start. He was bound to soar. Eat. Xuan exerted all his strength, squeezing out a single word from his throat. He accepted the fish, swallowing it in large bites. He had made up his mind. No matter what, he must reach that waterfall. He must survive, cultivate, and carve out a place for himself in this world where deities clash. Chapter 2. After being disdained by a 5-year-old, I enlightened. Once sufficiently nourished, Xuan felt a modicum of strength returning to his body. This slight vigor was merely adequate to enable him to stand and walk unsteadily. Wukong led the way ahead, while Xuan followed closely, making their way towards the coordinates of the waterfall marked on the panel. Though it was termed as escorting, it was more akin to supervision. Wukong hopped about energetically, occasionally glancing back to ensure that Xuan was keeping pace, his gaze resembling that of a concerned pet owner fearful of losing his newly acquired companion. After approximately half an hour, a resounding roar echoed through the air. Passing through a thicket of trees, a magnificent waterfall unveiled itself before them. Water cascaded from a precipice towering 100 meters high, plunging into a deep pool and creating a mist of spray. Sunlight filtered through this mist, forming a resplendent rainbow. However, Xuan had little inclination to admire the scenery. As he approached the edge of the waterfall, an overwhelming surge of energy enveloped him. Just inhaling the air alleviated some of his fatigue. This must be the primordial energy of heaven and earth, the foundation of cultivation. Yet amidst this energy, Lu Xian discerned a hint of volatility. The energy here was wild and difficult to harness. "This is the place," Wukong exclaimed excitedly, pointing a large green stone beneath the waterfall. "I love taking showers here in the summer. It's so refreshing." "Refreshing?" Lu Xian cast a glance at the stone, which was being pounded by the waterfall with a thunderous roar, his lips twitching slightly. "Perhaps for you, a Saiyan cub, it may be refreshing, but for someone like me, a mere mortal with a combat power of only 5, standing there would likely result in my bones shattering." He disregarded Wukong's enthusiasm and instead moved to a dry patch of ground not far from the deep pool, settling down in a cross-legged position. The method of the Qi induction technique surfaced in his mind. The process of drawing in Qi consists of 3 steps: sensing Qi, guiding Qi, and absorbing Qi. The first step, sensing Qi. Lu Xian closed his eyes, emptying his mind, and attempted to merge his spirit with the surroundings. Initially, all he could perceive were the thunderous sounds of the waterfall and the whispering winds. Gradually, as he calmed his thoughts, a new perception emerged. He became aware of countless tiny white specks of light floating in the air, some vibrant, others tranquil. The first step was successful. The spirit of a transmigrator was indeed formidable. Without delay, Lu Xian proceeded to the second step, guiding Qi. Following the method, he carefully extended his mental energy towards the nearest speck of light. The speck quivered and, drawn by his mental energy, wobbled its way toward Lu Xian's brow. Success! Lu Xian skillfully manipulated his mental energy, guiding the minuscule speck of primordial energy to gradually merge into his body. The moment the speck entered, his body convulsed violently, and his expression froze. A searing pain erupted from his brow, radiating throughout his entire being. It felt as though countless steel needles were frantically piercing through every meridian within him. Lu Xian let out a muffled groan, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolling down his forehead. He felt as if his blood vessels were on the verge of bursting from the pressure of that speck of Qi, as if he might shatter into pieces. Enduring for less than 3 seconds, darkness enveloped him, and his body went limp as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Beside him, Wukong, who was fishing with his tail, approached curiously upon hearing the sound. He poked Lu Xian with his finger, observing his pained expression with a tilted head, perplexed. Such a strange creature, exerting himself even in sleep. Time passed, and Lu Xian was jolted awake by a surge of excruciating pain. He realized he was still lying on the ground, each breath sending sharp pangs through his meridians. It appeared he had failed. Merely a wisp of vital energy had nearly cost him his life. Casting a glance at Wukong, who was still playing, Lu Xian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Indeed, one could not generalize the physical attributes of individuals. This ferocious vital energy might serve as nourishment for Wukong, a naturally combative species, but for an ordinary person, it was akin to poison. Was he destined to perish here? No, he must succeed. Gritting his teeth, he steeled his resolve. The panel indicated this was the sole path to survival, and it must be so. If one attempt failed, he would try again. With newfound determination, he forced himself to sit upright, once more settling into a meditative posture and activating the Qi drawing technique. This time, he proceeded with utmost caution, channeling a mere speck of vital energy, no larger than a grain of rice. Upon its entry, the pain surged anew. Although it was less intense than before, it still felt like a torturous execution. Lu Xian bit down hard on his lip, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He desperately focused on his technique, striving to guide the thread of vital energy into his dantian. Yet, that wisp of energy behaved like a rampaging bull, careening uncontrollably through his meridians. With a splutter, Lu Xian expelled a mouthful of blood and fainted once more. When he finally regained consciousness, twilight had descended. Unbeknownst to him, Wukong had kindled a fire and was roasting the fish caught earlier that afternoon. Upon seeing Lu Xian awake, he generously offered half of the meal to him. "You've been so strange today, sleeping for such a long time," Wukong mumbled through bites of fish. Lu Xian silently consumed the fish, his thoughts unspoken. The 2 failures had enlightened him. Sheer willpower alone could not resolve his predicament. His body was simply incapable of enduring such tumultuous vital energy. What to do? Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Wukong suddenly leaned closer, his large eyes blinking innocently at Lu Xian. "Why can't you endure more than me?" The child's innocent voice, though soft, struck Lu Xian profoundly. "My grandpa says that to train in martial arts, one must not fear pain. You can't just sleep and vomit blood. That is so useless." Useless. The word resonated within Lu Xian, causing his body to shudder. Indeed, how could a man of 2 lifetimes be scorned by a 5-year-old? He momentarily forgot he was in the world of Dragon Ball, where enduring pain and surpassing limits constituted the everyday norm. Master Roshi, bearing a shell weighing hundreds of kilograms, could move swiftly, while Wukong, despite severed limbs, could unleash the Kamehameha. What did his own suffering amount to? With fears of wolves and tigers alike, how could he hope to train in martial arts or seek immortality? A surge of blood surged from the depths of Lu Xian's heart. He cast aside the fish in his hand, abruptly rising to his feet before resuming his seated posture. Legs crossed. This time, hesitation vanished from his gaze, replaced by a fierce determination. He closed his eyes, his mental energy unfurling like a vast net, ensnaring a mass of primordial energy suspended in the air. This orb of energy, the size of a fist, radiated a brilliant light. Come fort. If I did not succeed, let me perish. Lu Xian roared within, harnessing his mental force to violently draw the fist-sized mass of energy toward himself. Boom! The pain that ensued felt akin to a volcano erupting within him. Lu Xian's body instinctively curled like a shrimp, his skin turning crimson as capillaries ruptured, blood seeping from all 7 orifices, rendering him a pitiful sight. His consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion amid the agonizing torment. No, I must not succumb to unconsciousness. Lu Xian summoned every ounce of strength to bite down fiercely on his own tongue. The excruciating pain jolted him back to awareness for a fleeting moment. Now was the time. With unwavering resolve, he enveloped the tumultuous energy, desperately dragging it along the path outlined by the Qi induction technique toward his dantian. With every inch it moved, his meridians fractured further. With each step forward, his life force dwindled at an alarming rate. This was a race against death, a testament to sheer will. At long last, just as his consciousness threatened to fade, he forcefully pulled that tempestuous energy into his dantian. A soft hum resonated, reminiscent of the dawn of creation. The moment the chaotic energy entered his dantian, it calmed, transforming into a gentle stream of white energy that quietly hovered at the center of his dantian. Success! The first thread of primordial energy. In that instant, a cold, mechanical voice echoed once more in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully drawing Qi into your body, entering the body refinement realm. Your vitality surges, and you are impervious to ailments. Combat power, 530. No sooner had the words faded than a warm current surged from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones. The ruptured meridians rapidly healed beneath this warmth, becoming more resilient and expansive. The wounds on his skin quickly scabbed over, revealing fresh, new skin beneath. The deep-seated hunger and weakness that had plagued him vanished entirely. Lu Xian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath tinged with a metallic taste of blood. He stood and moved about, feeling an unprecedented vitality coursing through his body. He could distinctly sense the explosive power within him. Lowering his gaze to his clenched fist, he felt the strength coursing through him. He lifted his head, his eyes meeting those of Wukong, who was staring at him in astonishment. He noticed that Wukong, at some point, had also adopted a cross-legged position, eyes closed, brow furrowed. His small face flushed red as he attempted to mimic Lu Xian's cultivation, evidently straining himself in the process. Yet, Lu Xian discerned that during his breakthrough, a small portion of the surrounding primordial energy had been unconsciously absorbed by Wukong's body. Wukong is unable to sense the primordial energy, yet his Saiyan body instinctively absorbs this essence. Lu Xian can even observe that the formidable aura within Wukong, after assimilating this dispersed energy, has become even more refined and pure. A sudden thought dawns upon Lu Xian: the vast primordial energy required for his cultivation, which dissipates during breakthroughs, serves as a means of tempering Wukong's body and purifying his aura. The stronger Wukong becomes, the safer Lu Xian feels in the perilous world of Dragon Ball. It is nothing short of a perfect cycle. A smile gradually forms at the corners of Lu Xian's mouth as he gazes at the Saiyan cub before him, who is still vying for dominance. His perception has completely transformed. This is no mere burden. This is undeniably his future protector. Chapter 3: Wukong is bewildered. What is this soft and fluffy technique? Months swiftly pass, and life on Baozi Mountain remains as tranquil as ever. After successfully entering the body refinement stage, Lu Xian finds this place to be exceedingly beneficial for practitioners. The abundance of primordial energy, coupled with the absence of disturbances, allows him to thrive. Each day, he diligently practices the Qi drawing technique beneath the waterfall, dedicating the remainder of his time to nurturing Wukong, whom he has come to regard as his future guardian. Training in the body refinement stage is a time-consuming endeavor, requiring continuous tempering of the body with primordial energy. As his cultivation stabilizes, the numbers on his combat power panel gradually rise from 30 to 50. While this figure may not be significant in the Dragon Ball universe, it feels entirely different for Xuan. He senses his body strengthening daily. His hearing, vision, strength, and endurance are all rapidly enhancing. Meanwhile, Wukong, the young Saiyan, is experiencing his first bout of compulsory education. Wukong, repeat after me, 1, 2, 3. In front of the wooden cabin, Xuan uses a twig to inscribe a few crooked numbers on the ground, adopting the role of a teacher with utmost seriousness. Wukong squats nearby, his tail lazily sweeping the fallen leaves, wearing an expression of reluctance. This is boring. Let us go hunting. Learning to count is essential so you can know how many prey you've caught in a day. Xuan patiently entices him. After contemplating for a moment, Wukong realizes the truth in Xuan's words and, suddenly invigorated, points to the 3 on the ground, exclaiming, I know this one. It's 3. Very good. Now, what about this? Xuan writes a 10. Wukong freezes momentarily, counting his fingers and toes, yet he remains perplexed by the convoluted symbol. In addition to teaching him to recognize characters and perform arithmetic, Xuan has adapted the classic journey to the west into the adventures of Monkey Brother, narrating it to Wukong by the campfire each night. The tale of the Monkey Brother, wielding a magical staff that can change size, capable of leaping vast distances with a single somersault, traveling between heaven and earth, is particularly grand. Each time Wukong hears this, his eyes sparkle with excitement, and he enthusiastically shakes his little fists, wishing fervently to be that Monkey Brother who caused such chaos in the heavenly realms. Wukong perceived that Xuan possessed an unparalleled understanding, surpassing even that of his grandfather, and thus he increasingly heeded Xuan's counsel. Their relationship flourished with each passing day. Naturally, Wukong, being of a warrior's spirit, found mere academic pursuits insufficient to satisfy his boundless energy. To alleviate the tedium of training and to encourage mutual growth, Xuan devised a splendid idea to transform their practice into a game. Wukong, let's engage in a novel game. On a particular day, Xuan led Wukong to the base of a waterfall. Do you see that slab of greenstone? Let us compete to see who can endure standing beneath the waterfall the longest. The loser must forfeit dinner to the victor. What do you say? Absolutely. Upon hearing the food wager, Wukong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, he plunged into the deep pool, swiftly ascending the resounding green stone battered by the cascading water. Despite the tremendous force of the torrent crashing against his small frame, he stood steadfast, motionless, and erupted into joyous laughter. Xuan chuckled and approached the stone. The icy water struck him, and the immense impact nearly unseated him. He promptly activated his internal technique, the chi drawing method. The vital energy from his dantian coursed through his meridians, forming an imperceptible membrane upon his skin. The waterfall's force met this membrane, most of it being gently diffused, while a fraction of the energy was harnessed to refine his muscles and skin. Wukong, watching from the side, was utterly astonished. To him, Xuan appeared frail and fragile, swaying precariously under the deluge, as if he could topple at any moment. Yet, regardless of how ferociously the water surged, he remained upright. In contrast, Wukong relied solely on brute strength, and as time passed, the relentless pounding of the water left him aching and breathless. After half an hour, Wukong could no longer endure and was swept away by the current. Meanwhile, Xuan remained atop the green stone, eyes closed, as if unaffected. No more. I yield. Wukong emerged from the water, shaking his head to rid it of moisture. How do you endure so well? You seem devoid of strength. Xuan leaped down from the stone, unperturbed, and replied with a smile, that is the art of the game. In addition to training under the waterfall, Xuan also invented a game of blindfolded perception. The two would cover their eyes with strips of cloth and sit in the forest, competing to see who could detect an approaching wild beast first. Initially, Wukong always triumphed, his innate combat instincts allowing him to sense danger through sound, scent, and even the sensation of the wind. However, it was not long before Xuan began to surpass him. On one occasion, shortly after they had settled, Xuan spoke up, 30 meters to the left, there's a wild boar, its tusks protruding, rooting at the base of a tree. Wukong tore off his blindfold and, upon glancing to the left, indeed spotted a large wild boar, exactly as Xuan had described. Wow, how did you see that? Wukong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did you peek? Lu Xian shrugged, gesturing to the tightly bound cloth still covering his eyes. He certainly had not peeked. This was the effect of his nascent consciousness after entering the realm of refinement. Although he could neither perceive internally nor project externally, he could already vaguely sense his surroundings. A significant improvement over mere reliance on his senses. Through these exercises, Wukong found immense joy. His combat instincts and control over Qi were strengthening with each passing moment. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xian was also solidifying the foundations of his cultivation. On this particular day, the two had spent the afternoon engrossed in their games. Wukong, invigorated, felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy coursing through him. Observing Lu Xian's relaxed demeanor, his competitive spirit could no longer be contained. Lu Xian, Wukong's expression turned serious. Let us cease these games and engage in a proper duel. Taken aback for a moment, Lu Xian then smiled, understanding that this day would inevitably arrive. It was a perfect opportunity to assess the fruits of his months of training. Very well, he nodded. Upon hearing Lu Xian's agreement, Wukong erupted with excitement, leaping backward to create a distance of several meters. With his legs slightly bent and his body lowered, he assumed a standard attack stance. In that instant, the innocence that had characterized him vanished, transforming him into a pure warrior, instilling a sense of unease in onlookers. A formidable aura erupted from his small frame, scattering the dust and gravel beneath him. I'm coming. Before he could finish his declaration, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way. With a piercing sound that sliced through the air, Wukong charged straight at Lu Xian, his speed leaving a fleeting shadow in the air. Faced with this ferocious assault, Lu Xian stood his ground, unwavering and calm, not even altering his stance. Just as Wukong's devastating punch was about to collide with his face, Lu Xian made his move. He simply lifted his right hand, meeting Wukong's fist with a casual touch. His motion was unhurried, almost languid, yet this seemingly slow gesture preemptively connected with Wukong's strike. Wukong had anticipated a cataclysmic collision, yet he felt no reverberation of force. The moment his fist made contact with Lu Xian's palm, the tremendous power dissipated entirely, replaced by a slippery sensation as if all his strength had been deflected. Almost immediately, a gentle but irresistible gravitational force emanated from Lu Xian's palm, disrupting Wukong's entire equilibrium. What? A surge of shock coursed through Wukong's mind. He attempted to retract his fist, only to find it seemingly glued to Lu Xian's hand. Struggling to regain his balance, he discovered that all his strength was being skewed by an enigmatic rotational force. Unable to control his body, he stumbled forward, propelled by his own momentum. Crash! Wukong hit the ground hard, mouthfuls of dirt filling his mouth. Dazed, he lay there unhurt. For a scion of his resilience, a fall was trivial. Yet within him, a tempest of confusion and disbelief raged, leaving him utterly perplexed. He lay on the ground, staring blankly at his clenched fist, then looked up at Lu Xian, who remained rooted in place as if he had not moved at all. What transpired? I clearly struck him. Why do I feel utterly drained? How'd I end up falling on my own? A multitude of questions whirled in his mind. This was the first time in his life that he felt so stifled, possessing strength yet unable to wield it. This sensation was 100 times more distressing than being thrown away by someone stronger. What kind of technique was that? Suddenly, Wukong sprang to his feet, his face a canvas of curiosity and excitement, a mixture of astonishment and exhilaration. He dashed over to Lu Xian, his wide black eyes fixated intently on Lu Xian's seemingly ordinary right hand. That just now, soft yet incredibly powerful. It felt as though my fist had plunged into a whirlpool. Lu Xian observed the intense thirst for knowledge in Wukong's eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You wish to learn, do you? I shall teach you. What he had just employed was the silk reeling technique from Tai Chi in his previous life, utilizing softness to overcome hardness, borrowing strength to counter strength. It proved exceptionally effective against someone like Wukong, who relied solely on brute force. This, Lu Xian elongated the word, preparing to impart a profound lesson on the principles of the Tao to this future champion. Teach me, teach me. Wukong could hardly contain his eagerness, shaking Lu Xian's arm fervently. Just as Lu Xian was about to speak, a peculiar buzzing sound suddenly resonated from the horizon. Both of them paused, raising their heads in unison. In the azure sky, a small black dot rapidly expanded, the distinctive sound of engines unmistakably belonging to a machine foreign to this tranquil forest. Chapter 4. seeking the turtle sage in pursuit of greater wisdom. A white, beetle-shaped flying vehicle streaked across the sky. After a circuitous flight, it landed with a hum on a nearby clearing. The hatch opened, and a young girl leaped out. Dressed in a pink dress, she sported long sky-blue hair. Appearing no older than 16 or 17, her fair skin and delicate features were striking. Her large eyes reflected both curiosity about this unfamiliar world and a hint of caution. She clutched a radar resembling a pocket watch, its screen displaying a small light point flickering rapidly. The radar indicated that the Dragon Balls were nearby. The girl murmured to herself, glancing up just in time to meet the gaze of Lu Xian and Wukong. Their eyes locked, and for a brief moment, the air seemed to freeze. Ah, there are wild people. Spotting Wukong bare-chested with a furry tail trailing behind him. The girl let out a startled shriek and instinctively drew a handgun from her pocket, aiming the dark barrel at the two. Wukong had never encountered such an object, but his instinct for battle warned him that the small metal tube was perilous. He bared his teeth and assumed a defensive stance, tension mounting as a confrontation seemed imminent. Do not be alarmed. A gentle voice shattered the standoff. Lu Xian stepped forward from in front of Wukong, offering the girl a warm smile. He donned a pristine training outfit, with raven hair and obsidian eyes, exuding a serene demeanor that starkly contrasted with the exuberance of the figure behind him, son Wukong. We bore no ill intent. Furthermore, it will be prudent for you to stow away that item you possess. One must be cautious to avoid any accidental discharges. The girl, known as Bulma, paused momentarily, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this refined youth. She had assumed that the depths of this secluded forest were inhabited solely by wild men, never anticipating the presence of such a clean, handsome boy, who spoke with remarkable clarity. Was he truly allied with that child possessing a long tail? Bulma's vigilance lessened somewhat, yet the weapon remained steadfastly aimed. Who are you? What brings you here? Lu Xian replied calmly. We reside here. Yet you, a young girl, driving such a peculiar contraption, what brings you to this desolate wilderness? Bulma furrowed her brow, sensing that his words held a semblance of truth. She raised the Dragon Ball radar in her hand, explaining, I am in search of the Dragon Balls. It is said that gathering all 7 will summon the Eternal Dragon, granting any wish. Dragon Balls? Wukong, intrigued by the familiar term, leaned closer. Is this what you mean? He produced the glossy 4-star ball from his pocket and waved it before Bulma's eyes. Ah, the 4-star ball. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's it. How wonderful. Little brother, would you be willing to part with it? I can offer you a substantial sum in exchange. Absolutely not. Wukong immediately retracted the orb, his expression turning wary. This was left to me by my grandfather. I cannot give it to you. Seeing the negotiation falter, Lu Xian stepped forward once more. He first sought to calm the agitated Wukong, then turned to Bulma with a reassuring smile. This is Wukong, and that orb holds great significance for him. However, if your sole desire is to gather the orbs to make a wish, perhaps we could accompany you. Accompany us? Bulma hesitated. Indeed, Lu Xian's gaze was earnest. The outside world harbors many dangers. As a young woman carrying something so precious, you may not travel far alone. Wukong is a formidable protector. Bulma contemplated this and found the reasoning sound. This youth named Lu Xian appeared quite clever, and although Wukong seemed wild, his earlier display of strength had indeed instilled a sense of security. Very well, she finally resolved, stowing her firearm. I am Bulma. As long as you assist me in finding the Dragon Balls, I shall grant you any request. My family is quite wealthy. Thus, under Lu Xian's guidance, the 3 reached an accord. Their quest for the Dragon Balls commenced in earnest, leaving behind the tranquility of Baozi Mountain. The outside world was a realm of novelty and intrigue for Wukong, while for Lu Xian, it was a process of aligning memories with reality. Drawing upon his understanding of the narrative, he consistently offered timely suggestions that captivated Bulma, the ingenious girl. For instance, while traversing a stretch of desert, Lu Xian suddenly instructed Bulma to halt. What is it? Bulma inquired, perplexed. There's an ambush ahead. We must circumvent it. Lu Xian's gaze fixed on the tranquil expanse of sand, his tone calm, yet resolute. Bulma, though somewhat skeptical, complied with the request. Before long, a desert bandit, riding a flying motorcycle and donning a scarf, emerged from the sands they had narrowly avoided, blocking their path. This road is mine, and this tree is my planting. The visitor was none other than Yamcha. Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze fell upon Bulma in the passenger seat, causing him to freeze momentarily, his face flushing crimson and his speech faltering. Woman, Yamcha exclaimed, abruptly turning his vehicle and fleeing as if he had seen a ghost, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. Bulma was momentarily stunned, taking some time to regain her composure before looking at Lu Xian with admiration. Lu Xian, you're amazing. How did you know there was an ambush ahead? Lu Xian merely smiled faintly. I possess keen observational skills. He certainly would not reveal that he not only anticipated Yamcha's appearance, but also knew of his fatal weakness, his fear of women. With such precise judgments, Lu Xian's status within the group soared, earning him the unspoken title of strategist. Bulma's gaze shifted from initial wariness to growing trust, even tinged with a hint of infatuation. Their journey continued. Upon reaching Flame Mountain, the sight before them made everyone gasp in astonishment. The entire mountain was engulfed in flames, waves of heat rendering it impossible to approach. At the foot of the mountain, a remarkably burly man, the Ox King, was pacing anxiously. After some discussion, they learned that in order to extinguish the flames of Flame Mountain, they must locate the Ox King's master, Master Roshi, to borrow the magical fan. Thus, the quest to find Master Roshi fell upon their shoulders. On Kame House, they encountered the legendary Master Roshi. He was an old man clad in a floral shirt and sunglasses, carrying a turtle shell with an appearance that bordered on lecherous. After a series of antics, including Bulma showcasing her underwear, they finally persuaded Master Roshi to assist them. The group returned to Flame Mountain, only to discover that the magical fan, which Master Roshi had carelessly discarded years ago, was nowhere to be found. As the Ox King's castle teetered on the brink of incineration, Master Roshi resolved to unleash his true abilities. Everyone stepped back, far back. His demeanor became gravely serious. He removed his shirt, revealing muscles that belied his age. With legs firmly planted in a horse stance and hands forming a flower bud shape at his waist, he declared, "Behold, boys, this is a gamble for my life." A surge of blue energy coalesced in his palms, visibly crackling with energy as the surrounding air stirred, creating a small whirlwind. Goku and Bulma watched in awe, acutely aware of the palpable, terrifying power brewing within the old man. Only Lu Xian, while astonished, noticed the blue panel before him flashing wildly, issuing a string of warnings. Warning: high-level energy application mode detected. Warning: energy concentration rapidly increasing. At long last, the energy within Master Roshi's palm reached its zenith. The azure orb radiating brilliance akin to a miniature sun. The Kamehameha wave, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a robust column of blue energy surged forth from Master Roshi, piercing the air. Wherever the beam traversed, the earth fractured and the air swirled violently. Boom! The energy column did not strike Flame Mountain directly. Instead, it skimmed along the base and surged towards the distant sea. In the next moment, all present bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. The ocean parted. A colossal wave, towering hundreds of meters high, rose like an insurmountable wall, crashing down towards Flame Mountain with ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the tidal wave descended, extinguishing the raging inferno that had burned for countless years in an instant, leaving only billowing white smoke in its wake. Flame Mountain was no more. Farther away, the small hill that had been struck by the Kamehameha wave vanished without a trace. Goku's mouth fell agape, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented light, a pure admiration for the immense power displayed. Bulma, utterly astounded, collapsed to the ground, mumbling, "Is this still human?" Meanwhile, Lu Xian fixated on the panel before him, his breath quickening. Just as Master Roshi unleashed his technique, the analysis on the panel finally completed. Name: Kamehameha, Heaven-Shocking Palm. Essence: a high compression and instantaneous release of life energy, chi, forming a pure energy impact. Comment: a paradigm of efficient life energy application. However, its foundation merely grazes the surface, representing the pinnacle of technique without touching the essence of the law. It serves as a supplementary reference for long-range energy attacks. The pinnacle of technique has not encountered the essence of the law. Lu Xian pondered these words repeatedly, suddenly grasping the fundamental difference between qi and yuan qi. The so-called qi is the extraction of one's potential, the purification and compression of life force, with its strength entirely dependent on individual talent and training. In contrast, the yuan qi he cultivated connected heaven and earth, leveraging the primordial forces of the universe, manipulating the laws of the world. The Kamehameha was formidable enough to shift mountains and fill seas, yet ultimately, it remained merely a technique. His chosen path, however, was to enter the Tao through martial arts. To cultivate immortality, pursuing the Tao, the law. Lu Xian's resolve solidified within him, affirming his path. The road of Qi could serve as a reference. But he must not become enamored, lest he veer off course. And where would be the best place to observe closely and analyze more about the applications of Qi? Without a doubt, it was the World Martial Arts Tournament. There, the most elite masters of Qi from this planet would converge. With this thought, Lu Xian's gaze ignited with fervor. Just as Goku clung to Master Roshi's leg, weeping and pleading to be his disciple, Lu Xian stepped forward, adjusted his attire, and respectfully bowed deeply to the still-dazed Master Roshi, who had yet to recover from the earlier shock. Teacher Wu Tian, I am the junior Lu Xian, and I earnestly request to study under the esteemed Turtle Hermit alongside Wukong. His voice resonated clearly and resolutely, reaching the ears of all present. The Turtle Hermit was taken aback, gazing at the remarkably composed youth before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This lad, who had remained utterly unfazed while witnessing my Kamehameha technique moments ago, now seeks to become my disciple. Chapter 5. Mastery Approaching the Tao. This disciple seems unusual. After successfully becoming a disciple, Lu Xian accompanied the Turtle Hermit to the Turtle House. Life in the Turtle House was far more vibrant and unruly than on Baozi Mountain. Lu Xian regarded the elderly man before him, clad in a floral shirt and sporting sunglasses, and then glanced at the small monk beside him, who was of similar height to Wukong, his head shaved clean. With a sigh, he acknowledged the little monk named Krillin, who had come from the Dorian Temple to seek guidance. Upon first arriving on the island, Krillin had carried himself with a certain arrogance befitting a member of a prestigious sect. However, after Wukong effortlessly lifted a boulder weighing several hundred pounds, Krillin lost his bravado, henceforth addressing Wukong with utmost humility as Brother Wukong. The Turtle Hermit stroked his white beard, cleared his throat, and announced the first test for the newcomers. You three shall dive into the sea to locate a stone I have cast into the depths, inscribed with the character for turtle. Whoever finds it first will be rewarded with dinner tonight. With that, he casually picked up a stone from the beach and hurled it into the vast ocean. The stone traced a parabolic arc through the air before plunging with a splash, vanishing beneath the waves. I'll go first, Wukong shouted, plunging into the water like a torpedo. Krillin, not to be outdone, dove in after him, calculating that while he may not match Wukong in strength, he had honed his swimming skills since childhood. Only Lu Xian approached the shore at a leisurely pace, settling into a cross-legged position and closing his eyes. What is he doing? Has he given up? Krillin, catching sight of this, felt a twinge of disdain and redoubled his efforts in the search. Lu Xian had not surrendered. Instead, he sent his consciousness deep into the sea. Though he could not yet cover a vast expanse, his refined perception within a limited range far surpassed mere eyesight. In the frigid waters, countless fish, shrimp, shells, and rocks materialized vividly on his mental map. Soon, he spotted the stone inscribed with the character for turtle beside a patch of seaweed. Just as he prepared to retrieve it, a sizable shark, drawn by the commotion caused by Wukong and Krillin beneath the surface, stealthily approached the two. Lu Xian frowned slightly. He opened his eyes, rose, and waded into the sea. Meanwhile, Krillin had finally discovered the stone and felt a surge of joy as he reached out to grasp it. However, an ominous shadow loomed overhead. Krillin stiffened, looking up to confront a maw brimming with sharp teeth. A shark. Panic seized Krillin, causing him to tremble uncontrollably in the water, flailing his arms and releasing a flurry of bubbles. Wukong also spotted the shark. Rather than feeling fear, he clenched his fists in excitement, seemingly eager to engage in a contest with the formidable creature. At that moment, a figure silently emerged beside the shark. It was Lu Xian. His face bore no expression as he extended a finger and gently tapped a specific spot on the shark's flank. There was no explosive force, no thunderous sound. The shark, which had exhibited fierce aggression moments before, suddenly stiffened, and then, as if all its bones had been extracted, it limply rolled over, exposing its belly and slipping into unconsciousness. After accomplishing this, Lu Xian picked up the stone inscribed with the character for turtle, barely glancing at the astonished Klin and the puzzled Wukong beside him. Before turning to swim back to shore, he placed the stone before Master Roshi and spoke calmly. I have found it. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, and a glimmer of barely perceptible light flashed in his eyes. He had observed everything clearly. This young man had neither relied on energy nor brute strength. That gentle tap resembled an exquisitely refined technique of force release, instantly disrupting the shark's balance. An intriguing lad indeed. True cultivation begins tomorrow, before dawn. The three were rudely awakened by Master Rashi, who yanked them from their beds. From today onwards, you are responsible for delivering milk to all subscribers within 100 kilometers, he declared, pointing at the towering stacks of milk cartons at the door, announcing the first task of their training. This milk delivery was no ordinary chore. The route spanned mountains, jungles, deserts, rivers, and even areas inhabited by wild beasts. Each carton weighed dozens of kilograms, and they were required to complete the task before breakfast. Is this even humanly possible? Clint exclaimed, staring at the absurdly long map, his face paling. Wukong, however, was filled with enthusiasm, hoisting 2 cartons and rushing out. Lucian remained silent, also lifting 2 cartons and following closely behind. Thus their training commenced. Clint quickly grasped the meaning of fatigue. He ran, gasping for breath, feeling as if his lungs might explode. Wukong, thanks to his Saiyan physiology, was equally exhausted but consistently led the pack. What perplexed Clint most was Lucian. This seemingly frail individual did not exhibit speed but maintained a steady breathing rhythm, trailing Wukong leisurely as if on a stroll through the forest. By noon, Clint was utterly spent, collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Wukong plopped down beside him, panting heavily. Only Lucian remained unaffected. Not a single drop of sweat gracing his forehead. He set down the milk cartons, sat cross-legged, and with his palms facing the sky, inhaled and exhaled, as if a faint white mist flowed around him. The cultivation in the body refinement stage requires one to continually break through physical limits, using energy to restore and nourish the body, making it stronger. For Lucian, Master Rashi's high-intensity physical training was akin to a tailor-made, complementary body-forging facility. The vital energy within him flowed gradually through his meridians, alleviating the fatigue and muscle soreness brought on by his vigorous exertions, mending them bit by bit. Far away, in the turtle hermit's abode, the venerable master observed this scene through a crystal orb, his brow furrowing ever tighter. It was peculiar that those 2 lads had already reached their limits, yet this one named Lucian seemed unfazed. Was he merely slacking? In the days that followed, this spectacle unfolded daily. With bare hands, they toiled the land. Clint's palms were ground to the point of bleeding, causing him to grimace in pain. Wukong, too, gritted his teeth, persevering to complete the task, though his hands were also raw. Lucian, however, enveloped his palms in vital energy, forming a delicate membrane. His hands danced deftly in the hardened soil, movements light and rhythmic. At the end of the day, his palms remained as smooth as ever. On the construction site, facing the weighty cement and steel bars, Clint lamented his plight. Wukong, relying on sheer brute strength, worked with fervor. Yet Lucian resembled an experienced foreman, always discovering the most efficient leverage, exerting minimal effort to transport the heaviest of materials. The turtle hermit grew increasingly perplexed. He realized that Lucian was not slacking. His training accomplishments were no less than Wukong's. However, his execution was astoundingly adept. This skill transcended mere technique, bordering on the philosophical, as if all things in this world revealed patterns he could exploit. Months later, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was imminent. The Turtle Hermit summoned the trio to assess their training outcomes. Clint, well done. Your energy has grown over tenfold since your arrival, he remarked, nodding in satisfaction after sensing the power within Clint. Wukong, you little monster. Your energy is as dense as that of a raging bull. He patted Wukong on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. Lastly, his gaze fell upon Lucian. He extended his hand, resting it on Lucian's shoulder, probing his energy. In an instant, the smile on the turtle hermit's face froze. What he discovered was a profound stillness, not entirely devoid of energy. Lucian indeed possessed some, but the overall quantity was lamentably inadequate, showing almost no increase since his arrival months prior. How could this be? With the volume of training he had undergone, even a pig's energy would have surged. Yet, this boy's physique. The turtle hermit's energy coursed through Lucian's body, revealing resilient sinews, blood vitality like a furnace, and every muscle brimming with explosive power and exceptional coordination. His body resembled a weapon honed to perfection. Yet, curiously, the energy driving this weapon was laughably feeble. Gulme, you 3, push that boulder over here, the turtle hermit commanded, retracting his hand and pointing to a massive reef by the sea, the size of a small house. Yes. Wukong and Clint exchanged a glance before simultaneously shouting in agreement. The 2 individuals unleashed their utmost energy, an azure aura swirling around them. They combined their strength to resist the massive rock exerting every ounce of their might. With a resounding roar, accompanied by their fierce cries, the colossal boulder, weighing several tons, creaked ominously as they gradually nudged it half a meter. Indeed, Master Roshi nodded in approval, then turned to Lu Xian, indicating it was his turn. Krillin, panting nearby, scoffed dismissively. If it takes both of us such effort, how could you, with a weaker aura than mine, possibly budget a hair? What transpired next nearly dropped Krillin's jaw to the ground. Lu Xian did not unleash a fierce burst of energy, nor did he assume a stance of exertion. Instead, he calmly approached the immense stone, extending his hand to tap and feel its rough surface, as if searching for something. His feet subtly adjusted their position on the ground several times, leaving no trace. Ultimately, he discovered an inconspicuous indentation and gently placed his right palm upon it. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. The entire process was devoid of shouts or fierce energy. He simply sank his waist slightly, engaging his arm with minimal effort. In that moment, his internal energy surged along an intricate path, rising from the Yongquan point at the soles of his feet, coursing through his spine, and finally transmitting through his arm to his palm. With a gentle push, akin to using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, the colossal boulder appeared to be lifted by an invisible hand, emitting a dull, scraping sound as it steadily slid forward by more than a meter. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Krillin rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he was hallucinating. Goku, on the other hand, gaped in astonishment, utterly baffled by what he had witnessed. Master Roshi's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, narrowed sharply. He realized that this was not mere brute force, but a remarkable technique. This young man had precisely harmonized his own strength, center of gravity, and the weight distribution of the boulder itself. He was not pushing with sheer power. He was employing principle. He was utilizing Tao. Master Roshi's heart was profoundly shaken. An evaluation involuntarily surfaced in his mind. This young man, close to the essence of technique, still lacked the requisite strength. He could not fully perceive the depths of this individual named Lu Xian. But he sensed that this young man had chosen a path entirely distinct from all martial artists in the world. The martial arts tournament must engage with him directly. Master Roshi resolved firmly in his heart. He would compete under the alias Chunlong. The first reason was to uphold the principles of martial arts, teaching his disciples humility and patience, reminding them that there is always a greater force. The second reason was to personally enter the fray and uncover the secrets that this mysterious Lu Xian harbored. Chapter 6, The Finals, a Deliberate Release? Just for this turtle school, Kamehameha. The arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament was packed with spectators, buzzing with noise. The preliminary matches unfolded without a hitch. Lu Xian steadfastly adhered to the rules he had established, refraining from utilizing even a modicum of the vitality residing in his dantian. Instead, he relied solely on the formidable power of his perfected physical form and the martial techniques he had mastered. His adversaries, whether they appeared as fearsome brutes or swift contenders, met the same fate. Typically, the moment they engaged, the opponent would surge toward him, only for Lu Xian to casually sidestep, deftly puncturing beneath their ribcage with a single finger, rendering them motionless as they toppled to the ground. The entire sequence transpired with remarkable swiftness, so much so that it was difficult to gauge the exertion he had employed. Before long, Lu Xian had secured a place among the top 8 competitors, alongside Wukong, Krillin, and the Turtle Hermit who had taken on the alias of Jackie Chan. In the quarterfinals, Lu Xian faced Yamcha. The latter commenced with his renowned technique, the Wolf Fang Fist, unleashing a flurry of punches that created a cascade of shadows as he charged at Lu Xian. A chorus of cheers erupted from the audience. Yet, amidst the onslaught of punches, Lu Xian's silhouette glided with the wind, effortlessly slipping through the gaps between the fists, evading all attacks. As Yamcha grew increasingly alarmed, he felt as though each of his strikes had struck nothingness. Just as he completed his flurry, still reeling from the exertion, Lu Xian sprang into action. He closed the distance in an instant, his right hand forming a blade-like gesture as he deftly tapped 3 times along Yamcha's arm. The latter's arm went numb, and his punches ceased immediately. Without waiting for Yamcha to regain his composure, Lu Xian deftly hooked his ankle with a swift motion, sending him careening out of the ring. Victory! The winner is competitor Lu Xian. The referee paused momentarily before raising his flag. The audience fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting into thunderous applause. Meanwhile, Krillin also triumphed over his opponent, setting the stage for a showdown against Lu Xian in the semifinals. Lu Xian, I will not be as careless as Yamcha, Krillin remarked with a grave expression, fully aware of Lu Xian's prowess. As the match commenced, Krillin did not rush in. Instead, he circled Lu Xian with rapid movements. Seeking an opportunity, Lu Xian stood resolutely still, unwavering. When Krillin finally discerned an opening, he feigned a movement, leaving behind an illusion while he himself maneuvered behind Lu Xian, delivering a swift knife hand strike. Just as the strike neared its target, Lu Xian seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, as he did not turn but effortlessly caught Krillin's wrist with a reverse motion. Krillin's heart raced as he attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find his wrist firmly ensnared, immovable. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Xian employed a deft maneuver, and Krillin felt an overwhelming force propel him into a spin. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself hoisted by Lu Xian and placed at the edge of the arena. "You have lost." Lu Xian released his grip, and Krillin collapsed onto the ground. Momentarily dazed, outside the ring, the turtle hermit, under the guise of Jackie Chan, observed with astonishment, his eyes behind the sunglasses revealing profound shock. He perceived with clarity that every move Lu Xian executed was executed with impeccable precision. He exerted not an ounce of unnecessary strength, possessing an extraordinary mastery over timing, angles, and the human body. This was not mere martial skill, it was divine prowess. The youth did not employ conventional techniques, but rather a philosophy of martial arts that transcended all he had learned throughout his life. Realizing this, the Turtle Sage deemed it unnecessary to test Lu Xian's abilities and intentionally conceded to Goku in the subsequent match. At the grand finale of the World Martial Arts Tournament, on a colossal stage, two figures, a towering giant and a diminutive youth, faced each other from a distance. Oh, after several rounds of intense competition, we have finally arrived at the ultimate showdown. The contenders are the overwhelming powerhouse, Goku, who has dispatched all challengers with ease, and the enigmatic youth, Lu Xian, who advanced gracefully through the ranks with an elegance akin to dance, showcasing a martial artistry unlike anything we have ever witnessed. The announcer's voice resonated throughout the arena, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. In the audience, everyone craned their necks, buzzing with excitement. That lad named Lu Xian is truly a marvel. Yamcha had scarcely brushed against him before being tripped and thrown out of the ring. And Krillin, too, despite landing a punch, found himself immobilized by merely a gentle grasp from Lu Xian. It was utterly bizarre. It seemed as though he exerted no effort, and yet his opponents inexplicably faltered. The spectators were baffled, intrigued, and entertained. However, one individual perceived the truth, and the tumultuous storm within him far surpassed that of anyone else. Gulp. The Turtle Sage, disguised as Jackie Chan, nervously swallowed and adjusted his slipping sunglasses. As a master of martial arts, he understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of what Lu Xian exhibited. This was not a technique. In Lu Xian, the Turtle Sage saw no trace of the Turtle School, Crane School, or any earthly martial arts lineage. It was pure application of principle. The center of gravity, the angle of force, the manipulation of muscles, even the rhythm of an opponent's breath. All these elements, in the eyes of that youth, transformed into clear, calculable, and utilizable formulas. He triumphed with such effortless grace, as if he were not engaged in combat, but conducting a precise scientific experiment. This level of martial artistry surpassed the Turtle Sage's lifelong understanding. What kind of talent does this boy possess to create such formidable martial prowess? The Turtle Sage murmured, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Xian. On the stage, Goku twisted his wrist, producing a crisp crackle of sound, his face alight with unprecedented excitement. Lu Xian, you truly are amazing. They are all so weak. They fell so quickly. You must be incredibly strong. Hearing this, Lu Xian smiled faintly. Whether I am strong or not, you will find out for yourself. He maintained his usual calm demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, without even a formal stance. All right, I shall take my turn. With a resounding roar, Wukong ignited his fighting spirit in an instant. The ground beneath him shattered violently, and he transformed into a streak of orange lightning, hurtling towards Lu Xian. That seemingly small fist concealed an astonishing power capable of penetrating steel. Yet, in the face of this ferocious strike, Lu Xian's gaze remained utterly unfazed. He neither flinched nor recoiled. Just as Wukong's fist was about to make contact with his face, his body floated sideways like a willow leaf in the breeze, shifting ever so slightly, not a fraction of an inch off. Wukong's formidable punch grazed his nose, missing its target entirely. The fierce wind from the punch tousled Lu Xian's black hair. What? Wukong was taken back. He had not anticipated that his attack would be evaded with such ease. Nevertheless, being a combat genius, he instantly transitioned from a punch to an elbow strike, aiming a cutting blow at Lu Xian's ribs. However, he was fast, but Lu Xian's movements were swifter still. At the very moment, Wukong exerted force from his waist. Lu Xian seemed to have predicted his every motion, and a hand, as agile as a butterfly dancing through flowers, silently pressed against Wukong's elbow. It was neither a block nor a confrontation, merely a gentle touch, a guiding pull, a deft turn. Wukong felt a slippery spiral force emanating from his elbow, as if his ferocious strength had struck a mass of cotton, instantly diverted, causing his entire center of gravity to falter, stumbling forward several steps. The turtle hermit in the audience narrowed his eyes in alarm. This technique again, utilizing force against force, overcoming rigidity with flexibility. This young man's fist techniques have reached an astonishing level of mastery. Wukong steadied himself, the surprise on his face swiftly replaced by an even greater fervor for battle. Impressive. Once more, he roared, like an indefatigable tiger, unleashing a torrential onslaught of attacks. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, every part of his body morphed into a weapon, attacking Lu Xian from all directions with unimaginable angles. The entire arena echoed with the sharp cries of his strikes slicing through the air. Yet, no matter how dense or violent his assaults became, Lu Xian remained like a small boat adrift upon tumultuous waves, navigating effortlessly, never capsizing. His steps appeared languid, yet he consistently positioned himself precisely at the most critical moments. His movements seemed gentle, yet he managed to neutralize the most ferocious attacks at minimal cost. A fraction more force would be wasteful. A fraction less would be just right. Truly remarkable. The spectators outside were left in awe. To them, this was no longer a battle, but a splendid performance. Only the turtle hermit was drenched in cold sweat. He understood that Lu Xian was controlling the rhythm of the match in a manner that was almost guiding. Damn it! Frustrated by his inability to break through, Wukong grew anxious. He suddenly leaped backward, creating a distance of several dozen meters, his hand striking a familiar pose at his waist. If I cannot hit you, then I shall use this technique to send you flying. A radiant blue light gathered in the palm of his hand. The Kamehameha. However, just as he prepared to unleash the energy in one powerful burst, a peculiar sensation from months prior at Baozi Mountain surfaced in his mind, imparted by Lu Xian. It was that soft, spiraling force that could deflect one's own strength. What would happen if I infused that feeling into the Kamehameha? A bold thought flashed like lightning through Wukong's pure warrior spirit. Indeed, the innate combat prowess of the warrior race is formidable. Instinctively, he began to compress the energy within him in that spiraling manner. Buzz! The blue energy sphere in his palm underwent a dramatic transformation. The once chaotic radiance immediately contracted inward, coalescing into a deep blue energy orb, no larger than a fist. Its brilliance solidified. The surface of the energy orb even displayed visible spiraling energy currents rotating at high speed, emitting a buzzing sound. It was no longer wild, but had become far more perilous, as if it had acquired a soul of its own. The turtle hermit, seated below, abruptly stood up, his expression one of unprecedented shock. What is this? He has modified the Kamehameha? At that very moment before Lu Xian, a blue panel visible only to him erupted with notifications. Warning. Initial fusion of energy and Tao rhythm detected. Fusion degree. 13. Conclusion. This energy entity has developed the embryonic form of a law-breaking attribute, capable of inflicting additional damage to low-level energy shields and formations. As he gazed at the deep blue beam, racing towards him, laden with newfound potential, a genuine smile of satisfaction graced Lu Xian's face. His purpose for this journey had been fulfilled. Faced with an attack formidable enough to threaten even the turtle hermit, Lu Xian neither chose to withstand it nor evade. Instead, he executed a movement that left all onlookers bewildered. He tilted his body slightly, adopting a graceful stance akin to an ethereal dancer, and advanced to meet it. Unerringly, the edge of the spiraling energy wave brushed past his shoulder. Boom! The residual force of the Kamehameha propelled him through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before he landed heavily outside the arena with a resounding thud. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Then, an eruption of thunderous applause and cheers broke forth. The champion is contestant's son Wukong. As the sun set and the crowd dispersed, leaving only the cool evening breeze, Wukong found Lu Xian by the bridge outside the martial arts arena, scratching his head, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Lucian, why didn't you dodge at the end? I felt that you could have easily evaded it. Lucian brushed the dust off his clothes, turned around, and gazed into Wukong's clear eyes, smiling as he said, because I have already attained what I desired. Your path lies in the continuous struggle and breakthroughs to discover your true self. Much like that recent energy wave, it is your destined way. He paused, lifting his gaze to the horizon where the sun was about to descend, his expression deepening and becoming distant. My path, however, differs from yours. It does not reside on the small arena, but spans the vastness of the universe. Wukong nodded, seemingly understanding. Go forth along your own path, and strive to become the strongest. A glimmer of hope shone in Lucian's eyes, and I too must seek my own opportunities. We made a pact that one day, when we both stand atop our respective peaks, we would engage in a grand battle. With that, Lucian turned gracefully, leaving behind any lingering sentiments, and walked step by step towards the distance, bathed in the twilight's glow. His figure, silhouetted against the evening clouds, elongated until it vanished beyond the horizon. Thus commenced a solitary quest for hidden realms, a prolonged journey of cultivation. Chapter 7. The Ladder to Heaven, the Birth of Divine Thought. After bidding farewell to Wukong and Master Roshi, Lucian's figure melted into the bustling cityscape. The clamor of the martial arts competition held no significance for him. He cared not for the glory of victory. His mind was solely occupied by the words displayed on his panel. The body forging realm had been perfected, and to transcend to the concealed training realm, he required a location of great elevation to harness the purest essence of the universe. Great elevation. Standing amidst the throngs on the bustling street, Lucian looked up at the towering skyscrapers. These were mere constructs of steel, not creations of the heavens. His gaze pierced the clouds, reaching towards the distant sky. Memories from his previous life surged within him. In this world, there was only one place that could truly be deemed a great height, the legendary Tower of Garen, which connects the earth to the divine realm. His destination was the sacred land of Garen. He set forth without hesitation. Purchasing a map and packing light, he ventured towards that ancient land. Eschewing the convenience of flying machines or universal capsules, he chose the most arduous route, on foot. Lucian regarded this lengthy journey as his final cultivation in the body forging realm. He traversed mountains, crossed rivers, and navigated through an endless expanse of wilderness, braving the elements and sharing his path with wild beasts. His steps grew firm, and his breaths lengthened. Months later, when Lucian, dust-covered, arrived at the legendary sacred site, a colossal tower soared towards the clouds before him. It was a straight column, piercing into the clouds, its pinnacle obscured from view. Merely standing beneath the tower, Lucian could feel an ancient and pure essence slowly emanating from the structure. This is the place. Lucian felt a surge of warmth in his heart and quickened his pace toward the base of the tower. Halt! This is the sacred land of Garen. No outsiders may approach. A booming voice echoed, as a tall man with dark skin and a spear blocked Lucian's path. His eyes were vigilant, radiating the fierce aura characteristic of a seasoned warrior. Behind him, a small boy with braided hair timidly peeked out from behind a pillar. Bra and UPA. Recognizing them, Lucian paused and refrained from charging through as he had seen in his memories of Wukong. Instead, he respectfully bowed to the two. I am Lucian, a practitioner seeking enlightenment. I come with no ill intent. I merely wish to ascend the tower in pursuit of martial breakthroughs. I kindly ask for your assistance. His voice was gentle, and his demeanor humble, devoid of any hint of aggression. Brahm momentarily hesitated, the wariness in his eyes diminishing slightly. Yet he remained steadfast in his position. The Garen Tower is a sacred edifice leading to the shrine, not a playground for martial artists. You should turn back. Lucian did not argue, his gaze settling on Bra's waist. He observed that Bra favored his left leg while standing and frequently rubbed his lower back, a telltale sign of an old injury sustained from years of battling beasts to protect the sacred land. You have borne the burden of safeguarding this sanctum. Your efforts are commendable. However, it seems that years of toil have left you with hidden afflictions. On rainy days, the joints in your waist and left leg must ache. Do they not? Bra's expression shifted dramatically, his grip on the spear tightening involuntarily. How do you know? These were ailments he had never disclosed to anyone outside. And yet this young man seemed to see right through him. I possess some knowledge of medicine, Lucian replied with a faint smile. If you trust me, I can assist in alleviating your discomfort. Bra regarded him with skepticism, yet the persistent pain accumulated over the years ultimately prompted him to relax his grip on the spear. Very well, I will place my trust in you this once. Lucian invited him to sit and extended 2 fingers, channeling a faint trickle of vital energy from his dantian, allowing it to flow through his fingertips. He employed no elaborate techniques, merely using this subtle energy to gently press and knead several acupoints along Bra's lower back. The energy seeped into the meridians, quietly nourishing the damaged areas. Bra felt a soothing warmth spreading from his waist, a sensation of comfort enveloping him. The debilitating pain that had tormented him for over a decade began to dissipate rapidly. After approximately 10 minutes, Lucian withdrew his hands, beads of fine sweat forming on his forehead. The meticulous manipulation of vital energy at his current level of cultivation was not without considerable expense. Try standing, Lucian suggested. Bra, still somewhat doubtful, rose to his feet and cautiously moved his waist, then leapt a few times. Suddenly, he froze in place. It no longer hurts. The excruciating pain that had plagued him for years had completely vanished. The entire body seemed to shed a heavy burden. Never before had he felt such lightness. A miracle. This is indeed a miracle. Bra was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. He gazed at Lucian, his expression transforming from one of caution to deep reverence. With a sudden thud, he knelt before Lucian, ready to bow in homage. You must be a messenger sent by the celestial deities. Please rise, Lucian urged, quickly assisting him to his feet. I am merely a passerby, a practitioner. May I ascend the tower now? Of course. Certainly. Bra eagerly nodded, respectfully stepping aside to grant passage. Please proceed. Thus, Lucian attained permission to ascend the gallant tower, not through force, but through intellect. He approached the base of the tower, gazing upward at its towering height. Taking a deep breath, the final trial of the body refinement realm begins now. He extended his hands, grasping the cold surface of the tower, and with a push of his feet, commenced the arduous climb. This was not merely a test of the body, but a trial of willpower. The ascent offered neither sustenance nor water. When hunger struck, he closed his eyes to meditate, transforming his hunger into a form of cultivation. When thirst came, he awaited the rain, tilting his head to catch droplets. When fatigue set in, he would sit upon the narrow ledges, practicing the chi drawing technique to replenish his strength. His hands became calloused, shedding layers of skin, scarring, and then tearing anew, ultimately toughening into a texture akin to ancient tree bark. His nails also fell off several times, replaced by new growth that hardened like the talons of an eagle, easily embedding into the tower's rigid surface. Days turned into weeks, and months passed by unnoticed. He lost track of time, oblivious to exhaustion, fixated solely on the singular thought of ascending. One day, after 2.5 months, as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to pull his weary body over the edge of the tower, an entirely different world unfurled before him. Below lay a sea of white clouds, and in the distance, a circular temple radiated a gentle glow. At the pinnacle of the tower stood an ancient little palace. Serene in its presence, a white cat, donning sunglasses and leaning on a cane, sat before the palace, grooming its paws as though it had been waiting for a long time. The cat Immortal, the gallant Immortal, Lucian, breathless, performed a respectful gesture towards the cat Immortal. The cat Immortal paused, lifting its head, peering through its sunglasses to scrutinize the disheveled figure before it. There was no surprise in its gaze, only a profound sense of nostalgia. You have arrived. The cat Immortal's voice resonated directly in Lucian's mind. Yes, Immortal, Lucian replied with reverence. There is an ancient and serene aura about you, the cat Immortal murmured. The last time I sensed such a presence was with the first-generation celestial deity. It is not merely energy. He referred to it as Yuan Qi. Lucian was taken aback, astonished that the cat Immortal recognized the existence of Yuan Qi. You did not come seeking the holy water, the cat Immortal stated with certainty. I merely wish to utilize this sacred ground to achieve a breakthrough. Go forth. The cat sage pointed to the center of the tower's pinnacle, where the essence of heaven and earth was the purest on this planet. You are worthy of it. Without obstruction or further inquiry, he tacitly accepted Lucian's actions. No longer hesitating, Lucian approached the center of the tower, seated himself cross-legged, and closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to descend into his dantian, where he began to circulate the chi gathering technique. Boom! In the next moment, he felt as though he had plunged into a warm ocean. Countless pure and gentle essences of heaven and earth surged into his body. The solid barrier of the body refinement realm crumbled under the onslaught of this tremendous energy, unable to resist. Crack! It felt as if something had shattered within him. A brand new meridian opened, wide and resilient. Soon after, a second and a third followed. All of his meridians were nourished by this pure essence, being opened and expanded one by one. What once was a mere thread of energy in his dantian rapidly grew into a continuously flowing stream, circulating according to his practice technique. From this moment forth, true energy took form. A chilling mechanical voice erupted in his mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the cultivation of seclusion. True energy takes shape, and divine consciousness is born. Combat power, 85-200. At the instant the panel refreshed, Xuan felt a sudden chill at his brow, as if something deep within his soul had awakened. Although his eyes were closed, the entire world presented itself to him with unprecedented clarity. He sensed the churning sea of clouds beneath him, the steady breath of the cat sage, and even perceived below the tower where Bra was teaching UPA to shoot arrows. He could see the trajectory of the wind, the ripples of sound, and the veins of light. The entire world seemed to shed its outer shell, revealing a network woven from countless strands of energy before him. This was divine consciousness. As Xuan immersed himself in this novel perception, the map function of the martial arts panel suddenly unfolded automatically. The previously vague map of Earth became exceedingly detailed under the influence of his divine consciousness. Mountains, rivers, and cities came into view. Subsequently, a red dot was distinctly marked within an unfathomable blue ocean. A line of golden text slowly materialized beside the red core of the essence ancestral vein. Energy reaction intensity. Garen Tower Peak, X 100. Chapter 8. The Saiyan Invasion. Years swiftly passed. During this time, the world underwent a silent transformation. Newspaper headlines shifted from the prodigious youth son Wukong triumphing as champion of the first martial arts tournament to the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army. The mysterious youth reemerges with astonishing prowess. Following this was the demise of the assassin Tao Bai, the near defeat of Tianjin Fan in the 22nd martial arts tournament. And finally, the vanquishing of the Demon King Piccolo, with an unnamed hero saving the world. The name of Wukong has been known through numerous significant events, only to be gradually forgotten during peaceful times. He transformed from a child into a young man. For Xuan, the past few years have been a lengthy and isolated period of arduous cultivation. Upon breaking through to the training concealment realm and bidding farewell to the cat sage atop the Galinta, he set his course directly towards the crimson point on the map, denoting the strongest energy. This point lay within a trench at the world's deepest depths, plunging 10,000 meters down. It is a forbidden zone of life, devoid of light, enveloped in perpetual darkness and frigid cold. The crushing water pressure, capable of shattering steel, presents an insurmountable barrier for all living beings. Yet, at the very bottom of this trench lies a volcanic vent connected to the Earth's core. Here, the searing magma mingles with the icy sea water, creating a bizarre spectacle. On one side, the Earth's fiery core capable of melting anything, and on the other, the deep-sea ice that can freeze marrow. This is the core of the vital energy ancestral vein marked on the panel. Upon his arrival, Xuan was nearly crushed by the immense water pressure, his bones creaking, and he fainted on the spot. He spent an entire year directing the true energy within his dantian through spiritual consciousness to create his first spell, the water avoidance technique. A nearly invisible membrane of true energy enveloped him, isolating him from the lethal water pressure. He then dedicated 2.5 more years to experimenting at the boundary of ice and fire. Exhausted of true energy, his body endured burns from the heat and frostbite from the cold, as he struggled at the brink of life and death countless times before realizing his second spell, the fire isolation charm. A layer of pale blue light enveloped him, shielding him from the heat of the magma and the cold of the seawater. Only then did he finally earn the right to step into this place where water and fire intertwine, beginning his true seclusion. Xuan sat cross-legged beside the volcanic vent, allowing one half of his body to be scorched by the Earth's fire while the other half was washed by the cold currents. The nearly liquefied primordial energy of the heavens and earth, mixed with the toxicity of fire and the profundity of energy, was slowly drawn into his body. The chi induction technique operated swiftly, refining and purifying this violent energy, repeatedly cleansing his meridians and dantian. His cultivation progressed rapidly within this environment of ice and fire, advancing through the mid-stage, late stage, and peak of the training concealment realm. The combat power value on the panel surged from an initial 200 to a staggering 99.99. firmly stuck at a bottleneck. With the rapid growth of his cultivation, Lucian's spiritual consciousness also grew increasingly potent. No longer content with merely sensing 100 meters around him, it began to greedily extend outward along the Earth's energy network. This sensation is difficult to articulate. Lucian sat in the 10,000-meter deep sea, while his spirit had long since detached from his body. His gaze pierced through the thick seawater and crust, reaching the surface. There, amidst a desolate wilderness, a tall Namekian was training a small figure with a cap on his forehead and a tail behind him. It was Piccolo and Gohan. As his spiritual consciousness swept over, he clearly perceived the energy within Piccolo, which was both of divine origin yet contrary to it, as well as Gohan's untapped potential still in the process of awakening. His consciousness continued to extend, traversing continents and crossing oceans. He beheld the scene within the Kame house, where Krillin and Yamcha frolicked on the beach. Lucian's consciousness ascended further, penetrating the atmosphere and entering the cosmos. Following an invisible serpentine path, he discerned a diminutive green planet, presumably King Kai's planet. This must be the residual energy of King Kai's techniques. Lucian calmly analyzed the remnants and deduced various applications of this energy, meticulously recording them as references for his future creation of divine abilities. His consciousness formed an invisible net, encompassing every inch of the Earth from Asia to Europe and from the Antarctic to the Arctic. The contours of mountains, the courses of rivers, and the density of vital energy were meticulously marked on his mental map. During this global exploration, he inadvertently noticed an anomaly in the sky. Once the site of the heavenly temple, it now lay in ruins, remnants of the fierce battle between Goku and King Piccolo. Lucian's consciousness delved into the desolation. Sensing the pure aura of destruction and chaos left by King Piccolo, alongside the slow, self-repairing force of the earth itself, symbolizing rebirth and order, destruction and creation, life and death, two opposing philosophies intertwined and clashed amidst the ruins. Immersed in this revelation, Lucian gained a vague yet profound understanding of the duality of existence. This insight illuminated his path toward the divine realm, laying a solid foundation for his future breakthroughs. Thus, years of seclusion had come to an end. Slowly, Lucian opened his eyes, and in the depths of the dark sea, two beams of light flickered. He had attained the pinnacle of the cultivation of essence. With a combat power of 9,999, merely awaiting an opportunity to shatter his limits and ascend to the divine realm. It was time to emerge from his retreat and seek the chance for breakthrough. As he stood, preparing to retract his spells and return to the mortal realm, a sudden, sharp alarm resonated throughout the consciousness network enveloping the earth. A red warning sign, indicative of danger, pulsated incessantly in the North American region of his mental map. A formidable force, exuding brutality and malevolence, akin to a meteor, tore through the Earth's atmosphere at an alarming speed. This energy was wild, primal, filled with desires for conquest and destruction, entirely foreign to any Earth warrior he had ever encountered. Warning: an unknown high-energy life form has been detected invading. Preliminary energy intensity analysis. Combat power 1500. The warning tone from the panel coincided with the alert from his consciousness. Lucian's expression instantly turned grave. His consciousness spanned vast distances, precisely locking onto a small spherical spacecraft. The vessel's trajectory was unerringly aimed at a desolate wilderness on a continent. Chapter 9. A fortuitous opportunity? The emergence of the Tao seed. In the depths of the ocean, a volcanic crater lies beneath. As Lucian rose to his feet, an urgent alarm reverberated through the global network of divine consciousness. It was not a sound, but a violent tremor emanating from the realm of laws. Buzz. Lucian's gaze pierced through the darkness and the water without hesitation, his immense divine consciousness instantly traversing over 10,000 kilometers to pinpoint the source of the alarm. It was a small, spherical white spacecraft, tearing through Earth's atmosphere at a perilous angle, trailing scorching flames and a piercing howl as it plummeted toward a desolate expanse of land. A crest was emblazoned on the vessel's exterior. Warning: unknown high-energy life form detected invading. Preliminary energy intensity analysis. Combat power 1500. The cold, mechanical tone of the martial arts panel synchronized with the alert in Lucian's mind. 1500. This figure evoked a sense of ease in Lucian's eyes. It appeared as if there was no butterfly effect, remaining consistent with his memories. However, after many years, the current Wukong possessed a standard combat power barely exceeding 300. Piccolo was slightly stronger, around 320. The other warriors on Earth fell far short of this number. This unexpected visitor represented an insurmountable calamity for the present Earth. Xuan remained still, seated in the abyssal depths. His divine consciousness transformed into an invisible eye, becoming the most high-definition, real-time satellite in existence, calmly observing the unfolding events. Boom! The spacecraft landed, stirring clouds of dust into the air. The hatch opened, revealing a tall man with waist-length hair, clad in a brown and black combat suit, with a furry tail coiled around his waist. A Saiyan. What a wretched planet, the air rife with useless impurities. The man pressed a button on the red detector affixed to his left eye, releasing a derisive snicker. The detector emitted a series of beeps. Oh, there's a fellow with a combat power of 320 nearby. Is he the strongest on this planet? I shall pay him a visit and inquire about Kakarot's whereabouts. With a powerful push, the man shot forward like a streak of light, heading towards Piccolo's location. Lucien's divine consciousness silently trailed behind. Amidst the wilderness, Piccolo sat cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opening his eyes with pupils that contracted sharply. He sensed an overwhelming aura approaching at an unimaginable speed, suffocating in its intensity. In the blink of an eye, the long-haired man appeared before him like a specter. "You're not from Earth." Raditz scrutinized Piccolo's green skin and the antennae atop his head, raising an eyebrow. "Namekian? What are you doing here?" Piccolo's muscles tensed, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The mere presence of the man exuded an oppressive force akin to a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Who are you?" Piccolo rasped. "I am Raditz." The corners of Raditz's mouth curled into a cruel arc. "I have come here to find my brother, Kakarot." Without waiting for Piccolo to respond, he seemed to lose his patience, raising a finger and pointing it at Piccolo. Piccolo's pupils constricted, and an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from him in an instant, as he instinctively darted to the side. Boom! A faint purple energy wave shot forth from Raditz's fingertip, grazing Piccolo's body and striking a distant hill. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The hill was instantaneously erased by an unseen force, reduced to mere dust. Piccolo stood frozen, gazing at the empty expanse where the hill once stood, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. His proud special beam cannon, unleashed with all its might, had merely created a hole in the mountain. Yet this man before him had effortlessly obliterated a hill with a single gesture. The next target must lie in that direction, where several individuals with formidable combat abilities were gathered. Kakarot should be among them. Raditz did not spare Piccolo another glance, and turned to soar towards the direction of the Turtle Hermit's house. Lucien's consciousness witnessed the entire scene. Calm, powerful, and utterly indifferent to life. He was a pure predator whose existence hinged on battle and conquest. As Raditz crossed the ocean, his consciousness swiftly arrived at the familiar island, the Turtle Hermit's house. On the island, Goku, Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi were enjoying a rare moment of reunion on the beach. However, when Raditz descended from the sky, enveloping the entire island in his malevolent and potent aura, all their smiles froze. "Kakarot, I have finally found you." Raditz's gaze was fixed intently on Goku. The unfolding events mirrored Lu Xian's memories precisely. Raditz recounted the origins of the Saiyans and extended an invitation to Goku to join him in conquering other planets. After Goku resolutely declined, Raditz revealed his vicious fangs. Truly, a low-class warrior, utterly brainless. He made his move. Krillin was the first to charge in, but before he could get close, Raditz swept him away with his tail, sending him crashing into the wall of the Turtle Hermit's house, where he fell unconscious. Master Roshi, in a desperate attempt, struck at Raditz, but was swiftly incapacitated by a chop to the neck, collapsing with eyes rolled back. Goku unleashed all his energy, engaging in fierce combat with Raditz. Within Lucien's consciousness, the battle appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. Every attack from Goku was effortlessly neutralized by Raditz, while each of Raditz's counterattacks struck precisely at Goku's most vulnerable points. Bang! After just a few exchanges, Goku was kicked in the chest, spitting blood as he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the beach. "You are too weak, Kakarot. You are a disgrace to the Saiyans," Raditz declared, standing on Goku's chest, his face etched with disappointment and disdain. At that moment, a figure clad in a yellow outfit and wearing a hat stumbled out from the Kame house. It was Gohan. "Daddy." Upon seeing Goku's wretched state, Gohan was overwhelmed with terror and began to weep profusely. "Oh, is this your son?" Raditz seized Gohan, intrigued by the fact that his tail had been severed. Nevertheless, he thought, As long as the moon remained, it would soon regrow. He held Gohan aloft and turned to leave. "Release my son." Goku's eyes blazed with fury as he struggled to rise, only to be forcefully pushed back down by Raditz' foot. In that very instant, a faint yet extraordinary source of energy erupted, radiating blinding light across the vast network of consciousness that enveloped the world. "Let go of my father." Gohan's cries transformed into a furious shriek. Boom! An overwhelming aura, far surpassing that of Goku and Piccolo, erupted violently from his diminutive frame. The detector on Raditz's face emitted an unprecedented, near-explosive alarm. Battle power, 1,307. How could this be possible? The mockery on Raditz's face froze, his pupils dilating in shock. Before he could react, Gohan launched himself like an enraged cannonball, colliding forcefully with Raditz's chest. Crack! A sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed. Raditz let out a muffled grunt as the armor of his sturdy battlesuit suffered a significant dent from the impact. He staggered backward, releasing Gohan from his grip. Those present were left in stunned silence at this astonishing spectacle. Yet the most astonished of all was Lu Xien, seated deep beneath the ocean, thousands of miles away. For at the very moment Gohan unleashed his power, a strikingly different golden notification appeared on his martial arts panel. Warning: mixed energy explosion detected. Component analysis: Saiyan energy 82, natural vital energy 18. Conclusion: this individual possesses innate potential to fuse two power systems. As Lu Xien gazed at the conclusion on the panel, his pupils constricted sharply, fixated on the text. Vital energy, based on memories from his previous life. He had assumed it was merely a sign of strong talent, but he never anticipated that Gohan harbored a strand of pure natural vital energy unique to Earth. It was this very energy, mingling with the Saiyan essence in his bloodline, that precipitated this extraordinary explosion. So that is how it is. Lu Xien instantly comprehended. The formidable Saiyan energy and the pure vital energy of Earth could indeed coexist, and Gohan, as a hybrid, was the living embodiment of this synergy. The conundrum he had long pondered, how to guide Goku and others towards the path of simultaneous cultivation of energy, had found its answer in this moment. This was not merely a crisis. It was a divinely bestowed opportunity capable of altering the course of the world. The calmness in his eyes faded, replaced by a decisive glint. There was no more time to wait. Wukong could perish, for he could be resurrected, but Gohan, the seed of the Tao, must not encounter any misfortune. Lu Xien slowly rose to his feet, the azure halo surrounding him dissipating silently, as the terrifying water pressure and searing magma surged towards him in an instant. Yet, he remained unfazed, simply taking a gentle step forward. His figure vanished from sight. He resolved to no longer be a mere spectator. He would personally intervene in a battle that should not have required his hand. Chapter 10. This move is not to be used like that. In the wilderness, two figures were fiercely battling a towering man. The earth cracked, and shockwaves stirred a tempest. Lu Xien had arrived on the battlefield. To be precise, his divine consciousness had arrived first, suspended 1,000 meters in the air. He suppressed all his energy and mental fluctuations, akin to a speck of dust, quietly observing below. Wukong and Piccolo were joining forces against their adversary. The martial attire of both was tattered, blood trickled from their lips, and they gasped for breath. Their opponent, the long-haired Saiyan Raditz, showed no signs of exertion. Too weak. Raditz effortlessly dodged Wukong's heavy punch, countering with an elbow strike to his back. Wukong grunted, crashing directly into the ground, creating a large crater. Kakarot, you are indeed a disgrace to our Saiyan lineage. On the other side, Raditz seized Piccolo's arm, and with a sickening crack, it was brutally snapped. Piccolo's face blanched. Yet he gritted his teeth as his severed limb regenerated instantly, unleashing a powerful energy wave aimed at Raditz's face. Raditz, apathetic, did not bother to evade. The energy wave struck him, merely tousling his long hair without inflicting any injury. Boring. Raditz, growing impatient, delivered a kick to Piccolo's abdomen, sending him flying over 100 meters. The man before them was overwhelmingly strong, his speed, strength, and technique crushing their efforts. They had shed their weighted garments and exhausted their most secret techniques, yet they could not even graze the surface of their opponent. It is over. Raditz, having lost patience, flashed before the just-recovered Wukong, raising his hand to target his head. Wukong lunged fiercely, pouring all his strength into a desperate embrace around Raditz's waist. What? Raditz was momentarily stunned, then began to thrash violently. Let go of me. You worthless fool. A tremendous force erupted from Raditz, causing Wukong's bones to creak, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Piccolo. Now, act quickly. Wukong shouted with all his might. Clutching his belly, Piccolo watched the scene unfold, his green visage contorting. This was their final opportunity. Yet, delivering this blow would also cost Wukong his life. Do not hesitate. Hurry. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Wukong's voice echoed once more. Piccolo, gritting his teeth, hardened his gaze. He aligned the index and middle fingers of his left hand, aiming at the distant Raditz. A pale violet energy began to coalesce at his fingertips, swirling and emitting a piercing shriek. Demon Flash Wave. In a desperate bid, he expended all his energy, wagering everything he possessed. Raditz sensed an impending threat and struggled with increasing ferocity. Damn it! Let go! Do you think you can hold me? Goku's arms were bruised and bloodied, his consciousness beginning to wane, yet he refused to relinquish his grip. High above, Lu Xien observed silently, his face betraying no emotion. He extended a finger, directing it towards Piccolo. A voice, with no prior warning, resonated deep within his mind, imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. Rotate left 3 times. Then right once. Compress your energy. Piccolo trembled, his mind a blank slate. Who was speaking? He frantically scanned the desolate wilderness, finding no one in sight. Was it an auditory hallucination? Yet the voice was too vivid, each word seared into his very soul. Target the energy node 3 inches below the scapula of your battle suit. I shall immobilize him. The voice echoed once more. Piccolo nearly shouted in disbelief. What nonsense is this? This is my life or death technique. How can I heed the instructions of an unknown voice? Furthermore, what energy nodes existed on his battle suit? Just then, Raditz bellowed, Get away from me. His aura surged, on the verge of breaking free from Goku's grasp. There was no time left. An invisible wave of terrifying mental pressure descended upon Raditz in an instant. As he erupted, Raditz felt as though his very soul was seized by a colossal hand. The energy coursing through him halted for a brief half-second, his movements momentarily frozen. That half-second of rigidity presented a fatal opening. Piccolo keenly recognized the anomaly in that fleeting moment. His mind was in turmoil, yet the primal instinct for survival overshadowed all else. In that instant, although skeptical, he instinctively followed the voice's guidance. He directed the energy at his fingertips, obeying the peculiar instructions, rotating left 3 times and then right once. A miracle unfolded. The frenzied purple energy spiral began to collapse inward, compressing significantly. Its volume diminished several times over, its brilliance intensified, the piercing shriek fading into a menacing low hum. The upgraded magic cannon. Piccolo's mind was a blank canvas, yet he instinctively aimed this newfound energy at the specified location. Zing! A slender beam of purple light shot forth with unprecedented speed. With a soft sound, the beam pierced through Raditz's battle suit, penetrating his body. However, contrary to Piccolo's expectations, it did not result in a massive explosion. The beam skillfully avoided Raditz's heart and vital organs, merely damaging his power core. Raditz's expression froze as he looked down at the small wound on his chest, disbelief flooding his eyes. His strength rapidly waned. Goku, too, had reached his limit and finally released his hold. The 2 individuals slowly collapsed. Raditz lay gravely injured and unconscious, while Goku succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Yet, both remain alive. Piccolo, propped up on his knee, gasped heavily as he witnessed the scene before him, feeling as though his entire understanding of the past had been shattered. He stared blankly at his fingers and then at the fallen Raditz in the distance. They had succeeded. That voice, that oppressive force, that peculiar technique. Who was behind it all? Who was orchestrating these events from the shadows? At that moment, the air before them began to warp and ripple. A figure materialized from a void, as if stepping out from another dimension, appearing on the ravaged battlefield. Clad in black, with dark hair and eyes, the visage was reminiscent of 8 years prior. Yet the depth of those eyes exuded a tranquility that seemed to penetrate all. He surveyed the aftermath, as if everything lay within his calculations. Chapter 11. In the wilderness, an oppressive silence. Only the sound of the wind stirred the dust, sweeping past the 3 confronting figures. Goku, barely regaining consciousness, struggled alongside Piccolo to rise from the ground. Their exhausted bodies teetering on the brink of collapse, their energy dwindling like a flickering candle in the breeze. All their focus was directed towards the enigmatic figure in black. The face was both familiar and foreign. Familiar, for it belonged to the young man who had astonished all at the martial arts tournament 8 years ago. Foreign, due to the essence and aura he emanated. Goku felt no trace of energy from him. He seemed as solid as a stone, as steadfast as a tree. An illusion that defied existence. Yet, this very specter, merely standing there, invoked a sense of oppression far more profound and expansive than Raditz had ever exuded. Within Piccolo, a tempest of emotions surged. His senses were sharper than Goku's, allowing him to grasp the sheer terror of what had just transpired. Mental communication, spiritual pressure, exposing weaknesses, ultimately, this man had revealed himself. Everything he had known about the concept of power had been irrevocably transformed. Xuan? Goku gasped, tentatively uttering the name. Xuan did not turn. His gaze settled calmly upon the Saiyan, struggling to rise not far away. Raditz had awakened as well. The wound in his chest had ceased bleeding, his formidable life force preventing his immediate demise. Yet the rapid depletion of his strength plunged him into an unprecedented state of panic and fury. "Who are you?" Raditz shouted, using his remaining hand to support himself, while the other trembled as it pointed accusatorily at Xuan, gathering a feeble sphere of purple energy in his palm. "Whatever monstrosity you are, perish," he roared, hurling that last vestige of energy toward Xuan with all his might. This was the last shred of dignity for a Saiyan. A desperate struggle of a cornered beast. Goku and Piccolo felt their hearts leap to their throats. However, in the face of the surging energy, Xuan did not even lift his eyelids. He merely extended a finger. From a distance of several meters, he pointed gently at Raditz, as if performing a casual gesture devoid of any flamboyance. In the next moment, Raditz's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints. He felt an invisible, yet overwhelmingly potent force instantaneously penetrate his body. This force did not destroy his organs or damage his cells. Rather, it precisely sliced through the meridian nodes responsible for channeling energy within him, akin to a blade with keen vision. The energy he had just gathered, prepared to unleash a second wave of attack, dissipated like a punctured balloon in an instant. Following this, an indescribable sensation of paralysis coursed through his entire being. He completely lost control of his body. His limbs stiffened, and he could not move even a finger, collapsing rigidly to the ground, his eyes darting wildly in sheer terror. What sorcery is this? Raditz's mind roared in chaos, as his worldview shattered in that moment. He had witnessed beings capable of obliterating planets with their energy, and those who could immobilize foes with supernatural abilities. Yet he had never encountered, nor could he have imagined, anyone capable of directly severing a Saiyan warrior's source of power at such a fundamental level. This was no longer a battle. It was a divine strike against the mortal realm, a dimensional descent of power. Piccolo observed the scene with clarity, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. If the earlier telepathic communication had left him astonished, the current display of remote domination instilled a profound fear that resonated deep within his soul. The proud technique of his special beam cannon sought ultimate destruction, while Lucien's single finger pursued the pinnacle of control. The disparity in their realms was glaringly evident. "Lucien, it truly is you." At that moment, the sound of propellers roared from afar as Krillin, Bulma, Master Roshi, and others leaped from the aircraft. Hastening toward the battlefield, Krillin spotted the dark figure and exclaimed excitedly. His voice shattered the tense atmosphere and confirmed Goku and Piccolo's suspicions. "Where have you been all these years?" Krillin rushed forward, gazing at the transformed demeanor of his old friend, overwhelmed with excitement and momentarily at a loss for words. Lucien turned around, offering a slight nod to the group as a greeting, indicating that further conversation could wait. His gaze swept over the exhausted Goku and the vigilant Piccolo, ultimately resting on Raditz, who lay immobilized before him. "I will ask, and you will answer." Lucien's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. He approached Raditz, crouching down. "How many Saiyans like you are there, and when will they arrive on Earth?" A flicker of humiliation and resentment flashed in Raditz's eyes as he clenched his mouth shut. Lucien shook his head, seemingly losing patience. His finger once again pressed against Raditz's forehead. This time, Raditz's body trembled violently, his gaze becoming vacant and hollow, as if his very soul had been wrenched from its vessel. Soul searching. This was a newfound ability that emerged after Lucien reached the pinnacle of the training concealment realm, a testament to his amplified mental prowess. Countless images and pieces of information surged into Lucien's mind like a tidal wave. The destruction of Planet Vegeta, the terror of Frieza, the history of the Saiyan conquests, and the two even more formidable Saiyans who would arrive on Earth in a year's time. Moments later, Lu Xian withdrew his finger. Raditz seemed utterly drained of all vitality, collapsing into unconsciousness. Lu Xian rose to his feet, surveying the faces around him, each reflecting concern, confusion, or vigilance, before he spoke slowly. In 1 year, 2 Scions would indeed arrive on Earth. His voice was soft, yet it caused the countenance of every individual present to turn ashen. One possessed a battle power of 4,000, while the other surpassed 8,000. Boom! This figure detonated in the minds of all like a formidable bomb. 4,000? 8,000. A Raditz with a mere battle power of 1,500 had nearly led them to annihilation. What despair awaited them against foes several times stronger? What kind of joke is this? Krillin's voice trembled, the joy of their recent reunion dissipating, leaving only an icy dread. Even Goku, who was typically fearless, bore an unprecedented gravity upon his face. Lu Xian then directed his gaze towards Goku, his tone remaining composed. The energy you currently wield is one that they can easily detect and capture. This means that as long as you are alive and emitting energy, Earth will forever remain a conspicuous target for them in the cosmos. These words plunged the hearts of all present into the depths of despair. An atmosphere of hopelessness once again enveloped the desolate wilderness. At that moment, Lu Xian shifted his tone. He looked at the exhausted Goku and Piccolo and calmly stated, "The strength you have relied upon all this time originates from within yourselves, known as Ki. However, the very planet beneath your feet and the air you breathe harbor a far greater, more primal power. I refer to it as essence. The universe possesses forces beyond mere Ki." He extended his hand, palm facing upward. A gentle breeze brushed past, causing a withered leaf to drift down, landing squarely in his palm. In the next instant, to the astonishment of all, the leaf began to regain its vibrant green hue at a visibly accelerated pace. Bursting forth with life, Master Roshi stood in stunned silence. "In 1 year's time, I shall remain here to guide you." Lu Xian retracted his hand. His tone, unassuming, yet kindled a glimmer of hope within all present, guiding them on how to sense, absorb, and utilize the primordial energy of the universe. As for how far they could progress, that hinged upon their own fortunes. No sooner had his words faded than a soft thud echoed. Wukong, succumbing to his grave injuries, could no longer sustain himself. Yet, upon his face lingered a trace of contentment and curiosity as he fell. His breath swiftly dissipated into the ether. Above, a divine radiance descended, revealing the figure of a celestial being who nodded complexly at Lu Xian before gently guiding Wukong's departed soul away. "I shall take him to the king of the realm for further training." Piccolo cast a deep glance at Lu Xian and then at the unconscious Gohan, silently lifting Gohan in his arms and turning to depart. His steps remained resolute, yet within him, a profound seed of curiosity regarding Lu Xian's teachings had been sown. Ultimately, amidst the wilderness, only Lu Xian remained, surrounded by Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Dend. These formidable warriors of Earth gazed at this long-absent yet unfathomable old acquaintance. Their eyes ignited with the flame of hope. An unprecedented transformation in training was poised to unfold. Chapter 12. Your path has grown narrow. I shall forge you a weapon. The events in the wilderness had momentarily concluded, yet more troubling matters lay ahead. A year hence, 2 even more formidable Scions were set to arrive. This revelation weighed heavily upon Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien. They prided themselves as Earth's elite warriors, yet they could not even best a single Raditz. Faced with adversaries several times stronger than Raditz, they found themselves utterly at a loss. Their only glimmer of hope seemed to reside in the energy Lu Xian spoke of, a skill so profound that even Raditz could not comprehend it. Atop the Corinne Tower, a lofty perch upon Earth, the air was thin yet pristine. Krillin and the others sat cross-legged, their expressions a mix of anticipation and unease. They fixed their gaze upon the figure clad in black, placing all their hopes upon him. How on earth does one cultivate this energy? Krillin, rubbing his hands together, was the first to voice the question. Yamcha and Tien perked up their ears, and even Dend, usually reticent, widened his eyes, eager to absorb every word without missing a syllable. Lu Xian did not respond directly. With a casual wave of his hand, several jade stones emerged from his sleeve, silently landing at various spots atop the tower. A soft hum resonated, almost imperceptible, before Krillin and the others could fully comprehend the situation. They sensed a sudden shift in the surrounding air. The previously thin atmosphere felt denser, each breath imbued with comfort, alleviating some of the fatigue accumulated from days of battle. "What is this?" Yamcha exclaimed, eyes wide as he surveyed his surroundings. Though he saw nothing, the sensations within his body were undeniable. A simple gathering array, Lu Xian explained calmly, capable of channeling the surrounding energy. Now, you should possess a deeper understanding of what vital energy truly is. He paused, observing the puzzled expressions of the group, before continuing. The energy you cultivate originates from within your own bodies, extracted through rigorous training, drawn from both your physical and mental essence. This force resembles your muscles, potent and direct, capable of explosive power, yet constrained by limits that are challenging to transcend. I trust you comprehend this. Conversely, vital energy is derived from the myriad elements of nature, a distinctly different form of energy. Lu Xian extended a finger, gesturing toward the sea of clouds beneath, and then to the distant sky. The wind, the clouds, the sunlight, and the earth, all entities harbor this fundamental energy. It is omnipresent, yet intangible and elusive. Unlike the energy within you, which you can command, this energy must be felt and understood, eventually merging with your very being. Your energy is akin to a fist, while vital energy resembles the flowing river. One cannot shatter a river with a mere punch. Yet one can learn to craft a vessel and navigate with the current, harnessing the strength of the entire river. This discourse left the audience in a state of partial comprehension. Quiet your minds, cast aside all thoughts, and allow your bodies to relax. Lu Xian's voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, urging them to forget the energy within and refrain from exerting control over anything. What you must do is listen. Use your skin, your hair, your very soul to perceive how this world breathes. Clin and the others promptly closed their eyes and followed Lu Xian's guidance. However, this proved far more challenging than they had anticipated. All were adept fighters, each muscle and breath accustomed to strict control. To relinquish all control felt akin to asking a battle-hardened general who had fought countless wars to discard his weapons and step onto the battlefield unarmed. Particularly for Clin, his urgency grew, given that only a year remained. The more he sought to relax, the more his mind sharpened, the more he endeavored to listen, the more he felt compelled to summon the energy within his body, scanning outward like a radar. Consequently, the harder he tried, the more chaotic the energy became within him. That familiar power, which had accompanied him for decades, now spiraled out of control, rampaging through his body. Clin let out a muffled groan, his face flushed with crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat cascading down. The tumult of energy caused intense pain in his very core. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, a single finger gently pressed against his brow. A wave of soothing, tranquil energy flowed from that fingertip, immediately calming the tumultuous energy within him. Clin's body relaxed completely, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for air, a wave of dread washing over him. With just one finger, Lu Xian had quelled the chaos within him. How extraordinary was this man's mastery over power? Lu Xian withdrew his finger and shook his head. "You are far too anxious. Your heart is in disarray." As the days passed, there was little progress in the cultivation atop the Kailinta. After 3 days of fruitless attempts, Yamucha ultimately succumbed to slumber against the pillar. Tianjin Fan, with his third eye closed, endeavored to perceive the world through his heart, yet was confronted only by a sea of white. Dumpling remained surprisingly quiet. But aside from levitating stones with his extraordinary abilities, he too failed to grasp the elusive essence of energy. They were all endowed with tremendous strength, yet utterly lost as to its application, floundering in confusion. Only Gohan stood as an exception, perhaps due to his tender age and uncomplicated thoughts. It is no wonder that it is often said that cultivation should commence early. It may also be attributed to the unique bloodline coursing through his veins. On the 5th day, in a state of drowsiness, he confided in Lu Xian, expressing that he seemed to sense a gentle warmth, akin to a mother's hand caressing his face. This revelation invigorated Clin and the others momentarily, yet they soon fell into a deeper despondency. Realizing they were outperformed even by a 4-year-old child, Lu Xian remained silent, his attention focused on observation. His consciousness delved into each individual's body, meticulously examining their meridian structures. He discerned the truth. The meridians of these top Earth warriors were inherently designed for the vigorous flow of energy, robust and substantial. The crux of the issue lay here. Such meridians were intended for the explosive release of energy, rendering them incapable of perceiving the subtle energies. Lu Xian finally comprehended the situation. It was an impossibility to transform the established meridian system of these warriors into a fine structure capable of sensing all things within a year. Any attempts at alteration would not only prove ineffective, but would also jeopardize their foundational abilities, an unwise endeavor. On the seventh morning, when Klin and the others reopened their eyes, Lu Xian announced a cessation of their training. Your path has been irrevocably determined. His voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. The path of mutual cultivation with energy is currently inaccessible to you. These words cast a chill over their hearts. Klin's lips moved, yet no words emerged. Even Tianjin Fan's face, typically animated, bore an unusual lack of spirit. Inaccessible. These three syllables were tantamount to a death sentence for them. Observing their dejected visages, Lu Xian shifted his tone. However, while the path may be barred, alternative remedies can be sought. He surveyed the group, his gaze firm and resolute. Since you cannot learn to harness the forces of heaven and earth, I shall forge a weapon that can channel these powers. A weapon? The group suddenly lifted their heads, their previously despondent expressions now flickering with a glimmer of hope. Lu Xian offered no further explanation, merely turning away, his figure gradually fading at the edge of Kylan Tower. Yet, in that instant, his consciousness traversed mountains and rivers, sweeping across the entire planet. Ultimately, it settled upon a vast, white expanse of the far northern ice fields, where the wind howled fiercely, creating a cacophony of sound. Piccolo sat cross-legged on an iceberg, while Gohan, not far behind him, wrapped himself in Raditz' tattered battle attire. Trembling from the cold, yet gritting his teeth to endure. Unlike Krillin and the others, Piccolo did not attempt to grasp anything with his mind. As a Namekian, he possessed an innate prowess in mental strength. At this moment, he fully released his psychic energy, allowing it to disperse and meld into the swirling snow. Attuning himself to the descent of each individual snowflake and the biting gusts of wind. This endeavor was taxing, and his mental energy was depleting rapidly, causing his complexion to pale. Yet, amidst the boundless chill, his mental tendrils detected a faint, distinct pulse, a breath that belonged to this planet itself. Observing this, Lu Xian's lips curled slightly before he resumed his quest for rare treasures to forge weapons. Chapter 13. Crafting the Grand Array, still in need of a nexus? The training atop the Kylan ceased, yet the Z fighters remained industrious. Lu Xian departed, leaving behind a promise to prepare a weapon for them. Curiosity abounded regarding the nature of this weapon. Hey Krillin, what do you think Lu Xian's weapon will be like? Yamcha inquired, performing weighted squats while gasping for breath. Will it be something akin to Tien's Kikaho, capable of obliterating an opponent in a single strike? Krillin, pressed to the ground by Chaozu's telekinetic abilities and struggling to speak through his reddened face, managed to utter a few words. I guess it could be a sword. Or perhaps a knife. After all, don't legendary masters wield swords? The god stood to the side, observing his disciples engage in the most traditional form of Qi training. His expression complex. He understood better than anyone the formidable nature of the Qi Lu Xian spoke of. It was a power entirely distinct from Qi, yet of a higher echelon. However, for these already established warriors, the threshold of that path seemed insurmountably high. They could only place their hopes in the weapon Lu Xian mentioned. But could even the mightiest weapon truly bridge the vast chasm of combat prowess? Meanwhile, at another location, above the stratosphere of Earth, Lu Xian sat cross-legged, suspended amidst a sea of clouds, as if he were one with the cosmos. He claimed to be in seclusion, yet sought no hidden realm for retreat. The entirety of Earth served as his sanctuary. His consciousness unfurled from his brow, an invisible force instantly spreading to encompass the entire planet. In that moment, the contours of mountains, the depths of oceans, and the temperature of the core coalesced into a vivid three-dimensional image within his mind. This epitomized the pinnacle of the cultivation of hidden realms. On the panel, lines of data flashed rapidly. Initiate global scan precision, molecular-level target screening, high-density, highly conductive materials. The first step in array formation was sourcing materials. Lu Xian aimed to forge a grand array known as the Locking Heaven Array. Once this formation is laid down, it can independently create a secluded space, isolating the internal from the external. Within the formation, he stands as the sole sovereign. However, to sustain a formation capable of ensnaring a formidable transcendence realm expert, the demands for materials reach an unparalleled height. With a mere thought, Lu Xian's consciousness swiftly zeroed in on the Andes Mountains of South America. His mind penetrated through layers of rock, traversing the molten mantle, ultimately locking onto a massive piece of metal emanating a faint starlight, located near the core. This was stellar iron, formed from fragments of stellar cores and cosmic dust during the planet's nascent stage, shaped over billions of years under immense pressure and geothermal forces, making it the most suitable material for crafting the foundation of the formation. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, his vast mental power transformed into an invisible hand, grasping the 100-ton stellar iron and heaving it upwards with tremendous force. A deep rumble resonated from the depths of the earth, causing the very foundations of a mountain range to tremble gently. The colossal piece of stellar iron was forcibly extracted from the vicinity of the core, trailing a long stream of molten rock, and with incredible speed, broke through successive layers of the crust, finally bursting forth from the mouth of an active volcano in the Andes. The moment the 100-ton metal emerged from the surface, it was enveloped by an imperceptible spatial force, rapidly diminishing in size until it became the size of a fist, landing within Lu Xian's sleeve. This was the mustard seed space, a compact personal realm he had opened upon entering the concealment realm. Panel notification: successfully collected stellar iron. Energy consumption, 37. Having accomplished this, Lu Xian's expression remained unchanged. His consciousness flowed once more, this time directing his gaze to the other side of the world, towards the profound and dark depths of the Mariana Trench. Ignoring the terrifying water pressure capable of crushing steel, his mind effortlessly descended to the ocean floor, 10,000 meters deep. There at the bottom of the abyss lay a crystalline vein radiating a spectrum of colors, quietly resting. This was the deep-sea crystal, or a product of the convergence of the world's vital energy under extreme water pressure and seabed minerals, containing pure aquatic spiritual essence, ideal for inscribing formation patterns. Lu Xian had no intention of excavating it bit by bit. Instead, his consciousness enveloped the entire vein, which stretched for several kilometers. Rise, accompanied by a silent command. The entire seabed trembled violently. The immense crystal vein was uprooted by tremendous force, carving out a vast vacuum channel in the water, overcoming the immense pressure of 10,000 meters and generating a colossal vortex, ultimately erupting from the surface and being drawn into the mustard seed space. Panel notification: successfully collected deep-sea crystal, or energy consumption, 52. Ancient ice beneath the Arctic ice cap. Essence of geothermal fire deep within Sakura Island's volcano. Chaotic spatial stones hovering above the Bermuda Triangle. Over the next 3 days, Lu Xian's consciousness swept across the globe, employing the same method to gather a total of 999 rare materials from across the world, all stored within the mustard seed space. The Z warriors continued to sweat beneath the Kalen Tower, striving desperately to enhance even a fraction of their combat prowess. They could never fathom that just above them, a man was utilizing the entire planet as a repository for materials, engaged in preparations beyond their wildest imaginations. Within the mustard seed space, amidst a haze of gray void, there lay a platform of considerable dimensions. Lu Xian sat cross-legged. In front of him, a mountain of 999 materials, including star iron and deep-sea crystal ore, radiated with various radiant glows. Refining. Lu Xian's hands shifted in intricate gestures. A wisp of azure, true fire erupted from his fingertips. As the true fire descended into the pile of materials, it instantly transformed into a sea of flames. The resilient star iron melted swiftly under the intense heat, impurities dissipating into azure smoke. Other auxiliary materials also underwent purification and fusion amidst the inferno. For 7 days and nights, Lu Xian remained awake, skillfully controlling the fusion ratios of each material with his mental prowess. At last, 1,080 palm-sized, entirely black formation flags, inscribed with profound patterns, along with 365 heavier bases serving as nodes for the formation, quietly hovered in midair. With everything in place, Lu Xian took a deep breath and commenced the final step of assembling the formation. With a flicker of his mind, all flags and bases began to rotate along predetermined trajectories, aiming to unite into a coherent prototype of the formation. However, just as they were about to coalesce, a low hum resonated. The entire prototype trembled violently, the patterns on the flags flickering erratically, and an unstable wave of energy spread forth, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. Lu Xian's brow furrowed in concern. Something was amiss. He halted abruptly, gazing at the suspended components, deep in contemplation. The locking heaven great formation wielded immense power, its energy flow far exceeding the limits of any material on Earth. Although these flags and bases were crafted from rare treasures, they merely served to conduct and amplify energy. The entire formation lacked a core, an energy hub capable of suppressing, unifying all energies, and enduring the full force of a transcendent being's strike. A focal point, Xuan once again expanded his mental reach, meticulously searching the entirety of Earth. This time, his objective was clear: to find a substance surpassing star iron, possessing exceptional energy and a stable structure. An hour passed. Then two. A day went by. Xuan's brow tightened further. There was nothing. He scoured the entire planet, from the surface to the core, but could not find a single material that met the requirements for the focal point. The material hierarchy of Earth had reached its limit. Even he could not conjure treasures that transcended the level of this world. Was it destined for the locking heaven great formation to fail? As Xuan was preparing to retract his divine consciousness, he inadvertently swept across the West Capital, glancing at the brightly lit headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Initially, his consciousness merely brushed past, yet it unexpectedly detected an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from one of the premier laboratories. Inside the lab, a figure with azure hair was anxiously grappling with a black spherical device, her face contorted with frustration. It was Bulma, and she was examining the remnants of a small spacecraft dismantled from Raditz. Xuan's gaze fell upon the spherical energy core, which Bulma had connected to various instruments. In that instant, a panel suddenly illuminated, emitting a rapid alert. Ding! High-density energy crystal detected. Internal analysis reveals a spatial stabilization structure post-singularity collapse, capable of perfectly sustaining the energy flow of the locking heaven array and can withstand energy impacts below 100,000 combat power. Recommendation: can be utilized as the core eye of the locking heaven array. Chapter 14. The Arrival of Miracles. Bulma's worldview shattered. In the West Capital, at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, the forefront of global technology, countless epic-making inventions have been birthed. Yet within the most central laboratory of the company, the individual hailed as the smartest on Earth was troubled by a black metallic sphere. Bulma, a prodigious scientist in her 20s, was anxiously tugging at her azure hair. Before her lay an energy core extracted from Raditz's spherical spaceship, connected to the planet's most powerful supercomputer via hundreds of intricate data cables. The screen flickered with vast amounts of data, yet the final result consistently displayed a glaring red, indicating analysis failure. This is incorrect. Entirely incorrect. Bulma fixated on the screen, muttering to herself. The method of energy confinement defied Maxwell's demon theory. How could it possibly stabilize such high-density particles at a singularity without increasing entropy? She had exhausted every known physical model, from string theory to quantum foam, yet none could elucidate the principles of this small sphere. This phenomenon transcended humanity's current scientific understanding. For someone who's always prided herself on her genius and relied on science to explain everything, this sense of powerlessness was unbearable. This was no mere technological gap. It was a fundamental theoretical chasm. As Bulma, frustrated, prepared to restart the simulation, a calm voice suddenly resonated behind her. Utilizing the repulsive field generated during spatial jumps to forcibly distort microscopic space, forming a pseudo-black hole force field to confine high-energy particles is a commendable idea. But the execution is rather crude. Who? Bulma gasped, spinning around abruptly. Her laboratory's security system was among the world's finest. Even a fly entering would trigger an alarm. Yet this young man clad in black had silently appeared behind her, as if he had been standing there all along. It was Xuan. Bulma's pupils contracted, and her brows furrowed tightly, her gaze tinged with displeasure. The enigmatic methods this man exhibited during the Saiyan invasion had profoundly challenged her scientific beliefs. Now, he had intruded into her laboratory through such an unscientific manner. "How did you get in here?" Bulma asked, her arms crossed and her tone sharp. Xuan did not respond. His gaze was fixated on the energy core, a creation that had consumed Bulma's efforts for months, yet yielded no progress. He approached slowly, disregarding the invaluable precision instruments surrounding him, and stood directly at the experimental table. Bulma was about to admonish him not to touch anything when she witnessed a scene that left her utterly astonished. Xuan, devoid of any instruments or protective gear, merely extended a slender, fair finger. A faint azure stream of energy danced around his fingertip. Then, with that very finger, he gently traced the surface of the extraterrestrial technological crystal. His movements were slow and nonchalant, akin to caressing a work of art. As his fingertip glided across, the previously inert black sphere began to ripple with waves of energy, as if it had come to life. Bulma was rendered speechless. She had just overheard Lu Xian muttering to himself about concepts like spatial leap repulsive fields and pseudo-black hole force fields, terms that comprised half of the formidable challenges she was desperately researching, yet remained in the realm of theoretical conjecture. And this man, with a mere touch, seemed to unravel all their mysteries? What was this? Some form of diagnosis or mere sorcery? His technique was far too rudimentary. Lu Xian repeated his observations, shaking his head with a hint of regret. In pursuit of stability, over 90% of the energy conversion rate has been sacrificed, and the curvature variations in the spatial force field are excessively rigid, unable to accommodate high-intensity energy output. Should it exceed the threshold, the entire core would collapse into a miniature black hole. A truly foolish design. This revelation sent shockwaves through Bulma. She understood completely. She grasped every word Lu Xian uttered. The issues he pointed out were precisely the fatal theoretical flaws her computer simulations had revealed after countless iterations. She had painstakingly arrived at these conclusions through vast data analysis and computation, while Lu Xian, with a mere glance and touch, discerned it all. Bulma's mind went blank as she stared at Lu Xian, as if beholding a monster. Did such individuals exist in this world, who could intuitively grasp the truths of the universe without calculation or experimentation? In the next moment, Lu Xian's actions made her heart race. With a flick of his finger, the energy core detached from the apparatus and floated effortlessly into his palm. "Hey, what are you doing? That's dangerous," Bulma screamed. Should the energy within spiral out of control, it could obliterate the entire West City from the map. Lu Xian did not even glance at her, casually pocketing the energy core capable of annihilating a city. Indeed, it vanished into thin air. Bulma's mouth formed an O, rendering her speechless. Only after this act did Lu Xian finally look at her directly for the first time. With a flick of his wrist, a warm, lustrous white jade slip appeared in his palm, which he tossed onto the laboratory table. "Consider this my exchange for taking it," Lu Xian stated calmly. "Inside are some optimization ideas regarding the structure of this energy core. They may prove beneficial to your research." As his words faded, Lu Xian's figure slowly began to dissipate, ultimately vanishing entirely. The laboratory returned to silence, leaving Bulma standing there, dazed, her mind a blank slate. After a long while, she awkwardly shuffled to the table. She picked up the jade slip, feeling its warmth, still imbued with a faint trace of body heat. Optimization ideas? Bulma chuckled to herself in self-deprecation. She believed Lu Xian must be toying with her. What insights could a charlatan, who couldn't even use a multimeter, possibly offer? Would he employ talismans or incantations? Clutching the jade slip, her irritation mounted, and she nearly discarded it into the trash. Yet, inexplicably, her gaze fell upon the end of the slip where it resembled a connector. Hesitating, she thought, "I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve," and proceeded to connect the slip to the computer's data line. To her surprise, the interface matched perfectly. "Quite impressive," Bulma muttered, pressing the data red key. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from her supercomputer. The red warning of a failed analysis vanished instantaneously, replaced by an unimaginable torrent of data surging forth. Within it were countless theoretical formulas unknown to Bulma, energy models she had encountered yet could not comprehend, and spatial curvature equations she could never hope to calculate in her lifetime. At that moment, everything unfolded before her in a complete and intuitive manner. A brand new, nearly perfect energy constraint model automatically took shape in the center of the screen. This model addressed the issues of low conversion rates and the rigidity of curvature changes, even proposing numerous revolutionary energy application schemes that could upend the entire field of physics. Bulma's body began to tremble uncontrollably, a reaction entirely driven by excitement. This was no mere optimization idea. It was as if a deity from a higher civilization had dissected the truths of the universe and fed them directly into her hands. She gazed at the flawless theoretical model on the screen, recalling Lu Xian's indifferent gaze as he departed. So that was it. A commendable concept. Yet the execution was too crude. Perhaps it may assist your research. In that moment, Bulma finally grasped the deeper meaning behind his calm demeanor. It was a perspective from a higher dimension of cognition. She covered her mouth, slumped in her chair, her eyes sparkling with a profound illumination as her worldview was utterly shattered. After a long while, a murmured, dreamlike whisper echoed in the silent laboratory. "This is unscientific. This is nothing short of magic." Chapter 15. The Arrival of the Saiyans. The prey is ensnared. Upon acquiring the materials, Lu Xian returned to continue the preparation of the grand formation. Days passed, and only one day remained until the Scion's arrival. Beneath the Kalen Tower, the atmosphere was stifling. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan gathered in silence, each lost in thought. They had trained diligently for a year. Their combat abilities had indeed improved significantly. Yet, when recalling Raditz' words about those two monsters far stronger than him, their progress seemed insufficient. Is there still no news from Goku? Krillin paced restlessly, occasionally glancing skyward. Piccolo sat cross-legged on a stone, eyes closed, saying nothing, but his tense posture betrayed his anxiety. Their only hopes now rested on Goku, who was still training on King Kai's planet, and Lu Xien, who had vanished for nearly a year. Lu Xien had promised to prepare a weapon for them, but the nature of this weapon and its potential to defeat the Scions remained a mystery to all. Just as their anxiety reached its peak, high above the designated battlefield, Lu Xien was meditating in midair. His expression was serene as he held a modified Scion spaceship's energy core in his palm. This object no longer resembled its original form. The smooth black sphere appeared to contain countless stars swirling within. This was the focal point of the locking Heaven Grand Formation. Lu Xien calmly surveyed the earth below. After months of study, he had become intimately familiar with the terrain and spatial nodes of this area. The time had come. He extended his hand, summoning a black flag inscribed with runes, which he flicked with his fingers. Whoosh! The flag transformed into a streak of light, silently diving into the depths of a mountain 100 miles away. A hum reverberated through the air as the surrounding spiritual energy of that mountain trembled slightly. Lu Xian's expression remained unchanged as he continued his actions. The second flag was sent into the clouds above, the third into the source of an underground river, the fourth. The fifth, his movements were deliberate but precise, with each flag landing exactly where he had planned. Beneath the ground, within the clouds at mountain nodes, and even in invisible spatial crevices, a total of 1,080 flags and 365 bases were meticulously arranged. With each placement, the connection between this realm and the Grand Formation deepened. This process consumed an entire day. When the last base vanished into the void, Lu Xien finally exhaled slowly, his face slightly pale, indicating considerable exertion. Only the final step remained, to place it within the focal point. Lu Xien held the glowing orb in his hand, and with a swift motion, he arrived at the very center of the battlefield. He gradually pressed the modified focal point into the earth. There was no thunderous roar, nor was there a brilliant flash. As soon as the focal point made contact with the ground, it quietly assimilated into the soil, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, the entire battlefield underwent a subtle transformation, albeit difficult to discern. The trajectory of a falling speck of dust deviated slightly. The flow of air seemed to adopt an odd pattern, and the light that traversed this space exhibited a minuscule refractive anomaly, rendering distant objects somewhat distorted. At that moment, a bird happened to be flying in from afar, aiming to pass through the area in a straight line. As it approached the battlefield's edge, it abruptly halted, flapping its wings in a frenzy and letting out a terrified cry. Although it perceived nothing ahead, it felt the presence of an invisible wall emanating an aura of dread. The bird quickly veered away, making a wide detour to escape the ominous region. Simultaneously, as the formation was completed, a voice resonated suddenly in Piccolo's mind beneath the KO tower. It was the voice of the King Kai. "Piccolo, can you hear me? Quickly share the good news. Goku has completed his training and is racing back to Earth at full speed. He is expected to arrive shortly." However, there was also a grim tidings. Those two Scions are on their way here. The urgency in the King Kai's voice was palpable. As this news spread, everyone felt an invigorating surge. "Wonderful! Goku is returning!" Krillin exclaimed, leaping with excitement, his worries momentarily alleviated. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan also breathed a sigh of relief, their faces brightening with smiles. With Goku's return, hope was rekindled, yet their joy was short-lived. As Piccolo's words faded, two objects suddenly pierced the sky above them. Two entities, adorned with crimson tails, breached the atmosphere from a peculiar angle, descending rapidly with a sharp, whistling sound. The smiles on their faces froze in place. "They're here." The two objects did not crash directly upon them, but landed in a city wreckage several kilometers away. Boom! Boom! Two resounding explosions erupted simultaneously. Clouds of dust billowed from the ruins, causing the ground to tremble. A pressure far more formidable, cold, and sinister than that of Raditz enveloped them, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. As the dust gradually settled, two circular spacecraft lay nestled within the craters. The hatches opened, and a tall, bald, muscular man emerged. Nappa, Following him was a shorter man clad in a blue combat uniform, his black hair contrasting sharply with his menacing aura. The Saiyan Prince Vegeta. He surveyed the desolate surroundings with a disdainful sneer and activated the power-level scouter over his left eye. Beep, beep, beep. A series of numbers flashed before coming to a halt. Umph. A collection of worthless trash with power levels not exceeding 1,000, Vegeta scoffed. Nappa, eliminate them. At your command, Prince Vegeta. With a sinister laugh, Nappa propelled himself skyward, hurtling towards the concentration of energy emitted by the Z warriors. At the same moment, at the center of the locking heaven array, Xuan, who had kept his eyes shut, gradually opened them. Having transcended to the divine connection realm through his comprehension of the locking heaven array, the ensuing events felt like mere play to him. His gaze seemed to pierce through vast distances, landing upon the two unwelcome guests. A slight smirk played upon Xuan's lips. The pieces have finally taken their places. Chapter 16. Locking Heaven Array, welcome to your doom. Nappa, with a menacing grin, tore through the clouds from high above, racing towards the Z warriors with astonishing speed. The flames engulfing his body turned the sky a dark crimson. Even from dozens of kilometers away, the chilling aura, far surpassing that of Raditz, rendered everyone breathless. Beneath the Kailinta, Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He fixated on the rapidly approaching dark speck, feeling as though his heart might cease beating under the weight of that oppressive energy. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Despite a year of training that had significantly enhanced each of their strengths, all their efforts seemed laughably futile in the face of such raw power. Piccolo, gritting his teeth, managed to utter a few words through clenched jaws, his face paling to the extreme. His current battle power had barely reached 1,300. A year ago, this figure would have allowed him to look down upon the entire Earth. Yet now, confronted with Nappa's 4,000, he found himself utterly unqualified to stand as a contender. Yamcha, Ten, and Chaozu wore expressions of utter despair, their will to resist nearly extinguished. Gohan, terrified, hid behind Piccolo, his small body trembling, desperately trying to suppress his tears. Their hope, Goku, had yet to return, and Xuan, who had promised to provide them with weapons, was also nowhere to be seen. Was everything truly at an end? Ha ha, I found you. A pitiful swarm of insects. Nappa's boisterous laughter echoed from the sky, resonating painfully in their ears. He hovered in midair, looking down with disdain upon the weak earthlings below. To his astonishment, he noticed Kakarot's son among them. With a sinister grin, Nappa's gaze fixed on Gohan, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Let us begin with you, and let you experience true despair. With that, Nappa slowly raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, aiming at the ruins of the city below. An overwhelming energy, suffocating in its magnitude, swiftly coalesced at his fingertips, brimming with a pure desire for destruction. The Z warriors' pupils constricted, their muscles tensing to their utmost limits. They understood that with this strike they, along with the very ground beneath them, would be obliterated in an instant. Just as the light at Nappa's fingertips was about to erupt, a calm voice, seemingly without warning, resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Those who enter my array, their life and death are in my hands. The sound, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present on the field. Nappa's movements faltered, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his face. Who is playing tricks? He abruptly turned his head, scanning the surroundings in an attempt to locate the source of the sound, yet found nothing. In that moment of distraction, an unforeseen change occurred. A thunderous roar erupted from the earth. Subsequently, all eyes turned to witness a colossal azure light curtain rising from the horizon. This curtain, semi-transparent and imbued with countless flowing golden runes, ascended rapidly, ultimately converging at an altitude of 10,000 meters, forming an inverted giant bowl. For 100 miles in every direction, the entire battlefield, along with the clouds above, was entirely enveloped by this immense light curtain, completely isolating it from the outside world. An independent, enclosed space had thus been created. What is this? Klin stared in astonishment at the scene before him, his mind a blank slate. Bick was equally astonished, sensing that the oppressive aura, which had made it difficult for him to breathe, had diminished by over 70% since the curtain's rise. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, Vegeta languidly leaned against a rock, awaiting Nappa's elimination of the lesser foes. Suddenly, the battle power detector affixed to his left eye emitted a shrill, piercing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Unknown energy reaction detected. Energy levels unable to be analyzed. Unable to analyze. The values on the lens began to fluctuate wildly, skyrocketing from 3 digits to 5, then 6, before devolving into a chaotic series of codes. What is this? Vegeta furrowed his brow and tapped the detector. In the next moment, the screen flickered twice before going completely black, leaving only a glaring red word in the center. Error. Useless. Vegeta cursed in frustration, yanking the malfunctioning detector from his eye. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he placed greater faith in his instincts. He concentrated, attempting to sense Naba's location. However, upon this attempt, his expression shifted dramatically. No, there was nothing. Just moments ago, Naba and the Earth Warriors had vanished without a trace. All energy and information from that direction seemed to have been devoured by some unseen force. What is happening? Vegeta stood upright, his demeanor growing serious for the first time. He had battled across countless planets, never encountering such a bizarre situation. He understood that a person's energy could be concealed, but it could never simply vanish into thin air. This was beyond his comprehension. Within the erase space, Naba's expression changed. He realized that the energy sphere he had been gathering at his fingertips dissipated the moment the light curtain appeared. Fearful, he scanned his surroundings. Everything familiar had turned unfamiliar. The sky glowed azure, and the ground beneath him felt as if it had transformed into a quagmire. Curse be it! Move for me! With a furious roar, Naba attempted to channel the energy within him to charge forward. However, he soon discovered that his body had become unbearably heavy, each meter of movement requiring tremendous effort. It felt as though an immense force in the air was relentlessly pulling at him. In stark contrast, the Z-warriors on the ground felt no such resistance. Instead, they found the air invigorating, each breath rapidly replenishing their strength. Just as Naba grappled with his anger and confusion, a figure gradually materialized at the center of the formation. Clad in black with dark hair and a serene expression, it was none other than Xuan. He did not cast a glance at the Z-warriors below, but instead gazed calmly at the struggling giant suspended in the air. A subtle smile graced his lips. Welcome to the Locking Heaven Great Formation. Chapter 17. What is absolute domination? Welcome to the Locking Heaven Great Formation. Xuan's voice was soft, yet resonated with an unsettling gravity, sending a shiver through everyone present. On the ground, Krillin and the others exchanged incredulous glances, speechless. Was this isolated realm truly the weapon Xuan spoke of? This was no mere weapon. It was the creation of an entirely new world. In the air, Naba's expression shifted from shock to fury. He could not accept this. As a proud Saiyan warrior, how could he be ensnared by a primitive native of a planet with a power level barely above 5? Stop your theatrics, Naba bellowed, veins bulging on his neck. In the face of absolute power, no trickery would suffice. Before he could finish his proclamation, his massive form plunged downward, his right fist clenched tightly, radiating ferocity as it descended upon Xuan like a meteor. Tension gripped Piccolo and the others, their muscles instinctively taut with fear. Though they understood the strangeness of this formation, the sheer brutality of the impending attack instilled a primal dread in them. Yet, Xuan remained unmoved. Standing still with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor tranquil as if admiring a garden. Naba's heavy punch, accompanied by a deafening rush of air, approached rapidly. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Just as his fist was about to brush against Xuan's hair, a hum resonated through the air. Naba felt as if his fist had struck an invisible wall. All of his power dissipated without a trace. The space before his fist rippled visibly, akin to the surface of water, and no further advance was possible. What? Naba's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind blank. He exerted every ounce of strength to push his fist forward by even a millimeter, but the unseen force remained immovable. The distortion of space captivated Piccolo, who watched intently, forcing out a few trembling words through clenched teeth. He sensed that this was not merely an energy shield. The rules governing the space before Xuan were being forcibly altered. How could this be possible? Krillin murmured to himself, feeling as though all his previous beliefs had been overturned. A single punch proved futile, and Nappa immediately retreated, his face contorted with frustration. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. He seemed to have lost his sanity, spreading his arms wide as immense energy frantically coalesced around him. If I cannot strike you, then I shall obliterate this wretched world, and you along with it. In the next instant, dozens of massive purple energy spheres erupted from his hands, cascading like rain over several kilometers below. The Z warrior's expressions shifted dramatically. There was simply nowhere to hide from such a widespread attack. In the face of this impending doom, Lucian merely raised his right hand and extended his index finger, tracing a gentle circle in the air. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The descending energy spheres, midway through their descent, appear to be seized by an invisible hand, forcefully altering their trajectory. Some energy spheres carved peculiar arcs in the air, skimming across the ground toward the distant light wall, ultimately vanishing from sight. Others collided with one another midair, erupting in spectacular bursts akin to fireworks. Even more astonishingly, one particular energy sphere executed a complete 180 turn in the air, hurtling back toward Nappa's own face with alarming speed. "This is bad," Nappa exclaimed in shock, completely unprepared for such a turn of events, and swiftly jerked his head to the side. Sizzle. The energy sphere grazed his face, instantly scorching half of his bald head and releasing a pungent aroma of charred flesh. The ability to rebound energy attacks? Yamcha, observing the spectacle, found himself at a loss for how to react. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided farce. How infuriating! How infuriating! Nappa clutched his singed scalp, driven to the brink of madness. He had expended all his strength, only to discover that his attacks had become mere playthings for his opponent. The feeling of helplessness and humiliation was more unbearable than any physical injury. At that moment, Lucian's calm voice resonated simultaneously in the minds of Krillin, Din, and Piccolo. Telepathic communication. Krillin, 30 degrees to your left, 50 meters in height, employ a Keyblade. Din, unleash your full psychic power, targeting his right knee. Piccolo, prepare your special beam cannon and await my signal. The trio jolted in unison, immediately snapping back to attention. Without hesitation, Krillin raised his hands above his head, and a rapidly spinning energy disc materialized. Following Lucian's directions, he hurled the Keyblade with all his might. Outside the formation, given Nappa as combat prowess, dodging such a speed attack would have been trivial. Yet within the confines of the formation, the energy disc seemed almost sentient. Its flight path was erratic, alternating between rapid and slow, tracing a Z-shaped trajectory as it stealthily maneuvered behind Nappa. What? Just as Nappa regained his senses, he felt a chilling sharpness approaching from behind. He turned abruptly, but it was too late. With a swift motion, the energy blade struck deeply into the broad back of Nappa, leaving a grievous wound. A cry of pain erupted from Nappa, and as his body stiffened in agony, the dumpling's superpower was amplified by the formation, landing on his right knee. Nappa felt a numbing sensation in his right leg, as if it had lost all feeling, causing his massive frame to wobble and lose balance in midair. This was the moment the Z fighters tasted the fruits of their collaboration for the first time, their morale soaring. They realized that within this formation, Lucian was the brain, and they were the blades. You wretched insects. Nappa was utterly consumed by rage. He no longer dodged, his eyes bloodshot. An energy far more potent than before surged wildly within him. Outside the formation, Vegeta sensed Nappa's condition through his communicator, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Nappa, stop. Don't use that technique there. That cursed place is dangerous." But Nappa was beyond reason, lost in madness. He slowly raised his hands, bringing them together above his head. A dazzling energy sphere began to swell rapidly, causing the entire space to tremble with its burgeoning power. This farce must come to an end. Lucian gazed at the raging Nappa as he gathered energy in the sky. He gradually lifted his head, and in his serene eyes, a flash of golden light glimmered. An invisible mental force took the shape of a needle, piercing directly into the depths of Nappa's mind. Chapter 18. A Needle's Fatal Strike. Is this the power of the divine? This farce must come to an end. Lucian's voice was soft, as if stating an undeniable truth. In his calm gaze, a golden light suddenly flashed. The soul needle, an intangible mental force, coalesced into a sharp needle, effortlessly penetrating both space and Nappa's energy defenses, instantaneously embedding itself in his consciousness. Time seemed to slow. In midair, Nappa's contorted face froze. The colossal energy sphere atop his head instantaneously lost its support and dissipated into motes of light. Then, a chilling scream erupted from Nappa's throat. He relinquished his assault, clutching his bald head with both hands, his immense body writhing in painful convulsions, as if his brain were being stirred by the steel needle. This pain emanated from his very soul, a tearing at the level of consciousness. Nappa's eyes lost focus, blood vessels splattering his whites with crimson, while dark red blood seeped from his nose and ears. He felt his mental realm being violently shattered by a formidable force. The will and instinct of a Saiyan crumbled before this invisible needle. On the ground, Krillin and the others stood in stunned silence. The formidable foe who had threatened them just a moment ago was now writhing in agony, without having endured any physical attack. The surreal nature of this scene delivered a greater shock than being struck by an energy wave. What on earth did he do? Yamcha's voice trembled with disbelief. Beck fixed his gaze upon Lu Xian, experiencing a profound sense of awe for the first time. This transcended mere combat skills. It was akin to the machinations of deities and demons. The agonized cries of Naba lasted but a few fleeting seconds before they ceased. His body became rigid, suspended in mid-air, eyes vacant, utterly devoid of consciousness, and replete with vulnerabilities. At that moment, Lu Xian's frigid voice resonated with precision in Beck's mind. Aim for his heart with your most formidable strike. Beck trembled, devoid of hesitation. Having witnessed Lu Xian effortlessly vanquish a creature several times stronger than himself, he no longer doubted the command. The opportunity had arrived. Beck aligned his fingers, targeting the suspended Naba. Demon-penetrating light cannon. He bellowed, as brilliance coalesced and whirled at his fingertips. All his energy, infused with rage and animosity towards the Saiyans, surged into that singular strike. Whoosh! A slender spiral beam shot forth. There was no thunderous explosion, only the sharp sound of the air being torn as if space itself had been rent asunder. The beam traced a straight path through the air, striking Naba's colossal form with unerring precision. There was no explosion or shockwave. The spiral beam effortlessly pierced through Naba's flesh and bones, entering through his left chest and exiting from his right back, leaving a smooth, gaping wound. Naba's massive body hovered in the air for a moment. His vacant eyes slowly lowered to behold the smoldering hole in his chest. The essence of life ebbed away rapidly, and the light in his eyes dimmed entirely. With a thunderous crash, his enormous form plummeted to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The battle was concluded. Silence enveloped the entire spatial formation. Outside the formation, several kilometers away, Vegeta furrowed his brow, attempting to penetrate the barrier of energy to re-establish contact with Naba. Moments prior, through their mental link, he had faintly heard Naba's warning, seemingly advising him to steer clear of that area. Subsequently, he sensed Naba's energy surging, evidently preparing to unleash his most potent technique. Fool! Vegeta muttered under his breath, a cold smirk gracing his lips. To him, Naba, expending all his strength, was precisely the opportunity to gauge the nature of that place. Yet, in the next instant, his smirk froze upon his visage. A wave of sheer agony abruptly surged through the mental link, crashing into his consciousness. The pain felt as though his very soul were being torn asunder. At the source of that torment, he glimpsed a needle forged from pure psychic energy, radiating an aura that sent tremors through his very essence. He witnessed that needle effortlessly shatter Naba's consciousness. And then came death. Naba's formidable energy extinguished entirely within Vegeta's perception. Thud! Vegeta's legs buckled, and he sank to one knee, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. A primal fear enveloped him, an overwhelming sensation. What was that entity? His voice trembled, his teeth chattered. He had traversed the cosmos for many years, encountered countless forms of energy attacks, and faced adversaries stronger than himself. Yet never had he lost his composure as he did in that moment. The power he had just sensed transcended all his understanding. This force was not any energy he had ever witnessed. It was an obliteration of existence itself. For the first time, Vegeta's confidence in his battle prowess wavered. In the presence of such an enigmatic force, what use was strength? Just then, a powerful and familiar aura surged toward him from the horizon. It was Kakarot. Vegeta's gaze shot upward, his expression contorting into a fierce snarl. This was perfect. He was eager to see how Kakarot would confront such a monster. Quickly, he adjusted his mindset, forcefully suppressing his inner turmoil. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he channeled that emotion into an even greater fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the locking heaven array gradually dissipated. Lu Xian stood calmly in the center, the Z fighters unscathed. At that moment, an orange figure descended from the sky, crashing to the ground and creating a small crater. It was Son Goku, clad in the King Kai's martial attire, his disheveled black hair and anxious expression betraying his urgency. He had finally arrived. Having learned of the news from King Kai, his heart racing with anticipation for battle. However, upon landing and surveying the scene before him, he was left dumbfounded. The anticipated, brutal battlefield was nowhere to be found. Krillin and Gohan stood alive, albeit looking somewhat dazed, but not a scratch marred their bodies. Piccolo stood nearby, unharmed, yet with a complex expression. Not far from them lay a colossal man, a gaping wound in his chest, motionless in the pit, clearly deceased. The entire battlefield was steeped in a bizarre atmosphere, suggesting that the conflict had come to an end. Goku's gaze ultimately settled on the figure in black at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back. He could sense the chilling, malevolent aura emanating from the deceased giant. But how had he met his demise? Goku's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. He looked at his unscathed companions, then at the massive corpse, and finally at Lu Xian, who appeared like an outsider. His face etched with perplexity. Did I miss something? Chapter 19. Vegeta, let me show you the vastness of the heavens. Did I miss something? Goku stood, dazed in the center of the battlefield, his mind struggling to comprehend the strange scene before him. He had rushed back from the end of Snake Way, fully prepared to fight with all his might. Yet, the reality before him was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, those he had worried most about, were all standing there, perfectly fine. The sole casualty was the Saiyan giant, lying in the massive pit, with a gaping hole in his chest. Lifeless, Lu Xian stood at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back, exuding a nonchalance as if he had merely swatted a fly rather than vanquished a cosmic beast. The atmosphere of the battlefield felt less like the aftermath of a fierce combat and more akin to the conclusion of a farcical performance. Kakarot, Krillin called out, his voice filled with excitement upon spotting Goku. Yet he faltered, unsure how to articulate the situation. After all, it was Lu Xian who had triumphed. His words tumbled out in a disjointed manner, barely forming coherent sentences. Piccolo, on the other hand, cast a deep, complex gaze at Lu Xian, a mixture of shock and an ineffable fear lingering in his eyes, yet he remained silent. At that moment, a chillingly arrogant aura emanated from the ruins, heralding the arrival of Vegeta, who emerged slowly from behind a colossal boulder. His complexion was ominously dark, and the scouter he held had been reduced to mere fragments in his grip. The death of Nappa was not a source of sorrow for him, but rather a deep humiliation. A powerful Saiyan warrior had not perished in a glorious confrontation, but had instead been toyed with and dispatched in a near-mocking fashion. The root of this disgrace lay squarely with the young man clad in black. Kakarot, Vegeta's gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto Goku. It seems you have acquired some new skills. However, do not mistake your victory over that fool Nappa as an indication that you are worthy to challenge me. He forcefully redirected his unknown apprehension toward Lu Xian into a fervent determination to confront Goku. In his view, only by utterly crushing Kakarot with sheer force could he cleanse the shame he had just endured and validate the righteousness of his own path. Goku, shaking off his previous confusion, adopted a grave demeanor. He sensed that the energy emanating from the diminutive Saiyan before him was several times greater than that of the deceased Nappa. Kaioken, without a moment's hesitation, Goku shouted, enveloping himself in a scarlet aura, his battle power doubling instantly. Oh, your battle power has surged? An intriguing technique, Vegeta sneered, a malicious grin spreading across his face. With a powerful push from his feet, the ground cracked beneath him as he morphed into a streak of shadow, reappearing before Goku in an instant, delivering a heavy punch aimed at his face. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. The battle, which would determine the fate of Earth, had officially commenced. The two figures clashed at high speed above the battlefield, separating and engaging in a series of explosive encounters. The sky itself seemed to transform into their stage, with energy blasts and ki waves darting back and forth. However, as the fight progressed, Vegeta grew increasingly alarmed and frustrated. Though he was nearly equal in strength to Kakarot, the latter, empowered by the Kaioken, had an edge in both power and speed. But that was not the source of Vegeta's growing discontent. Rather, it stemmed from a figure who had remained unmoved throughout the ordeal. Lu Xian. He stood as an outsider, calmly observing the battle unfold, his gaze not that of one witnessing a deathly struggle, but rather akin to that of a spectator watching two children squabble. This expression incited a profound discomfort within Vegeta. He was compelled to divert a portion of his focus to guard against a man who could strike at any moment, wary of the unseen, peculiar assaults. It felt akin to a tiger engaged in combat with another, while a venomous serpent awaited nearby. Infuriating, in a moment of distraction, Vegeta found himself vulnerable, as Goku seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground and rolling awkwardly several times. You dare to divert your attention while battling me? Goku panted, his gaze sharp as a blade. Silence, you inferior warrior. Vegeta roared, springing to his feet, humiliation and rage igniting his energy into a frenzied tempest. He could not persist in this manner. He would obliterate everything with overwhelming might. A glimmer of madness flickered in Vegeta's eyes as he gathered energy before his chest. Then let me show you the true power of Saiyan. Let you witness the terror of the universe. He hurled the energy sphere skyward with fervor. Explode. Mirje. The energy orb detonated at an altitude of 10,000 meters, emitting a radiance that resembled a full moon, illuminating the entire night sky in a ghostly pallor. An artificial moon. This is bad. He is about to transform. Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically, recalling from Raditz that a Saiyan's transformation into a great ape would augment their power tenfold. Krillin and Gohan paled in fear. Quick! We must stop him before he transforms. Piccolo shouted, charging forward. No need to panic, Lu Xien replied, shaking his head, his tone unwaveringly calm. Let him transform. What? Krillin thought he misheard. Let him transform? Isn't that akin to seeking death? I merely wish for him to see a little more clearly, Lu Xien said, gazing up at the artificial moon, a slight smile curving his lips. Let him see just how minuscule this guy he takes pride in truly is. In the heavens, Vegeta stood, basking in the glow of the artificial moonlight. His heart raced violently as immense power surged from the depths of his veins. His muscles swelled, bones contorted, and brown hair began to grow wildly. He envisioned Kakarot, Piccolo charging toward him, and that dark-clad boy beneath his feet, reduced to a mere pulp. A cruel smile spreading across his face. The fierce battle resumed. Even with Piccolo restraining him, Goku was no match for the transformed Vegeta during one clash. Piccolo was unfortunate enough to be struck down, collapsing to the ground. Observing that the moment was ripe, Lu Xian's eyes ignited once more with a brilliant golden light. A thought probe, more solid and refined than the one he had employed against Nappa, yet far more terrifying, transcended spatial distance and the chaotic aura, silently piercing into Vegeta's mind. This time, it was not an attack but an infusion. Vegeta's consciousness was forcefully drawn into an endless abyss of darkness within his mind. Suddenly, the first vision unfolded before him. In the frigid expanse of the cosmos, a colossal planet floated silently, Planet Vegeta, his homeland. In the scene, a diminutive figure with a tail lounged in a floating chair, yawning in boredom. It was Frieza. With a languid motion, Frieza raised a finger, its tip glowing with a faint orange light. With a flick, the proud planet that had nurtured countless powerful Saiyans erupted in a silent explosion, transforming into a cosmic firework. Throughout this catastrophic event, Frieza's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. No, Vegeta's spirit roared. This was far more visceral and cruel than anything he had witnessed firsthand. The scene shifted. 5 extraterrestrials clad in bizarre attire and striking ridiculous poses appeared, the Ginyu Force. They laughed heartily as they effortlessly dispatched a group of warriors, who to Vegeta seemed to be the pinnacle of strength, as if toying with mere chicks. Their combat was rife with mockery and playfulness, as though it were not a battle for life and death, but rather a mere game. Vegeta felt as though his fighting spirit had been brutally slapped. The imagery transformed once more. In the darkness, a rotund pink creature, seemingly harmless, grinned foolishly. Majin Buu. He extended a finger toward a deity radiating a holy aura, causing Vegeta's very soul to tremble, and gently poked him. Transform into chocolate. In the face of horror, that divine being was reduced to a mere piece of candy, swallowed whole by Buu. Vegeta's mind ground to a halt. What was that? A god? Could even a deity be devoured like candy? Yet this was not the end. The final vision was but a fleeting illusion. He glimpsed a purple being, as lean as a cat, seemingly afflicted with a cold, sneezing. And then there was nothing more. At the edge of his mental perception, half a galaxy, along with countless planets and lives, vanished silently within that sneeze. A complete and utter disappearance, devoid of reason. Boom! Vegeta's mental realm collapsed entirely. In reality, he reverted from his great ape form back to his normal state. A jet of fresh blood erupted from his mouth, followed by dark red blood flowing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils. His proud identity as the Prince of Science, his lifelong pursuit of becoming the strongest in the universe. His unwavering belief in the supremacy of power, all of it had been rendered a colossal joke in the face of those harrowing images. No, it was impossible. Vegeta's knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, cradling his head in despair as a wretched scream escaped his lips. He had lost his sanity. Goku, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, felt an instinctive, primal urge whispering that this was the opportune moment. Kaioken times 4. Goku unleashed a primal roar, every fiber of his being screaming in agony as crimson energy surged to its zenith. With a fierce shout, he launched a Kamehameha imbued with all his strength, trailing a brilliant blue flame, crashing down upon the Saiyan prince, who knelt broken, his spirit reduced to ruins. Chapter 20. The Final Hope? Destination Namek. Boom! The azure beam engulfed Vegeta's half-transformed body with a resounding impact. The energy erupted from the ground, creating a massive crater over 100 meters wide. The crimson aura surrounding Goku faded, leaving him utterly exhausted, his muscles aching as if they might tear. The Kaioken had drained him of all his strength. Goku's legs buckled, and he sank to his knees, gasping for breath, his sweat-soaked martial arts uniform clinging to him. All eyes were fixed intently on the center of the dust-filled crater. Had he perished? As the dust began to settle, Vegeta lay at the bottom of the pit, his battle suit tattered beyond recognition, his half-transformation reverted to its original state. Bloodied and barely clinging to life, he exhibited no signs of resistance. "It's over," Krillin muttered, his taut nerves finally relaxing as he sank down onto the ground. Yet, upon surveying the desolate battlefield, his heart sank once more. Piccolo. Krillin's gaze shifted, finding Gohan weeping uncontrollably over Piccolo's cold, massive form. With a sudden burst of resolve, Krillin sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Unforgivable!" he bellowed, raising his right hand, where a rapidly spinning disk of white energy materialized, his signature attack. The key discs. "I will end you." Step by step, Krillin advanced toward the bottom of the pit, his eyes filled with a vengeful fire directed at Vegeta. Goku struggled to rise, desperate to intervene, yet he lacked the strength even to move a finger. Just as Krillin was about to bring his arm down, a calm voice interrupted. "Stop, Krillin." It was Lu Xian, who had refrained from intervening earlier, knowing that revival was possible and desiring to provide a rationale for their journey to Namek. He aimed to teach the Z fighters the true essence of strength. Krillin froze mid-motion, turning abruptly with confusion etched on his face. "Why, Mr. Lu Xian? This fiend has slain our comrade." Lu Xian offered no reply, instead merely gesturing lightly. The immense barrier that had enveloped the battlefield dissipated into a gentle azure light, restoring the sky to its former hue. The invisible weight pressing upon everyone's hearts vanished alongside it. With deliberate steps, Lu Xian approached the edge of the vast crater, looking down upon the fallen Saiyan prince with an air of authority. His gaze was calm, merely indifferent as he regarded his opponent. "With your ignorance, return to the cosmos." Lu Xian's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. "When you come to comprehend what you have witnessed today, then we may discuss who is the strongest." Vegeta struggled to lift his head, his body trembling, compounded by the horrific images indelibly etched in his mind. Frieza extinguishing stars with a snap of his fingers, Majin Buu devouring deities, and the sneeze of that purple creature. The revelations this man presented utterly crushed his pride as the prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta cast a venomous glance at Lu Xian. Yet deep within his eyes lay a flicker of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. Swiftly, his gaze shifted to Goku in the distance, and that fear was instantaneously supplanted by resentment and jealousy. "Kakarot." Vegeta spat the name through clenched teeth, struggling to extract a small remote from his pocket, pressing the button. Not far away, the spherical white spacecraft automatically opened its hatch. Vegeta, dragging his injured body, labored to ascend into the vessel. At the moment the hatch closed, his eyes, filled with humiliation and bitterness, bore into Lu Xian and Goku. The spacecraft wobbled into the sky before transforming into a streak of light, clumsily vanishing beyond the horizon. Krillin, his energy sphere dissipating, collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. "Great job, Gohan, we won." However, Gohan's cries for Uncle Piccolo made Krillin's heart sink. Krillin's smile instantly froze, and he managed to muster a semblance of comfort. "It's all right, Gohan, don't cry. We can use the Dragon Balls to bring Piccolo back." This statement rekindled hope within everyone. Indeed, they still possessed the Dragon Balls. Yet, in the very next moment, an unexpected change transpired. Above in the sky, from the direction of the temple, a faint glimmer flickered, only to be extinguished entirely. A presence identical to Piccolo's vanished completely. Gummy. A jolt of dread surged through Krillin's heart. Bulma, the dragon radar. He shouted towards the approaching aircraft. Bulma piloted the plane down, and upon witnessing the devastated battlefield and the plight of her companions, her eyes reddened. But she swiftly retrieved the dragon radar. On the screen of the radar, the 7 blinking points of light began to extinguish one by one. Krillin, in a frenzy, dashed towards the location where the Dragon Balls had been hidden. As he unearthed the pile of dirt, his heart sank when he beheld the 7 orbs, once radiant, now reduced to 7 cold, ordinary stones. How could this happen? Krillin's voice trembled, collapsing to the ground, cradling the icy spheres. The last glimmer of hope extinguished in his eyes. Bulma rushed over, witnessing the scene and coming to a realization. She murmured, "The God and Piccolo's lives are intertwined. If Piccolo perishes, so too does the God, along with the Dragon Balls. They have paid an immense price, sacrificing countless comrades for a victory that has robbed them of the hope to resurrect their fallen allies." Amidst the profound silence, a gentle voice resonated from the heavens. The crowd looked up to see Mr. Popo descending gracefully on his magic carpet, a trace of sorrow etched upon his face. "The God is no longer with us, Mr. Popo remarked softly, gazing at the assembled group. "Is there truly no way?" Bulma choked out, her voice trembling. After a moment of silence, Mr. Popo seemed to delve into memories. There may still be one possibility. Instantly, all eyes were fixated upon him. Long ago, when the God and the Demon King Piccolo were one, he traveled to Earth aboard a spaceship from a distant homeland, Mr. Popo recounted slowly. That vessel has remained untouched at the Cloud Zebet Heights in the far north. A spaceship? A homeland? The mention of these terms sparked excitement in Bulma and Krillin. "Are you implying that the God hails from another planet?" Bulma exclaimed, gripping Mr. Popo's arm with fervor. "Does that planet harbor more of his kind? Are there Dragon Balls there as well?" Krillin's voice quivered with anticipation. Mr. Popo nodded. "I cannot ascertain whether Dragon Balls exist there, but that ship is your only hope. Your only hope." Upon hearing this, the once despondent crowd felt a renewed spark of hope. The singular chance to revive their comrades did not lie on Earth, but across the uncharted seas of stars they had yet to traverse. Lu Xien stood quietly to the side, observing everything unfold. From releasing Vegeta to the Dragon Balls becoming ineffective, and now Mr. Popo revealing the last glimmer of hope, all had transpired as he had anticipated. The insights he had allowed Vegeta to witness would inevitably bear fruit. Now it was time to explore that broader stage. His gaze turned towards the depths of the cosmos. Namek. Chapter 21. This is utterly unscientific. In the far north, at the Cloud Zebet Heights, a biting wind swirled with icy particles, rendering it a realm devoid of life. Within a vast chasm, cloaked in glaciers, lay a remarkably shaped spacecraft. Its exterior was a dark green hue, made not of metal, but a shell-like material adorned with ancient, rounded patterns. "This is it," Bulma exclaimed, peering out from her specially designed cold-weather gear, her eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. Behind her, Krillin and Gohan curiously examined the legendary vessel that had once been occupied by the god, their faces reflecting hope. This seemingly ordinary antique was their sole hope for resurrecting their comrades. Bulma wasted no time and immediately retrieved an array of precise testing equipment from her multifunctional capsules. She commenced a thorough inspection of the ancient spacecraft. The material of the hull remained unknown, yet its molecular structure was astonishingly stable. The life support system, albeit primitive in design, appeared functional. The power core was located here. With deft movements, Bulma opened a maintenance hatch on the belly of the ship and crawled inside. Krillin and Gohan anxiously awaited outside, scarcely daring to breathe. Only Xuan, clad in a thin black outfit, stood unfazed by the biting wind, calmly observing the vessel without any concern for the chill surrounding him. As moments ticked by, half an hour later, Bulma emerged from the maintenance hatch, her body smeared with grease, the initial excitement on her face replaced by fatigue and disappointment. Weakly, she tossed a charred lump of metal, completely fused together, onto the ground, producing a sharp clang. "No good," Bulma exclaimed, removing her goggles, her voice hoarse, "It's beyond repair." Krillin's heart sank, plummeting to the depths. "How could this be? Bulma, aren't you a genius scientist?" "I'm a scientist, not a deity." Bulma, in frustration, raked her fingers through her hair. The main energy converter was utterly destroyed, fused with the entire power system. The navigation computer's core crystal had also succumbed to the ravages of time, its energy depleted, reduced to a mere rock. This contraption was now nothing but a heap of scrap metal. It couldn't even manage to lift a meter off the ground, let alone reach Namek. Those words, a heap of scrap metal, caused Krillin and Gohan's spirits to plummet. The flickering hope they had nurtured was extinguished in an instant. Gohan's eyes reddened, struggling to hold back tears. Krillin clenched his fists, his face etched with frustration. Just when the atmosphere reached a suffocating low, Xuan, who had remained silent until then, approached. He circled the spacecraft, gently caressing its cold exterior. Then he closed his eyes. A colossal wave of spiritual energy surged into the ship, coursing through every circuit and component, penetrating to the most minute details. A second later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing within them. Using his mental prowess to guide the pilot's intentions into operational commands, he envisioned harnessing the energy of stars for recharging and employing gravitational slingshots for propulsion. Xuan's voice was soft, almost as if he were conversing with himself. The concept was rudimentary, yet remarkably stable. The designer of this vessel had touched the threshold of understanding cosmic navigation. Bulma stood in stunned silence, utterly baffled by Xuan's words, instinctively retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Gravitational slingshots? The navigation system has long been rendered inoperative. Without precise calculations, it wouldn't even know if it crashed into a star. Why must navigation rely solely on calculations?" Xuan countered, casting a glance in her direction. With that, he disregarded Bulma and strode directly into the interior of the spacecraft. Bulma, feeling indignant, followed inside, eager to discern the intentions of this enigmatic individual. The spaceship's interior was modestly sized, characterized by smooth, rounded lines. Before the control console, there was merely a reclining seat, devoid of any physical buttons, featuring only a few sleek crystal panels. "Observe," Bulma pointed at the panels, attempting to validate her expertise. "My instruments cannot decipher the material. They merely indicate an unknown organic substance." Without turning his head, Xuan replied nonchalantly, "This is a unique memory metal from Namek, capable of resonating with the pilot's mental energy, transmitting operational commands through light signals. It possesses life." Life? How could metal possibly be alive? Bulma wished to contest this notion. Yet she noticed Xuan had already advanced to the innermost chamber of the ship, the power room. It was a vast circular space, the floor etched with ancient symbols she could not comprehend, with a distinct recess at its center, clearly designed to accommodate the energy core. Krillin and Gohan followed, anxiously observing Xuan. To their astonishment, Xuan neither retrieved any tools nor touched the scorched wires. Instead, he approached the center of the room and extended his right hand. Then, under the incredulous gazes of all present, he placed his index finger in his mouth and gently bit down. A drop of crimson blood, shimmering with a faint golden hue, oozed from the tip of his finger. Rather than falling, the blood suspended in the air, exuding a profound and sacred aura, divine blood from the realm of godly essence. This was Xuan's true instrument. He bent down, rapidly inscribing intricate patterns on the cold, rune-etched floor with his bloodied finger. Each stroke left behind a trail of golden luminescence. These bloodlines intertwined, forming a new array infinitely more complex than the original symbols on the floor. Countless minuscule runes flickered within the array, brimming with the mysteries of space. Bulma was utterly transfixed. Her mind raced, desperately attempting to apply her knowledge of physics and energy to comprehend the unfolding events, yet her thoughts were met with a void. This defied science. It transcended any knowledge system she was familiar with. Minutes later, a complex array, shimmering with golden light, fully materialized. Wind-shrinking array. Upon completing this feat, Xuan produced a jade pendant, warm to the touch and radiating a gentle white light. This was the energy-storing jade he had forged during his seclusion on Earth. Utilizing the core energy of the ancestral vein, he delicately placed the pendant into the recess at the center of the array, fitting it flawlessly. Buzz! At the moment the pendant settled, the entire spaceship emitted a deep, resonant hum. The wind-shrinking array on the floor illuminated fiercely, golden light coursing through every circuit of the ship in an instant. The ancient patterns on the ship's exterior began to glow in segments. Within the cockpit, the formerly dim crystal panels illuminated with a gentle green glow, revealing star maps and data that Krillin and Gohan could not comprehend, though Bulma discerned their approximate significance. This vessel, once condemned to a fate of scrap, had been resurrected in mere minutes, and in a manner both novel and astonishing. Bulma stood dazed, glancing down at the charred, obsolete part in her hand, then lifting her gaze to the enigmatic spacecraft before her, feeling as though her entire worldview had been irrevocably shattered. She parted her lips, producing a few dry syllables from her throat. What have you done to it? Lu Xian retracted his hand, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothing, and turned calmly. Nothing much. I merely transformed it from a mere means of transport into a barely functional artifact. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly. Chapter 22. The Celestial Web? Merely a band of savages. The spaceship traversed the silent expanse of the universe, devoid of sound and turbulence. However, within this artifact, transformed by Lu Xian, chaos reigned. Impossible. This cannot be. Bulma nearly pressed her face against the screen, muttering incessantly, her eyes wide with disbelief. According to the performance of the divine ship, accounting for various interferences, we would need at least 3 months to reach Namek, and that under ideal conditions. She abruptly turned, regarding Lu Xian, who sat cross-legged in the center of the cabin, as if he were some monstrous entity. But now, at this pace, we could arrive in under 7 days. 7 days. How did you achieve this? What is the principle behind those runes you inscribed? What is the energy conversion rate? Does it comply with the law of conservation of mass energy? She bombarded him with questions, yet Lu Xian did not even blink. Krillin and Gohan, however, were free from Bulma's anxieties. The two leaned against the porthole, their small faces pressed against the cold glass, gazing out at the vast expanse of stars, occasionally exclaiming in wonder. Countless colorful nebulae wove a dreamlike tapestry across the dark cosmos. Occasionally, a comet with a long blue tail streaked past the ship, eliciting a gasp from Gohan. How beautiful! Krillin murmured, feeling the troubles and fatigue of Earth dissipate beneath the starlit sky. The journey in search of hope seemed to be off to a splendid start. Inside the cabin, tranquility prevailed for the most part. Since their departure, Lu Xian had remained seated in meditation, resembling an immovable statue. He was attuning himself to the primordial energies of the universe. While Earth's energy was rich and gentle, the universal essence, though sparse, was purer and devoid of impurities. With each breath, he absorbed strands of this pristine energy, nourishing his newly awakened body. Occasionally, Lu Xian would slowly open his eyes, his gaze profound as if piercing through the ship's structure to behold distant realms. During these moments, Krillin would experience a pang of trepidation, sensing that something terrifying lurked in that direction. He dared not inquire, nor did he wish to. Throughout this journey, Lu Xian's composure served as their greatest assurance. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered on the 5th day by a piercing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. The modified remote radar on Bulma's console suddenly emitted a shrill buzz. What is happening? Krillin jolted, instantly transitioning from a state of leisurely sightseeing to one of combat readiness. It was a distant alert. High-energy reactions detected ahead. Bulma frantically operated the controls, projecting an image magnified thousands of times onto the main screen. The display revealed a dusty yellow planet, seemingly devoid of life. At that moment, 3 disc-shaped battleships hovered above the planet's orbit. Pulses of purple energy beams cascaded down from the vessels, detonating into fiery explosions on the planet's surface. Through the zoomed lens, they could clearly see a group of aliens clad in combat suits and monocles, engaged in a massacre amidst the ruins. The planet's indigenous inhabitants, sporting insect-like exoskeletons, valiantly wielded scythe-like appendages in a desperate resistance. Yet, their defiance crumbled before the invaders, proving utterly futile. The assailants hardly lifted a finger. A mere tap from their pointed fingers unleashed slender beams of energy capable of reducing entire buildings and the lives within them to mere dust. Their faces bore no emotion, only a mechanized indifference. Krillin's complexion paled instantly. Memories of Earth's battlefields flooded back to him, recalling Yamcha's final smile during the self-destruction of the cultivators. They are the Frieza Force. Krillin's voice trembled. The scene before him was far more terrifying than the oppressive aura conjured by Vegeta and Nappa. While Nappa and Vegeta were ferocious beasts, their strength and destructive nature evident in their visages, these individuals before him resembled cold machines, wielding apocalyptic power yet engaging solely in ruthless slaughter. Gohan's small face lost all color, instinctively clutching Krillin's garment. Bulma bit her lip tightly, silent, yet her trembling fingertips betrayed her inner dread. This was the foe they were destined to confront, a militaristic empire rampaging through the cosmos, viewing life as mere fodder. And there were only 4 of them. The atmosphere in the cabin plummeted from excitement to a chilling silence, just as the weight of despair settled upon them. Lucien's calm voice broke through. Do not concern yourselves, they are merely barbarians. With that, he closed his eyes once more, as if the carnage on the screen was nothing more than a tedious spectacle. This statement momentarily stunned Bulma and Krillin. Barbarians? The Frieza force, with such advanced technology and formidable power, were considered barbarians? What then were they? Before they could fathom the depth of this assertion, the spaceship had already traversed beyond that star region. 2 days later, as a beautiful green planet appeared on the navigation screen, marked as Namek, a collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone. We have finally arrived. Yet, before they could fully exhale, Bulma's expression swiftly turned grave. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm blared once more frantically than before. The radar scan revealed an overwhelming multitude of red dots densely clustered around Namek. These crimson points interconnected, forming a three-dimensional net that ensnared the planet, rendering it impenetrable. No fly could enter. What is this? Krillin's voice was hoarse as he gazed at the screen filled with red dots. Bulma remained silent, her fingers flying over the console as she engaged in futile calculations. A minute later, she halted, slumping against the chair, her face ashen. It's a trap, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. It had cast a pall over everyone's hearts. The entire star domain was sealed off by Frieza's fleet. Energy detectors, gravitational sensing arrays, and spatial fluctuation scanners, all conceivable and inconceivable means of detection, formed an impenetrable defense network. She lifted her gaze, her eyes hollow as they met Krillin and Gohan's. We cannot pass. Any object without an identification signal, even a small meteorite, would be instantly locked on by hundreds of main cannons the moment it enters the detection range. And in a second, it would be reduced to cosmic dust. We have lost. Bulma's voice condemned their hopeful journey to death. Krillin and Gohan stared blankly at the screen displaying the deadly web, their flickering hopes extinguished in an instant. They could battle formidable foes, but were helpless against such a cold technological barrier. This was not a fight. There was not even a chance to charge forward. As despair settled in Krillin and Gohan's hearts, and Bulma pondered turning back, the man who had remained still finally opened his eyes. His profound gaze calmly surveyed the blockade on the screen, his expression betraying no emotion. Then, Lucien turned to Bulma and said softly, "Shut down all the ship's power and relinquish the controls to me." Chapter 23. Is this what you call space navigation? Shut down all the ship's power and relinquish the controls to me. Lucien's voice, though quiet, stirred a tempest within the cramped cabin. Bulma abruptly lifted her head from the red radar display, regarding Lucien as if he were mad. Do you know what you're saying? She shrieked, her voice sharp with agitation. Shut down all power? In this deathly star domain? The ship would instantly become a powerless iron coffin, ripe for slaughter by those patrols. We would be annihilated like targets, reduced to cosmic dust. Her scientific understanding and all knowledge of space navigation screamed at her. This was madness. Krillin and Gohan were visibly pale, their expressions betraying their shock. Despite their unwavering trust in Lucien, the act of shutting down the power seemed utterly absurd. Yet, Lucien merely regarded Bulma with a calm demeanor, his eyes betraying not a hint of uncertainty. I never embark on endeavors devoid of assurance. He stated with a measured tone. You may either place your faith in me or turn back to Earth. The choice is yours. There was no coercion, no temptation, just a straightforward decision. However, it was precisely this tranquility, this nonchalance in the face of overwhelming odds, that imbued him with an undeniable persuasive power. Bulma fixed her gaze upon Lucien, desperately seeking any sign of panic, bravado, or even a flicker of madness upon his countenance. Yet, she found none. Only an unwavering confidence and a serene composure that eluded her comprehension. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Within the cabin, the only sound was the piercing alarm of the radar. Bulma's chest heaved violently, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. Logic dictated that this defied all physical laws. Yet her intuition, honed through countless extraordinary experiences, whispered to her that perhaps a miracle was indeed possible. Ultimately, she resembled a deflated balloon, slumping back against her seat, trembling as she extended her hand to decisively press the red virtual button labeled main power cut. You lunatic, an utter madman, she murmured, as if trying to convince herself to accept this fateful decision. If we perish this time, I shall not spare you even in hell. With a hum, as she pressed the button, the entire spacecraft emitted a final faint buzz, and in an instant, all lights, screens, and instruments extinguished. The wind manipulation array that propelled the ship at high speeds ground to a halt. The vessel's velocity plummeted, and under the influence of inertia, it drifted silently and helplessly like an ordinary meteor toward the deathly starfield illuminated by crimson lights. Darkness and silence enveloped the cabin instantaneously. Krillin and Gohan felt their hearts grow cold as they became mere fragments of metal floating in the vast, dark cosmos. In this stifling abyss of darkness, Xuan stirred. He rose to his feet and, navigating through the shadows, made his way to the spacecraft's hatch. "What are you doing?" Bulma's voice quivered, tinged with panic. Xuan offered no response. He reached out and pressed the emergency release switch on the hatch. To the horror of the three, the heavy door opened slowly with a soft mechanical whir. The cold, silent vacuum of space lay bare before them. "No!" Bulma shrieked, instinctively shutting her eyes. She felt as though the air within the cabin would be instantaneously siphoned away, leading to their agonizing demise. Yet, the anticipated loss of pressure and asphyxiation did not materialize. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The cabin remained eerily tranquil. Bulma cautiously opened a slit in her eyelids, and then she beheld an unforgettable spectacle. Xuan stood serenely at the open hatch, clad in a thin black garment that fluttered slightly in the stillness of the void. He wore no spacesuit, nor did he don any breathing apparatus. He stepped out of the cabin as if taking a leisurely stroll, suspended amidst the dazzling and frigid sea of stars. Behind him lay innumerable distant celestial bodies, and beneath his feet glimmered the green-hued Namek star. In that moment, he appeared not as a mere mortal, but as a deity surveying his dominion. Krillin and Gohan stood transfixed, their mouths agape, even forgetting to breathe, traversing the cosmos in flesh. This was entirely beyond their comprehension. Suspended in the cosmos, Xuan murmured incantations, articulating peculiar syllables. His hands swiftly gestured in intricate formations, and golden runes erupted from his fingertips, darting forth like fish, merging into the void surrounding the spacecraft. The universe was formless, and all laws returned to silence. With the utterance of his final word, an invisible wave radiated from the ship's core, swiftly expanding outward. Krillin and Bulma felt their vision blur, as if the entire world had momentarily faded into obscurity. Then, when clarity returned, everything seemed unchanged. Yet, an inexplicable sensation surged within them. They had vanished. Not in a physical sense, but rather erased from the very fabric of existence. Meanwhile, aboard the bridge of Frieza's flagship, the atmosphere was tense. "Everyone, stay alert," barked Zabo, his green hair cascading down as he addressed the radar officer. "Frieza is about to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, and we cannot afford any mishaps at this critical juncture. Not even a single spaceship, nor an errant gravitational fluctuation from a speck of cosmic dust, shall go unnoticed." "Yes, Lord Zabo." The monitoring officer trembled, widening his eyes in fear. Zabo nodded in satisfaction, lifting a glass of red wine as he sauntered to the massive viewport, admiring the starry sky illuminated by countless patrol ships. Everything was under control. Little did he know, at that very moment, an invisible vessel drifted silently past his viewport, akin to an unseen speck of dust. Inside the ship, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan held their breaths in utter stillness, with Lucien's vital energy propelling them. The cloaked spacecraft began its leisurely yet bold journey towards Namek Star. In their line of sight, menacing Frieza patrol ships, trailing purple flames, zipped past them from above, the sides, and even below. Recently, a patrol vessel appeared, its distance from them barely 100 meters. They could even discern the cold metallic armor and gun barrels of the vessel. Yet, the patrol boat remained oblivious to their presence, continuing its course with unwavering determination. This sensation, this precarious dance upon the edge of a knife, brushing shoulders with death itself, imparted a thrill that surpassed any mortal struggle, sending shivers down their spines. Krillin's heart raced wildly within his chest, nearly leaping out of his throat. Gohan clung tightly to the edge of the porthole, his youthful face illuminated with disbelief and admiration. Bulma, on the other hand, had completely abandoned all rational thought. Her mind was a blank slate as she stared vacantly at the unfolding scene, unconsciously repeating to herself, "It must be some kind of divine technique." Thus, amidst the intricate web laid by Frieza's forces, the spaceship from Earth glided silently through the atmosphere, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Eventually, it settled smoothly in a secluded valley far removed from any battlefield. landing without a sound. As the hatch opened once more, it was not the frigid vacuum that rushed in, but rather the warm, humid air of Namek, imbued with the scent of fresh grass. Upon witnessing the unfamiliar green sky and the three suns suspended on the horizon, Bulma was the first to react. She sprang from her seat, dashed towards Xuan, seized his arm, and shook him vigorously. What was that just now? What on earth did you do? Anti-gravity optical camouflage? Energy distortion field? Or quantum invisibility technology? Quickly, tell me the principles. Provide me with the data. Xuan allowed her to shake him without a hint of impatience, merely smiling gently as he calmly replied in a tone that seemed to state a simple fact. You may interpret it as us having temporarily vanished from reality for a brief moment. Chapter 24. The Grand Elder exclaimed, "What energy is that?" The spaceship landed steadily in the strange green valley. As the hatch opened, the air, mingled with the scent of grass and moist earth, surged in. Above, the pale green sky hosted three suns of varying sizes, leaving Krillin and Gohan momentarily stunned. Is this Namek? Gohan wondered, curiously surveying the peculiar blue vegetation surrounding them, his face alight with wonder. Krillin, however, dared not relax. He swiftly grabbed Gohan, his voice tense with urgency. Don't run off. Frieza's men could be anywhere around here. Keep your energy suppressed. Make sure you don't get detected. Bulma, regaining her wits, retrieved the dragon radar from her multi-functional capsule. On the screen, 6 light points moved rapidly in different directions, while the last one remained stationary at a considerable distance. The situation appeared dire. Bulma's expression darkened as she realized Frieza's forces had seized 6 Dragon Balls and were likely searching for the last village. What should we do? Krillin exclaimed in distress. We know nothing about this place. Where should we go? He cautiously exhaled a faint breath, attempting to seek out any surviving Namekians. However, apart from a few sinister auras that sent shivers down his spine, he sensed nothing else. Krillin quickly retracted his energy, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was too perilous. His abilities were woefully inadequate in such a treacherous realm, and even a slight exposure could lead to his demise. Just as the three of them found themselves at a loss, Xuan, who had remained silent, slowly closed his eyes. Bulma and Krillin were about to inquire about his actions when they noticed he stood there calmly, as if in a deep slumber. At that moment, an immense will, imperceptible to ordinary beings, yet capable of enveloping the entire planet, radiated from Xuan, sweeping across the expanse of planet Namek in an instant. Mind fully unleashed. On the opposite side of the planet, where Frieza was mercilessly slaughtering in a village, he suddenly paused, a flicker of confusion passing through his crimson eyes. Did something just sweep by? He carefully sensed his surroundings but discerned nothing amiss, dismissing it as a trick of his mind, and with a wicked grin, pressed the energy sphere in his hand toward the last trembling Namekian beneath his feet. In another desolate expanse, Dodoria and Zabon, who were locked in a standoff with Vegeta, simultaneously furrowed their brows. They too sensed an oddity, yet could not articulate its source. Only Vegeta abruptly lifted his gaze toward Lucien's direction, his eyes filled with bewilderment. That sensation again, just like on Earth, he had been swept over by that all-encompassing presence that penetrated to the very core of his being. Damn it, that fellow has come to Planet Namek as well. Vegeta clenched his teeth, though beneath the seething hatred lay a trace of fear he was loath to acknowledge. In response to the surrounding disturbances, Lucien's consciousness merely brushed over them lightly before shifting his focus. Within his mental network, countless points of energy were vividly clear. Frieza's cold and malevolent aura almost took on a tangible form. Vegeta's energy, brimming with defiance and rage, flickered like flames. And there were Krillin and Gohan, their energies faint yet warm. However, none of these were what he sought. Lucien bypassed all energy reactions related to aura, delving into a different realm to seek a completely disparate existence. Before long, he found it. At the northernmost peak of the planet, atop a towering spiral mountain, pulsated an ancient, vast, and life-infused spiritual energy. This energy was neither as domineering as Frieza's nor as pure as Goku's. It resembled a tranquil sea, sustaining the last vestiges of life on this planet. Found it. Lucien opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Where are they? Krillin and Bulma immediately approached him. Without much explanation, Lucien merely pointed in a direction. Follow me. With that, he set forth, walking at a measured pace toward that destination. The three individuals exchanged glances, their minds filled with questions, yet they promptly followed suit. The path ahead left Krillin and Bulma utterly perplexed. The route chosen by Lujian appeared chaotic and devoid of any discernible pattern. He traversed canyons one moment and circumvented vast plains the next. Initially, Krillin was on edge, continuously urging caution. Mr. Lujian, there's a patrol squad from Frieza's army up ahead. Over there, I can sense Dodoria's energy. We must hide. However, each time, Lujian seemed oblivious, maintaining his own rhythm. Miraculously, each time they rounded a corner, the patrol squad that was supposed to confront them veered off in another direction. Each time they crested a hill, the formidable adversary was distracted by something else, allowing them to pass unscathed. Gradually, Krillin and Bulma fell silent, numbly trailing behind the dark figure. They began to grasp that Lujian's journey was fundamentally different from their own. While they were evading danger, every step Lujian took was, in itself, a step towards safety. Several hours later, they found themselves at the foot of a spiraling white mountain. At the summit stood a peculiar edifice that melded seamlessly with the mountain, emanating a gentle glow. At the entrance, a tall, robust Namekian clad in a white cloak stood with arms crossed, gazing at them coldly like a statue. Krillin's heart skipped a beat at the mere sight of him. Such strength! The energy radiating from this Namekian, though not as malevolent as Frieza's, likely surpassed even that of Vegeta. Who are you? The Namekian inquired, his tone frosty and laced with caution. He was Neru, the mightiest guardian of the Grand Elder. We mean no harm. Krillin quickly waved his hands in explanation. We are from Earth. Yet, Neru's gaze never shifted from Lujian, fixated intently upon him. The young man in black exuded no detectable energy, appearing as an ordinary person. Yet, it was precisely this impression that triggered Neru's battle instincts, alerting him to an unprecedented sense of threat, one deeper and more inscrutable than when facing Frieza. Leave this place. Neru's voice grew colder. The Grand Elder does not receive outsiders. Lujian disregarded him, lifting his gaze over Neru to the stone door behind him. Speaking calmly, his voice was soft yet distinctly clear to Neru's ears. We have come following the light of life, seeking only to witness the wisdom of an elder. Upon hearing this, Neru's body trembled. For the first time, disbelief flickered across his face. The light of life? This was the highest honor the Namekians bestowed upon the Grand Elder's spiritual energy. The stranger, how did he come to know this? As he stood in a daze, an aged, frail voice imbued with urgency resonated directly within his mind from behind the stone door. Nailu, allow them to enter. The Grand Elder? Nailu was taken aback. No longer hesitating, he promptly stepped aside with utmost respect, granting passage. Krillin and Gohan swallowed nervously as they followed Lu Xien into the hall, which pulsed with a vibrant life force. The hall was quite sparse, dominated by a colossal throne carved from white stone. Upon the throne sat an exceedingly ancient Namekian, his skin a tapestry of wrinkles, seemingly on the verge of turning to dust. He was the creator of Namek, the patriarch of all Namekians, the Grand Elder. Welcome, esteemed guests from the distant planet Earth. His voice reverberated within the minds of all present. His seemingly murky eyes first settled upon Krillin and Gohan, effortlessly discerning their innate goodness and their fervent desire to resurrect their fallen comrade. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded. Then, his gaze shifted to Lu Xien. Just as before, he extended his ancient and immense spiritual energy into the depths of Lu Xien's consciousness, eager to uncover the thoughts of this intriguing young man. However, the instant his spiritual energy brushed against Lu Xien's awareness, the smile upon the Grand Elder's face froze. He encountered no memories, felt no emotions. Instead, he beheld a vast expanse of starry sky, a tranquil void, seemingly devoid of time and space. His formidable spiritual energy, capable of enveloping an entire planet, felt insignificant in the presence of this celestial realm, akin to a single droplet falling into an infinite ocean. There was no resistance, no repulsion. Rather, it was assimilated. In that fleeting moment, the Grand Elder felt as though he was no longer the Grand Elder, but merely a fragment of this starry expanse, an inconsequential thought. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through the Grand Elder's body, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. His massive form uncontrollably leaned back from the throne, nearly toppling over. But fortunately, Nyla was there to steady him just in time. His complexion turned pale, cold sweat beading upon his forehead. His once murky eyes now wide with unprecedented shock and reverence, fixated on Lu Xien. Grand Elder, what is the matter? Nailu exclaimed in alarm. The Grand Elder did not respond. Instead, he shakily extended a trembling hand toward Lu Xien, his throat emitting a series of dry, hoarse syllables. Why you possess? His voice trembled with excitement, each word resonating like a heavy tolling bell within Nyla's heart. It was not mere energy, but a pure, primordial force, transcending even the essence of life itself. What kind of energy could this possibly be? The Grand Elder's words echoed throughout the empty hall. Nyla was utterly bewildered. He was unable to comprehend, yet he discerned the almost fanatical reverence in the Elder's gaze. The Elder regarded Lu Xian as the savior sent by the cosmic will. Ignoring Neru's objections, he personally unlocked the latent potential within Krillin and Gohan, causing their combat prowess to surge instantaneously. Subsequently, he solemnly entrusted the final and largest Dragon Ball into Lu Xian's hands. A being like Frieza was merely dust in the universe, unworthy of touching this miracle. This Dragon Ball, safeguarded by you, is its rightful home. Having accomplished all this, the Elder appeared to have exhausted all his strength. Grasping Lu Xian's hand, he used his last breath to reveal the ultimate secret of his planet. Go to the source of life. It is the foundation of our planet, the birthplace of the Namekians, and our final hope. His voice dwindled, yet his eyes shone ever brighter. Your energy, though vast and pure, seems to lack a certain qualitative transformation. Go forth. The power of the source of life will surely aid you in achieving that final metamorphosis. No sooner had he spoken these words than a blue panel, visible only to Lu Xian, promptly displayed a notification. Ding! Detected high purity, attribute-free life essence source. Meeting the conditions for breakthrough to divine blood realm. Chapter 25. The strongest special forces? Why are they fighting amongst themselves? After concluding their interaction with the Elder, Lu Xian and the others departed. En route, they encountered Vegeta and the Frieza force. Krillin and Gohan joined the fray, while Lu Xian continued towards the destination indicated by the Elder and the panel, preparing for his breakthrough. Frieza's patience was waning. Hovering in the air, he gazed down at the group with his crimson eyes, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan stood back to back, their muscles taut, drenched in cold sweat, finding even breathing a struggle. The threat before them was overwhelming. The diminutive figure did not even transform. Merely releasing his aura rendered them utterly devoid of any thought of resistance. What a trivial bunch of monkeys, Frieza remarked, extending a finger to his ear, his demeanor elegant. I had intended to toy with you a while longer, but alas, my time is precious. He raised his wrist and commanded through his communicator, Guldo, bring your team over. There are a few flies here, and it's rather noisy. A lively response echoed from the communicator. Yes, Lord Frieza, the Ginyu Force will arrive within 5 minutes, ready to present you with the most splendid victory dance. Upon hearing the name of the Ginyu Force, Vegeta's previously strained composure shattered, his face paling dramatically. His pupils constricted sharply, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, it's impossible. He actually brought those guys too. Vegeta's voice quivered. Mr. Vegeta, what is the Ginyu Force? Krillin observed Vegeta's unprecedented disarray, a sense of ominous foreboding creeping into his heart. What is it? Vegeta let out a bitter laugh, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. That was the most elite division of Frieza's army. Each member was a monstrous being, having clawed their way up from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. We are doomed. No sooner had he spoken than 5 streaks of light pierced the verdant sky of Namek, descending with astonishing speed. Boom! 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 5 small spaceships landed heavily in a star formation on the ground behind Frieza, raising a cloud of dust. As the hatches opened, 5 figures emerged, accompanied by an oddly rhythmic background tune. A burly man with purple skin and 2 black horns. A stunning individual with red skin and flowing white hair. A tall alien with blue skin. A diminutive creature, green-skinned with 4 eyes. Finally, a muscular man with orange hair and a bushy beard. Upon landing, instead of launching in a battle, they struck 5 rather embarrassing combat poses on the battlefield. The universe's strongest. The Ginyu Force has arrived, they proclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with confidence. Krillin and Gohan were left in stunned disbelief. What was this? A comedy troupe? However, Vegeta's reaction shattered their last shred of hope. The Saiyan prince's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel, his teeth chattering. It was over. Everything was finished. These 5 seemingly ridiculous individuals possessed power far beyond his own. The sheer weight of their overwhelming strength left him gasping for breath. At that moment, as the atmosphere of despair reached its zenith, atop a distant mountain peak, Lu Xian sat cross-legged, calmly observing the unfolding scene, a slight smile gracing his lips. He extended his slender fingers, retrieving several unremarkable jade pendants from his sleeve. The pendants, coarse in texture, appeared akin to cheap trinkets from a roadside stall. Without a second glance, he flicked his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The jade pendants transformed into streaks of light, slicing through the air, quietly landing on the ground around the Jinyu Force, on rocks, and even on an inconspicuous patch of bluegrass. The entire process was utterly silent. Having completed this, Lu Xian withdrew his hand and closed his eyes once more. On the battlefield, Captain Jinyu was preparing to report to Frieza when suddenly, he felt the world before him shimmer. His teammates, King Frieza, and even Vegeta in the distance vanished. Instead, he was surrounded by a sea of corpses and a mountain of blood. His 4 teammates gazed at him with eyes filled with betrayal and murderous intent. Jinyu, you hypocrite. King Frieza values me the most. The illusion of Rikuum roared as it charged at him. Captain, you're too slow. The illusion of Berta mocked in his ear. Your pose lacks any flair. The illusion of G screamed. I see through you. You are utterly unworthy to lead us. The illusion of Guldo unleashed a mental assault. Do you wish to rebel? Jinyu exclaimed, his fury ignited by the betrayal of loyalty and order he held dear. Meanwhile, the other 4 found themselves ensnared in their own illusions. Lycum beheld his father, who scornfully accused him of being worthless. Bart confronted countless versions of himself, each mocking his claim of being the greatest in the universe. Gys was faced with innumerable mirrors, each reflecting his grotesque visage. Gold witnessed a multitude of mouths ridiculing him as a feeble being whose only power was the manipulation of time. Illusions born of the mind, violence stemming from thought. The illusionary kill formation was activated. A cacophony erupted as Lycum, the first to succumb to madness, roared and unleashed a Lycum eraser gun at the nearest illusion of his father Bart. You wish to compete with my speed? Bart, now equally deranged, transformed into a streak of blue lightning, evading the attack while retaliating with a kick directed at the taunting illusion of Gys. My aesthetics shall not be tarnished. Gys shrieked, engaging in a chaotic brawl with Bart. Gold desperately attempted to suspend time, wishing to silence the jeering mouths, only to discover that his superpower was utterly ineffective within the realm of illusion. The scene devolved into utter pandemonium. Just moments ago, the proud Jinyu Force exhibited fierce resolve, only to descend into a frenzy of self-destruction. Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, along with the distant Frieza, stood in stunned silence. What on earth is happening? Infighting? The elite squadron of the Frieza Force was squabbling amongst themselves in the very first moments of battle. Vegeta's mind faltered. After years of cosmic warfare, he had witnessed countless spectacles, yet this spectacle exceeded all comprehension. As confusion reigned, a familiar white spacecraft streaked across the horizon, trailing a long tail of flame, and thunderously descended. The hatch opened, and a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform leaped forth, bellowing with vigor. I'm here. Where's Frieza? It was Goku, returned from his training. However, the intense battle he had envisioned was nowhere to be found. Instead, 5 oddly dressed individuals were engaged in a bizarre performance of self-inflicted combat. Scratching his head, Goku was filled with questions. Hello? What you all doing? Is this some sort of unique pre-battle warm-up? His arrival instantly captured the attention of the only relatively coherent member, Jinyu. In Jinyu's delusion, Goku was a reinforcement for Vegeta, another fool to slay. Jinyu bellowed, abandoning his teammates to charge at Goku. Aware of the strength possessed by this newcomer, he resolved to employ his final trump card. With a forceful punch to his own chest, Jinyu coughed up blood and assumed a bizarre stance, letting out a thunderous roar at Goku. Body exchange. A dazzling beam of white light erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the bewildered Goku. Just as the brilliant light was about to strike him, a calm voice resonated within his mind. Goku, he seeks to seize your body. Find any living creature and cast it before that beam. It was the voice of Lu Xian. Without time to ponder, Goku instinctively extended his hand, seizing a dazed Namekian frog from the grass at his feet, and hurled it with force. With a splat, the white light accurately struck the innocent frog. As the radiance dissipated, Goku remained unchanged, standing in place and scratching his head in confusion. The frog on the ground, however, regarded its slick green skin with a human-like expression, emitting desperate croaks from its throat. Captain Jinyu had transformed into a frog. Goku blinked, glancing between the frog and himself, becoming even more perplexed. Finish off the remaining injured soldiers quickly, Lu Xian's voice echoed once more. All right, Though Goku was bewildered, he immediately sprang into action, charging towards the other members of the special forces who were still engaged in combat. After a fierce battle, the Ginyu Force was completely annihilated. Yet, Goku was not without his own injuries. He had sustained considerable harm while dispatching those frenzied foes. "Goku, hurry! There are healing devices aboard Frieza's ship," Krillin exclaimed, snapping back to reality as he supported Goku towards the distant vessel. Meanwhile, high above, Frieza's face darkened ominously, nearly dripping with malice. His elite squad had been eradicated in the most disgraceful and absurd manner. He no longer wished to toy with them. A chilling aura of murderous intent locked onto everyone on the ground. "It seems time for you damn monkeys to witness what true power entails." Frieza's figure slowly descended from above. The most terrifying entity on Namek had finally made his entrance. On the mountaintop, Xuan sensed Goku's aura temporarily vanish as he entered the healing device, and felt Frieza's malevolent energy beginning to swell exponentially. He gradually opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the source of life in another direction on Namek. Everything was prepared. The pivotal moment had arrived. Xuan rose to his feet. Then, my opportunity must also be at hand. Chapter 26. Frieza's Terror. What manner of creature is that? Vegeta's body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. He struggled to raise his head, spitting out blood mixed with fragments of his insides, half of his bones shattered. High above, Frieza maintained a casual pose. A mocking smile etched on his face. "Oh dear, Prince of the Saiyans, where is your dignity? Why do you lie on the ground like a dead dog?" Not far off, Krillin and Gohan trembled, lacking the courage to even move a finger. Frieza, without even transforming, merely in his initial form, displayed an overpowering force that crushed everything in its path. Every attempt they made to muster their courage and attack him was utterly futile. "Enough, the game is over." Frieza extended a single finger, coalescing a purple energy sphere at its tip. "I have no interest in collecting your corpses. Instead, let you all become dust to the universe." At that moment, a calm voice resonated simultaneously in the minds of Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta. "Delay him." It was the voice of Xuan. "At all costs. Hold him off until I return." The voice bore no emotion, yet contained an undeniable force that compelled obedience. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of survival ignited in his eyes, accompanied by a deeper sense of resentment. That mysterious Earthling. He indeed had a backup plan. Krillin and Gohan instantly felt reassured. "Mr. Xuan must have a solution. Who are you speaking to?" Frieza's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed a faint psychic disturbance, but it vanished just as quickly. Vegeta, forcing himself to stand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a proud yet deranged smile returned to the face of the Saiyan Prince. The true spectacle from Frieza was only just beginning. With a roar, he unleashed all of his remaining energy in one explosive burst and charged forward once more. Observing the rekindled determination of the insignificant beings, Frieza's expression grew even more mocking. He failed to notice that as he redirected his focus back to the battlefield, a shadowy figure quietly vanished atop a distant mountain peak. In the far north of Namek, there lay a ring of circular mountains. At the center of these mountains was a lake emanating a vibrant green glow. This was the life spring spoken of by the Grand Elder. The lake was not filled with water, but rather with liquefied life essence, refined to its utmost purity. Merely standing here and breathing felt invigorating. Xuan's figure appeared by the lakeside. He did not immediately enter. Instead, he wore a grave expression and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned dozens of jade pendants inscribed with runes into his palm. With a snap of his fingers, the pendants transformed into streaks of light, precisely embedding themselves into the ground around the spring, intertwining with the rocks and air nodes. A hum resonated as a transparent shield enveloped the entire life spring. Concealment array. Activate. It would completely suppress all energy fluctuations within the array, preventing any leakage. After completing this, Xuan produced several palm-sized black array flags and casually tossed them. The flags unfurled in the wind, extending to several feet in height, deeply embedding themselves into the earth, and the flag's surfaces fluttered autonomously, even without a breeze. Guardian array. Activate. This was to prevent any unforeseen interruptions during his breakthrough. With this dual layer of security in place, Xuan slowly exhaled, a flicker of anticipation crossing his eyes. For this moment, he had journeyed from Earth to this unfamiliar star domain, meticulously planning for quite some time. Now, the moment had arrived. He no longer hesitated, taking a resolute step into the lush green lake. There was no splash. The liquid life force enveloped his body gently, as if it were alive. A wave of warmth and comfort washed over him. Yet in the next moment, the sensation transformed completely. Boom! An endless torrent of life energy surged violently through every pore of Lu Xian's body. This was not mere absorption. It was a brutal infusion and deluge. As if it sought to obliterate him. Lu Xian's body trembled violently, his face turning ashen in an instant. He felt akin to an ice block thrown into a steel furnace, every part of his being torn apart, crushed, and then reassembled by this colossal energy. Within his sea of consciousness, his soul avatar sat cross-legged, flickering in and out of clarity, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Pain. A profound agony that penetrated to the very core of his soul. This was 1,000 times more excruciating than when he initially drew energy into his body. Yet, Lu Xian clung fiercely to the last vestiges of his awareness, gritting his teeth in silence. He understood that this was the final step. The transition from the divine connection realm to the divine blood realm marked a transformation in the hierarchy of life. Ordinary practitioners would require millennia to meticulously refine their blood, perhaps producing a mere trace of divine blood. However, Lu Xian was leveraging the primordial forces of the entire Namek star to compress this process to its utmost limit. His blood began to transform under the relentless onslaught of the life energy. The once crimson blood evaporated, replaced by a new, faintly golden blood, teeming with terrifying vitality. Divine blood, in its nascent form. As the first drop of divine blood was birthed, Lu Xian's body felt as if it had been injected with a powerful stimulant. The flesh that was on the brink of collapse began to reconstitute at an astonishing pace. Fractured bones became harder than diamonds, ruptured meridians widened, and a layer of black impurities was expelled from his skin, revealing a new surface as smooth as jade. His dark hair danced freely in the energy lake, deepening in hue. Essence, vitality, and spirit melded together harmoniously under the influence of the divine blood. Breakthrough to the divine blood realm. At the very moment of Lu Xian's breakthrough, an indescribable wave of law surged forth, erupting from him at its epicenter. Crack! The protective array surrounding him instantly became riddled with cracks, followed by a mournful wail as it disintegrated into dust. Crack, crack! The suppression array enveloping the entire source of life shattered, its transparent shield fracturing like glass struck by a colossal hammer, splintering within less than a second. Boom! The suppression array was utterly annihilated. A vast and sacred wave of energy surged forth, unbound, sweeping across the entirety of Namek like a tsunami. In that moment, all creatures on Namek, regardless of strength, ceased their movements. As the fleeing Namekians halted in their tracks, tears streaming down their faces, they knelt upon the ground, feeling the rhythmic pulse of their planetary mother. The soldiers of the Frieza army, ravaging the landscape, froze in place, unable to grip their energy weapons, overwhelmed by an innate desire to surrender. The azure grass scattered across the planet began to grow wildly, soaring to heights surpassing a man, only to wither away in the next instant, transforming into ashes, completing a cycle of life. The verdant sky was tinted with a sacred golden hue. At that moment, the three suns dimmed, losing their brilliance. On the main battlefield, Frieza stood with one foot planted upon Vegeta's face, reveling in the humiliation of the Saiyan prince. What is the matter, monkey? Where's your pride? He prepared to exert force, intending to shatter Vegeta's skull completely. Suddenly, his movements came to a halt. Frieza abruptly lifted his gaze, his crimson pupils constricting violently as he looked toward the far north. What was that? A surge of energy was emanating from that direction. After centuries of conquest across the cosmos, he had never encountered such a peculiar energy. It lacked the ferocity typical of combat power, but carried an unparalleled majesty stemming from the very essence of life itself. In the presence of that energy, his combat power of over 20 million felt like a mere sandcastle on the beach. His soul trembled. It was a primal fear, an instinctive dread before a celestial adversary, arising from the deepest core of life. How could such a phenomenon exist on this planet? Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan also sensed it. Although they could not comprehend the nature of this energy, they felt its sanctity and warmth, as if the entire universe was rejoicing for this nascent existence. The mockery, cruelty, and arrogance that had once adorned Frieza's visage vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented gravity, confusion, and a hint of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. That fear swiftly morphed into a furious rage at the perceived affront. How could there be such a monster on this planet? Frieza let out a shrill, discordant scream, his voice laced with an insane desire to kill, unable to fathom the situation. He could no longer concern himself with Vegeta beneath his feet or the nearby Dragon Balls. He soared into the sky like a purple-white streak, frantically racing toward the source of that life-giving energy. He needed to witness it for himself. He yearned to crush the source of his fear with his own hands. Chapter 27. I am the law of this land. Frieza's speed was extraordinary. He transformed into a flash of purple-white light, leaving behind a twisted sonic boom in his wake. His mind was a tumultuous whirlwind of emotions, anger, confusion, and a sliver of fear he was unwilling to acknowledge, all assaulting his pride as the sovereign of the universe. What was that energy? Why did it ignite within him an impulse to kneel? Impossible. In this universe, there could be no existence more formidable than Frieza himself. He assured himself of this as he finally reached the apex of the source of life, where energy surged. Then he beheld a sight, a young man clad in black, stepping out of a luminous emerald lake, one deliberate step at a time. The youth's raven hair danced in the air, his skin glimmered like polished jade, exuding a faint resplendor. His eyes, tranquil as ancient wells, betrayed no emotion. Yet, when those eyes swept over him, Frieza felt as though his very soul was laid bare, utterly exposed. What rendered Frieza's heart momentarily still was the mark upon the young man's forehead, a faint golden sigil composed of myriad arcane runes, slowly fading from view. Frieza had encountered countless races and conquered innumerable planets, yet he had never before witnessed such a being. The individual before him transcended the definition of mere life. He embodied a manifestation of cosmic law, a living path traversing the realm of mortals, evoking a sensation akin to encountering a deity of destruction, albeit one less overwhelming. What are you? Frieza hovered in the air, his voice hoarse, astonished by the tremor in his own words. He compelled himself to stand tall, striving to maintain an aura of superiority, but the dread emanating from the essence of life rendered him icy with fear. Xuan emerged from the lake, his feet gently alighting on the verdant grass at the water's edge. He did not respond to Frieza's inquiry, merely raising his gaze to regard the intruder with calm composure. He did not unleash any notable energy, yet the space surrounding him began to undergo a peculiar transformation. The air grew viscous, and the trajectory of light became subtly distorted. Even the flames burning in the distance, remnants of the battle, flickered and eventually extinguished in silence. Frieza could not afford to wait any longer. He had to obliterate this unknown entity before his confidence crumbled. Whatever monstrosity you are, Frieza shrieked, raising his right index finger with fervor. A sphere of dark purple energy coalesced at the tip, brimming with enough power to annihilate a planet. To oblivion with you. The death sphere was unleashed, soaring toward Xuan with a shriek that rent the fabric of space. This strike harnessed 80% of his strength. He was convinced that even a Super Saiyan would be reduced to ashes in the face of such an onslaught. Yet, in the face of this terrifying assault, Xuan's expression remained unchanged. He merely extended a single finger, just before the massive death sphere, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, was about to impact him. A small black and white Taiji symbol materialized at his fingertip. A hum resonated as the colossal energy sphere collided with the diminutive Taiji symbol. There was no cataclysmic explosion, nor was there a shockwave from the clash of energies. Instead, the furious energy sphere began to spin at high velocity the moment it made contact with the Taiji. Its colossal form, perpetually compressed in its rotation, transformed in the blink of an eye into a fist-sized energy crystal, shimmering with unstable luminescence. Quietly hovering at the tip of Xuan's finger, Frieza's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, his mind engulfed in a void. What is this? Magic? No. Impossible. This was his genuine power, a force potent enough to annihilate planets. How could it be so effortlessly subdued? Before his thoughts could fully materialize, he witnessed Xuan flick his finger. Whoosh! The energy crystal, compressed to its utmost, surged back at a velocity tenfold its arrival, grazing Frieza's cheek as it darted into the boundless depths of the cosmos. Moments later, a desolate satellite near Namek erupted silently into a dazzling display of destruction in space. Frieza stood frozen, a thin trickle of blood seeping from his cheek. He felt no pain, only an icy dread that penetrated to his very core. No, I refused to believe it. After a brief, eerie silence, Frieza succumbed to madness. He could no longer maintain his composure. The energy within him erupted without restraint. D, D, D. With arms spread wide, he unleashed a torrent of death beams toward Lu Xian, his fury manifesting in a deluge of violet rays that cascaded down, sealing off all space surrounding Lu Xian. Yet, an uncanny spectacle unfolded once more. As those ferocious energy beams approached within 100 meters of Lu Xian, their speed began to plummet. The energy particles that constituted the beams grew exceedingly unstable, annihilating and reconstituting in chaotic fashion. Ultimately, just 10 meters from Lu Xian, all the beams vanished in a thin air. There was no explosion, no shockwave. They simply dissipated as if they had never belonged in that space at all. Frieza's assault came to an abrupt halt. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with horror. He sensed that his energy had neither been neutralized nor absorbed. It had been rendered ineffective. It was as if, within that domain, the fundamental laws of the universe that govern the destructive potential of energy had been forcibly altered. How could this be? This transcended all his understanding of power. Do you comprehend now? Lu Xian finally spoke, his voice soft, yet sending tremors through Frieza's heart. In my domain, fire cannot burn, and light must circumvent. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The flames atop a nearby blue blade of grass abruptly extinguished. Because I am the very rule of this place. Lu Xian's gaze settled calmly on Frieza, as if observing a lifeless string of numbers. Frieza, your power is merely an accumulation of energy, the pinnacle of technique. Yet the path I tread is that of the law. Boom! These words shattered Frieza's final vestige of pride. He comprehended it at last. He finally grasped that he and the man before him existed in entirely different dimensions. His once prized combat prowess was rendered utterly insignificant in the face of this man's doctrine. A humiliation and despair more terrifying than death engulfed Frieza's reason. His expression morphed from one of shock into a twisted grimace. His eyes transitioned from madness to a venomous, lifeless glare. He no longer regarded Lu Xian, for he understood he could not kill this man. However, Frieza's gaze abruptly shifted toward the onlookers behind the distant hill. Vegeta, Gohan, and that bald-headed earthling. A malevolent thought surged within him. Since I cannot slay you, I shall annihilate all that you hold dear. With a sinister chuckle, Frieza's form vanished in an instant. His target was no longer Lu Xian. I will extinguish everything you cherish. A beam of death, swift as lightning, traversed several kilometers with precision, aimed directly at the paralyzed bald earthling, Krillin, who was frozen in fear. Chapter 28. To kill Krillin? Then let it be paid with your life. That purplish-black beam sliced through the air like a blade, closing the distance in an instant, targeting the petrified Krillin. Krillin! Uncle Krillin! Gohan screamed, his small frame attempting to rush forward, yet Frieza's immense aura rendered him immobile. In the distance, Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. He instinctively sought to act, but his injured body betrayed him. He could only watch helplessly, a chill coursing through his veins. Frieza, the emperor of this universe, had faltered before the man in black and chose to ambush a weakling whose combat power was nearly negligible. Was this true cruelty or merely the cowardice of misdirected wrath? Time seemed to stretch interminably. Krillin's mind went blank as he stared at the ever-approaching beam, every cell in his body screaming for him to evade. Yet he found himself incapable of movement. He was locked on, a prisoner of death. Instinctively, he raised his head to gaze at the calm figure standing by the source of life, Mr. Lu Xian. Lu Xian had indeed noticed. The moment Frieza harbored that thought, he discerned all of his intentions. He possessed numerous means to save Krillin. With his divine blood cultivation, a mere thought could conjure a spatial barrier before Krillin. He could even flick his fingers to launch a wisp of sword energy that would suffice to shatter that beam midair. He could accomplish it effortlessly. Yet he chose not to intervene. He stood there calmly, his gaze traversing the space, surpassing the lethal beam of light, and resting upon a more distant place. Inside Frieza's spaceship, the healing device was operating at high speed. A familiar yet somewhat bewildered presence was gradually awakening there. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Lu Xian's mouth, unnoticed by anyone. From the moment he decided to let Krillin and the others buy time, a fragment of his consciousness had quietly latched onto the essence of Krillin's soul like the most precise scalpel. An exquisite soul imprint. As long as the soul remained intact, he could reshape it at any moment. Moreover, Dandy was still alive, and the Dragon Balls of Namek were intact. Resurrection was merely a simple step in this game. Therefore, he chose not to intervene. He wished to honor the path of a warrior, to respect the way of Sun Wukong. The Saiyan was born for battle and guardianship. Each of his transformations was inseparable from the extreme fury and the emotions of protection. The legend of the Super Saiyan was not merely an enhancement of combat power. It was a transcendence of life, the most radiant moments within the Saiyan bloodline. Lu Xian could bestow power upon Wukong, yet he could not grant him that unique path, born solely from his own will. Thus, he chose to observe. Boom! The beam struck Krillin with precision. There was no scream. In that instant of contact, Krillin's body was utterly disintegrated by the destructive energy, leaving not a trace of ash. A small figure was abruptly lifted by the intense light, ascending into the air. Then, with a muffled bang, it exploded into a dazzling burst of light. The world fell silent at that moment. Gohan's scream caught in his throat, tears rolling down like beads from a broken string. Vegeta gazed at the dissipating light, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Frieza hovered in the air, emitting a sickly maniacal laughter. Ah, did you see that? This is the fate of those who defy me. One by one, you shall perish. At that moment, bang, the hatch of Frieza's spaceship burst open with tremendous force from within. A figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform emerged slowly. It was Sun Wukong. His injuries had fully healed, his spirit vibrant, yet his face still bore the bewilderment of just awakening from the healing device. He sensed the energies around him, Frieza's overwhelming and suffocating malevolence, Vegeta's weakened yet defiant aura, Gohan's heart-wrenching sorrow, and Mr. Lu Xian's tranquility, as unfathomable as the depths of the oceanic starry sky. Wait a moment. It seemed someone was missing. Wukong furrowed his brow, thinking of the best friend who had been by his side since he began training under Master Roshi, the one who was always a bit timid, yet rose courageously in critical moments. Where's Krillin? He asked, scratching his head in confusion. No one responded to him. Only Gohan, with his tear-streaked face, trembled as he pointed a quivering finger towards the fading halo of light in the sky. Daddy, Uncle Krillin, Goku's gaze followed Gohan's finger, turning towards the heavens. His smile froze upon his face, his mind blank. What was that? What was that light? A chilling sensation pierced his heart like a venomous needle. Uncontrollable images flashed through his mind. The first meeting between two bald-headed boys in front of Master Roshi's house. The sweat-drenched battles at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin's figure lying in a pool of blood during the confrontation with King Piccolo, their joint struggle against the Saiyans on Earth, and just recently, on this very planet, Krillin supporting his injured self, rushing anxiously toward the healing chamber. That friend who always followed behind him, slightly lecherous, a tad timid, yet immensely kind-hearted. Was he truly gone? Reduced to that fading light in the sky? Goku let out a few beastly roars from his throat. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, not from fear, but from a rage he had never before experienced, one fierce enough to scorch his very soul. Boom! The green sky of Namek suddenly darkened. Dark clouds gathered out of nowhere, and silver flashes of lightning danced wildly within the clouds, yet not a sound of thunder could be heard. The earth began to quake violently, countless fragments of stone levitating around Goku. Oh! Frieza's laughter abruptly ceased as he watched Goku's transformation with keen interest. What was this? The last struggle of a dying monkey? Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted. He sensed Goku's energy surging in a way that defied all logic. 10-fold, 20-fold, 50-fold, and still rising. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Goku lowered his head, concealing his expression, but his voice had turned cold and unfamiliar, devoid of any emotion. You killed Krillin. He slowly lifted his head. His pupils had transformed into a furious shade of teal. His black hair began to rise, as golden light defiantly erupted from the roots. Buzz! A golden aura burst forth from him like flames. The black hair, washed in golden light, transformed strand by strand into a dazzling gold. A terrifying energy enveloped the entirety of Namek, centered around Goku. For the first time, shock appeared on Frieza's face. Golden hair, teal eyes, could it be? The legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta was utterly stunned, kneeling on the ground with his head tilted back, gazing at the figure bathed in golden aura, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. His mind had come to a complete halt. The dream he had pursued his entire life, the pride of being a Saiyan prince, and the hatred for Frieza, who had annihilated his entire race. All these myriad emotions coalesced into a single incredulous murmur that resonated from the depths of his soul. Kakarot had achieved the legendary Super Saiyan. Goku, or rather, Super Saiyan Son Goku, paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. His gaze, cold and indifferent, was fixated firmly on Frieza. Frieza, he spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with a murderous intent that could send shivers down the spine of even the mightiest cosmic ruler. Frieza instinctively took a half-step back, only to be engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation, roaring as he unleashed his full power. Enough of your nonsense. What's Super Saiyan? I am the strongest in the universe. Muscles bulging and veins protruding, Frieza's final form manifested his utmost strength. Boom! The two figures collided in midair. Thus commenced an earth-shattering battle. Each exchange of blows caused the ground of Namek to fissure with immense chasms. Every energy blast transformed the sky above Namek, altering its hue. The entire planet groaned under the weight of their titanic clash, trembling violently, with volcanoes erupting, teetering on the brink of annihilation. In the distance, by the fountain of life, Xuan observed all of this with a calm demeanor, as if he were savoring a meticulously scripted drama. He turned to Gohan, who was trembling in fear from the aftermath of the battle, and Bulma, who had arrived at some point, and said serenely, "It's time to go home." Chapter 29. You call this a talisman? Namek was on the verge of destruction. The sky was cleaved by two opposing forces. On one side was the golden aura of the Super Saiyan, and on the other, Frieza's malevolent purple-black energy. Each collision of fists left the earth with bottomless crevices. Each clash of energy erupted magma from the depths, turning the verdant plains into scorched earth. The structural integrity of the planet had collapsed, emitting sounds of unbearable strain. The Super Saiyan son Goku and Frieza in his final form found themselves in a stalemate. Goku's golden aura began to flicker. Transforming into a Super Saiyan was already a tremendous drain, and combined with his furious onslaught, his stamina was nearing its limits. Conversely, Frieza's situation was even direr. His full power was rapidly depleting his life force, his swollen muscles straining, and his breaths resembling the labored wheezing of a dilapidated bellows. Frieza could not comprehend. He was the cosmic emperor. Frieza, how could he be cornered by a mere monkey to such an extent? Damn the monkey, damn the monkey. Frieza's pride was ablaze, and his reason was waning. He understood that if the battle continued, it would be he who would fall first. He could not afford to lose. Not to a mere monkey. His gaze frantically swept across the desolate land, and suddenly he beheld something, just beneath the two combatants. A massive chasm revealed the pulsating core of a red planet. A malevolent thought emerged within him. If victory was unattainable, then none shall survive. Frieza unleashed a powerful wave of energy, propelling Goku away, and his body soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters. No longer did he regard Goku. All his focus was fixated on the exposed planetary core. Let you monkeys be reduced to cosmic dust alongside this planet. He erupted into maniacal laughter, raising his hands high as a dark purple energy sphere began to coalesce in his palms. The sphere was no larger than a basketball, yet the surrounding space twisted and light was consumed within. This was his all-or-nothing attack, potent enough to obliterate a planet. On the distant hills, Gohan and Bulma turned pale with fear. "Dad!" Gohan cried out. "It's over." Bulma's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Even the severely injured Vegeta struggled to lift his head. His eyes filled with terror and resentment as they fixed upon the energy sphere. Goku's expression shifted as well. He sensed the terrifying power concealed within that small ball. "Frieza!" he bellowed, unhesitatingly gathering his hands at his waist, assuming a familiar stance. A blue radiance began to coalesce, representing his final hope, the guardian of all he held dear. "D!" Frieza cackled, hurling the death sphere down with ferocity. Kamehameha! Goku transformed all his strength into a colossal blue beam, ascending towards the heavens. Boom! Black and blue collided in the skies above Namek. There was no explosion, only a suffocating clash of energies. The entire world fell silent. The advance of the death sphere was halted. It was merely halted. The blue Kamehameha beam began to bend inch by inch under the pressure of the death sphere, emitting sounds of unbearable strain. Goku gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging, veins bursting forth. The golden aura around him flickered like a candle in the wind. He was nearing his limit. The energy sphere, infused with Frieza's malevolent intent, steadily pressed downwards. A sense of despair enveloped all present. "Mr. Xuan, please help." Gohan finally recalled something, shouting tearfully at the calm figure behind him. All eyes instinctively turned towards the young man in black, who had remained an outsider throughout. Xuan stood there, his clothing undisturbed. He observed the clash of powers in the sky, gently shaking his head. The end of technique is law, and the end of law is the path. He did not intervene in the clash. Amid the bewildered gazes of all present, he slowly raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers came together, resembling an invisible pen. He lifted his fingers, channeling the essence of his divine blood, and began to inscribe in the void before him. His movements were unhurried, almost casual, akin to conducting a sacred ritual. Streams of golden runes flowed from his fingertips, weaving and intertwining in the air. These were not known characters. Rather, they resembled the very laws of the universe. Merely gazing upon those runes evoked a sensation as if one's soul were being drawn in, as though witnessing the birth and demise of the cosmos. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A complex talisman, shimmering with a faint golden light, took shape in the air. The godly breaking talisman. Xuan gazed at his creation, nodding in satisfaction. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he gently propelled it forward. The gesture was as nonchalant as brushing away a fallen leaf. Whoosh! The golden talisman transformed into a nearly imperceptible stream of light, gliding silently toward the ominous death sphere that was suppressing Goku's Kamehameha. It was minuscule. In comparison to that world-shattering clash of energies, it resembled a mere grain of sand in the vast ocean, utterly inconspicuous. It drifted leisurely, ultimately penetrating the interior of the dark purple death sphere. Then, nothing happened. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just as everyone thought this was a futile endeavor, a peculiar scene unfolded. The death sphere, which had left even the Super Saiyans powerless, suddenly froze. The black-purple arcs of electricity on its surface vanished. Its ability to absorb light dissipated. The cataclysmic energy fluctuations within it also ceased. It was as if a painting had been paused. Then, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the energy sphere, followed by a second, a third, and countless others. Crack, crackle. There was no explosion, no sound. The death sphere, capable of annihilating Namek, had its internal energy structure completely dismantled at the very roots of its laws by the godly breaking talisman. It silently disintegrated in the air, collapsing into myriad points of light, resembling a grand fireworks display, cascading down in a beautiful yet silent shower. Goku's Kamehameha lost its obstruction, transforming into a harmless blue beam that shot into the depths of space, vanishing from sight. The sky returned to Namek's original green hue. The wind began to blow anew. The world regained its voice. Yet all who witnessed this spectacle fell into a silence deeper than mere loss of sound. Goku floated in the air, gasping for breath. His golden hair dimming slightly as he stared blankly at the scattering light particles, his mind devoid. What had transpired? In the highest reaches of the sky, Frieza maintained his forward-leaning posture, his manic laughter abruptly frozen on his face. His scarlet pupils fixated intently on the dissipating rain of light, and in that moment, all traces of madness, fury, and resentment were drained from his eyes. In their place emerged an emptiness, as though his very soul had been hollowed out. A profound despair enveloping him. His pride, his strength, the dignity of his reign as the emperor of the universe, just moments ago, all had been utterly crushed by a seemingly weightless golden talisman in a manner both casual and incomprehensible. This was not mere defeat. It was the erasure of the very meaning of his existence. Goku's roar shattered the suffocating silence. He would not let this opportunity slip away. The golden figure, ablaze with the last vestiges of rage, appeared instantaneously before the disheveled Frieza, delivering a heavy blow directly to Frieza's chest. Boom! Frieza's body was sent hurtling toward the ground like a meteor, his fate uncertain. Yet, the victory of battle could not avert the impending destruction of the planet. The entire Namekian planet reverberated with its final throes as the crust began to collapse entirely, magma erupting like a crimson sea from every corner of the world. Lucian's calm voice resonated clearly within the minds of all present. The explosion of Namek could not be halted. Everyone had 5 minutes to escape. They must seize the moment. Chapter 30. Do not fight. I will take you home. 5 minutes. Lucian's tone was serene. Yet each word penetrated the consciousness of every individual. On Namek, the cries of the populace reached a fever pitch. Massive tectonic plates pressed against one another, fracturing and forcing the magma from the depths of the mantle to the surface, carving enormous fissures across the land. The once verdant sky transformed into a dark crimson, while countless broken land masses floated above, only to be pulled back down by gravity, stirring up immense clouds of dust. This beautiful planet was inexorably approaching the end of its life. "Daddy!" Gohan cried out in anguish. Not far away, 2 streaks of golden light clashed violently. The Super Saiyan Goku grappled with Frieza, whose body was reduced to mere fragments. Kakarot, I will kill you. I must kill you. Frieza's voice dripped with malice. Frieza, let this battle end here. Goku bellowed in response. On the hilltop, Bulma had relinquished all hope. She gazed at Goku's distant spaceship, then glanced at her own position, separated by several unfathomable chasms of molten rock. Even with 50 minutes, she would not be able to cross. It's over. We are all going to die here. She whispered despondently as she sank to the ground. Just as this atmosphere of despair began to permeate, Lu Xien took action. He did not gaze at the battle above, nor urged anyone onward. He slowly approached the edge of the hill, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the crumbling world before him, his expression void of any emotion. Then he raised his right hand, the wide black sleeves of his robe billowing in the wind. With a casual flick of his wrist, he directed his gesture towards the area where Bulma, Gohan, Piccolo, Dandy, and the bewildered, just-awoken Vegeta stood. In the next instant, an unbelievable scene unfolded. An invisible, irresistible force enveloped the ground within a radius of several hundred meters. Bulma screamed, feeling the earth tremble violently beneath her feet. Lifting her into the air? No, it was not merely flight. The entire land, along with its inhabitants, rocks, and blades of grass, was violently torn from the planet by an unseen power, hurtling towards Lu Xien at astonishing speed. It felt as though an invisible giant hand had seized the entire expanse. Lifting it like a carpet, Vegeta's pupils dilated. He attempted to resist with his own energy, only to realize that his strength was utterly insufficient against that overwhelming might. He could only watch helplessly as he, along with everyone around him, and the vast land beneath, were relentlessly stretched, compressed, and diminished. Ultimately, they vanished into the seemingly ordinary sleeve of the young man in black. The sleeve gave a slight flutter, as if swallowing a fragment of the world. All returned to silence. Divine blood realm, divine power, the universe in the sleeve. Everything spoke without words. After accomplishing this feat, Lu Xien raised his gaze to the sky, where Goku and Frieza were still battling. He paid them no mind, his eyes piercing through the distorted space, locking onto the blue planet billions of light years away. Earth. Lu Xien extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and made a gentle cut through the air before him. With a rip, a black rift in space materialized. On the other side of the rift was a sky of blue and white clouds, along with the temple floating amidst the sea of clouds. Lu Xien stepped through, instantly appearing above the temple on Earth. Mr. Popo was startled by the sudden spatial disturbance, readying himself for a defense, only to recognize the newcomer, Mr. Lu Xien. Disregarding their astonishment, Lu Xien waved his sleeve once more towards the polished plaza of the temple. A flash of brilliance erupted. Bulma, Gohan, Vegeta, Dandy, along with the land of Namek, materialized in the plaza. As their feet touched the ground, Bulma was still screaming, but her voice quickly caught in her throat. She stared at the scene before her, taking in the astonished expressions of the Supreme, Kai, and Mr. Popo, her mind blank. Just a moment ago, they had been awaiting death on the verge of an exploding Namek. Now, they were back on Earth? Was this a dream? Gohan and Dandy wore equally perplexed expressions, still believing they had perished. Vegeta struggled to rise, casting a glance at his hands and then surveying his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the shadowy figure with hands clasped behind its back. The astonishment and fear in his eyes were more intense than when he first beheld a Super Saiyan. The very fabric of reality seemed to shift, defying the laws of nature. This was not merely martial prowess. This was sorcery, an act only a deity could accomplish. After the initial shock, an oppressive silence enveloped the arena. Vegeta remained wordless, his eyes locked onto Lu Xien, desperately seeking even the faintest hint of fatigue on the man's visage after wielding such power. Yet, he was met with failure. Lu Xien's expression remained tranquil, as if the feats he had performed were nothing more than a mere dusting off of his sleeves. A sense of despair settled in Vegeta's heart. He had long believed his potential to be boundless, and that he alone was the strongest. With relentless training, he could one day surpass Lu Xien. But in this moment, he realized the truth. He and Lu Xien were not even on the same plane of existence. While they were still pondering how to enhance the speed of their vehicles, Lu Xien possessed the authority to alter maps and finish lines at will. With Dandy's assistance, the dragon of Namek, Porunga, was successfully summoned. All those who had perished at the hands of Frieza and his minions, including Piccolo, were resurrected. Earth momentarily basked in peace. Everyone awaited Goku's news anxiously in the temple. Only Lu Xien, after conveying his instructions, quietly retreated to the depths of the Baozi Mountain, beneath the waterfall, to continue his cultivation. Time passed swiftly. A year later, the individuals training in the temple suddenly lifted their heads, their expressions shifting dramatically. Two ominous and familiar energies surged from the depths of the cosmos, racing towards Earth with alarming speed. "It's Frieza," Krillin exclaimed. "He is not dead." Moreover, there was another energy even more formidable than Frieza's. Piccolo's countenance grew grave. As everyone prepared to unite against this new crisis, a powerful, sharp, yet entirely unfamiliar aura materialized beyond Earth's atmosphere. This presence, like a sword drawn from its sheath, radiated brilliance. They felt as though the sword's energy sliced through the air, splitting into two, then transforming into countless beams of light. In the next instant, the despair-inducing energies of Frieza and his father were obliterated, as if they had been shredded, vanishing completely. Instant annihilation. There was no time to react. A purple-haired youth, clad in a Capsule Corporation jacket and wielding a long sword, descended from the heavens, landing upon the remnants of Frieza's ship. Chapter 31. This script is incorrect. How are you all still alive? The purple-haired youth stood resolutely with his sword upon the wreckage of Frieza's vessel. His expression was cold, yet his eyes bore an age-old wisdom that seemed incongruous for someone of his youth. Just moments ago, he executed a swift and decisive strike, obliterating Frieza, returned from his transformation, along with his father, King Cold, and their entire legion. The young man exhaled deeply, his previously tense body relaxing slightly. It was over. From this moment onward, the annals of history were irrevocably rewritten by his actions. Next, he merely had to await the return of the legendary figure, Son Goku, to deliver the miraculous potion and inform him of the impending catastrophe set to unfold in 3 years. Only then would his mission be deemed complete. At that moment, several formidable auras surged towards him from the horizon. The boy's expression shifted, and he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. They were coming. According to his mother's calculations, Son Goku should have returned to Earth alone at this time. But why were there so many powerful presences? Moreover, some of these auras should not even exist. Before he could comprehend the situation, the formidable energies had swiftly approached and landed on the open ground before him. As the identities of the arrivals became clear, the lavender-haired youth felt as if struck by lightning, rendering him immobile. Son Goku, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Teen, Kaiatsu. Even that individual who was supposed to have perished on Namek alongside the Supreme Being, Piccolo, how could they all still be alive? Not a single one was missing. The young man's mind crashed, leaving it blank. This was not right. This was utterly incongruous. According to historical records, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu were supposed to have perished in battle against the Saiyan, Vegeta. Piccolo had also sacrificed himself to protect Gohan, leading to the complete disappearance of the Dragon Balls on Earth. It was precisely for this reason that they could not be resurrected. So what was happening now? Why were they all standing there, alive as if that horrific battle had never transpired? The lavender-haired youth's gaze swept across each individual present, finally landing on a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. The Saiyan Prince Vegeta. He was here too. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to have allied himself with Goku and the others. Insanity. This world had gone mad. In mere seconds, the young man's worldview shattered before the scene unfolding before him. He had always believed himself to be the sole hope for the future. Now, that notion appeared utterly absurd. As his thoughts spiraled into chaos, his attention was drawn to the last person in the crowd, a young man clad in black training attire, with black hair and eyes. His appearance was unremarkable, merely standing there quietly, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, resembling an ordinary earthling. Yet, the lavender-haired youth instinctively tightened his grip on his sword. His battle instincts, honed through countless life and death experiences, screamed a warning. Danger. The man before him exuded an unsettling calmness, concealing a terrifying force capable of devouring everything within its grasp. Whether it be light, space, or even he, the intruder from the future, would be consumed. Who is he? The historical records provided by his mother made no mention of such a figure. Yet another Super Saiyan? A cold snort shattered the silence. Vegeta, arms crossed and exuding arrogance, gazed down at the lavender-haired youth, his eyes brimming with scrutiny and disdain. Since that useless Kakarot, when did Super Saiyans become so devalued? The Z-fighters stood on high alert. Although this suddenly appeared boy had vanquished Frieza, his origins remained shrouded in mystery, and his formidable strength made them hesitant to let their guard down. The lavender-haired youth took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. No, he must not panic. Regardless of the troubles plaguing this era, he must not forget his primary mission. He diverted his gaze from Luxian and refocused on Goku, striving to steady his nerves. I am Trunks, he said, his voice somewhat hoarse. I have traveled back from the future, 20 years ahead. At this revelation, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. What? The future? Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed in disbelief. Bulma, observing from the temple through the crystal ball, nearly leapt in excitement. The time machine? He truly succeeded. Goku, Piccolo. And the others were equally astonished. Trunks disregarded their reactions. He understood that he must convey even graver news to earn their belief. I am here to warn you. His expression grew grave, eyes betraying an unmistakable fear and sorrow. 3 years from now, on May 12, 767, at approximately 10 a.m., 2 foes will emerge from the southern islands, so formidable that you cannot begin to fathom them. They are androids created by Dr. Gero. Trunks' voice trembled, as if he were transported back to that desolate future. They derive pleasure from destruction and slaughter. Earth's warriors, including Uncle Vegeta and my father, fell in battle against them. All sacrificed. The world fell into darkness and despair. As Trunks spoke, the Z fighters began to grow uneasy. They had just dispatched Frieza, believing peace had finally arrived, only to confront the grim reality of a more terrifying future awaiting them. Trunks' gaze ultimately settled on Goku, imbued with both hope and sorrow. In that fateful battle, the very hope of Earth, you, Mr. Goku, succumbed to a viral heart disease before the fight even commenced. He drew a small vial from his pocket and extended it forward. I returned to this time primarily to deliver this miracle cure to you. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Even the invincible Goku could fall victim to illness? Who else could possibly stand against those 2 terrifying androids? Just as despair enveloped everyone, a calm voice suddenly resonated. Throughout the ordeal, only the young man clad in black exhibited no change in expression. He remained unshaken, unperturbed, and even devoid of curiosity. Silently, he absorbed every word spoken, then gradually approached Trunks. His gaze was profound, as if it could pierce through time and unveil all truths. Locking eyes with the astonished Trunks, he inquired with serene composure, "Is there a place for me in the future you speak of?" Chapter 32. Your medicine only treats the symptoms. Is there a place for me in the future you speak of? Lu Xian's tranquil question sent a jolt through Trunks' heart. Is there a place for you? Trunks' mind went blank as he desperately rummaged through his memories. Whether from fragmented histories recounted by his mother, Bulma, or the desperate moments he had personally endured, he found nothing. There was never a man with black hair and black eyes, whose presence was calm, yet whose gaze seemed to penetrate all. In the history he knew, the Z fighters fell one after another under the onslaught of the androids, their demises tragic. Vegeta, too, that proud warrior, clung to his obsession with surpassing Kakarot until his very last breath. Even Son Goku, the final legend and the pillar of everyone's spirit, departed this world due to heart disease just before the decisive battle. There was never anyone named Lu Xian. The existence of this man utterly overturned everything Trunks understood about history. With his arrival, Yamcha and the others survived. Piccolo did not sacrifice himself, and even Vegeta stood with the rest. Everything was thrown into disarray. He had wagered his life to traverse time, burdened with the mission to save the future. Yet now he felt a profound sense of confusion, uncertain of what to do next. Trunks' lips moved, but ultimately he could only weakly shake his head, his voice dry. No. Upon accepting this truth, it felt as though all strength had been siphoned from his body. He compelled himself to retract his thoughts and redirect his focus to the task at hand. Regardless of the alterations this era had undergone, at the very least, Mr. Goku's heart condition should still manifest. From his pocket, he cautiously retrieved a small vial and extended it towards Goku. Mr. Goku, this is a miracle drug for heart disease, developed with the utmost technological prowess of our time. His eyes shimmered with earnestness. Please, you must accept it. It is our only hope. Goku glanced at the vial, then at Trunks' serious countenance, scratching his head and flashing his signature grin. Ah, thank you so much. You even traveled from the future for this. He reached out to receive it, but a hand intervened, swiftly extending from the side to gently take the vial away. It was Lu Xian. Lu Xian held the vial in his hand without opening it, simply closing his eyes as a strand of consciousness silently probed within. Trunks stood frozen in confusion. What was he doing? He couldn't comprehend it, yet he sensed that as Lu Xian shut his eyes, the vial emitted a faint, high-frequency hum. as if the molecular structure inside was being scanned and analyzed by an invisible force. After a few moments, Xian opened his eyes, his gaze as tranquil as ever. The technology of future Bulma was remarkable, a sophisticated molecular drug. When he spoke, Trunks felt a jolt of shock. How could he know this was made by his mother? Using a bioelectric stabilizer to forcibly stabilize the myocardium, combined with a targeted cell repair solution to mend damaged tissues. It could take effect at the moment of cardiac failure. Xian's explanation was so precise that it sent shivers down Trunks' spine. This was more thorough than the analysis results from the most advanced medical instruments in a future world. How did he achieve this? Was it merely by closing his eyes and glancing? Just as Trunks' worldview was once again shaken, Xian shifted his tone, calmly delivering a critique. Unfortunately, it addresses the symptoms but not the root cause. Trunks abruptly lifted his head, disbelief etched on his face. What does that mean? This is already the best medicine we can produce. The medicine is indeed good. Xian's gaze turned towards Goku, his voice low yet resonant in everyone's ears. But Goku's ailment lies not within the heart, but at its very essence. Essence? Krillin and Gohan exchanged puzzled glances. Each time you use the Kaioken, each transformation into a Super Saiyan, you're exhausting the life essence buried deep within your Saiyan bloodline. Xian explained calmly, his words causing Vegeta's pupils to slightly constrict. This exhaustion may not be apparent at first, but over time, the problems will escalate. The heart is merely the first organ to succumb to this strain. This vial can only forcibly restore its function when your heart collapses. But as long as you continue to fight, depleting your essence, your body will inevitably face total collapse. His words left everyone in stunned silence. For the first time, they began to understand the power they took pride in from this entirely new perspective. It turned out that each explosive outburst sowed the seeds for future bodily breakdown. Trunks was completely dumbfounded. He had never contemplated this issue. In his future, everyone knew heart disease was a terminal affliction, yet no one realized the root of the problem lay in the transformations that Saiyans held in such high regard. Xian's words offered him a profound new understanding. Just as he was grappling with this revelation, Xian flicked his wrist, causing the vial to vanish. Replaced by a Saiyan J bottle, he poured out a pill, the size of a longan, entirely emerald in color, with a surface seemingly swirling with radiant light. The moment the pill appeared, a pure aura of life began to permeate the air. The air around them transformed into a refreshing breeze. As the battle-scarred grassland began to revive, visibly sprouting hints of green, the mere scent of the elixir invigorated all present, as if their exhaustion was washed away momentarily. Everyone stood in awe. Xian held out the medicinal pill before Wukong. This pill, known as the Qingmu Yinshengdan, was concocted using the life-giving essence of Namekian spring water, combined with a myriad of rare cosmic treasures. His tone remained calm, yet conveyed an undeniable confidence. It would not enhance your strength. Its sole purpose was to restore your foundational vitality, replenishing all the life essence you had previously exhausted. This, perhaps, could fundamentally resolve your issues. A profound silence enveloped the room. Wukong gazed at the pill radiating vitality, though the term restoring foundational vitality eluded him. He could distinctly sense that every cell within his body yearned for the warm, pure energy. Meanwhile, Trunks found himself rendered speechless. He fixated on the pill in Xian's hand, feeling the vast and pure life energy it contained. The energy was warm and gentle, yet the power within it was boundless. Its level of life essence surpassed the pinnacle of biological technology from his era, transcending his very comprehension of life itself. The miraculous drug he had brought, once viewed as a beacon of hope, appeared utterly trivial in comparison to this pill. In that moment, Trunks finally comprehended. The despairing future he had known ceased to exist the moment this man, Xian, appeared. The battle he had to face was no longer against that predetermined future. He looked at the man before him, who seemed effortless in producing miraculous remedies, and a singular thought crystallized in his mind. Perhaps the despair of the future had found a glimmer of hope, and before him, Xian stood as the new guiding beacon of this era. Chapter 33, The Ineffective Prophecy. The Stirred Serpent. Sun Wukong consumed the Qingmu Yinshengdan, and a warm current immediately spread throughout his body. Wukong felt a comforting warmth envelop him. The lingering injuries from intense battles and the use of the Kaioken technique were smoothed away by this energy, leaving him indescribably comfortable. A crisis that could have claimed the life of Earth's strongest warrior was effortlessly resolved by Xian. Seeing Wukong unharmed, Trunks finally relaxed his taut nerves. Observing the Z warriors, who should have perished yet now thrived with vitality, he felt a burgeoning sense of hope for the future. This era could truly escape the clutches of a despairing fate. Everyone, Trunks took a deep breath, capturing the attention of all. He unfolded an electronic map he had brought from the future, pointing confidently toward a small island near South City. According to my mother's records, 3 years hence, on the 12th of May, 767 of the Etherean calendar, around 10 o'clock in the morning, foes shall emerge upon this small island. They are 2 artificial beings, designated as number 17 and number 18. Though formidable, we have 3 years to prepare. If we diligently hone our skills, we shall surely gather the collective strength of all to ambush them at that time and place, ensuring our victory. The Z warriors nodded vigorously, their spirits invigorated. The unknown adversary is the most fearsome, yet with knowledge of their arrival time and location, we hold the reins of power entirely in our grasp. Oh, how impressive it sounds. With 3 years at my disposal, I shall undoubtedly grow stronger. Goku eagerly rubbed his fists together. Ho and P ho, mea artificial beings. This prince requires but a year to surpass them. Vegeta crossed his arms, wearing an air of arrogance. With targets, time, and direction established, everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. However, amidst this optimistic atmosphere, a calm voice resonated. Your prophecy has become obsolete. Xuan approached Trunks, his gaze fixed upon the electronic map. Why? Trunks was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Because I am here. Xuan's response was simple and direct. The timeline has diverged from what you knew due to my presence. He extended a finger, gently tapping the map. I saved that wretched Piccolo, resurrected others, and even kept Vegeta on Earth. Do you truly believe that, after all this, that doctor named Jero would naively adhere to your memories and send the androids here in 3 years? Trunks' complexion instantly paled. He opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. Indeed, how had he overlooked this? This era has transformed beyond recognition. How could the enemy remain unchanged? His greatest reliance on future intelligence was now rendered futile. So what shall we do? Trunks' voice quivered slightly. Waiting is the choice of the weak. Xuan no longer regarded him, instead turning to sit cross-legged upon the ground. Rather than passively awaiting the enemy's arrival, we should proactively seek them out and dismantle their stronghold. As he spoke, he closed his eyes. An invisible yet heavy pressure emanated from him, enveloping the vicinity. The divine consciousness of the God-blood realm, for the first time, unreservedly unleashed a global scan, sweeping outward in all directions. The Z warriors present, including Goku and Vegeta, felt as though their very beings, from body to soul, were thoroughly penetrated in that instant. They sensed that every cell, every breath, even the deepest thoughts within their hearts were laid bare, with nowhere to conceal themselves. This sensation lasted but a moment before the divine consciousness transcended them, enveloping the entire Earth at an unimaginable speed, from the surface to the depths of the Earth. And soaring into the skies, every corner of the planet, every speck of dust, is incessantly washed and filtered under this divine consciousness. In West City, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief, stand before a colossal supercomputer. They have just detected the energy fluctuations triggered by Trunks' appearance. Father, have you managed to analyze it? How does that sudden surge of energy differ from the data when Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan? Bulma inquired anxiously. Doctor. Brief adjusted his glasses and swiftly tapped away at the keyboard. This is peculiar. The intensity is exceedingly high, yet the nature is incredibly unstable. Wait. Suddenly, Doctor. Brief's actions halted. He stared intently at the screen, his expression shifting from confusion to shock, ultimately transforming into a blank stare. What's the matter? Bulma leaned closer. The supercomputer's display showed readings, curves, and analytical models that had all instantaneously surpassed theoretical maximums. The index, representing the total energy of the globe, was skyrocketing, nearly forming a vertical line. It's exploded. It's exploded. All the detectors have peaked. Impossible. This cannot be real. What is this? What kind of energy is this? It is neither ki nor any known form of energy. It resembles more of a domain, a realm enveloping the entire planet. My heavens! This violates the law of conservation of energy. Dr. Brief exclaimed, his scientific understanding collapsing in that moment. In the next instant, a sharp crackle of electricity erupted. The massive screen flickered violently, and then a thick plume of black smoke emerged, completely incinerating it. It was not just here. At the same time, across the globe, tens of thousands of Capsule Corporation's energy detectors, whether soaring at 10,000 meters high or plunging into the depths of the ocean, overloaded in an instant. Turning to scrap metal, the pinnacle of Earth's technology failed to endure even a second against this incomprehensible force. In the vicinity of South City, at a depth of 1,500 meters underground, within a vast subterranean research facility filled with precision instruments, an elderly man with a white beard was scrutinizing a large screen. He was Dr. Jarrow. Suddenly, an ominous beeping filled the facility, signaling the highest level of red alert without warning. The piercing alarm startled Dr. Jarrow, causing him to jerk his head up. Before him, the radar screen, which monitored global energy flow, displayed that the green dots representing normal fluctuations had vanished completely. In their place was an expanse of pure white, representing something unexplainable and unfathomable. The entire radar was utterly submerged in this blinding light. What on earth is happening? Dr. Jarrow's pupils constricted. The global energy monitoring radar he had painstakingly created had never before exhibited such a phenomenon. He trembled as he frantically pressed buttons on the control panel, attempting to analyze the source of this anomaly. However, regardless of the analysis mode he switched to, the results remained singular. Warning: unknown energy detection. Energy form: unresolvable. Source: untraceable. Target: locked on the spatial coordinates of this research facility. As he gazed at the crimson warnings flashing across the screen, Dr. Gallo's mind went blank, overwhelmed by a cacophony of thoughts. Energy detection? Locked onto himself? A cold sweat broke out across his brow. This was neither Sun Wukong nor any earthly warrior. They possessed an intimate understanding of their own ki, rendering such a level of power impossible. This was even beyond the likes of Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor. The ability to disregard his spatial shielding and energy distortion field, directly scanning and locking from a higher dimension, was a terrifying force he could not comprehend. How could they have set their sights on Earth? On his humble research facility? With no time to ponder further, survival instinct propelled Dr. Gallo at breakneck speed to a red button deep within the facility. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm down upon it. Emergency protocol. Hive relocation. Initiate. The entire vast underground research facility began to tremble violently. In the wilderness above, Lu Xian opened his eyes. The overwhelming pressure that had enveloped the world vanished in an instant. He stood, brushing off the dust, and addressed the anxious crowd. We have found it. To the southwest of the southern capital, at coordinates XXXXXXX, approximately 1,500 meters underground, lies a concealed facility utilizing spatial technology. Upon hearing this, Goku, Vegeta, and the others perked up. All right, let us set off now, they exclaimed. It seems the time has finally come. Yet, just as they prepared to depart, Lu Xian furrowed his brow slightly. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the southern capital, his expression laden with significance. There is no need to go. They have already relocated. Almost simultaneously with his words, in a newly established research facility, now hidden deep beneath another continent, Dr. Gallo watched the white light on the screen fade away, releasing a long sigh of relief. Just as he felt a moment of ease, a wave of dread and anger surged within him. No matter who you are, seeking to capture Gallo's greatest creation, he turned to face the enormous incubation tanks labeled 17, 18, and cell behind him, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Then let us engage in a true game of hide-and-seek. Chapter 34. The Ultimate Weapon Cell. The known future no longer exists. As Lu Xian's words faded, the Z fighters transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky. Everyone understood that Lu Xian's perception was infallible. He remarked that the enemy had changed their location, which meant they were certainly no longer in their original position. They needed to act with greater urgency, striving to uncover the adversaries before they vanished completely. The group surged through the sky at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of lingering white vapor. Vegeta led the charge, unable to tolerate being toyed with by the enemy. His velocity was unmatched, his golden aura trailing behind him like a comet. You despicable insects! Show yourselves! In mere seconds, the coordinates provided by Lu Xian materialized before their eyes. It was a rugged mountainous terrain, devoid of any signs of human presence aside from weathered rocks and sparse weeds. Had it not been for Lu Xian's guidance, none would have suspected that an evil lair lay hidden beneath this desolate land. As soon as they touched down, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Everyone stand aside, he bellowed, raising his right hand high, palm facing upward, as a blinding sphere of energy rapidly coalesced. A violent gust of wind swirled around him, causing the other's garments to flutter. Without hesitation, Vegeta swung his arm down with force, launching the energy sphere, imbued with tremendous power, directly toward the ground. Ultimate flash. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated. The earth trembled violently, collapsing beneath them. A deep pit, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, appeared before them. The soil and rocks at the edges of the pit had been vitrified by the intense heat, emitting wisps of smoke. At the bottom of the pit, a massive superalloy gate, several meters thick, lay twisted and deformed from the blast, revealing a pitch-black entrance. "Oomph. Let's see how you hide now," Vegeta snorted, being the first to charge inside. Goku, Piccolo, Trunks, and the others followed closely, each on high alert, bracing for battle. However, upon entering the facility, they found it utterly deserted. Emergency lights flickered silently at the end of the corridor, casting their elongated shadows upon the metallic walls. The air was thick with a mixture of oil and disinfectant, and the ground was littered with scattered documents and blueprints. What is happening? There's not a soul in sight. Krillin clenched his fists, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Piccolo's gaze swept over the wet scratches on the walls and the chaotic footprints on the floor. His voice low, they evacuated in haste, yet with remarkable order. A sense of dread enveloped Trunks. He traversed the corridors, encountering the same disheartening scene. Empty laboratories, dead computers, and enormous glass incubation tanks. The tanks, too, were devoid of their contents, leaving only murky green liquid and a few severed tubes. The place was abandoned. Truly, as Xuan had said, the serpents had emerged from their lair. Damn it! Vegeta slammed his fist against the nearby alloy wall, leaving a deep imprint. He loathed the sensation of striking nothingness. As the crowd trembled with unease from their fruitless search, a startled exclamation from Bulma echoed from a nearby data room. "Goodness, come quickly and see this." The assembly swiftly converged around her. There, Bulma knelt amidst a scatter of disordered blueprints, her complexion pale, holding aloft a design schematic. The drawing depicted two expressionless young figures, a male with raven hair adorned with an orange scarf, and a female with golden locks and an icy gaze. Their anatomical structure was meticulously dissected, with an overwhelming array of parameters inscribed, sending shivers down the spine. Codename, Android 17. Codename, Android 18. Core, Permanent Energy Reactor. Modification Plan, Organic Transformation based on human anatomy. Infinite energy, no degradation. It was indeed them. Trunks gazed at the two faces that filled him with dread, his voice trembling. Yet, this was not the worst of it. With trembling hands, Bulma retrieved another folder, trampled underfoot, its cover marked as top secret. She opened it to reveal but a single design sketch, an abominable creature never before seen. It bore an insect-like form, armored with rigid elytra, a grotesque visage, and most fearsome of all, a long, stinger-like tail reminiscent of a scorpion's. Beside the illustration, in a frantic scrawl of red ink, were several lines of mad commentary. Codename, Cell. Concept, the ultimate life form, amalgamating the cells of the universe's mightiest warriors, Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Frieza, all their virtues embodied in one. Abilities, through its tail, it absorbs life forms, not only siphoning energy, but also perfectly replicating their genes, evolving continuously until achieving its ultimate form. What in the world is this? Gohan recoiled at the sinister design, stepping back in fear. A chill ran down the spine of everyone present. Androids 17 and 18 were already sufficient to obliterate the future. But this entity, Cell, with its design philosophy and evolutionary prowess, transcended all comprehension. This was no mere weapon. It was a monster with the intent to devour and evolve. Clang! A soft sound echoed as Trunks' sword clattered to the ground. He stared at the design of Cell, then glanced at the empty incubation tanks, his gaze hollow. It was over. Everything was over. His greatest reliance had been his foresight of the future. But now, all of it had been rendered futile. He was oblivious to when the enemy would emerge, or even who the enemy truly was. Was it 17 and 18? Or this even more terrifying Cell? Or perhaps all of them? He had thought he could alter the tragic fate. Now he realized he was utterly ignorant of all that was to come. Trunks, in a state of bewilderment, lifted his gaze as if piercing through the dome of the research facility, casting his eyes toward the distant horizon. He recalled Xuan, remembering the calm demeanor with which Xuan sipped tea and unveiled the divine elixir, declaring the obsolescence of his prophecies. It was only in this moment that Trunks truly comprehended the profound impact Xuan's existence had wrought upon this timeline. Each of Xuan's interventions had stirred the currents of time, yielding unforeseen consequences. The future he faced was no longer the known, albeit despairing, reality, but rather an unpredictable and perilous unknown. As the Z warriors were left reeling from this dual blow, Lu Xian's figure materialized silently at the entrance of the research facility. He paid no heed to the astonishment of those present, calmly stepping inside, his gaze sweeping over the discarded blueprints and the frigid incubation tanks, his expression devoid of surprise. He slowly approached the edge of the chasm, gazing out at the overcast sky. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly within the chaotic minds of all present. The serpent has emerged from its lair, and it now conceals itself even deeper. From this moment forth, you shall confront not merely a clearly defined adversary. They lurk in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment, and you may not even perceive when they launch their assault. His words instilled a renewed sense of unease in the group, who had just begun to harbor a flicker of hope. They faced an entirely unknown enemy, one that could manifest at any time and in any form. Lu Xian turned, his profound gaze sweeping over Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, ultimately resting upon the day's trunks. In these 3 years, you shall grow stronger. Yet they will also evolve in some dark corner. This is a race. Should you falter, this planet shall face annihilation. With that, he offered no further words of comfort or encouragement. Bulma would employ Capsule Corporation's technology to monitor all anomalous energy worldwide. Should any lead arise, she would inform you. As for me, I too must prepare for the impending confrontation. After leaving these words, his figure gradually faded, dissipating into the ether, leaving behind a faint trace of sandalwood incense. In the vast research facility, the Z warriors exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Chapter 35, Two Paths. Vegeta's uncontrolled shortcut. Within the ruins of the Jero Research Institute, the enemy had vanished. Returning to the sacred temple, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Krillin could not remain still, pacing back and forth, muttering about their predicament. Tien and Kaiatsu sat cross-legged, their furrowed brows betraying their inner turmoil. Piccolo stood at the edge of the temple, gazing down at the sea of clouds, his expression grim. Even the usually optimistic Goku found no joy in this moment, fixating on his clenched fists, lost in thought. Was mere augmentation of combat power truly sufficient? Future Trunks had surpassed the power he wielded during the Namek saga, yet he was still overwhelmed by the androids. This indicates that the adversary has grown to an unimaginable degree. Over the past 3 years, to what extent must one strengthen themselves to safeguard the Earth? As everyone was enveloped by this unknown pressure, a familiar and calm voice resonated behind them. Your cultivation has been misguided from the very beginning. They turned abruptly, realizing that Lu Xian had appeared there at some point, his expression serene, as if he had long perceived their troubles. He slowly walked to the center of the temple, surveying the assembled crowd. Simply pursuing the explosive manifestation of energy is depleting your very essence. Lu Xian's voice was soft, yet every individual heard him clearly. Do you remember Goku's heart condition? It was neither a virus nor an accident. It was the cost of your Saiyan bloodline, trading away the vitality of your life for greater power. He extended a finger towards Goku. Each time you unleash the Kaioken, each transformation into a Super Saiyan, you are recklessly burning through your life force. The Qingmu Yunjing pill merely mends the previous voids. If your cultivation methods do not change, each of you will inevitably encounter problems in the future. His words struck like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. Vegeta stood rigid. The sensation of bodily tearing in the gravity chamber surged within him. He had once believed that was proof of his strength. Now he understood it as the anguished cry of life. What then shall we do? Piccolo inquired solemnly, grasping the crux of the matter. There were only 3 years left. I present you with 2 paths. Lu Xian raised 2 fingers. The first I call the path of technique. With a flick of his wrist, a jade vial of azure hue appeared in his hand. This contains a diluted version of the Qingmu Yunjing pill. You may continue with your old methods, engaging in high-intensity training, fervently exhausting your potential. After your training, consuming 1 pill can help mitigate the depletion of your life essence. This path yields quick results, elevating your combat prowess in the shortest time. However, it ultimately relies on external substances, addressing symptoms rather than the root cause. Upon finishing, he stowed the vial away, his demeanor turning grave. The second path I call the path of Tao. I will personally guide you in authentic energy cultivation. I will teach you how to sense the energy of the universe, how to nurture your body and spirit with this energy, facilitating a fundamental transformation in your strength. Yet Lu Xian's gaze deepened. However, this path is both arduous and slow. You must relinquish all that you previously knew and start anew. In the beginning, you may even feel as though your strength is regressing. I cannot guarantee that you will achieve mastery within 3 years. 2 paths lay before them. One was a familiar shortcut, albeit fraught with latent dangers. The other was the correct path, yet filled with uncertainties. I choose the first path, Goku declared almost without hesitation, his eyes reigniting with determination. I need power. Immediately. Right now. As long as I can defeat the androids, we can deal with the aftermath later. For the pure warrior that Goku was, nothing held greater significance than the protection of his comrades. He trusts in his own body and believes he can harness that power. Kakarot's choice is also mine. Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms and raising his chin in proud defiance. Yet, the clenched fist betrayed his inner turmoil. To follow Lu Xian like a pupil, learning about energy? That was the gravest insult to a Saiyan prince. He would rather tread a perilous path, relying on his innate talent and hard work to rectify his course, than bow to anyone. Krillin and Tien Shinhan also opted for the first option. Time was too pressing. They dared not gamble. Soon, only Piccolo and Gohan remained hesitant. Piccolo glanced at Gohan, then at Lu Xian, before finally sighing. I too choose the first path. The Earth needs warriors who can fight immediately. As a former deity, he understood the weight of guardianship better than anyone. All eyes turned to Gohan, the last to make a choice. Gohan felt a bit lost, looking at his father, then at Piccolo, who was both mentor and friend. At that moment, Lu Xian's gaze fell upon him. Those eyes were calm and profound, as if they could peer into his soul and discern the unique seed within. Gohan, your potential surpasses that of them all. Do not let anger be the sole source of your strength. It will lead you astray. Lu Xian's words flowed through Gohan like a refreshing spring, reminding him of the uncontrollable urge for destruction when he was enraged, contrasting with the serene and encompassing aura that Lu Xian embodied. While everyone else chose power, Gohan yearned for tranquility. He took a deep breath, meeting Lu Xian's gaze, and with a conviction beyond his years, declared, "Mr. Lu Xian, I wish to choose the second path." A year passed swiftly. The Z warriors, who opted for the first plan, began intense training aided by a diluted version of the elixir. Vegeta, nearly self-torturing, spent years in Bulma's gravity chamber, which could reach a staggering 400 times Earth's gravity. Each time he felt near death, he was revived by a Senza bean, then swallowed an elixir from Lu Xian, suppressing his body's protests to continue his relentless training. His combat power soared rapidly, soon surpassing the equally diligent Goku, establishing him as Earth's mightiest warrior. Yet, this progress did not bring him joy. Instead, it fueled his agitation. He knew that all of this stemmed from the elixirs granted by that man. Each time he consumed one, it was a reminder that he, Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans, was growing stronger by relying on another's gifts. That feeling was more unbearable than death, especially when he caught glimpses of Gohan's training. His irritation reached an apex. Gohan's training was peculiar. Unlike others, he did not unleash a remarkable aura nor engage in high-intensity combat. Under the guidance of Lu Xian, he spent each day seated in meditation or slowly practicing a seemingly innocuous martial art beneath the waterfall. His aura appeared stagnant. However, Vegeta could keenly sense a transformation in Gohan's very essence. He resembled a sponge, incessantly absorbing an invisible energy from the surrounding cosmos, becoming increasingly substantial and unfathomable. This sensation drove Vegeta to the brink of madness. He could not bear the thought of being left behind by Kakarot, nor could he tolerate the notion that he was outshone even by Kakarot's son. He yearned for a shortcut, a true path that belonged solely to him, one that would surpass all others. That day, battered and bruised, Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber and seized Bulma, who had come to deliver water. Woman. His eyes burned crimson as he gripped her arm with a force that turned it pale. Analyze the elixir given by Lu Xian. I demand you create a more potent potion. Bulma, startled by his intensity, replied, "More potent? Vegeta, the elixir from Mr. Lu Xian is already perfect. It ensures your body remains unharmed. I care not for your absurd notions of preservation." Vegeta interrupted her vehemently, nearly roaring, "What I require is power. Power that transcends all. I need you to concoct a catalyst, a fierce elixir that will extract every ounce of my potential. Consequences be damned." Seeing the distortion of pride on Vegeta's face, Bulma felt a tremor within her. She recognized that this man, driven by his damned pride, had been pushed to the precipice. After months of frantic research and countless failures, Under Vegeta's relentless urging, Bulma ultimately succeeded in creating what he desired. It was a syringe filled with a thick liquid radiating a foreboding dark red glow. "I call it the potential catalyst," Bulma said, handing the vial to Vegeta with a dry voice. "It will consume your life essence, forcibly enhancing your power in a short span." However, Vegeta, its side effects are catastrophic. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta snatched the syringe, not sparing a glance at Bulma, and strode back into the gravity chamber. He gazed at the vial emanating a bewitching glow, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Side effects? Catastrophic? What did it matter? As long as he could attain unparalleled power, Vegeta feared nothing. With unwavering resolve, he plunged the cold needle into his arm and injected the entire dark red liquid into his veins. Roar! A searing pain erupted from his heart. Coursing through his body, Vegeta let out a tortured scream as his muscles swelled uncontrollably, tearing apart, veins bulging beneath his skin like serpents. He threw his head back, his dark hair spiraling upwards, instantly transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted from within him, as the golden aura of the Super Saiyan soared wildly, instantly engulfing the entire gravity chamber. Yet this time, his aura was no longer purely golden. Sinister streaks of dark crimson electricity coiled around the golden flames like venomous serpents, exuding an air of ferocity, destruction, and chaos. Vegeta felt an unprecedented force within him, one that threatened to burst forth, and his agonized roar transformed into a maniacal laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha! Kakarot, you shall witness." He slowly lowered his head, a menacing grin spreading across his face, his eyes brimming with ecstasy and brutality. "This time, I shall surpass you all." Chapter 36. Is your fist merely decorative? The humiliation of Vegeta. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. On May 12, 767, at 10 a.m., in South City, a bustling metropolis where vehicles traversed the streets, creating a lively atmosphere. Sunlight streamed through the gaps between towering buildings, painting a scene of tranquility. Little did anyone know, a great calamity was about to unfold. In the city square, the crowd suddenly stirred. A corpulent man with a pale complexion and an elderly figure donning a glass helmet appeared in the midst of the street. They moved slowly, each step resonating like the heartbeat of the city. On the sidelines, a man engaged in a phone call was horrified to find that the plump man had merely glanced at him, causing his phone to become scalding hot before it exploded with a resounding bang. Immediately, an overwhelming force swept through, draining him of all strength, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Panic spread like wildfire among the throngs of people. Screams and cries pierced the air, accompanied by the sounds of crashing vehicles. These two peculiar figures were none other than the androids, number 19 and number 20, dispatched by Dr. Gero to initiate chaos and absorb energy, luring forth the guardians of Earth. Humph! A pitiful collection of beings, scarcely worthy even as sources of energy. Android 20, Dr. Gero himself, who had transformed into a half-machine, surveyed the chaotic streets with a raspy chuckle. Number 19, how is the data collection proceeding? Report. Doctor, the city's energy absorption rate is at 37. With no high-energy targets detected, responded the emotionless voice of the plump android. Proceed. Amplify the disturbance. I refuse to believe those wretches can remain in hiding forever. A flicker of resentment flashed in Dr. Gero's eyes. For the past 3 years, he had evaded detection from an unknown energy probe. Now, his initial masterpiece was finally complete, and the time for vengeance had arrived. Just as he prepared to issue new orders for destruction, a series of blinding streaks of light shot down from the sky, approaching with blinding speed. Boom! 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 With a series of heavy thuds, the figures of the Z fighters emerged amidst the ruins, encircling the two androids. Are you truly the androids? Son Goku's expression was grave. The adversaries before him were unlike any he had previously encountered. They exuded no energy, only a chilling void that rendered Goku's perceptive abilities nearly ineffective. Oh, have you finally decided to show yourselves? Dr. Gero observed the group with keen interest, his gaze sweeping over Goku, Piccolo, Trunks, and the others. The data remained unchanged, no notable advancements. His miniature scanner had already discreetly assessed the combat prowess of the Z-fighters. While their strength had undeniably increased since 3 years prior, it was still far from instilling fear within him. However, when his eyes fell upon the last individual, his smile faltered. It was a man radiating an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Vegeta. Warning. Ultra-high energy response detected. Combat power unquantifiable. Data model failure. The scanner beneath Dr. Gero's hood emitted a piercing alarm. How is this possible? 3 years ago, this Saiyan Prince's power was within manageable limits. Yet now, humph, old man. What are you staring at? Vegeta slowly lifted his head, a cruel and haughty smirk gracing his lips. He felt the sheer force surging within him, a power almost overwhelming due to the potential catalyst, filling him with an unprecedented confidence. Kakarot stepped back. Don't interfere. Without allowing Goku and the others a moment to react, he dashed toward the larger android, number 19. Let this white-skinned pig witness the true might of the prince. With a resounding boom, golden energy intertwined with dark red arcs soared skyward as Vegeta transformed into a bolt of gold and crimson lightning, instantly appearing before number 19. Delivering a ferocious punch. Caught off guard by his speed, number 19 hastily raised his arm to block, but with a deafening crash, his corpulent body was sent flying, crashing through 3 building walls before coming to a halt amidst a cloud of dust. Remarkable. Krillin watched in astonishment. Vegeta's energy was several times more formidable than Goku's during their time on Namek. Piccolo also felt a profound shock. Only Trunks, observing the ominous red arcs surrounding his father, furrowed his brow in concern. He sensed that his father's power was somehow amiss. As the dust settled, number 19 slowly rose from the rubble, his clothing tattered, yet his body unscathed. Oh, quite resilient. Vegeta licked his lips, excitement growing on his face. Let us see how you handle this. He spread his arms, bringing them together at his chest as a purple sphere of terrifying energy rapidly took form. Go to hell. Final flash. A formidable purple energy beam, embodying the essence of destruction, roared forth towards Android 19. The Z-fighters were struck with trepidation at the sheer force of the impending strike. However, the subsequent scene left everyone in utter astonishment. In the face of this cataclysmic attack, Android 19 neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, the pudgy, pale palm illuminated with a crimson point of light. Then, to the disbelief of all present, the ultimate flash cannon, capable of obliterating a city, rapidly diminished, warped, and ultimately transformed into a slender stream of energy that was entirely absorbed into his palm upon contact. Burp. Android 19 even let out a belch, as if satiated. The red point of light on his palm grew even more radiant. What? The haughty grin on Vegeta's face froze in place. He glanced at his empty hands and then at the unscathed Android 19, utterly bewildered. Had his full-powered strike been absorbed? Impossible. This must be an illusion. Vegeta roared, unleashing a barrage of high-explosive energy blasts from both hands. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. All the energy blasts were absorbed by Android 19's palms, failing to stir even a ripple. Ha ha! Futile Vegeta! Dr. Gero laughed triumphantly from a distance. My Android 19 possesses the most advanced energy absorption device. To him, the key blasts you proud Saiyans wield are merely the finest of sustenance. This revelation left all the Z-fighters rooted in disbelief. Energy attacks ineffective? How could they possibly prevail? Damn thing. After the initial shock came an overwhelming fury. Vegeta's pride had been severely trampled. He roared, abandoning ranged assaults, transforming into a blur as he charged towards Android 19, yearning to reclaim his honor through close combat. However, in that moment, due to the continuous release of his ultimate moves and his heightened emotions, the side effects of the potential catalyst began to manifest, causing his energy output to become erratic. Android 19, though cumbersome in appearance, moved with astonishing swiftness. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to strike his face, the android twisted his rotund body at an incredible angle, evading the attack, while simultaneously extending his right hand in a flash, firmly grasping Vegeta's wrist. Not good, Goku exclaimed. Vegeta felt a tremendous suction emanating from the palm of his opponent, his energy being drawn away at a terrifying rate. His once proud, golden aura, interlaced with red arcs, swiftly waned. Let go of me. Vegeta struggled desperately, using his other hand to pound against Android 19's body, but to no avail. The more he struggled, the faster his energy dissipated. The power is rapidly waning. Consciousness begins to blur, and with it comes an endless wave of humiliation. The Prince of the Saiyans, reduced to being toyed with by a grotesquely overweight heap of scrap? What a profound disgrace. As Vegeta's comrades, Goku and the others, rushed forward to assist, an unexpected voice, calm, indifferent, and laced with a hint of mockery, resonates within the depths of Vegeta's mind. Prince of the Saiyans, is your fist merely for show? It is the voice of Xuan. This seemingly disjointed statement strikes like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through Vegeta's muddled consciousness, clouded by disgrace and weakness. Fist? My fist. Vegeta is taken aback. Indeed, since the battle commenced, his thoughts have been consumed by the desire to vanquish his opponent with a more formidable energy attack. He had forgotten that Saiyans are not just innate energy cannons, but also the most formidable fighters in the cosmos. He had overlooked that beyond the dazzling energy waves, he possessed fists, honed through countless trials, capable of rending steel. A fury more tempestuous than that of energy absorption erupts from the depths of his heart. Vegeta unleashes a thunderous roar. In the next instant, he performs an unexpected maneuver. He voluntarily dissipates the last vestige of his Super Saiyan aura, completely relinquishing his energy resistance. Yet, his gaze transforms into something more ferocious and primal than ever before. At the moment Vegeta abandons his energy resistance, the energy absorption apparatus of Android 19 experiences a fleeting state of nullification. Now is the time. Vegeta's captured right hand suddenly exerts force, not to escape outward, but rather to twist his wrist in a self-destructive fighting technique, wrenching his hand free from 19's grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunges forward, crashing into 19's embrace. No energy waves, no energy blasts, only fists, elbows, knee strikes, headbutts. Bang, 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 bang. This is pure, primal violence devoid of any energy techniques. Each strike carries the colossal force capable of shattering stone, hammering mercilessly against 19's frame. Although 19's body is robust, it is after all mechanical. Its programming is designed solely to counter energy attacks, lacking effective defensive logic against this raw physical onslaught. It finds itself retreating in disarray, its once proud energy absorption device rendered entirely absurd under Vegeta's relentless barrage of physical strikes. Perish! After a torrent of blows, Vegeta seizes upon a weakness, his arms locking around 19's bulbous head like iron clamps. With his legs anchored to the ground and his back straining, every muscle in his body reaches its limit. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he summoned every ounce of strength within him and forcefully twisted upward. A resounding crack echoed, accompanied by a disconcerting metallic snap. The head of Android 19, along with a tangle of sparking cables and pipes, was violently wrenched from his neck by Vegeta. A copious amount of oil gushed forth from the severed neck, splattering Vegeta in the process. The headless body swayed precariously before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Vegeta, panting heavily, held aloft the still glimmering crimson head, gradually straightening his form. This scene was indelibly etched into the retinas of everyone present. Goku, Piccolo, and Trunks stood in stunned silence, not merely astonished by Vegeta's victory, but rather by the raw, unrefined essence of martial prowess displayed before them. It dawned on them that they had strayed too far along the path of energy manipulation, nearly forgetting the primal nature of combat itself. My 19, Doctor! Gero let out a piercing scream, his previously composed demeanor shattered, replaced by an overwhelming dread. He gazed at Vegeta, who stood like a demon clutching the severed head, terror gripping him. He could not fathom why this Saiyan would suddenly abandon energy attacks in favor of such a brutal approach. There was no time for contemplation. A flicker of resolve flashed in Dr. Gero's eyes as he pressed both hands forcefully against the ground, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Boom! Half the city was instantaneously reduced to rubble by his reckless assault, a colossal explosion casting a shroud of dust that blotted out the sun. Seizing the moment of chaos as the Z-Warriors were caught in the blast, Dr. Gero turned and fled, racing towards the distant mountains where his final stronghold lay hidden. Desperate to escape. Chapter 37. The True Nightmare. The complete defeat of the Z-Warriors. As Dr. Gero fled, Vegeta led the charge, the Z-Warriors transforming into streaks of light in pursuit. Vegeta was furious, having shattered Android 19 and reclaimed the dignity of the Saiyan Prince. He could not bear to let his quarry slip away beneath his very eyes. Trunks felt a wave of fear. He understood all too well that if Dr. Gero reached his lair and unleashed those two true monstrosities, all would be lost. Piccolo sensed a suppressed aura of danger emanating from the direction Dr. Gero was fleeing. He must not be allowed to escape. His destination is the final research facility. Piccolo warned everyone telepathically. They immediately accelerated to their utmost speed. The northern mountains flashed by beneath their feet, and Dr. Gero's figure appeared at the edge of their sight, plunging into an unremarkable mountain. "You shall not succeed," Vegeta roared, increasing his speed and becoming the first to soar above the peak. He was too impatient to search for an entrance. Energy coalesced in his palm, and with a fierce blast of the ultimate flash cannon, he unleashed it downward. Boom! The mountain was blasted open, revealing the concealed metallic base within. A gaping hole appeared in the outer wall of the base, through which the Z warriors surged in succession. The metallic corridor echoed with the triumphant laughter of Dr. Gero. "Ha ha ha! Fools! You are too late. Come, witness my greatest masterpiece. Behold the nightmare that shall plunge you into despair." The group rushed towards the depths of the control room, drawn by the sound of his laughter. Dr. Gero stood before two enormous stasis pods, gripping a red remote control tightly in his hands. The glass coverings of the pods bore two code names. "No! Stop!" Trunks shouted, unleashing a wave of energy. But it was too late. Just before the energy wave struck him, Dr. Gero exerted all his strength to press the red button on the remote. "Activate!" With a hiss, the doors of the stasis pods slowly opened amidst a cloud of white mist. Two figures emerged. One was a black-haired youth clad in a jacket and an orange scarf, exuding an air of disinterest. The other was a beautiful blonde girl in a denim skirt, her icy gaze devoid of any emotion. They were the nightmares of Trunks' future world, androids 17 and 18. "Wonderful! My children!" Dr. Gero exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the Z warriors and commanding, "Kill them! Annihilate these Saiyans without mercy." However, the sibling duo merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, unmoved. Android 17 stretched languidly, rolling his neck, and grumbled, "You're so noisy. Old man, waking up to your shouting is unbearable." "What?" Dr. Gero was taken aback. "What are you saying? I am your creator. You must obey my commands." Android 17 ignored him, instead turning to 18, who was idly inspecting her nails, and asked, "What should we do about this annoying guy?" 18 lifted her eyelids, a faint smirk curling her lips. "Let us silence him forever." No sooner had she spoken than Android 17 appeared before Drive Gero. The smug expression on Dr. Gero's face transformed into one of terror. "Wait, I am your master. I gave you life." His pleas were abruptly silenced. With an expressionless demeanor, Android 17 raised his foot and brought it down with force. Crack! The sound echoed as Dr. Gero's glass dome, along with the brain inside, shattered like a watermelon. Red and white fluids splattered across the floor. A profound silence engulfed the control room. The Z warriors felt their blood run cold, gripped by a fear that stemmed from the chilling indifference with which these beings regarded murder, as if crushing ants. "Humph! A group of soulless monsters. I will kill you." Vegeta was the first to regain his composure, his fury overwhelming his reason. With a roar, he surged forth, his golden-red aura flaring, propelling him like a projectile towards the seemingly more vulnerable Android 18. On the 18th, she merely stood there, boredom etched on her face as she watched the furious approach of Vegeta, even stifling a yawn. The force behind Vegeta's punch, capable of shattering mountains, came crashing toward her visage. Yet, just as the fist was about to connect, her form flickered lightly, evading the blow and materializing behind Vegeta. Too slow, indeed. A chillingly mocking voice whispered in Vegeta's ear. Alarm surged within him. As he attempted to pivot, he felt a delicate hand seize his right arm, its grip as unyielding as iron shackles. In an instant, excruciating pain ensued. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing resonated vividly within the hushed laboratory. With a mere twist of her wrist, she had shattered Vegeta's arm at the elbow. A cry of agony escaped Vegeta's lips, the flames of his Super Saiyan form flickering with instability. The pride he held in his strength felt as fragile as parchment before this girl. The searing pain paled in comparison to the humiliation gnawing at his pride. "Father!" Trunks' eyes welled with fury as he drew the long sword from his back. Charging toward the distant 17, he poured all his might into the blade, swinging it with such force that the air seemed to split. Faced with this strike capable of cleaving through Frieza, 17 exhibited no desire to evade. Instead, he casually raised his left hand, extending his index and middle fingers. Ding! A soft chime resonated as Trunks' sword was effortlessly pinched between those two fingers. Trunks' pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. He watched in disbelief as his alloy sword, forged with the pinnacle of future technology, was so easily restrained, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. He exerted every ounce of strength to withdraw the sword, yet it remained as immovable as if welded in place. "A fine toy," remarked 17 with a hint of derision. With a mere flick of his fingers, clang, the sword, a symbol of hope, shattered into numerous fragments, scattering across the ground. A tremendous force emanated from the hilt, sending Trunks hurtling backward as if struck by a powerful blow, crashing against the metallic wall and spitting forth a copious amount of blood. At that moment, Piccolo's attack arrived. A spiraling beam of light, a culmination of all his strength, surged towards 17's head. 17, seemingly irked, merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the beam to graze his cheek and leave a deep, bottomless hole in the wall behind him. A wisp of smoke wafted from the minuscule scratch on his face. He touched the barely noticeable abrasion, glanced at the speck of dust on his fingers, and his demeanor abruptly shifted. The air of nonchalance and irreverence evaporated, replaced by a frigid intensity. "You have sullied my face." No sooner had the words left his lips than his form vanished from sight. Piccolo had no time to react. He felt a sudden chill in his abdomen as an irresistible force erupted within him. He lowered his head and beheld the fist of Android 17 already embedded in his abdomen. A gasp escaped his lips as he expelled a copious amount of blood, mingled with fragments of his insides. His formidable regenerative abilities were rendered utterly ineffective against such overwhelming force. His gaze quickly dimmed, and his towering frame collapsed weakly onto the ground. 10. Krillin, Yamcha, the remaining Z fighters witnessed the horrific scene before them, their minds unraveling. They roared in fury, unleashing their energy blasts and ki attacks upon the demonic siblings. Yet, their assaults were akin to feeble stones tossed by children, effortlessly evaded or casually dismissed by Android 18. Each of her strikes was both simple and direct. A swift knife-hand strike to Tien's chest sent him crashing to the ground, incapacitated. A whip-like kick shattered Yamcha's legs, eliciting anguished cries. An elbow strike sent Krillin soaring 100 meters away, like a kite severed from its string, uncertain of his fate. In less than a minute, the Z fighters faced total annihilation. The confidence they had painstakingly cultivated over 3 years had become nothing more than a jest in the presence of these artificially created beings with boundless energy. "Is this all there is?" Android 18 remarked, brushing away non-existent dust from her hands, her expression one of disappointment. She had anticipated a longer engagement. Android 17 remained silent, his gaze fixed on the fallen Vegeta, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain of his severed arm. He approached slowly, each step akin to treading upon the heart of his still-living soul. Standing before Vegeta, he looked down at the once mighty Saiyan prince. Then he raised his foot, aiming it at Vegeta's head, intent on crushing him just as he had with Dr. Gero. Trunks, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, extended his hand, tears streaming down his face. A chilling smile finally graced Android 17's lips as he surveyed the battlefield filled with unconscious or gravely injured warriors. With a tone that proclaimed finality, he calmly stated, "The game is over." Chapter 38, The 3-Day Pact. A breather earned through games. The game is over. The cold voice reverberated in the quiet research facility. Android 17 smirked, lifting his foot and slowly descending toward Vegeta's head. It was finished. This was the singular thought occupying the minds of all who still drew breath. Trunks felt his eyes bulge with despair. He glanced at his broken sword, then at his father in the distance, whose fate hung in the balance due to his shattered arm, and a wave of weakness washed over him. The future remained immutable. He had wagered everything to traverse time, only to witness the apocalypse once more. Yet, just as that foot was poised to descend, a sound broke the silence of the ruins. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps were neither hurried nor slow, but steady, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll through a courtyard rather than the chaos of a battlefield. In this realm, filled with death and lamentation, the sound of calm footsteps resonated peculiarly, yet distinctly. The foot of number 17 halted a mere 10 centimeters above Vegeta's head. For the first time, his usually frigid gaze revealed a hint of perplexity. He slowly turned his head. Beside him, number 18 paused her playful manipulation of her golden locks, her interest piqued. At the entrance of the laboratory, a youth with dark hair, clad in a simple training outfit, approached them with deliberate slowness. Not a trace of energy emanated from him. He appeared to be an ordinary person, yet his countenance bore no fear or anger, only an aura of tranquility. He walked amidst the corpses and debris, indifferent to the critically wounded Z fighters, and even to the formidable presence of the brother and sister duo. He navigated past the fallen Piccolo and circled around the unconscious Tien Shinhan, ultimately stopping less than 5 meters for number 17, placing himself between him and Vegeta. "Who are you?" Number 17 inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Since his activation, every individual he had encountered had trembled before him. Yet, this man before him was the first to meet their gaze with such serene composure. "A passerby," Lucian replied calmly, his eyes sweeping across the scene before resting on the faces of number 17 and number 18. His gaze was akin to that of an adult observing two mischievous children, a look that made both number 17 and number 18 feel somewhat uneasy. "A passerby?" Number 17 scoffed. "A passerby seeking death, perhaps?" Lucian offered no response to this provocation, instead continuing, "This one-sided slaughter lacks excitement, does it not?" His words pierced deeply into the hearts of number 17 and number 18, akin to a needle striking at their core. Indeed, it was rather dull. They possessed the power to annihilate worlds and an inexhaustible energy source, yet there was little in this world that sparked their interest. Murder? Destruction? It was akin to a giant crushing ants beneath its feet. After repeated actions, one could only feel numbness and annoyance. "What do you wish to convey?" Number 18 approached, her gaze scrutinizing. Lucian smiled, exuding an air of composure amidst the ruins. "I know of a place, an isolated space separated from the outside world." His voice, though soft, carried an alluring quality. "There, you may unleash your full potential without concern for damaging this planet, nor the worry of lacking worthy opponents to stave off boredom. In 3 days, I shall bring the strongest warriors on this planet to engage you in a true game, a game that will bring you joy." "A game?" Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a spark ignited. They were born to seek vengeance against Son Goku. This was a game devised by Dr. Gero. However, now, the targets for revenge were far too feeble. The game had ended before it even began. At the moment when they felt the greatest emptiness and ennui, this enigmatic man presented them with an invitation to a new game. The mightiest warriors? Number 17 disdainfully surveyed the lifeless bodies of the Z fighters scattered on the ground. Could these pitiful beings truly be a challenge? No. Lucian shook his head and gestured towards the heavens. They would engage in their training for a year within a singular day at a special location. 3 days hence, an adversary far stronger than they currently were would stand before them. A day equates to a year? This notion surpassed the comprehension of the androids. Yet to them, it rendered this unknown game even more intriguing. "Very well." Number 17 surprisingly acquiesced. He slowly retracted his foot poised above Vegeta's head. "I shall grant you 3 days. A playful smirk returned to his face. "After 3 days, if you and your game fail to satisfy us." He left his statement unfinished, but the threat in his gaze was unmistakable. "At that time, we shall reduce this planet, and you along with it, to cosmic dust." With that, he cast no further glance at Lucian and turned to beckon number 18. "Let us find something entertaining to occupy these 3 days." No sooner had he spoken than the two of them transformed into beams of light, shattering through the ceiling of the research facility and vanishing into the sky. A crisis capable of annihilating all had been resolved by Lucian with but a few words. Until the oppressive auras dissipated completely, Trunks and Gohan, still alive, dared to take deep breaths. They gazed at Lucian's retreating figure, their minds blank. What had transpired? The demons they had fought tooth and nail against had simply walked away at his command? Who was he? By what right could he compel those two merciless monsters to adhere to a verbal agreement? Countless questions swirled in their minds, yet they hesitated to voice them. Lucian paid no heed to their astonishment. He slowly crouched down, retrieving a jade vial from his bosom, pouring out a few life-infused pills, and flicking them into the mouths of the gravely injured and unconscious Vegeta and Piccolo. Having completed this task, he stood upright and gazed skyward, as if his sight pierced through the clouds to behold the temple floating above. In a calm tone, he spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of Mr. Popo, who was anxiously awaiting atop the heavenly temple. "Mr. Popo, please prepare the hyperbolic time chamber." Chapter 39. Transforming the time chamber? Vegeta was flabbergasted. The heavenly temple was shrouded in silence. Although Lucian's pills had healed the Z-Fighters' injuries, the sense of defeat stemming from their crushing loss still loomed over everyone. The disparity in power was simply overwhelming, regardless of their fury and outbursts. The clashes before the artificial siblings appeared as mere child-esque play, ridiculous and powerless. Vegeta leaned against the temple-esque column, his face ashen. Although his severed arm had been reattached, the humiliation of having it casually broken by Android 18 lingered, gnawing at him. The pride he took in his strength seemed inconsequential before the androids, unworthy of their earnest attention. Trunks sat despondently on the ground, his grip tight around the hilt of his shattered sword. His future nightmares had cruelly manifested in this timeline. Their last hope resided in the mysterious room deep within the temple, a place capable of distorting the very fabric of time, the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 day equals a year, Goku murmured, a flicker of determination reigniting in his gaze. As long as that room exists, there remains a chance. Indeed, I shall enter first. Vegeta suddenly stood upright, the pride of the Saiyan prince forbidding him from succumbing to despair. When I emerge, I shall crush those metallic cans into scrap. Just as the others debated who should enter first, a calm voice interrupted them. I shall enter first. They turned to see Lu Xian walking steadily towards the grand white door leading to the hyperbolic time chamber. You? Vegeta furrowed his brow, skepticism lacing his tone. What purpose do you have in entering? You have no need for training. To Vegeta, Lu Xian's power stemmed from some arcane mastery, not from the accumulation of energy. Entering a chamber that extracted potential through extreme gravity and harsh conditions would hold no benefit for him. Lu Xian did not turn back. He simply stated, I am going to prepare the venue for you. Prepare the venue? The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by his words. Before they could inquire further, Lu Xian pushed open the heavy door, his figure vanishing into a blinding white light. The door slowly closed. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure surged through the crack of the door. The mere waft of energy that escaped caused the Z fighters outside the temple to change countenance, feeling as though their bodies would be crushed. Is this the hyperbolic time chamber? Krillin swallowed hard, his expression one of shock. Piccolo's demeanor grew grave. The extreme gravity, the searing heat, and the air so thin it resembles that at 10,000 meters above sea level. What is more terrifying is that time and space within are utterly chaotic. Spending a day inside will drain the spirit tremendously. A sense of dread settled over them. In such a harsh environment, was it truly safe for Lu Xian to enter? Inside the hyperbolic time chamber lay an endless expanse of pure white void. There was no sky, no earth, no direction. Only searing air, distorted gravity, and a violent energy current capable of shattering the sanity of an ordinary individual in an instant. This was a half-formed world created by the divine. However, at the moment Lu Xian stepped into this realm, a satisfied expression graced his face. To the Z fighters, this place was akin to hell. For him, this place was indeed an ideal locale for comprehending the profound truths of the universe. Unlike others who resisted the terrifying gravity and searing heat, he simply strolled to the center of this pristine white realm, seated himself cross-legged, and closed his eyes. In the next instant, a vast divine consciousness emanated from his brow. The primordial spirit of the divine blood realm emerged within Lu Xian's inner vision. This world was no longer a mere expanse of white. It was constructed from countless lines of laws, each flickering with distinct luminescence, entangled in a chaotic prison. The gray lines represented gravity, the red lines denoted temperature, the pale blue lines symbolized time, and the deep purple lines illustrated space. These lines of law were disorderly, conflicting with one another, brimming with violence and chaos. The suffering of the Z warriors stemmed from this very chaos. For ordinary individuals entering this realm, their life magnetic fields would be thrown into disarray. Thus, it became apparent, stimulating the limits of the body and spirit with chaotic laws to extract the potential of chi was a crude, yet fitting method of cultivation for this world. Lu Xian's primordial spirit sighed in realization. However, he did not intend to adapt to this chaos. Rather, he aimed to untangle it. His primordial spirit transformed into an invisible hand, cautiously reaching out to touch the violent lines of law. Such an endeavor was perilous. A moment's carelessness could result in his primordial spirit being torn to shreds by the raging forces of the laws. Yet, Lu Xian's demeanor remained calm and unperturbed. With patience, his primordial spirit power meticulously unraveled the entangled lines of law, reordering them according to some profound principle. He did not resist this world but sought to understand and analyze it, ultimately striving to master it. Transitioning from the divine blood realm to the golden body realm hinged upon the principle of law of heaven and phenomenon of earth. This principle was not merely about enlarging the body. Its essence lay in establishing a small domain within oneself, refining a unique Dharma manifestation of the golden body. To create a world, one must first understand the world. This fragmented and chaotic, yet law-abiding, spiritual time house served as Lu Xian's finest training ground. Within this pure white space, time lost its significance. It was unclear how much time had passed. When Lu Xian's primordial spirit had meticulously organized all the lines of law within a 100-meter radius, forming a stable and harmonious microcosm. A soft humming resonated through the entire spiritual time house, indicating a newfound stability. At that moment, Lu Xian's primordial spirit resonated with the independent space around him. He beheld the core of this world, a foundation of laws meticulously laid by the celestial beings, sustaining the existence of the entire space. He witnessed the flow of time, the folding of space, and the birth and demise of energy. Countless arcane truths surged into his mind. In an instant, Lu Xian's heart was illuminated. Lu Xian sat cross-legged, his body moving as if animated by an unseen force, his black hair dancing wildly. Behind him, the meticulously arranged expanse of pure white began to twist and collapse, transforming into a profound starry sky. A towering golden avatar slowly emerged from the celestial void. This avatar bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Xian himself, exuding an aura of sacred majesty, its eyes firmly closed, resembling an ancient deity radiating an oppressive might that subdued all. He had already brushed against the threshold of the Golden Body realm, though the avatar remained a mere shadow and the Golden Body had yet to coalesce. The gateway to a higher plane had swung open before him. Lu Xian gradually opened his eyes, and within those obsidian depths, it seemed as though the sun, moon, and stars were in a dance of creation and dissolution. The towering avatar and the vast constellation behind him vanished in an instant, restoring the scene to its initial pure white state. He rose to his feet, brushed away non-existent dust from his clothing, and calmly pushed open the door through which he had entered. Only an hour had elapsed in the outside world. "Mr. Lu Xian, you have emerged." The crowd immediately gathered around him, their expressions filled with concern. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Xian's serene demeanor, even more tranquil than before his entrance, they were left in stunned silence. He appeared not to have spent an hour in a hellish realm, but rather to have enjoyed a leisurely stroll in a garden. "The preparations are complete," Lu Xian stated cryptically before moving aside, sitting cross-legged once more to meditate. "What a charade!" Vegeta scoffed, unable to contain his impatience. "Kakarot, Trunks, let us proceed." With that, he was the first to dash through the white door. Goku and Trunks followed closely behind. The moment they stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, they were met with the familiar gravity and heat waves. "Damn it, it's just as unbearable." Vegeta gritted his teeth and unleashed his Super Saiyan aura to counteract the discomfort. Yet in the next moment, he froze in astonishment. Goku and Trunks were equally taken aback. The environment remained unchanged. The gravity, temperature, and thin air were all as they had been. However, they realized that the tumultuous energy that had previously disturbed their spirits had vanished. In its place was a gentle energy, refined by an unseen force. The energy surged in waves, washing over their bodies and minds. Each wave brought not pain, but rather a sensation akin to the purification of their spirits and the tempering of their bodies. "What is happening?" Trunks marveled at the changes within him. "My energy is operating autonomously. The efficiency of my training is exceeding my expectations by more than tenfold." Goku's expression was one of disbelief. Vegeta stood rooted to the spot, a sudden realization crashing over him like thunder. He comprehended the true meaning behind Lu Xian's words regarding the preparations. He had not merely entered to train. He had, through his own power, altered the very laws of this independent realm. He had transformed a hellish landscape into a sanctuary for cultivation. A surge of ecstasy welled up within Vegeta. After an entire year of training in such an environment, his power would undoubtedly reach a terrifying level beyond his own imagination. Yet almost immediately, a more intense wave of humiliation and resentment engulfed him, threatening to consume his very essence. He understood that the strength he was about to attain was merely a gift carelessly bestowed by that man. Chapter 40. The Monster That Devours Life. The Perfect Path to Cell. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, a year had passed, while merely a day elapsed in the outside world. The Z fighters entered in familial units, enduring arduous training in turns. First, it was Vegeta and Trunks, followed by Goku and Gohan, and finally Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin, above in the Divine Temple. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Beneath this tranquility, however, the world was shrouded in a chilling terror. The evening news from West City reported, "Breaking news, this morning, the entire population of the town of Ginger has mysteriously vanished. The police are currently investigating. No signs of struggle have been found, nor have any ransom demands been received." All the clothing belonging to the missing individuals remains intact at the scene, as if their bodies had evaporated into thin air. The television screen displayed images of an empty town. Cars were haphazardly parked on the streets, their doors wide open. Inside the shops, goods lay scattered. On dining tables, food still emitted steam. Everything had come to a standstill, with only one thing missing: the people. In the following 2 days, similar occurrences transpired in several other towns. No explosions, no destruction, and no cries for help. Only an eerie silence and an expanse of abandoned clothing. This horrifying news spread rapidly through television and the internet, inciting panic across the globe. In the Divine Temple, Piccolo had just completed his training. Through the eyes of the Supreme Kai, he gazed down below. After merging with the Supreme Kai, his power had significantly increased, and he had inherited the duty and perception of safeguarding Earth. Piccolo sensed that chilling, malevolent aura filled with countless resentments moving across the planet. This presence was entirely different from the cold, void-like essence of androids 17 and 18. The aura of the androids felt like emptiness, while this new energy was saturated with death and filth, embodying pure malevolence. There was no time to delay. Piccolo's expression turned grave as he glanced at the meditating Xuan. He knew that the 3-day agreement was aimed at androids 17 and 18. But the unknown monster before him posed an even greater threat. Yet, Xuan remained oblivious, his eyes tightly shut as if in deep meditation, indifferent to the world around him. Without further hesitation, Piccolo declared, "I will go take a look," and his form transformed into a streak of light. Racing towards the last known location of that sinister aura, Ginger Town. Once a bustling town, it had now become a ghostly wasteland. Piccolo descended slowly into the heart of the street, immediately extending his senses. There were no signs of life. The air was permeated by a faint, peculiar odor, reminiscent of burnt insect exoskeletons. He advanced step by step, his gaze sweeping across every corner. Suddenly, Piccolo halted. Not far ahead, a peculiar figure knelt on the ground. Back turned towards him, emitting a chilling, slurping sound. The creature resembled a massive insect walking upright. Its dark green exoskeleton was adorned with black spots, and a pair of wings were folded behind it, while a long tail, tapering to a needle-like point, dragged along the ground. Piccolo could even sense the twisted essence of formidable beings such as Frieza, King Cold, and Goku mingling within this monster. The creature seemed to perceive the gaze from behind, slowly rising and turning around. It revealed an odd face, devoid of lips, featuring a V-shaped mandible and bulging eyes reminiscent of compound insect eyes. Piccolo stared at it, a wave of visceral disgust washing over him. "What are you?" he inquired in a low voice. The creature offered no reply, merely scrutinizing Piccolo with its multifaceted eyes, emitting a raspy laugh. "Hee, another source of nourishment delivered to me. Your energy is quite formidable." Before the words had fully escaped its lips, its form vanished in an instant. Piccolo's pupils constricted. He instinctively sidestepped to the left. A fierce gust brushed past his cheek. The creature had reappeared at his previous position, its hand outstretched, claws sharp as blades. "So fast." Piccolo had no time to ponder, delivering a swift chop downward. The creature raised its arm to block. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the creature was sent reeling back, yet an exhilarated expression spread across its face. Not bad. Much stronger than those ordinary humans. It shrieked, charging forward to engage Piccolo in close combat. With each exchange, Piccolo grew increasingly alarmed. The creature's fighting style was a chaotic amalgamation, reflecting shadows of Goku, the ruthlessness of Vegeta, and even his own techniques. After a flurry of blows, they both retreated. "Who are you exactly?" Piccolo demanded sharply. "I'm Cell." The creature finally proclaimed, a tone of pride evident in its voice, the greatest creation of Dr. Gero. "Cell?" Piccolo recalled the schematics Bulma had discovered in the abandoned laboratory of Dr. Gero. "I was born from the future. In my time, you all have been absorbed by me." Cell spread his arms wide, relishing Piccolo's shock. "I traveled to this era using Trunks' time machine, with only one objective." His sharp tail flicked excitedly behind him. "To absorb androids 17 and 18 and become the ultimate life form." A chill crept up Piccolo's spine. To absorb 17 and 18? What nonsense! He thought incredulously. Those two monsters could easily eliminate everyone here. The prospect of this Cell attempting to absorb them was terrifying. Just as Piccolo's mind reeled, Cell made his move. His elongated tail struck towards Piccolo's abdomen at an acute angle with lightning speed. Piccolo, having anticipated the attack, swiftly retreated. Yet, astonishingly, the tail elongated mid-air, relentlessly pursuing him. With a cold snort, Piccolo ceased to evade, crossing his arms defensively over his chest, bracing himself for the impending blow. The sharp tail spike pierced his arm, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, yet could not penetrate his flesh. After merging with the deity, his physical strength had transformed beyond recognition. Is this all you can do? Piccolo taunted. He grasped Cell's tail firmly, exerting all his might in an attempt to sever it. However, in the next instant, an excruciating pain surged through his arm. Upon glancing down, he saw his arm rapidly withering. A pure essence of life force was being siphoned through that tail spike, continuously drawn into Cell's body. My tail is not merely for stabbing, Cell exclaimed with a triumphant laugh. Damn it, Piccolo roared, channeling all his strength into his other hand, unleashing a devastating energy wave that struck Cell's chest. Boom! Cell was blasted, flesh and blood scattering. His entire right arm along with half of his torso reduced to mere fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo freed himself from the strange tail. However, before he could catch his breath, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Cell's mangled body writhed as countless flesh buds rapidly sprouted, and within mere seconds, a flawless arm regenerated. Futile, Cell remarked, flexing his newly formed arm with an even more sinister grin. As long as my core remains, I can regenerate infinitely, and your energy will only dwindle. Infinite regeneration absorbing energy. This monster was a fusion of him and the Saiyans. Piccolo's heart sank gradually. Meanwhile, in the Divine Temple, Xuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce through the temple walls, landing directly on the chaotic battlefield of King S Town. Within his unique perception, Cell was not a mere life form, but rather a grotesque amalgamation of countless wailing souls and disparate life essences forcibly fused together. Each of its cells brimmed with instincts of plunder and devour. A message visible only to Xuan materialized on the martial arts panel. Special life form detected. Deformed Tao embryo cell, incomplete form. Analysis. Formed through the theft of life essence, forcefully amalgamated. Its pursuit of perfection is merely a materialistic completion, bearing fatal flaws on the level of law. Fatal flaws. A barely perceptible smile tugged at Xuan's lips. He observed Piccolo, who was embroiled in a fierce struggle, then glanced at Gohan, whose power was rapidly ascending within the hyperbolic time chamber. A plan began to take shape in his mind. If he intervened now, a mere finger could crush this incomplete cell. But then what? Facing the formidable and relentless 17 and 18, endowed with boundless energy, is a challenge that the Z fighters are ill-prepared to confront, particularly for Gohan, whose potential, though ignited, is hindered by his benevolent heart, which serves as the greatest obstacle to unleashing his full power. He requires a genuine trial to upheave his moral compass. The creature before him, one that revels in the consumption of life, undoubtedly serves as the finest catalyst. It is akin to placing the three most venomous entities into a single vessel, where the survivor alone possesses value. Xuan's gaze turned steely, resembling a chess master surveying the board. Gohan, let this monster be the blade that sharpens you. Chapter 41. Full Power and New Realms. The transformed father and son. Within the time chamber, as Goku and Gohan stepped into this pristine white realm, Goku could not help but marvel. Wow, this place is completely different from before. The tenfold gravity and sweltering air remained unchanged. Yet, the chaotic energy that once incited madness had dissipated, replaced by a gentle and stable force. Merely standing there, Goku felt his energy being refined, becoming more concentrated and pure. This is the work of Mr. Xuan, Gohan whispered, sensing the powerful and steady aura that lingered in this space, an essence that belonged to Xuan. This is fantastic. After a year of training here, we will undoubtedly grow stronger. After a moment of astonishment, Goku's excitement surged. Without hesitation, he roared, and a golden energy erupted, instantly transforming him into a Super Saiyan. His formidable aura swept through the entire space, causing even the laws refined by Xuan to ripple slightly. Come on, Gohan, unleash your full strength. Goku beckoned his son eagerly. However, less than 10 minutes into his transformation, Goku's expression morphed into one of distress. He reverted to his normal state, panting heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. No, this isn't working. He gazed down at his hands, furrowing his brow. The power of a Super Saiyan was indeed immense, yet the toll it took was exorbitant. continuously depleting his stamina and energy. In such a state, engaging in intense training was not just arduous. Even standing still became a challenge. Once his energy was exhausted, he would be utterly defenseless. This was hardly a sustainable condition. It resembled a strategy that inflicted 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, while suffering 800 in return. In the ensuing months, Goku experimented with numerous methods. He attempted to compress his energy to reduce consumption, but this led to a corresponding decrease in power. He also tried intermittent transformations, attacking and retreating, but the strain of switching states proved even greater. He found himself in an impasse. Damn it, what should I do? After yet another exhausting attempt, Goku sat down in frustration, striving to emulate Lu Xian's composure. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the steady essence left behind by Lu Xian. Feeling the tranquil power enveloping him, Goku's initially fervent heart, driven by his Saiyan instincts, gradually calmed. A bold thought suddenly emerged in his mind. If it was impossible to reduce the energy expenditure of the Super Saiyan state, why not allow his body to adapt to this consumption? He had always regarded Super Saiyan as a skill for explosive moments. But what if he treated it not as a skill, but as a daily state of being? What if he made transformation his ordinary form? Once this idea took root, it became unstoppable. Goku's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. He sprang to his feet and transformed once more. However, this time he did not train, nor did he engage in battle. He did nothing at all. He simply maintained the Super Saiyan form and slowly sat down, adjusting his breath like an ordinary person. The first step he needed to take was to allow both his body and spirit to fully acclimate to this ferocious power. Initially, it was exceedingly difficult. His nerves were stretched to their limits every second, and the power within him instinctively craved destruction and release. Yet he persevered. He repeatedly recalled the tranquil essence left by Lu Xian, using his will to embrace that serenity. Days turned into weeks, and as a month passed, Goku's wild golden aura began to retract inward. His fierce emerald eyes gradually regained their usual clarity. He started attempting the simplest of tasks in his Super Saiyan form: eating, drinking, and even sleeping. The moment he first succeeded in falling asleep in the Super Saiyan state and awoke not fatigued but rather invigorated, he knew he was on the right path. From that day onward, the training regimen he shared with Gohan underwent a complete transformation. The father and son maintained their Super Saiyan forms at all times, as if the golden hair and emerald eyes were their true selves. The full power Super Saiyan had been achieved. While Goku underwent this self-discipline, Gohan was also experiencing changes. Unlike Goku, he did not crave power. He remained mindful of Lu Xian's teachings, dedicating most of his time to practicing the chi breathing techniques imparted by Lu Xian, alongside basic energy training. He endeavored to calm the restless heart inherent to Saiyans, seeking to attune to the natural chi of the surrounding space. This was a practice in stark contrast to the fighting instincts of Saiyans. While anger served as the wellspring of Saiyan power, chi required tranquility. These two entirely different forces clashed within him. During a sparring session, Goku, having mastered the full power mode, struck a little harder than intended to test Gohan's limits. A heavy blow sent Gohan flying. The excruciating pain ignited the Saiyan blood within him. An uncontrollable surge of golden energy erupted from him, fueled by anger. However, just as fury threatened to engulf his reason, the habit of practicing the chi breathing techniques instinctively guided his body to breathe in a special rhythm. Then, a miracle occurred. The ferocious golden energy, upon contact with the tranquil life force, did not repel. Rather, it entwined and fused together. Boom! An immensely powerful force erupted from Gohan's small frame. The entire room of spirit and time trembled violently under this force. Goku's smile instantly froze. He gazed in astonishment at his son. Gohan slowly rose from the ground, his entire body ablaze with golden flames, interspersed with streaks of azure light. His hair stood erect, transformed into gold, yet his eyes bore a chilling depth. A juxtaposition of extreme fury and unparalleled calmness. Two utterly contrasting auras manifested simultaneously within this 10-year-old child. Gohan, Goku tentatively called out. For the first time, he sensed a power from his son that sent shivers down his spine. It was not merely the magnitude of strength. It was a suppression at the level of existence itself. He seemed to confront not a Saiyan, but a being of higher dimensions cloaked in the guise of a Saiyan. Outside, a day had passed. The door of the room of spirit and time slowly creaked open. As Goku and Gohan emerged, they left Piccolo and Trunks, who had been waiting outside in stunned silence. The father and son duo maintained their Super Saiyan forms, yet exuded no trace of ferocity. Instead, they appeared as two ordinary golden-haired youths, serene in demeanor. Particularly Gohan, whose emerald eyes seemed to conceal a galaxy within, leaving onlookers entranced. Did succeed? Piccolo approached, uncertain. Goku nodded, a complex smile gracing his face, a blend of relief and intricacy. I suppose so. However, Gohan may be stronger than I. Just then, the temple door was flung open, and Bulma, Master Roshi, and others rushed in, panic-stricken. This is bad. You must see the television. A portable TV was turned on. On the screen, a monstrous creature, covered in green spots and resembling a humanoid insect, stood amidst the ruins of a television station, declaring to the world, I am Cell, who has absorbed Android 17 and evolved into a semi-perfect form. Greetings, humans of Earth, to showcase the power of my perfect body and to locate the final piece. Android 18, I shall host a game that will determine the fate of Earth in 10 days. Martial artists of the world, I await your challenge. This game is called The Cell Games. Chapter 42, The Wrath of Thunder. Surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan, the Cell Games have officially begun. Under the gaze of countless spectators worldwide, Son Goku was the first to step onto the square arena. At long last, the moment had arrived. A flicker of excitement crossed Cell's face as he grinned. Let me witness the fruits of your year-long training in the room of spirit and time. With a light chuckle, Wukong stretched his limbs, the orange martial arts uniform rustling in the breeze. You will not be disappointed. Just as the words left his lips, two figures simultaneously vanished from sight. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the air above the arena erupted with a series of dense sonic booms. All eyes were drawn to two golden streaks of light, wildly entangled in the air, colliding and separating, each impact sending tremors through the atmosphere. The Z-warriors on the ground wore expressions of tension. So fast, Krillin's eyes widened, his retina only able to capture a blur of afterimages. He could hardly discern their movements. Tien's three eyes widened to their fullest, yet to no avail. Only Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost embedding into his flesh. That bastard Kakarot was truly holding his own against the perfect Cell. He could see it clearly, and the clarity only fueled his frustration. What path to power had Wukong discovered in the hyperbolic time chamber? The fierce battle raged on for nearly half an hour. They fought from the skies to the ground, from one corner of the arena to another, the entire vicinity reduced to ruins under the onslaught of their energy. Just when everyone believed the fight would conclude with one side exhausted, Wukong's figure suddenly appeared suspended in midair, landing steadily back on the stage. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a satisfied smile gracing his face, and waved at the equally halted Cell. No more fighting, I concede. The simplicity of those 3 words exploded in everyone's ears. What? Beneath the stage, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien were all momentarily stunned. In front of the television, Mr. Satan, who had been passionately commentating, gaped in disbelief. Even the typically proud Vegeta displayed a look of incredulity. Concede? Kakarot, the battle maniac, chose to surrender while still possessing the strength to continue, even claiming it was an even match. Ha. Son Wukong, are you jesting? Cell was momentarily taken aback, then let out a mocking laugh. I am not joking. Wukong's expression was serious. Your power indeed surpasses mine, and continuing would yield no victory for me. However, he shifted his tone, pointing at the bewildered boy in the purple training outfit below the stage. The one who can defeat you is not me. Next, let my son Gohan, take a challenge. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All eyes focused on the 10-year-old child. Daddy, what are you saying? Gohan panicked, waving his hands in denial. There is no way I can defeat him. You can, Gohan. Wukong descended from the stage, urging his son upward, his gaze unwavering. The power slumbering within you is greater than that of all of us. Unleash it. Gohan was thrust onto the arena, confronted by the oppressive figure of Cell, his legs trembling slightly. He abhorred fighting. He feared the uncontrollable, savage power within him that could ignite with a mere spark of anger. Hey, Goku, are you mocking me? Cell scoffed at the quaking boy before him, feeling insulted by the presence of such a cowardly opponent. If you doubt my capabilities, just try me, Goku replied calmly. Cell, losing his patience, declared, since you are so eager to see your son perish, I shall oblige. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck Gohan squarely in the face. The impact sent Gohan hurtling backward, crashing against the edge of the arena, blood spilling from his mouth. Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo cried out in alarm, rushing to his aid. Stay back. Goku interjected, halting them. This is a battle Gohan must face alone. Without granting Gohan a moment's respite, Cell delivered a swift kick, sending him soaring into the air, followed by a crushing elbow strike that sent him plummeting back down. A flurry of fists rained down upon Gohan's frail form. Stop. Please stop. Gohan pleaded in agony. I don't want to fight you. I beg you to stop. Otherwise, I might truly kill you. This desperate threat, uttered amidst excruciating pain, only ignited Cell's fervor further. Kill me? Ha ha ha. I'm waiting for that. Show me your so-called rage. Unleash the power that could annihilate me. Cell laughed heartily, intensifying his assault. Gohan's consciousness began to fade. He gazed at his comrades below, each one filled with anxiety, and met his father's trusting yet resolute gaze. A wave of helplessness and self-loathing surged within him. Why? Why am I unable to summon my anger? Why can't I unleash my full potential? It seems this is insufficient to provoke your fury, Cell remarked, seemingly losing his patience. He ceased his attack and took a step back, his muscles undulating ominously. In the next moment, 7 smaller versions of himself, identical in appearance but with blue hues, erupted from his body, emitting a cacophony of shrill, maniacal laughter. Go, Cell commanded coldly, gesturing towards the Z fighters below. Have fun with them, but be sure not to kill them. Torture them to your heart's content. The 7 blue figures lunged toward Goku and the others. A brutal slaughter commenced. Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo, warriors who had significantly increased their strength within the hyperbolic time chamber, found themselves utterly overwhelmed by these diminutive creatures that had inherited Cell's perfect cells. While the small cells may not have matched their power, their boundless stamina and regenerative abilities plunged the Z fighters into a dire struggle. Gohan lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes wide open as he watched his comrades fall one by one to the merciless assault of the diminutive Cell Juniors, who tormented them with cruel abandon. He witnessed Piccolo's arm being brutally twisted off, saw Trunks pinned helplessly to the ground by 2 of the small fiends, and beheld his father, surrounded by 3 of the Cell Juniors, battered and bloodied in his valiant attempt to protect others. Gohan let out a heart-wrenching cry, a golden aura flickering wildly around him, yet unable to breach the final barrier that restrained him. His heart was too kind. Just then, a voice reached him from a short distance away. Mr. Satan, please throw me over to Gohan. It was Android 16. His body, reduced to a mere head, was tremblingly cast before Gohan by Mr. Satan. Gohan, gazing at this benevolent soul, felt a flicker of hope as Android 16 summoned the last vestiges of his energy to speak. To love nature, to cherish and protect animals, is no sin. I love humanity. I adore this beautiful planet. So, do not stifle yourself any longer, Gohan. Release your anger. There is no shame in being furious for the sake of justice. The words of 16 flowed warmly into Gohan's cold, despairing heart. However, this warmth was soon cruelly interrupted. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Cell approached. A mocking smile etched upon his face, and he crushed Android 16's head beneath his foot. Crack! The sturdy mechanical cranium shattered effortlessly, transforming the final words of wisdom into cold, scattered fragments of metal. The last glimmer of light in 16's eyes extinguished completely. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Gohan stared blankly at the pile of broken parts on the ground, his mind a void. The echoes of 16's last words resonated within him. Release your anger. He raised his gaze and saw the pained groans of his companions, felt the derisive smirk of Cell. Something deep within the recesses of his soul shattered quietly. A single, scalding tear rolled down his cheek. In the next instant, a cataclysmic force erupted from Gohan, centered around him. No longer merely a golden aura, but a tempest infused with countless bolts of golden lightning. Within that golden storm, fleeting glimpses of a calming azure light flickered. The entire earth trembled under the weight of this power. The clouds in the sky were torn asunder, while the ground cracked open with gaping chasms. Below, in the arena, the battling Cell Juniors and Z fighters halted, gazing incredulously at the eye of the storm. Even Cell's smile froze for the first time, for from that overwhelming force, he sensed a hint of death that sent shivers down his spine. Upon the temple's summit, Lucian gradually opened his eyes after a prolonged period of meditation, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The blade had finally been unsheathed. The tempest had dissipated. Gohan's figure reemerged before the onlookers, his hair standing more defiantly than that of a Super Saiyan, each strand erect and resolute. No longer did he radiate a burning aura. Instead, golden lightning flickered and danced around him. Most alarming, however, was the chill in his gaze. The emerald depths of his eyes, once aflame with anger and madness, were now devoid of emotion. replaced by an icy demeanor. He had ascended to Super Saiyan 2. The small Cell Jr. shrieked, instinctively lunging toward Gohan, who posed an immense threat. Gohan moved. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before one of the diminutive Cell Juniors. Without unnecessary movements, he delivered the simplest of straight punches. Boom! The formidable little Cell, possessing extraordinary regenerative abilities, did not even have time to emit a cry before its body erupted into a mist of crimson in mid-air. Gohan flickered again. With a swift kick, he cleaved another little Cell in twain. 1, 2, 3. The 7 little monsters that had once posed a significant challenge to the Z warriors crumbled before Gohan's might. In less than 10 seconds, all 7 lay vanquished. Gohan's form materialized before Cell, clutching a bag of Senza beans, plundered from Cell at an unknown moment. Shock and ecstasy etched themselves across Cell's face. Is this truly your power? Magnificent. Perfect. In response, Gohan offered only his frigid gaze and a fist that transcended time and space. Boom! A single punch. It struck Cell's abdomen with tremendous force. The so-called perfect body of Cell curled inwards, a searing pain coursing through him as he felt his insides threaten to disintegrate. He opened his mouth, releasing a tortured groan. Following that, a petite figure, ensconced in green slime, was forcefully expelled from his mouth. It was Android 18. Chapter 43. Are you truly free? Lucien's heart-piercing point. On the arena, the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. After expelling Android 18, Cell's body began to contort and shrink, devolving from his perfect form back into a semi-complete state. With his mouthparts exposed, he had lost the perfection he so cherished. All of this was due to the boy before him, shimmering with golden lightning. No, my perfection, my perfect body. Cell howled, a sound more beastly than human. Since his inception, his sole purpose had been to attain perfection, and now that goal lay shattered. I will kill you. I will kill all of you. The energy within Cell began to swell uncontrollably, his entire form inflating ominously. A wave of destructive energy emanated from him. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct. Goku's expression shifted. This energy could obliterate the entire Earth. Gohan sensed the impending peril, his weary body yearning to surge forward. Yet an invisible force held him in place. It was Goku. There is no time. Goku appeared beside him, a gentle smile gracing his face. He reached out, tenderly caressing his son's head. You have done remarkably well, Gohan. You have surpassed your father. Please convey my apologies to your mother. No sooner had he spoken than Goku vanished, reappearing before the soon-to-explode Cell in an instant. He extended 2 fingers and pressed them against Cell's swollen forehead. Farewell, everyone. With that final parting, their figures transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the earth. A moment later, far away at the end of Snake Way in the other world, King Kai's planet was reduced to cosmic dust in a blinding flash of brilliance. Both King Kai, Beerus, and Son Goku vanished together. Dad! Gohan cried out in anguish, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Krillin, Piccolo, and Vegeta all fell silent. They had triumphed, yet the cost was the eternal departure of that ever-optimistic man. Just as despair enveloped them all, a familiar malevolent aura descended without warning. In the heavens, the fabric of space rippled. A figure emerged from the distortion. It was that same handsome visage, that flawless physique. And even the aura surrounding him crackled with golden lightning, akin to Gohan's. It was Cell. He was not dead. Who would have thought? Cell reveled in his regained perfect form, a look of ecstasy and arrogance upon his face. The Saiyan cells within me, resurrected from the brink of death, have amplified my strength. Moreover, I have mastered Son Goku's instant transmission technique. All thanks to you. His gaze swept over the pallid faces of those below, finally settling on the purple-haired boy from the future. As a token of gratitude, let us begin with you. An energy wave shot forth from his fingertips. With a sickening sound, Trunks was caught unawares. A gaping wound punctured his chest, his astonishment frozen on his face as his body slumped backward. Trunks! Vegeta's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury. That was his son, his only son. Cell! Vegeta roared, transforming into a golden light that surged towards Cell, channeling all his energy into countless energy blasts, unleashing them in a torrent. Faced with such an onslaught, Cell merely raised a hand and waved it dismissively. Boom! A shockwave erupted as all the energy blasts detonated, sending Vegeta hurtling through the air, tracing an arc as he flew. Futile, you worthless trash. Cell's figure materialized in the trajectory of Vegeta's descent, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Vegeta spat blood, his consciousness beginning to wane. Cell's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he gathered a sphere of energy in his palm. Stop! Gohan interposed himself before Vegeta, bracing his body to absorb the blow. Boom! As the smoke dissipated, Gohan's left arm lay in a gruesome state, powerless and hanging limply, rendered useless. Oh, do you still wish to struggle? Cell gazed at the one-armed Gohan, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Very well. Let us ensure you vanish alongside this planet. He slowly raised both hands, channeling his entire being into a singular point. Kamehameha, a blue sphere of energy, imbued with the power to obliterate a planet, swelled wildly in his palms, casting a hue of blue across the sky. Everyone closed their eyes, awaiting the inevitable conclusion. At that moment, the young man with black hair, who had been standing at the edge of the battlefield, finally made his move. Lucian did not glance at the energy sphere. Instead, his calm gaze remained fixed on Cell. He did not charge forward, nor did he unleash any aura. He simply raised a finger, pointing from a distance toward Cell's brow. In the next instant, an invisible thought penetrated Cell's defenses, tattooing itself deep within his soul. A tranquil voice resonated in Cell's mind. Your perfection is merely a program designed by Dr. Gero. Everything you pursue, your very existence, amounts to nothing but cold data. Do you truly believe you are free? Buzz. The Kamehameha, poised to be unleashed by Cell, abruptly faltered. The arrogance and malevolence etched on his face froze in an instant, giving way to confusion and fear. Free? Am I truly free? This question bore down upon his soul. His once unshakable will began to waver. Were all his proud accomplishments merely predetermined programs? Was his life merely the execution of a line of code? Then what am I? Who am I? Cell emitted a painful howl, a sound emanating from the depths of his soul. The energy sphere in his palm wavered momentarily, losing control due to his turmoil. Now is the time. Gohan. The spectral essence of Goku appeared behind Gohan, resting a hand on his son's shoulder. Release all your anger and sorrow. Go. A flame reignited in Gohan's eyes. He concentrated all his remaining strength into his solitary right arm. Kamehameha, a similarly blinding beam of blue light, surged forth, colliding with Cell's energy wave, which had begun to spiral out of control. The two formidable forces clashed mid-air, resulting in no stalemate. Although Cell's energy was vast, it faltered in chaos, while Gohan's wave surged with unwavering resolve. Within a mere second, Gohan's Kamehameha engulfed Cell's energy, along with a bewildered and confused expression on his face, reducing them both to cosmic dust. Not a single cell remained. Chapter 44, An Uninvited Guest. A gaze from the divine realm. The battle has concluded. The immense aura of Sheru, capable of distorting time and space, along with his very being, vanished completely from the universe. The sky cleared, and sunlight once again bathed the scarred land. The Z warriors exhaled in relief, their taut nerves finally relaxing, allowing fatigue to wash over them. Gohan reverted from his transformation, the golden lightning and aura dissipating, returning to his dark-haired, dark-eyed self. He knelt on the ground, gazing at the spot where his father had vanished, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He had triumphed, yet he had irrevocably lost his father. Krillin approached, gently resting a hand on his shoulder, uncertain how to offer comfort. Vegeta stood nearby, surveying his severed arm and the cold body of Trunks not far away, his expression grim. Let us use the Dragon Balls to bring everyone back, Piccolo suggested, the first to regain his composure as he glanced towards the direction of the Heavenly Temple. Din soon arrived at the battlefield, Dragon Balls in tow. As the ancient incantation concluded, the sky darkened instantaneously. The golden Shenron emerged from the Dragon Balls, its massive form coiling amidst the clouds, its voice resonating throughout the heavens. Speak your wishes. Any desire may be fulfilled. The first wish was immediate. Shenron, please revive all those who were slain by Sheru. The dragon's eyes glowed a fierce red. This wish was straightforward. In the next moment, in a distant future, amidst the ruins, Trunks' body trembled violently. The gaping wound in his chest swiftly healing as he bolted upright, gasping for breath. On Earth, countless ordinary people, caught in Sheru's game and killed by the small Shuro, bewilderedly returned to life. What about the second wish? Gohan implored urgently. Revive Son Goku. But Shenron fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. I am sorry. This wish cannot be granted. Son Goku himself has declined resurrection. What? Everyone was taken aback. Why would Dad do that? Gohan questioned in confusion. He believes that the calamities on Earth are largely directed at him. He feels that his presence in the afterlife will bring greater peace to this world. There was a hint of reverence in Shinran's voice. The group fell silent, aware that Goku spoke the truth. From the Saiyan invasion to Frieza, and then the androids, nearly all formidable foes had come seeking him. Perhaps this truly was the best conclusion. After pondering for a moment, Krillin directed his gaze towards the unconscious blonde woman not far away. Shinran, please disarm the bombs within androids 17 and 18. Once again, Shinran's eyes flashed with red light, swiftly completing the wish. The 7 Dragon Balls fulfilled their purpose, reverting to stone and scattering across the globe. The sky cleared, signaling the end of the battle and the resolution of the crisis. After bidding farewell to everyone, Trunks boarded the time machine, ready to return to his future and share the good news. Everything seemed to be unfolding in a positive direction. However, just as the time machine was on the verge of activation, an indescribable and solemn pressure, imbued with a hint of unease, descended from the heavens without warning. It was not merely energy, it was a presence of a higher order. Under this immense pressure, the Z warriors felt their very souls tremble. Piccolo's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Having fused with the Supreme Kai, he was more acutely aware than anyone else that within this pressure lay a true deity. 2 figures quietly materialized at the center of the battlefield, drawing astonished gazes from all. One was tall and stern, clad in the attire of the Supreme Kai-S attendant. The other, shorter in stature, possessed an elegant appearance, sporting a striking white mohawk and adorned with a pair of glimmering patera earrings. They were none other than the Supreme Kai-Shin of Universe 7 and his attendant, Kibito. Kibito scanned the Z warriors with a dismissive glare. Is it you lot who defeated that creature known as Cell? He scrutinized them, seemingly unimpressed. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his temper flaring. Yet, before he could utter a word, the diminutive figure, Supreme Kai-Shin, spoke up unexpectedly. His voice was not loud, yet it bore an essence that resonated deep within the soul. Kibito, be silent. Shin did not cast a glance at Vegeta or Gohan, nor did he spare a thought for the ravaged battlefield. From the moment he appeared, his gaze was fixated intently on the dark-haired youth standing at the edge, seemingly detached from all that transpired. His focus was locked on Lucien. For the first time, Shin's eyes betrayed a weight of gravity, confusion, and a hint of caution that he himself was unaware of. I did not come for Cell, Shin began slowly, his gaze penetrating as if to unearth the deepest secrets of Lucien's soul. Not long ago, I sensed a faint yet unmistakable disturbance in the fundamental laws of this universe. This force does not belong to energy. It can directly influence will and existence itself, capable of erasing the essence of a formidable life form from its very roots. The Z warriors listened, bewildered by Shin's words. Yet, Lucien comprehended immediately. The Supreme Kai was referring to the moment he invoked the Heart's Demon technique against Cell in his final hour. He had not anticipated that merely tapping into a fragment of divine intent to manipulate the laws of the mental realm would so profoundly rouse the attention of a being at the pinnacle of the divine realm. That power was unleashed by you, was it not? Shin's tone shifted to one of confirmation. Lucien neither affirmed nor denied it, merely meeting his gaze with calm composure. This silence itself served as a tacit acknowledgement. Kibito stood by, utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why his master, a grand creator god, would regard a seemingly powerless mortal with such solemnity. That gaze was not one typically exchanged between deity and human. It felt as though one were confronting a being of equal stature, or perhaps even more enigmatic and unfathomable. Xian cast a lingering glance at Lucien, seeking to uncover further truths within him, yet ultimately discerned nothing. Lucien was akin to a shroud of mist, impervious even to the powers of the Kaioshin. Mortals ought not to meddle with forces that govern the laws of existence. Gradually, Xian withdrew his gaze, leaving behind a foreboding warning. Such interference could unleash unpredictable calamities upon the universe. Upon uttering this, he seemed eager to depart, turning away. However, just before his exit, he appeared to recall something, adding a crucial remark. An ancient malevolence, dormant for millions of years, was on the verge of awakening. The entire cosmos would soon confront a cataclysmic upheaval. Our descent here was initially intended to seek the power to avert this disaster, yet unexpectedly. His words trailed off, but the weight of his gaze returned to Lucien, laden with significance. The slumbering evil he referenced was none other than Majin Buu. Yet his look at Lucien suggested he perceived an equally formidable and unpredictable threat. As soon as he spoke, Xuan and Jebet vanished silently, as if they had never been present, leaving the Z fighters in a state of bewilderment, along with an ominous warning. "Hey, clarify your words before leaving." Yamcha shouted towards the sky, but no response came. The visage of Piccolo, long tormented by the thought of a malevolence dormant for eons, grew grim. Was it truly more terrifying than Cell? No one could provide an answer. Only Lu Xian remained, standing steadfast, gazing into the void where the Kaioshin had vanished, his expression deepening in contemplation. Majin Buu, Chapter 45, The Star as a Forge. A thought transcends the golden body. The warning left by the Kaioshin cast a pall over the hearts of all Z fighters. An ancient evil, slumbering for millions of years. A disaster more dreadful than Cell. What a joke. Yamcha sank to the ground, his face a portrait of desolation. Having just triumphed over Cell, now they faced the emergence of this so-called Majin. Krillin supported the injured Android 18, his expression equally bitter. This planet was indeed beset by calamity. Only Piccolo, fused with the Kai, comprehended the true nature of such evil. The malevolence of Cell stemmed from biological predation and the instinct to evolve. Yet the entity referenced by the Kaioshin embodied pure chaos and annihilation, a shadow that had existed since the birth of the universe. Such an adversary could not be vanquished through mere training. Mr. Lu Xian. Gohan directed his gaze towards the silent young man with dark hair, the only one present who might hold a solution. Lu Xian slowly raised his head, his eyes sweeping across the weary and anxious faces surrounding him. He speaks the truth. Lu Xian's calm voice resonated softly, yet it plunged the hearts of all into profound despondency. That entity is known as Majin Buu, regarded as a natural disaster. The power you perceive holds no sway over him. He possesses the ability to transform you into mere confections, with a body that can regenerate infinitely. His existence serves but one purpose: to obliterate everything. Lu Xian's depiction sent a chilling wave through the Z warriors, transcending the realm of combat. His gaze deepened, as if piercing through the fabric of time and space to glimpse a future vision. I require a moment to achieve my final breakthrough. Until my return, do your utmost to survive. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Xian afforded no one the chance to inquire further. He extended his hand and gently sliced through the empty air before him. With a sharp tear, he forcibly rent open a pitch-black rift in space. Beyond the rift lay the frigid void of the cosmic expanse. As the Z warriors looked on in astonishment, Lu Xian stepped through, his figure vanishing into the darkness. The rift slowly closed behind him, as though nothing had transpired, leaving the Z warriors rooted in place, speechless. In the depths of the universe, a silent starfield enveloped Lu Xian's sudden appearance. He closed his eyes, and the divine consciousness of his perfected divine blood realm unfurled, sweeping across several star systems in search of a suitable training ground. Soon his consciousness pinpointed a coordinate, a massive red giant, its size dwarfing that of the sun by several tens of thousands of times, emanating a dark red glow indicative of its life nearing its end. Its core burned at its limit, a colossal gravity pulling all matter inward and compressing it. An imminent supernova awaited, destined to collapse into a neutron star. Here, the forces of destruction coexisted with the life principles preceding a new star's birth. This was the place. Lu Xian's form instantaneously traversed the space to position himself outside the orbit of the giant star, resembling but a speck of dust before this dying behemoth. In the next moment, he spread his arms wide. His diminutive frame erupted with a terrifying gravitational pull, drawing forth the chaotic energies, flames, and gravitation of a star. Every force that epitomized annihilation, into a visible torrent surging into his being, with the star as his forge and the laws as his fire. He was not merely absorbing energy. He was utilizing the most potent forces of the universe to hammer his essence, refining his primordial spirit and forging his Dharma body through the principles of creation and destruction. His physical form disintegrated under the onslaught of energy, only to rapidly reconstitute itself through the regenerative power of his divine blood realm. His primordial spirit was meticulously honed within the laws of annihilation and creation, becoming ever purer and more transparent. His consciousness plunged into the depths of his sea of consciousness, merging with the rhythm of the universe itself. Time lost all significance. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. On Earth, the world's foremost martial arts tournament was underway. However, the arrival of two unexpected guests shattered the ambience of the event: the Kaioshin Shin and his attendant, Jebet. Their objective is to thwart the sorcerer Babidi from resurrecting the ancient demon Majin Buu, sealed away for millions of years. Grown-up Gohan, the somewhat lax Z-fighters, and the proud Vegeta are all drawn into this battle that determines the fate of the universe. However, Lucien's warnings go unheeded. Under Babidi's sinister machinations, Vegeta, eager for a fierce confrontation with Goku, willingly succumbs to magical control, unleashing a vast reservoir of malevolent energy. The seal is broken. The seemingly innocent, pink, rotund demon materializes before them amidst a cloud of absurd smoke. A battle ensues, one that appears even more hopeless than during the Cell games. Majin Buu's power is utterly indiscriminate. He possesses the ability to transform beings into chocolate and consume them, his body capable of infinite regeneration, and each strike imbued with destructive force. The Demon King Beerus is toyed with like a mere child before meeting a tragic end. In a bid to protect his family and uphold the Saiyan prince's pride, Vegeta chooses to self-destruct. The blinding light, potent enough to reduce everything to ashes, merely causes Buu to shatter momentarily before he swiftly reconstitutes himself. Ultimately, Goku, having returned from the afterlife for just a day, must step forward. With a resounding roar that reverberates throughout the earth, Goku unleashes his final trump card. His golden hair cascades to his waist, his brow smooths out, and his entire being crackles with electricity. Super Saiyan 3. This form is the culmination of 7 years of arduous training in the other world, granting him power sufficient to match Buu. Yet, it is only a stalemate. The toll of Super Saiyan 3 is immense, while Buu's stamina is boundless. After a brief yet intense clash, Goku's energy rapidly wanes, forcing him to retreat temporarily. The Earth is devoid of any force capable of combating Majin Buu. With no adversary left, the pink demon begins to wreak havoc and slaughter indiscriminately across the planet. Cities crumble to dust beneath his fingertips, and billions of lives are reduced to fleeting sparks in his eyes. A chilling silence envelopes the hearts of all. In the celestial realm, Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks can only watch helplessly as the world below descends into a hellish nightmare. Just as Buu tires of his game of cat and mouse and prepares to conjure a colossal energy sphere to obliterate the Earth entirely, a resonant, monumental bell tolls without warning, echoing deep within the souls of every living being. The grinning Majin Buu abruptly freezes, confusion etched across his face for the first time. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, Piccolo and the others share the same bewilderment. Simultaneously, in the desolate expanse of the universe, the massive star Lucian had been meditating upon suddenly extinguishes all light and heat in an instant. Its colossal form appears drained of all energy and matter by an unfathomable force, alongside the very laws of gravity dissipating into nothingness. The demise of a star does not culminate in an explosion, but rather fades silently into the most minute particles of the cosmos. Following this, a pure golden divine light rends through space, traversing billions of light years, and instantaneously illuminates the battlefield on Earth. Amidst the golden radiance, a figure gradually materializes. Clad in simple black attire, with dark hair gently swaying in the breeze, Lucian has returned. Yet, there is an undeniable difference. Behind him, a towering golden Dharma form slowly emerges, majestic in its brilliance, as if composed entirely of pure light. This Dharma form stands tall, its visage identical to that of Lucian, with eyes that, in their opening and closing, seem to embody the birth and demise of the sun, moon, and stars. Its very existence supports the entirety of the universe, establishing the laws and order of this realm. Golden Body Realm. Accomplishment attained. Lucian gazes down at the pink demon making faces at him, his expression tranquil, devoid of any tumult. He slowly extends a single finger. Chapter 46. Return. One finger to annihilate the world. The celestial hall is enveloped in an eerie silence. Buu, the demon, tilts his head, observing this unexpected intruder with a curious yet cruel smile, reminiscent of a child. Another fool who fears not for their life. Buu raises the energy sphere, swollen to its utmost limit, and without a moment's hesitation, hurls it towards Lucian. Be careful. Piccolo instinctively shouts in alarm. Yet, Lucian does not even lift his eyelids. His demeanor remains composed, his gaze transcending the planet-destroying energy sphere and landing squarely on Buu. In the face of such cataclysmic onslaught, Lucian executes no superfluous actions. He does not unleash a burst of energy, nor does he retaliate. Instead, he gently raises his index finger and lightly points towards the sky. Time seems to be pressed into slow motion at that moment. The energy sphere, trailing a lengthy tail capable of reducing the entire solar system to dust, halts abruptly midway in its descent. Then, before the eyes of all present, an astonishing spectacle unfolds. The energy sphere does not explode, nor does it ignite in a clash of stronger forces. Instead, it begins to dissipate silently. The violent energy and destructive laws that constituted it vanish as though they had never existed, disassembling inch by inch from the core, transforming into the most primordial essence of cosmic energy, returning to the heavens and the earth. In the span of but a second, the threat that had loomed above the earth has simply evaporated into thin air. The cataclysmic scene mere moments ago appears to have been a collective illusion experienced by all. The sky returns to its serene clarity. The cruel smile on Boo's face becomes frozen in disbelief. In his simplistic mind, which comprehends only destruction and slaughter, an emotion called astonishment emerges for the very first time. In the celestial hall, silence reigns supreme. Piccolo's mouth hangs agape, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Goten and Trunks rub their eyes, convinced they must be mistaken. What had just transpired? No one could provide an answer. Even the god of destruction, who had existed for over 5 million years, stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Lugen. As the creator deity, he could comprehend energy clashes, magical countermeasures, and divine annihilation. Yet he found himself utterly bewildered by the recent spectacle. It was not a manifestation of any power he recognized. Rather, it resembled a proclamation, a declaration that rendered one's attack futile. And indeed, the attack was rendered completely ineffective. With a brief moment of astonishment behind him, the demon Bu let out a thunderous roar, his body contorting with rage. His intellect could not grasp the events unfolding before him, but he felt as though his toys had been ruined, that someone had intruded upon his game. He unleashed a deafening bellow and transformed into a streak of pink lightning, forsaking ranged attacks to charge directly at Lugen. The speed was terrifying, warping the very fabric of space itself. He intended to reduce this audacious individual, who dared to toy with him, into a mere puddle of flesh with his fists. Yet, in the face of Boo's planet-shattering punch, Lugen's expression remained utterly unchanged. He did not even shift his stance by a fraction. Just as Boo's menacing face was about to come within inches of him, Lugen extended his elongated index finger once more. This time, his lips parted, uttering a single word, a clear and tranquil syllable, imbued with the essence of the cosmos. Stop. Buzz. The moment the word was spoken, the entire world seemed to be pressed into a state of suspension. Boo's forward momentum was abruptly halted, his body frozen in place. Mere centimeters from Lugen's fingertip, he retained his aggressive posture, his expression one of ferocity, yet he found himself unable to move a single finger. For the first time, confusion and a hint of fear flickered in Boo's eyes. He felt no binding energy, no oppressive aura, nor any magical restraint. The sensation was bizarre, as if the very space around him had transformed into an impenetrable amber. It was as though the fundamental rule of motion within this universe had ceased to apply to him. There was no force obstructing him. It was space itself that repelled him, the rules themselves that denied him. At that moment, the god of destruction, Shin, also trembled violently, as if struck by an unseen force. The Patera earrings adorning his ears, symbols of divine authority, flickered with frantic light, a manifestation of their desperate attempts to analyze the phenomenon. Yet, yielding no comprehension, Shin fixed his gaze upon Lugen, his eyes brimming with astonishment, as if witnessing a living anomaly of the universe. A deep-seated terror and confusion surged within him, far more profound than when confronted by the demon Bu. Majin Bu is a virus within the cosmic order. Despite its formidable power, it remains bound by the established rules. However, the young man with black hair before him exudes a presence unlike that of a mere virus. He resembles the creator, the architect of rules and scripts, endowed with the ability to amend the very code of existence at will. Chapter 47. Are you teaching me to act? The Kaioshin Shin's mind was a blank slate. The unfolding events shattered his understanding, accumulated over more than 5 million years, into fragments. The ability to speak laws into existence. What realm is this? This transcends mere power, even divine might. It is an authority capable of directly altering the cosmic laws. Who, precisely, is this mortal standing before me? Suppressing the tremors that threatened to engulf his very soul, Kaioshin Shin inhaled deeply, striving to uphold the dignity befitting a creator god. Regardless of the means employed, his voice faltered, tinged with an unrecognized tremor. This Majin Buu embodies pure malevolence, a malignant tumor of the universe. You must eradicate him immediately to prevent further complications. He issued this command, assuming the authority of a deity to order a mortal. This was his duty, the sole means by which he could obscure his inner trepidation. Upon hearing this, Xuan merely cast a calm glance in his direction, uttering no words. That tranquil gaze constricted Shin's heart, as if clasped by an invisible hand. With a mere thought, Xuan released the intangible force that had bound Majin Buu. Roar? Suddenly regaining his freedom, Majin Buu was momentarily taken aback. His simple mind struggled to comprehend the situation. But the instinctive fury of being toyed with, coupled with a profound fear of the black-haired man before him, was already ingrained within him. Buu's gaze flitted between Xuan and Shin, ultimately settling upon the trembling wizard Babidi nearby. Unable to confront the black-haired figure, he resolved to seize an easier target. Buu! Majin Buu shrieked, his body launching forth like a blob of pink clay, instantly materializing before Babidi. What do you intend to do? I am your master. Babidi gasped, nearly bereft of his senses as he stumbled backward. Yet Buu merely grinned, and a pink beam emanated from the antenna atop his head. Chocolate beam. In a flash, Babidi's terrified expression, along with his entire form, was instantaneously transformed into a perfectly square piece of chocolate. Buu snatched the chocolate without a second glance and ravenously devoured it, crunching away with a look of sheer satisfaction. The entire episode transpired in the blink of an eye. The deities at the heavenly temple, including Piccolo, watched in stunned silence, chills running down their spines. This bizarre magic, capable of turning the living into food, was something they had never before encountered. Why do you not stop him? Shin exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury, turning to question Xuan. Yet Xuan continued to disregard him. At the moment the beam of light was emitted by Buu, Lucian's consciousness enveloped the pink ray like an invisible net. His mind surged with an influx of information, rapidly analyzing the essence of magic, which he perceived with clarity. It was in essence a chaotic manipulation of one's own magical energy to forcibly distort the fundamental particle structure of a target, rearranging and recombining it. The entire process was riddled with flaws and resulted in significant energy wastage, representing the most rudimentary application of the laws of matter. So it was. A knowing smile curved the corners of Lucian's lips. To him, what was termed magic was merely a nonsensical program. Yet he not only comprehended this program, but could effortlessly modify, replicate, and even rewrite it. At that moment, Lucian slowly turned his head, his gaze penetrating as if it could see through everything, calmly observing the still enraged Shin. Your order has failed to resolve him over the past few million years. Lucian's voice was soft, yet struck Shin's heart like a heavy hammer. Now, you dare to instruct me? Boom! This statement resonated in Shin's mind like a thunderclap. His entire being froze, the color draining from his face, lips trembling, yet no words escaped his mouth. The dignity of a god, the order of the universe, and the responsibilities of a million years were shattered before this nonchalant retort. Indeed, where did he have a command, Lucian? After expending millions of years and countless lives, the calamity that had eluded him and his predecessors. How could he dictate to an existence capable of suppressing such a disaster with a mere finger? At the moment Shin's resolve crumbled, plunging him into profound self-doubt. Lucian could scarcely be bothered to cast him another glance, his attention returning to the exuberant Majin Buu, who was still delighting in his snack. With a casual wave of his hand, a piece of chocolate identical to the previous one materialized in his palm. The jubilant Majin Buu's smile abruptly froze. A wave of inexplicable cold washed over his simple mind. He sensed the essence of Babidi within the chocolate. Before he could comprehend it, the chocolate in Lucian's palm twisted and instantly transformed back into the diminutive sorcerer. I am alive? Babidi gazed at his hands in bewilderment, only to be swiftly overtaken by sheer terror. However, his fear lasted but a mere fraction of a second. The next moment, under Lucian's calm gaze, Babidi's body disintegrated silently from head to toe, like a sand sculpture weathered by millennia, reduced to the finest dust scattered by the wind. Creation, reversal, and then annihilation. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as effortless as breathing. This scene rendered the divine hall in a profound silence. Yet, the formidable Majin Buu, who feared neither heaven nor earth, now appeared as though he had encountered his nemesis, involuntarily taking a step back. Steam erupted furiously from the vents atop his head, and his body trembled slightly. For the first time, genuine fear flickered in his eyes. His most cherished abilities, the magic he took pride in, seemed as trivial as a child's building blocks before this man. Easily replicated, effortlessly dismantled, and swiftly annihilated. This revelation implied that this man could, at any moment, transform him in a mere chocolate or a speck of dust. Such an understanding struck Beerus' chaotic mind with an unprecedented wave of terror. King Kai-Shin, too, was rendered utterly speechless. His body swayed precariously, and had it not been for Jebet's timely support, he might have collapsed to the ground. At that moment, his worldview was entirely overturned and then reshaped. He finally comprehended that the man before him was no ordinary mortal. He was an existence beyond his comprehension. A higher dimensional life, form unrecorded in the celestial scriptures, transcending the existing order. Disregarding the astonishment of those around him, Xuan observed Beerus with keen interest, as if appreciating an intriguing work of art. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his voice heralding the impending fate of Majin Beerus. To simply eradicate him would be far too mundane. I intend to explore a more captivating approach. A subtle smile graced Xuan's lips. Purification. The utterance of those two words sent King Kai-Shin's heart racing anew, filling him with an unprecedented unease. He abruptly realized that the danger posed by this black-haired man might surpass even that of Majin Beerus. Beerus' threat lay in destruction, while this man's peril was shrouded in the unknown, unfathomable, possessing an absolute control capable of manipulating even the divine at will. Chapter 48. Your path has strayed. Upon hearing the word purification, everyone present was taken aback. King Kai-Shin's countenance darkened. He wished to protest, but found himself rendered speechless. Before this man, the authority of the Creator God was non-existent. However, one individual found it even more intolerable than King Kai-Shin, Vegeta. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, his body quivering with rage and humiliation. How could this earthling, who seemingly appeared from nowhere, so easily subdue a creature that even Super Saiyan 3 Kakarot could not defeat? How could he, like a god, determine the fate of Majin Beerus, even daring to utter the word purification? Yet, what pained him most was that Xuan had not once acknowledged his presence. This feeling of being overlooked pierced the pride of the Saiyan prince more deeply than any derision could. Kakarot, that scoundrel, has consistently loomed over me, yet he remains a target within reach. However, the man before me exhibits a power that transcends my comprehension. It is not merely a disparity in quantity, but a chasm of quality, a daunting abyss that renders hope futile. No, I shall not concede. I, Vegeta, am a most noble prince of the Saiyans, the unrivaled warrior of the cosmos. A warrior's worth ought to be validated through battle, not through these arcane tricks. A frenzied thought consumed Vegeta's reason. A primal roar erupted from him, a sound that defied humanity. His muscles swelled violently, veins pulsating beneath his skin. A golden aura surged upward, instantly ensnared by ominous crimson lightning. This power, derived from the potential catalyst developed by Bulma, was meant to surpass Kakarot, but at the cost of igniting his own life force. Originally intended as his trump card to eclipse Kakarot, he could no longer afford to ponder such matters. Behold, this is the true essence of a warrior's combat. Vegeta roared, disregarding Xuan and the others, charging directly at the trembling Majin Beerus. He intended to vanquish this demon with the purest, most ferocious strength. He sought to demonstrate to that man that the pride of the Saiyans could not be overlooked. Vegeta! Exclaimed Piccolo and the others from the heavenly realm in astonishment. Even Xuan, for the first time, diverted his gaze from Beerus, landing it softly on that frenzied figure. Boom! 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 Vegeta, burning through his life, reached unprecedented heights of speed and power. His fists, crackling with crimson lightning, rained down upon Majin Beerus with relentless fury. Each punch could pierce a small asteroid, and every kick bore the weight of obliterating mountains. Majin Beerus was forced to retreat, his body indented from the blows. His previously innocent expression now twisted with pain. Roar! Beerus howled in fury, attempting to retaliate, yet Vegeta's strikes were too swift and ferocious, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. Ultimate Flash. Seizing Buu's opening, Vegeta thrust his palms forward, unleashing a massive dark golden energy blast that struck Buu's chest at point-blank range. The colossal beam engulfed Beerus' form, soaring into the cosmos and tearing a rift in the sky. Had he succeeded? Trunks watched anxiously, palms slick with sweat. However, as the brilliance dissipated, Majin Buu reappeared unscathed, his injuries fully healed. Tilting his head, he regarded the panting Vegeta with a cruel smile. Your game is over. Buu's voice turned sharp and frigid, devoid of its previous childish tone. In the next instant, his figure abruptly vanished. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, and before he could react, a pink fist struck his abdomen. With a gasp, his body curled into a shrimp-like form, and he coughed up a mixture of blood and internal fragments. The golden aura surrounding him was instantly shattered. Then, Buu's arm elongated, wrapping around Vegeta's neck, and he forcefully slammed him into the ground. Boom! The earth split open, revealing a bottomless pit before the eyes of the onlookers. Vegeta lay at the pit's base, his battle suit torn, his bones shattered, devoid of the strength to even move a finger. He had burned through his life, wagering everything, only to be met with mockery from his opponent. Hee. Majin Buu floated above the vast pit, slowly raising his hand as a dark purple energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his palm, aimed at the ailing Vegeta below. You detestable insect. The shadow of death loomed over Vegeta. He opened his eyes, watching the approaching energy sphere, devoid of fear, filled only with emptiness and despair. So this was the limit? It turned out that the pride of the Saiyan prince was merely a joke. Just as the energy sphere was about to collide with Vegeta, a dark figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Xuan. He did not turn around, nor did he even glance at the energy sphere. He merely raised his right hand casually. The energy sphere, capable of erasing Vegeta completely, collided with his palm and vanished without a sound. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Xuan slowly turned around, gazing at the weakly breathing Vegeta on the ground. He offered no comfort, no pity, and no mockery. His gaze was calm, as if stating something exceedingly simple. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice clear, penetrating Vegeta's ears and resonating deep within his soul. Your path has strayed. Boom! Those words instantly pierced through the last bastion of pride that Vegeta had erected. They negated everything about him, his Saiyan royal lineage, his relentless pursuit of surpassing limits, and his entire life devoted to strength as his sole belief. Vegeta's pupils dilated suddenly, then lost all focus. The final remnants of his consciousness were devoured by an endless darkness. As he slipped into unconsciousness, a singular voice echoed incessantly in his mind. Has the path strayed? Has the path strayed? Those three words became his inner demon, indelibly etched into his soul. Chapter 49, A Pawn Out of Control, The Birth of Malice. In the Celestial Palace, Xuan withdrew his gaze. He looked down at the pit, where the Saiyan prince had been shattered by a single phrase, his expression tranquil. Was it pitiable? Perhaps. Yet, the path of cultivation is inherently cruel. To tread the wrong path, no matter how great one's resolve, ultimately leads one further from the destination. Xuan paid no heed to the unconscious Vegeta, instead lifting his gaze to the petrified Majin Buu, whose body was rigid with fear. A slight smile graced his lips. The warm-up had concluded. Xuan's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Now, the game truly commences. At the moment his words fell, the oppressive weight that had burdened Majin Buu, rendering him unable to even breathe, dissipated quietly. Majin Buu paused, cautiously moving a finger. Had the sensation of being hunted by a formidable foe vanished? He looked up and saw the black-haired man simply hovering in the air, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly with no intention of engaging. Was it time for Buu to play? He tentatively inquired. Xuan smiled and nodded. After all, with the Dragon Balls as a safety net, this was an essential journey for the Z-Warrior's growth. Roaring with approval, the suppressed desire for destruction within Majin Buu erupted instantaneously. He let out a jubilant cheer, transforming into a streak of pink light, careening towards the earth below, eager to commence his favorite game of annihilation. What do you intend to do? Witnessing the release of this harbinger of death, King Kai could no longer maintain his composure and could not help but ask. The deities on the sacred temple, including Piccolo and Gohan, wore expressions of confusion, their hearts racing. They comprehended nothing of Xuan's actions. After finally subduing this monster, why would he allow it to wreak havoc? Xuan offered no reply, merely casting a calm, yet unyielding glance in their direction. Stay here and observe. His tone was serene, laced with an air of finality. With that, his figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind a group of Z-Warriors filled with concern and uncertainty, alongside a nearly crumbling creator god. On Earth in West City, the once thriving metropolis had been reduced to ruins. Majin Buu reveled like a child with a newfound toy, liberally unleashing his power. He sometimes transformed skyscrapers into cookies, crunching them with glee, and at other times turned fleeing crowds into candy, devouring them by the handful. The entire city echoed with his innocent yet cruel laughter. At the edge of the city, a man sporting an outrageous hairstyle and a comical little mustache cowered behind a crumbling wall, trembling in fear. Mr. Satan, the champion of the current world martial arts tournament and Earth Savior, had initially responded to the military's call to confront this invading monster. However, upon witnessing the creature obliterate an entire army with a single blow, his meager courage evaporated instantly. Curse me, I just have a bit of stomach ache. Yes, I'll just use the restroom, and then I will soar in to defeat him. Mr. Satan muttered excuses to himself, scrambling to make his escape. At that moment, a colossal billboard, uprooted by the shockwave, came hurtling down towards him with a deafening roar. It was the end. Mr. Satan, paralyzed with fear, shut his eyes tightly, trembling in terror. Yet, the anticipated demise did not ensue. A gentle breeze wafted by, and the billboard, which could have reduced him to mere pulp, seemed to be nudged aside by an unseen hand, gliding past his scalp and crashing thunderously onto the ground behind him. What? I'm not dead? Mr. Satan opened his eyes in bewilderment, only to be overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. Ha ha ha! I knew it. I, Mr. Satan, am a man favored by the goddess of fortune. I am the savior of this world. Unbeknownst to him, a divine essence, imperceptible to his senses, was watching him with great interest from the heavens above. A commendable pawn. The voice of Lu Xian echoed in the celestial realm, yet no ears could hear it. Under his guidance, Mr. Satan, after experiencing a series of miraculous escapes, found himself, quite perplexedly, standing before the demon Majin Buu. Do you know who I am? I am the world champion, Mr. Satan. Summoning his courage, Mr. Satan struck a pose he believed to be strikingly impressive. Buu, currently transforming a bank into chocolate, tilted his head in curiosity at this diminutive figure. Satan? Indeed. If you know what is good for you, surrender quickly, or my fists won't show mercy. Mr. Satan pulled out a beautifully packaged box of chocolates and offered it forth. This is my specially crafted Satan bomb chocolate. Take just one bite, and you will explode instantly. Buu blinked, snatched the chocolate, and without a moment's hesitation, tossed it into his mouth. Delicious. He chewed with gusto, a look of sheer satisfaction spreading across his face. Mr. Satan's cold sweat began to flow profusely. One plan foiled, he hastily produced a gaming console. This is the Satan Ultra Extreme Blast Gaming Machine. Just press this red button. Once again, Buu seized it curious, and pressed the button. Boom! A violent explosion sent Buu reeling, covered in soot. Yet, in the next instant, his wounds healed as if by magic, and he erupted into hearty laughter. Fun! Fun! Mr. Satan was utterly at a loss. He collapsed onto the ground, gazing at this impervious monster in despair. However, at that moment, an injured puppy limped out from the rubble, weakly whimpering at Buu. The smile on Buu's face gradually faded. He looked at the puppy, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. In the depths of his mind, vague images flashed. A chubby Supreme Kai joyfully playing with a small creature. This was the residual benevolence of the Supreme Kai he had absorbed. Buu knelt down, extending a finger, and a gentle light enveloped the little dog. The wounds on the puppy healed swiftly. It joyfully barked twice and affectionately licked Buu's fingers. For the first time, a pure smile graced Buu's face. In the days that followed, the demon Buu ceased his rampage. Together with Mr. Satan and the puppy, affectionately named Bebe, he conjured a crooked house in the countryside using magic, leading a tranquil life. The malevolent aura surrounding Buu began to dissipate rapidly. Lu Xian's consciousness continually enveloped the area. On his martial arts panel, the analytical graph representing Buu's energy attributes underwent tumultuous changes. Two opposing forces, one black and one white, clashed and intertwined violently within him. The moment was drawing near. Lu Xian murmured softly. Finally, one afternoon, two villains previously driven away by Buu returned stealthily, armed with shotguns. Upon spotting Mr. Satan playing with Buu, they unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet missed Satan but struck the leaping Bebe, who rushed to protect his master. The puppy let out a mournful whimper, collapsing into a pool of blood. Time seemed to freeze. The smile on Buu's face solidified. He stared blankly at the fallen Bebe. An unprecedented emotion erupted from the depths of his soul. It was rage. Rage for his friend, for the pure goodwill of this world being tainted. A roar erupted from Buu, a sound unlike that of any human, sending tremors throughout the earth. The steam vent atop his head began to spew forth thick black steam in a frenzy. This steam twisted and coalesced in the air, gradually forming a vague, humanoid shape. In Lucien's consciousness, the alarm on the panel blared frantically. Ding! High concentration of chaotic law aggregate detected. Analyzing analysis complete. The essence of this law is devour, a primitive form of the pure law of devouring. High above in the heavens, a glint of brilliance flashed in Lucien's eyes. It is done. On the ground, the mass of black steam ultimately transformed into a figure that stood in stark contrast to view. It was emaciated and hunched, with gray skin and crimson eyes. This was a pure embodiment of evil, a lean Bew. The kind-hearted fat Bew was engulfed in sorrow and fury for the harm done to his friend. Yet the newly formed lean Bew merely glanced at him coldly, grinned menacingly, and raised his hand, unleashing a pink beam that instantly struck the unsuspecting fat Bew. The fat Bew's body morphed into a piece of chocolate, exuding a milky aroma. Lean Bew seized the chocolate without hesitation and stuffed it into his mouth. Boom! Oh, powerful beyond measure, erupted from within him, exponentially stronger than before. His body began to undergo a rapid transformation, becoming tall and well-proportioned with clearly defined muscles, while the antennae atop his head elongated. A super Bew, more rational, powerful, and malevolent than any form before, was born. The crisis escalated dramatically, and all of this was under Lucien's control. Chapter 50. The treats have run away. An oppressive atmosphere hung over the divine temple. The newly reformed Super Bew, shaped by malevolent thoughts, floated in silence. He was no longer the naive, rotund figure. Instead, he stood tall and athletic, every inch of his muscular form brimming with strength. The long antennae on his head emanated a chilling aura of wickedness. His cold gaze swept across every figure within the divine temple below. Piccolo, Goten, Trunks, Krillin, Yum, and Tien. Every surviving Z-fighter was present. So many treats. Super Bew extended his crimson tongue, licking his lips, his face contorting into a smile that mingled anticipation with cruelty. Although his voice was soft, it sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the divine temple. What a terrifying presence. Krillin trembled, his legs shaking, teeth chattering. Merely standing there, the evil aura radiated by Bew nearly suffocated him, extinguishing any thought of resistance. Oh no! Trunks instinctively tightened his grip on Goten's hand. Piccolo's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. As the most perceptive individual present, he sensed that this Majin Bew was far stronger than the Super Saiyan 3 Goku he had faced before. And significantly so, it was a more refined and lethal power. Prepare for battle. Everyone, raise your energy to its utmost limit. Piccolo shouted, unleashing white flames of energy from his body. However, Super Bew merely grinned, slightly leaning forward, as if poised to dive down and devour this swarm of ants in a single bite. A shadow of death loomed over the entire divine temple. At that moment, Lucien, who had been standing quietly at the edge of the temple, finally made a move. He did not look at the Super Bew in the sky, nor did he exhibit the slightest hint of combat intent. Lucien simply raised his right hand slowly, extending his index finger towards the white marble floor beneath him, and gently tapped it. As his fingertip made contact, there was no sound, nor did it stir even the slightest ripple of energy. Yet, in a dimension imperceptible to all, space was pried open by that gentle touch. The temple floor rippled like the surface of water. A golden rune flashed momentarily at the center of the rippling waves. Then, a bronze ancient door, approximately 3 meters tall, began to rise from the ground as if it had been in slumber all along. The door was adorned with cloud patterns and star maps, exuding an aura of antiquity. The Super Bew in the air paused, tilting his head in confusion. He sensed a minor change occurring below, but he could not comprehend what that change was. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lucien's calm gaze swept across every individual present. The words come and resonated directly in the minds of Piccolo and the others through his mental command. Before they could react, an irresistible force emanated from the ancient bronze door, enveloping all the Z-fighters atop the heavenly palace in an instant. Piccolo felt a blur before his eyes, as his body was uncontrollably drawn toward the ancient gate. A sudden shock coursed through him, and as he attempted to resist, he discovered his energy had been frozen, rendering him utterly powerless. Subsequently, all survivors, including him, Goten, Trunks, Krillin, and Dend, were pulled into the bronze door. As the last figure vanished, the archaic bronze door silently sank into the ground, as if it had never existed. The entire heavenly palace was abruptly left desolate. The entire sequence transpired within the blink of an eye. Super Bu blinked in disbelief, his smile frozen on his face. Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed the delectable pastries laid out below. How could they have vanished so suddenly? Not a single crumb remained, as if they had been erased from existence, leaving no trace behind. Pastries? Super Bu uttered a bewildered murmur. He closed his eyes, amplifying his perception to the utmost limit, scanning the entire Earth repeatedly like a radar. Nothing. Still nothing. Those formidable energies had evaporated into thin air. This bizarre scene perplexed the newly born, more rational creature, Super Bu, more than the previous Fat Bu had ever been. Confusion morphed into fury. A roar erupted from Super Bu's throat. The terrifying sound wave transformed into a shockwave, shattering the clouds in the sky and causing the entire heavenly palace to tremble violently. He felt as though he had been deceived. This rage threatened to drive him to madness. Come out. Super Bu's crimson eyes surveyed the empty heavenly palace. Then he abruptly raised his right hand high above his head. He intended to force out the hidden insects. In an instant, the skies of the entire Earth darkened. A colossal rift, piercing through the heavens and the Earth, was forcefully torn open above Super Bu, connecting to an unknown dimension. Subsequently, countless pink beams of destructive energy cascaded down from the rift like a torrential rain. The human extinction attack. This assault blanketed every inch of the Earth's surface, leaving no corner untouched. Kung los humans, flying, king, praying, barely had time to glance at the sky before their bodies disintegrated silently and evaporated within the pink deluge. No explosions, no roars, only an eerie silence, a global massacre, silent and swift. Meanwhile, in the mustard space behind the bronze door, there lay a grand hall adorned with white jade steps, under a ceiling that seemed to stretch infinitely into the cosmos. The Z warriors, who had just been transported here, were still in a state of bewilderment. Where are we? Krillin exclaimed, his face a canvas of shock. Are we saved? Teen questioned uncertainly. Piccolo remained silent, his eyes closed, striving to sense the world beyond. Yet, in the next moment, his complexion turned pale and his body trembled. No, it's impossible. Uncle Piccolo, what is wrong? Gohan detected the unease in the air. Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes, bloodshot and filled with horror, his voice hoarse with dread. The Earth, it is undergoing unprecedented devastation. At his words, the others fell silent, attuning themselves to the ominous energy surrounding them. They too sensed it. The breath of life was fading, but now, the flames that once burned brightly were gradually extinguishing. The Earth, once a vibrant sphere teeming with life, was slowly transforming into a desolate stone. Mom! Goten and Trunks cried out in unison, their voices piercing the silence. Their loved ones, Kiki, Bulma, and the Ox King, had vanished within mere seconds. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant. In an instant, they had gone from rejoicing in their survival to confronting the grim reality of an obliterated world. This jarring descent from paradise to despair threatened to shatter their spirits. At that moment, Lu Xian's composed figure emerged at the center of the hall. He gazed at the warriors engulfed in despair and fury, seemingly unfazed by the disappearance of billions of lives, for he believed they could be resurrected. Though it appeared cruel, this was indeed the true path of cultivation for the Z warriors, all orchestrated under his command. His voice, devoid of warmth, resonated coldly in the ears of each survivor. Now begin your training. Chapter 51. The fierce enemy breaks through. Gotenks is born. Now, begin your training, echoed Lu Xian's chilling voice, striking the hearts of every survivor with a heavy blow. Training? The entire world has perished. Loved ones, friends, billions gone in mere seconds. What is there to train for? Krillin and Yamcha sat despondently on the ground, as if their souls had departed. Mom, Bulma, Trunks could no longer contain his sorrow, bursting into tears. Goten's eyes were also brimming with tears, cascading down his cheeks. Only Piccolo, after the initial shock and grief, sprang to his feet. His eyes were aflame with determination as he grasped the still-dazed Goten and Trunks. Get up. Piccolo's voice was hoarse, yet commanding. Do you wish to avenge your mothers? Do you want to resurrect those who have been slain? Then stop sitting here like useless children and crying. The two little ones were paralyzed with fear at his menacing appearance, momentarily forgetting to cry. Piccolo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his emotions, and cast a glance over the disheartened Earth warriors. He realized he could place no reliance on them any longer. Their sole hope rested upon these two youngsters. Listen, Goten. Trunks, Piccolo's tones softened slightly, yet remained grave. Your fathers, Goku and Vegeta, taught you a peculiar dance before coming to the sacred realm. Do you remember? Goten nodded through his sobs. Dad said it was called fusion. Precisely, fusion. A glint of madness illuminated Piccolo's eyes. It was their last glimmer of hope. That is the only method we possess to defeat that monster. When you two merge, you will transform into an unprecedented super warrior. Now, commence your training immediately. Under Piccolo's coercion and the impetus of vengeance, the two children wiped their tears and, albeit with a modicum of understanding, positioned themselves at the center of the Grand Hall. Piccolo began to rigidly demonstrate the fusion movements, recalling Goku's form from memory. Pay attention. The movements must mirror one another with absolute symmetry. The angles of your fingertips and the extent of your bands must not deviate in the slightest. Most crucially, your energies must harmonize completely. Fusion now. Goten and Trunks mimicked the incantation, extending their index fingers and comically rushing toward one another. 1, 2, 3. At the instant their fingertips made contact, a blinding light erupted. As the radiance dissipated, a squat, rotund warrior resembling a ball materialized in the center of the hall, still adorned in the garb indicative of a failed fusion. He gazed bewilderedly at his own hands, and then, his legs buckling, he collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain his balance. Failure. Piccolo's forehead bulged with veins. Again, pay attention to the angles of your fingers. The second attempt commenced. The light flared once more, producing a warrior so lanky he appeared to sway like a reed in the wind, stumbling and coughing as he walked. Another failure. Piccolo's fists crackled with tension. Try again. Your energies are not synchronized. The third, fourth, and fifth attempts followed, each culminating in further failures. The warriors emerging from the fusion grew increasingly absurd. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall shifted from initial tension and anticipation to mounting agitation. Goten and Trunks, once earnest, gradually devolved into playful antics. They seemed to find amusement in the endeavor, deliberately executing incorrect movements and bursting into laughter at the grotesque forms that resulted. You two imbeciles! Piccolo could no longer contain his fury, his roar reverberating through the entire hall. Do you have any idea what is happening outside? Your families and friends have perished. And yet you are here playing? The two youngsters trembled at his thunderous admonition, their smiles vanishing in an instant, their eyes once again brimming with tears. At that moment, Lucien's figure silently appeared beside them. He gazed calmly at the flustered Piccolo and spoke in a measured tone, teaching them in this manner. Even after 100 years of practice, they will not succeed. Piccolo abruptly turned around, panting heavily. Then what do you suggest we do? Ignoring him, Lucien directed his attention toward Goten and Trunks. You have merely learned the movements, yet failed to grasp the essence. His voice was soft, yet possessed a peculiar soothing power that instantly silenced the two children. The movements are external. They're the fingers you extend and the bending of your waist. The essence, however, lies within your hearts. Lucien extended 2 fingers. You are 2 individuals, each with a heart and a flow of energy. The key to fusion is to create a resonance between your hearts, allowing your energies to meld into one, indistinguishable from each other. His words were profound and enigmatic. Not only Goten and Trunks, but even Piccolo, standing nearby, found himself perplexed. Lucien seemed aware that reasoning with them was futile. A slight smile graced his lips as he extended his index finger and gently tapped the center of the two youngsters' foreheads. A hum resonated as 2 soft golden runes rippled outwards like water, swiftly penetrating their minds. The calming rune? Piccolo could not comprehend it, but he sensed the strange power of the runes, capable of inducing tranquility. Goten and Trunks felt a refreshing clarity wash over their minds, as previous anxieties, sadness, and playfulness seemed to be cleansed, leaving their hearts remarkably serene. Lucien's voice echoed directly in their minds. Remember my words. True fusion is the resonance of souls. Forget yourselves and attune to one another. Now try once more. Goten and Trunks exchanged a glance, discovering an unprecedented clarity reflected in each other's eyes. They ceased to shout slogans or force their movements. Everything flowed seamlessly and naturally. As they extended their index fingers and sprinted towards each other, their breaths, heartbeats, and the flow of energy all achieved perfect synchronization under the influence of the calming rune. Fusion. Their fingertips met. This time, the brilliance that erupted was no longer a blinding white light, but a gentle golden radiance. The light coalesced and condensed. revealing a wholly new warrior at the center of the hall. He was not tall, clad in the attire of the Metamorans, with hair that was a striking blend of black and white, and a confident yet slightly arrogant smile adorning his face, savoring the explosive power within him. He placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily towards the sky. Ha ha ha! The righteous harbinger of death, Gotenks, at your service. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a golden aura that soared into the heavens, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. The overwhelming energy exuded a palpable pressure, felt even by Piccolo and Krillin standing nearby. They had succeeded. A glimmer of joy flickered in Piccolo's eyes. Though this young imp appeared brash, his power had already surpassed that of the original Super Saiyan 3. Where's that bastard Beerus? I intend to reduce him to cosmic dust. Gotenks shouted arrogantly, eager to demonstrate his prowess. Deep within his consciousness, the golden meditation talisman emitted a faint glow, enabling him to retain a semblance of clarity in critical moments. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted unexpectedly from above the sleeved temple. The entire space trembled violently. The onlookers were horrified, lifting their gazes. They beheld the celestial canopy of the temple's apex suddenly fissured with cracks. The malevolent energy of Super Beerus surged forth like a deluge through those crevices. What? Piccolo's complexion paled. How could he have located this place? For the first time, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Lu Xian's eyes. He had underestimated Super Beerus' capacity for learning. After annihilating Earth, this creature had been sensing the residual traces of the sleeved realm within the fabric of space. With an instinctive combat intuition akin to genius, he had pinpointed the coordinates of this domain. Found you, my delectable morsels. A sinister chuckle echoed, accompanied by a sharp crack, emanating from beyond the fissure. A pink fist, imbued with destructive force, violently breached the spatial barrier. Super Beerus' face, adorned with an evil grin, emerged through the shattered rift. The newly manifested Gotenks was compelled to confront his mightiest adversary ahead of schedule. Chapter 52. Pathetically weak, is this your full power? Within the sleeve temple, the battle had commenced. Chocolate ghostly wind assault. Gotenks laughed heartily, unleashing a barrage of ghostly apparitions identical to himself, baring their teeth. These phantoms emitted shrill cries as they charged towards Super Beerus. A grave expression crossed Super Beerus' face. He sensed the formidable energy harbored within these comical specters. Boom! 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 The successive explosions reverberated, causing the already damaged hall to tremble. As the dust settled, Super Beerus reappeared, sporting several charred holes across his form. Yet those wounds swiftly began to writhe and heal. Amusing! Amusing! Super Beerus screeched with excitement, elongating his body and launching a fierce strike toward Gotenks. Though Gotenks was audacious, his combat instincts were keen. He executed a backflip just in time to evade. The two transformed into blurred shadows, engaging in a high-speed exchange of offense and defense within this confined space. The thunderous clashes of fists and feet, coupled with the dazzling bursts of energy, left Piccolo, who observed the duel, astounded. He had to concede that this diminutive creature, born from a fusion of two youths, had far surpassed him in strength, even hinting at the level of Goku's Super Saiyan 3. Yet it was still insufficient. The near-infinite stamina and astonishing regenerative abilities of Majin Buu were undeniably overpowered. If this confrontation dragged on, once the 30-minute fusion period concluded, all would be lost. Vic's gaze instinctively shifted to the center of the Grand Hall, to the figure that had remained seated in meditation from the very beginning. What, one might wonder, was Lu Xian waiting for? Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, a vibrant green planet thrived, exuding an air of tranquility. Yet, at this moment, the atmosphere above the planet was thick with tension. Is it not yet complete? Ancestor. Nearly 20 hours have passed. The Eastern Supreme Kai, Xian, paced anxiously around a crystal orb. Within the orb, the fierce battle between Wu Qian and Buu was vividly reflected. Silence. What do you know, you little brat? An elderly figure, diminutive in stature with purple skin and long white eyebrows, was engaged in a peculiar dance of prayer around the meditating Sun Gohan. He was the ancient Supreme Kai, whose age was unfathomable. Awakening an individual's potential is a meticulous task. It requires delicately coaxing the dormant power within, leaving no room for error. Do you think it is as simple as eating or drinking? The old Supreme Kai admonished his junior, breathing heavily. His ritual had reached a critical juncture. Yet at this pace, it would take at least another 5 or 6 hours to complete. Meanwhile, the battle within the crystal orb clearly could not afford such a delay. Just as Xian was on the verge of tears from anxiety, a calm divine thought suddenly resonated in the minds of the two deities. Your method is far too inefficient. Who? Both the old Supreme Kai and Xian were taken aback, abruptly looking around. This was the realm of the Supreme Kai, the sacred ground of the entire seventh universe, protected by the highest laws. Who could silently transmit their voice here? In the next instant, a translucent figure of divine thought gradually materialized beside Son Gohan. The newcomer, with black hair and eyes, bore a serene expression. It was Xuan. You are that earthling. Xian recognized him instantly, disbelief etched on his face. During their last encounter on Earth, he had sensed the formidable strength of this mortal. But never did he imagine that the individual could descend upon the divine realm in such a manner. Old Senior, Xuan paid no heed to Xian's astonishment, directing his gaze towards the old Supreme Kai. You have perceived the dormant power within him, yet you have overlooked its source. Source? The old Supreme Kai furrowed his brow, halting his dance. What do you mean? Son Gohan is the seed of the path I have chosen. Xuan's tone was flat, yet the content left both men in shock. Within him flows not only the Saiyan's fierce aura, but also a trace of the pure primordial energy derived from the ancestral veins of Earth. These two powers intertwine and restrain each other. Your external forceful guidance yields poor results. Extending his right hand, composed of divine thought, Xuan summoned a strand of pure golden light upon his index finger. True guidance does not involve forceful extraction, but rather gentle prodding. As his words fell, his finger lightly touched Gohan's forehead. Buzz! A thread of golden vitality instantaneously triggered a cataclysmic transformation within Gohan. The energy and vitality that resided in him seemed to have discovered a shared nexus, beginning to intertwine and elevate at an astonishing pace. Gohan's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Boom! A tranquil yet commanding aura erupted from his being, soaring skyward. This essence bore no color or form. It sent tremors throughout the entire King Kai realm. The old Kai was pushed back several steps by this force, his expression shifting from astonishment to sheer awe. How could this be possible? The ritual that would typically require hours to complete had, under Gohan's singular touch, not only been accomplished in mere seconds, but had also reached an unprecedented pinnacle of perfection. Go forth, Xuan's spiritual avatar instructed, gazing at Gohan. Let them witness what true strength is. On Earth, within the sacred temple, had the time for their torment finally come to an end? The fusion of Goten and Trunks had reached its limit, and in a burst of light, they reverted back to the two young boys. Ha ha ha, your snack time is over. Super Bu sneered, unleashing a powerful energy wave that sent the exhausted children flying, then extending his tendrils to absorb them. Not so fast. Piccolo, positioning himself protectively in front of the children, only to be pierced through the abdomen by Bu's fist. Despair filled Piccolo's heart. Yet, just as Super Bu was about to claim victory, the entire space suddenly froze. A formidable sense of oppression materialized out of nowhere, enveloping the arena in an instant. The cruel smile on Super Bu's face became rigid. He abruptly turned to the entrance of the temple, where, unbeknownst to him, a figure had materialized. With black hair and black eyes, adorned in an orange martial arts GI, the figure bore no expression, exuding a calm aura with not a hint of energy fluctuation. Yet, this individual instilled an unprecedented tremor deep within the soul of Super Bu. Fear. This word surfaced in the mind of Majin Bu for the first time. Gohan, Piccolo, gravely injured, gazed at the figure in disbelief. It is I. I have returned. Gohan spoke, his voice calm and resolute. He did not even glance at Piccolo or the two children. His gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Super Bu, devoid of any emotion. Who are you? Super Bu bellowed, suppressing his terror. Gohan did not respond. His figure vanished, completely disappearing from Bu's sight and perception. In the next moment, bang, a muffled sound echoed. Gohan reappeared behind Bu, still wearing that serene expression, while Super Bu's body was cleaved in two. What? Bu lowered his gaze to his lower body, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had not discerned his opponent's movements at all. His fractured form began to writhe, attempting to reconnect. Yet, Gohan merely delivered a casual kick. Bu's upper body was sent flying, crashing through the temple's wall and hurtling back to the desolate earth. Gohan's figure vanished once more, instantly pursuing him into the outside world. Super Bu had just completed his regeneration and had not yet caught his breath when Gohan's silhouette reappeared before him. A simple straight punch pierced through Bu's once proud body in an instant. This was followed by an unrelenting barrage of strikes, fists, feet, elbows, knees. Each blow was straightforward, yet imbued with tremendous power. Super Buu was utterly dazed, scarcely able to retaliate, forced to passively endure the assault. His body caught in a painful cycle of destruction and rebirth. Is this all you can muster? Gohan's voice echoed in Buu's ears. A sharp sting to his pride. As a demon that had existed since the dawn of the universe, he had never faced such humiliation, being thoroughly suppressed by one he regarded as mere fodder, without even a chance to fight back. You wretched being. Super Buu's head reformed from a pool of pink flesh, and he lifted his gaze, his scarlet eyes fixed on Gohan, brimming with resentment. It is over. Gohan raised his right hand, palm facing downward, as energy began to coalesce. He was no longer interested in playing this cat-and-mouse game, ready to erase this menace entirely. Upon seeing the emotionless visage, a flicker of terror crossed Super Buu's face for the first time. Yet, deep within that fear, a sinister glimmer flashed in his crimson pupils. Defeated? No. Majin Buu, had never comprehended the notion of losing. As long as he could consume his opponent, he would acquire that invincible power. He still held one final trump card. Super Buu suddenly erupted into a strange laughter. His battered form, once trampled, seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, as if surrendering all resistance. Gohan frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. However, he remained confident. To him, no matter what tricks his opponent employed, they would be in vain. So, allow me to show you. A hint of youthful arrogance crept into Gohan's voice, promising to transform you into cosmic dust in the face of true terror. In that very moment of distraction, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The pink goo, long lying in ambush beneath Gohan's feet, finally launched its attack. Whoosh! There was no energy fluctuation, nor any sound of breaking air. The pink slime surged forth from the shadows with astonishing speed, instantly adhering to Gohan's calf. What? A jolt of alarm coursed through Gohan as he glanced downward. The slime, akin to a living entity, swiftly spread across his skin, climbing upwards along his body with relentless vigor. Simultaneously, the remnants of Majin Buu on the ground erupted, transforming into countless pink tendrils that ensnared Gohan from all directions. Ha ha ha! You've fallen for my trick, you foolish little brat. The maniacal laughter of Super Buu echoed from the encasing pink slime. Your power is indeed formidable. However, once ensnared by my grasp, everything you possess will become my sustenance. Your strength, your techniques, your memories, everything will belong to me. The pink slime epitomized Majin Buu's devouring ability. It could not only envelop and decompose matter, but fundamentally analyze and plunder all information and energy from a living being. Gohan attempted to struggle, but found his body ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire. An overwhelming force was being suppressed by the thin layer of slime, rendering him unable to mobilize his strength. He could distinctly sense a cold, greedy will burrowing into his being, attempting to dissect his very bloodline and consume his power. Dread filled Gohan's expression as panic finally surfaced. He had underestimated the seemingly simple-minded Majin, who harbored such a devious contingency. It's futile. Surrender now. Buu cackled triumphantly. Soon, you shall become a part of me. I will achieve perfection. In that moment, the tide of the battle appeared to shift. However, neither the elated Buu nor the panicked Gohan noticed that as the pink slime completely enveloped Gohan's neck, poised to devour his head, a golden mark, planted by the hand of Lu Xian deep within Gohan's mind, was quietly activated. Golden Body Source Mark. A soft hum resonated deep within Gohan's soul. In the next instant, a golden radiance erupted from within him without warning. This golden light was neither blinding nor violent, yet it emanated an imperious aura that demanded respect. It contained pure, vital energy, the orderly principles refined through the Golden Body realm. For being made of chaotic magic like Majin Buu, this was the most lethal poison. A hissing sound filled the air as the pink slime, which had been aggressively infiltrating Gohan's body, let out a piercing shriek upon contact with the golden light. What is this? What is this thing? Super Buu's triumphant laughter transformed into a frantic scream. He felt his body and the very laws that governed him being dissected and obliterated by a power of a higher order. It is not a confrontation of energy, but rather a judgment of order upon chaos. Where the golden light traversed, the pink slime swiftly dissolved, evaporating into wisps of black smoke, leaving no remnants behind. In the blink of an eye, the viscous substance enveloping Gohan was completely purified. His figure re-emerged, unscathed save for a pallor on his face, and his eyes were filled with trepidation and astonishment. He gazed down at his hands, feeling the lingering golden aura of Lucian within him, an overwhelming and majestic power that instilled awe deep within his soul. On the other hand, the fate of Super Bu was dire. In order to unleash this lethal strike, he had sacrificed nearly half of his essence. Now, that portion of his essence had been entirely purified, leaving him with an unprecedented level of devastation. Super Bu knelt upon the ground, his form flickering dimly, his breath diminished to the extreme as black smoke continuously poured from his mouth. It is impossible, this cannot be. He could not comprehend it. How could such a power, one that restrained him, exist in this world? It was neither energy nor mere chi, but a rule, one he could not grasp or resist. The failure of his absorption plan, the excruciating pain from the damage to his essence, coupled with the fear of that unknown force, intertwined to ultimately shatter Super Bu. His sanity was completely severed. Super Bu abruptly lifted his head, unleashing a roar toward the heavens. In his crimson eyes, the last vestige of reason was consumed by a desire for annihilation. He could not defeat them. He could not devour them. Then, let us perish together. I shall kill you. I shall slay you all. This planet, this universe, let everything vanish. In the throes of fury and fear, Super Bu made the most frenzied decision. He raised his hands high, gathering all the residual energy within him, unreservedly condensing it into a colossal, dark red energy sphere that emanated a scent of death. He intended to detonate the earth, taking everyone with him. Chapter 54. Fusion? No. This is the path to transcendence. The atmosphere above Earth was thick with the essence of destruction. The frenzied Super Bu had amassed all his energy above his head, forming a gigantic dark red energy sphere. Let everything disappear. Accompanied by his final roar, the energy sphere, trailing flames, plunged toward Gohan below. Gohan's complexion turned ashen. He had just been ambushed by Bu. Although the golden essence mark within him had purified the enemy, he was gravely weakened and could not withstand this strike. He could only watch helplessly as death approached. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from the sky. Hey, your opponent is me. A golden figure appeared before the massive energy sphere. It was Son Goku. The old Kai sacrificed his life to resurrect him, and Kaioshin Shin utilized instant transmission to bring him back. Kakarot? On the ground, Vegeta, who had also been teleported, gazed at the familiar silhouette, disbelief causing him to emit a low growl. Goku, without time to explain, faced the energy sphere and immediately elevated his power to the maximum, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. His golden locks cascaded down to his waist, and an overwhelming aura vibrated throughout the cosmos. Goku crossed his arms and thrust them forward, unleashing a massive Kamehameha wave that met the energy sphere head-on. Boom! The two forces collided in midair, erupting into blinding brilliance. The earth trembled violently under the shockwave. The ground fractured, and the oceans roared. Yet, Goku's Super Saiyan 3 strength was only comparable to that of the previous Fat Bu. The current Super Bu was in a frenzied state, having given everything after sustaining severe injuries. The golden Kamehameha wave held its ground for no more than 3 seconds before being overwhelmed by the dark red energy sphere. Damn it, not enough power. Gritting his teeth, Goku felt the veins in his arms bulge. He sensed the pure will of destruction within his opponent's energy, relentlessly eroding his own. At that moment, the old Kai's anxious voice resonated in his mind through Kaioshin Shin. Goku, quickly use the Patera earrings. This is our last chance. A yellow earring appeared in Goku's hand out of thin air. What is this? No time for questions. Find someone to fuse with. Preferably Vegeta. If you fuse, the strongest warrior will be born. Fusion. Goku glanced at the earring in his hand, and then at Vegeta in the distance, his eyes shining with hope. While sustaining the attack, he exerted all his strength to shout at Vegeta below. Vegeta, catch this. We must fuse. It is our only hope. With that, he hurled one earring towards him. Vegeta instinctively caught the earring, but the sensation in his palm felt like a searing iron. Fusion? With Kakarot, this low-class warrior? What a joke. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, nearly crushing the earring. I would rather die than merge with you, you scoundrel. For him, this was not merely a fusion. It was a trampling of his pride as the Prince of Saiyans. He had just been shattered by Lu Xian's words. And now he was being asked to relinquish his dignity and merge with his rival for victory? Impossible. Vegeta, stop being stubborn. The earth is perishing. Goku shouted anxiously, his Kamehameha wave on the verge of collapsing. But Vegeta merely sneered, his expression resolute. Death is far more preferable than humiliation. At that moment, a calm divine thought subtly flowed into Vegeta's chaotic consciousness, isolating him from the outside world. Lu Xian's figure appeared within his spiritual realm. Vegeta was taken aback. He recognized this man, the one who had shattered his resolve with a single phrase. It's you again, come to witness my downfall? In the realm of the spirit, Vegeta maintained his pride. Lu Xian disregarded his mockery and calmly addressed him. Merging with Goku. This is the path to enlightenment. The phrase path to enlightenment struck deeply at the core of Vegeta's soul. His tumultuous heart momentarily stilled. Lu Xian's voice continued to resonate within his mind. You will have the opportunity to experience firsthand the realm that can be attained when the pinnacle of energy collides with the threshold of the Tao. Are you not curious, Vegeta? Do you not wish to witness for yourself the disparity between you and me? This final rhetorical question shattered Vegeta's pride and self-esteem. Disparity. Indeed, the chasm between him and this man. It was not a measure of combat power, but rather a fundamental difference in essence of life and strength. An understanding he had long grappled with, but could never reach. Now, an opportunity lay before him, one that would allow him to experience, to prove, to glimpse a higher realm. This was not for the sake of saving the world, nor for Kakarot, nor for victory. This was for his own path, to clarify his journey ahead, to affirm that he had not been left behind. Enlightenment. Vegeta murmured in a daze. The earrings in his palm no longer symbolized humiliation, but rather a key to a new world. His gaze underwent a myriad of transformations in an instant, from resistance to confusion, ultimately culminating in resoluteness. Kakarot. He suddenly lifted his head and, directed at the struggling figure in the sky, let out a furious roar. Only this once. There will be no second chance. As the words left his lips, he donned a yellow Patera earring on his left ear. A powerful force surged from the earring. In the sky, Goku observed Vegeta's actions and smiled. He promptly adorned the other earring. The two figures uncontrollably collided at high speed. At the moment of impact, a dazzling white light erupted, engulfing everything. Within the brilliance, a new life was born. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair that fused Goku's purity with Vegeta's sharpness. Feeling the immense power within him, a confident smile graced his lips. Thanks to Lu Xian's guidance towards enlightenment, his state of mind remained unclouded by Vegeta's consciousness, utterly clear. The purity of Goku and the wisdom of Vegeta harmoniously merged. Excellent. He extended his right hand, adorned with a white glove, and effortlessly pushed forward. The massive energy sphere, as if grasped by an invisible hand, halted abruptly in mid-air. This thing is quite bothersome, he softly remarked, closing his fingers into a fist. Bang! The energy sphere shattered like glass, dispersing into points of light. In the sky, Super Boo's expression froze. He sensed that the oppressive aura emanating from this being was 100-fold stronger than that of the previous Gohan. All was well. The new warrior stretched his neck. The fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta was now known as Vegeto. In a flash, Vegeto materialized before Super Bu, their noses nearly touching. Bu could scarcely comprehend his movements. Come on, Majin Bu, Vegeto declared, crossing his arms and wearing a confident smile. Let us engage in a delightful bout. An inevitable battle commenced. However, just as Vegeto effortlessly subdued Bu, poised to obliterate him at any moment, he executed a perplexing maneuver that left everyone bewildered. After dodging Bu's attack, he intentionally exposed a vulnerability, deactivating his protective shield. Now's the time. Bu's eyes gleamed with excitement, his antennae elongated, transforming into a massive blob of pink goo that swiftly enveloped Vegeto. Ha ha! You are finished. No matter how powerful you are, once absorbed, you belong to me. Bu cackled triumphantly as he consumed Vegeto. In the Kaioshin realm, the elder Kaioshin and Shin, witnessing this scene, let out despairing wails. Yet, in the final moment before absorption, a subtle smile crept across Vegeto's lips, unnoticed by all. A bolder plan was about to unfold. Chapter 55, The Reckless Scheme. The Birth of the Ultimate Majin. Vegeto found himself in a bizarre pink expanse. The walls pulsed with flesh, the ground was sticky, and the air was thick with a cloying, nauseating scent. This was indeed the interior of Super Bu. How revolting! Vegeto grimaced. Vegeta's consciousness loathed this environment. At that moment, a calm voice echoed in his mind. Proceed 3,000 meters to your left. You will discover something. Without hesitation, Vegeto soared in that direction, soon encountering what Lu Xian had alluded to. Before him lay several flesh cocoons of varying sizes, interconnected by sinewy membranes. Through the semi-transparent walls of the cocoons, he could see individuals in slumber: Gohan, Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks. Approaching one of the cocoons, Vegito discerned the figure within, his pupils narrowing. It was Gohan. Vegito instinctively yearned to rescue his comrades. However, Lu Xian's voice resonated once more, imbued with an unassailable authority. Do not concern yourself with them. Your objective lies elsewhere. What? Vegito halted, furrowing his brow. Leave him here? That's absurd. Continue forward, Lu Xian commanded, offering no further explanation. Though perplexed, Vegito, trusting in Lu Xian's inscrutable strength, suppressed his urge to save them and pressed onward. After flying several thousand meters, a significantly larger flesh cocoon came into view. This pink cocoon pulsated gently, emanating a soothing aura that starkly contrasted the surrounding malevolent energy. This is... Vegito sensed that the aura originated from Fat Bu. Your target is that entity, Lu Xian's voice instructed. Tear it apart. Tear it apart? Vegito was taken aback. Are you certain? I sense this aura of goodness suppressing Bu's malevolence. If we tear it apart, Bu's power... Indeed. Lu Xuan spoke in a calm tone, revealing an audacious plan. This source of benevolence is the final lock restraining Bu's wicked thoughts. I desire a demon whose instincts are solely for destruction. Vegeto's heart was struck with immense shock. This plan was utterly insane. Willingly unleashing the enemy's most formidable form, it was akin to gambling the fate of the entire universe. How intriguing. Goku's consciousness wavered, yet Vegeta's will prevailed, and he chuckled. Pure malice, you say? I am eager to see what a fascinating opponent it will be. For the proud Saiyan prince, defeating a bound adversary was devoid of meaning. To claim victory, one must conquer the strongest. This would serve as a testament to his own convictions. Just as Vegito resolved to take action, the surrounding space began to distort violently. A peculiar energy surged from all directions, eroding his golden shield. What was happening? Vegeto's expression shifted. He sensed the powers within him repelling each other. The power of the Patera earrings had been tainted. This is bad. Boom! In a blinding flash of light, Vegito disintegrated, reverting to Goku and Vegeta. Curse it! Of all times. After regaining his footing, Vegeta spat in irritation. It seems we must take matters into our own hands. Goku's expression turned grave as he glanced at the large cocoon of flesh, and then at Vegeta. Vegeta, are you certain you wish to proceed? This is perilous. Oomph. Spare me the chatter, Kakarot. Vegeta huffed, brimming with fighting spirit. Do you intend to live forever in that man's shadow, without the courage to challenge the most formidable foes? How can one speak of proving oneself? With that, Vegeta hesitated no longer. He shouted, his body enveloped in golden flames, charging straight for the large cocoon. Goku clenched his teeth and followed suit. The two positioned themselves, grasping the edges of the cocoon. The cocoon was remarkably resilient, akin to tearing at living flesh. Simultaneously, they maximized their energy, their muscles bulging, and with all their might, they forcefully pulled apart. Ryup. A piercing sound of tearing resonated throughout the space. The pink cocoon, emblematic of the source of goodness, was forcibly extracted from Bu's being. The instant the cocoon was torn away, Bu's inner world began to tremble violently. The space collapsed, the flesh walls transforming into lava, as countless souls screamed, drawn into the vortex. This is bad. We must flee. Goku and Vegeta's expressions shifted dramatically as they, along with the previous cocoons, were propelled by tremendous force from the steam vent atop Bu's head. Outside, the towering Super Bu floated in the air, suddenly emitting a painful roar. His body began to undergo a violent transformation. Muscles rapidly atrophied, his once formidable physique shrank, and his skin took on a more sinister hue. The face, which still bore a hint of reason, contorted and melted away, ultimately morphing into the innocent smile of a child. Yet, this smile was profoundly chilling. Boom! A surge of malevolent energy, far more potent than before, erupted from the diminutive form, sweeping across the entire universe. Little Bu, the irrational being, born solely for destruction, was reborn. Goku and Vegeta crashed to the ground, scrambling to their feet and gazing skyward. When they beheld the small figure, both were rendered speechless. They sensed that the adversary before them could no longer be classified as a mere organism. It was the embodiment of annihilation itself. Little Bu tilted his head, seemingly acclimating to his new body. His pitch-black eyes scanned Goku and Vegeta, as if deeming them no threat at all. Then, his gaze shifted to the blue planet beneath him. Little Bu revealed a smile akin to that of a child discovering a new toy. innocent yet cruel. He raised his right hand, and a massive, dark red energy sphere swiftly took shape at his fingertip. He uttered no words nor roared. He instinctively yearned to obliterate everything in sight. This is bad. Goku and Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. They realized that this attack could annihilate the entire Earth. But just as the energy sphere was about to be unleashed, a calm figure silently appeared between Goku, Vegeta, and their impending doom. It was Xuan. His expression was devoid of emotion, as if the cataclysmic scene before him was all part of his calculation. The pieces are in place. It is time to change the board, he remarked coolly, making a sweeping gesture in the air. A talisman adorned with golden runes materialized, its radiant glow enveloping everyone. In the next moment, a flash of golden light illuminated the space, and Xuan along with everyone vanished. Chapter 56. The Spirit Bomb Malfunctions? Then let us switch to the Tao Origin Pearl. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the golden light dissipated. Goku, Vegeta, Dandy, and Mr. Satan stood bewildered on a patch of grass. Hee hee. A mocking and malevolent laugh echoed unexpectedly behind them. Everyone turned sharply. Little Beerus. He tilted his head, arms crossed, curiously surveying this new location with his soulless, pitch-black eyes. Beerus. Goku charged forward in anger. A golden aura erupted, crackling with electricity as his hair instantly lengthened to his waist and his brow furrowed away. Super Saiyan 3. Without uttering a single word, he roared and lunged forward. A battle that would determine the fate of the universe erupted abruptly on divine soil. With every clash of fists and feet, the entire realm of the Kaioshin trembled violently. Beerus' face was perpetually adorned with an innocent smile. His combat style was chaotic yet lethal at every turn. Goku unleashed his martial prowess, striving for perfection in every strike. The two combatants ascended from the ground to the sky, then plunged into another dimension, their tumultuous energy tearing through the fabric of space. Vegeta gazed upward at the fierce battle, his expression growing increasingly grave. He perceived that Goku and Beerus were evenly matched, yet this balance was gradually being disrupted. Goku's breathing became more rapid. His strikes had slowed ever so slightly. The toll of Super Saiyan 3 was immense, and his stamina was swiftly depleting. Meanwhile, Beerus seemed to grow stronger with each exchange, as if possessed of boundless energy. Vegeta concluded that if this continued, Goku would ultimately succumb. What to do? What should he do? The old Kaioshin was frantic. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Vegeta's mind. The technique that had once been used against him. The Spirit Bomb. He bellowed toward Goku in the sky. Kakarot. Use the Spirit Bomb. Gather the energy of the entire universe. It is our only hope. Goku kicked Beerus away and retreated, grasping Vegeta's intention. Everyone, please lend me your energy. I implore you. Goku raised his hands high, transmitting his voice through the Kaioshin to every corner of the universe. Yet, the only response was an eerie silence. Occasionally, a few faint lights flickered from distant galaxies, merging into his palms, but they were insufficient to even form a sphere of energy. How could this be? Goku stood dumbfounded. It was futile. The Kaioshin shook his head in despair. The lives on those planets, upon sensing Buu's aura, had succumbed to fear, reluctant to relinquish their life energy. In the sky, Goku's movements faltered for a moment, granting Beerus the opportunity to strike him in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. Hope seemed utterly extinguished. Your method is too crude, a calm voice resonated. Xuan stepped forward into the fray. He glanced at the struggling Goku and then at the grinning Beerus above. You plead, but a king must issue commands. Xuan's words left everyone in confusion. He extended his fingers, forming a sword-like gesture, and began to inscribe the void. Golden runes appeared out of thin air, imprinting themselves upon the land and sky of the Kaioshin realm. The grass beneath him began to illuminate with intricate patterns. Above, the sky manifested a tapestry of energy nodes. The entire Kaioshin realm was being transformed into a colossal array by his will. What is that? The ancient Kaioshin stood in stunned silence, sensing the very laws of the divine realm being forcibly altered by a mightier force. The all-laws converging formation was activated. Xuan, positioned at the heart of the formation, closed his eyes. He uttered not a word, instead allowing his vast will for the Golden Body realm to instantaneously radiate throughout the entirety of the seventh universe. This will transcended language and species. It was neither a plea nor a negotiation, but a decree directly imprinted upon the depths of every living soul. Enemies of all creation, present yourselves and offer your will. In that moment, on countless planets across the cosmos, the trembling beings hiding in caves and the weeping souls curled up amidst ruins, regardless of their intellect or form, heard this voice resonate within the very core of their existence. It was not a command, but a profound resonance, the instinct of life to resist annihilation, a declaration of order against chaos. On a distant planet, an alien with 3 eyes ceased its sobbing, raising its hand skyward. On a desolate world, a foraging beast halted, letting out a howl to the heavens. In the next instant, streams of resplendent light ignited from all corners of the universe. They transcended mere energy, interwoven with the purest essence of existence from every life form. Countless streams converged, surging into the all-laws converging formation above the Kaishin realm. The formation emitted a resonant hum, as energies laced with fear and hope spun rapidly within. Undergoing purification, all negative emotions were stripped away, leaving only the pristine essence of life's will. Goku and Vegeta gazed in awe at the sky. The once dim spirit bomb, coalesced by Goku, did not expand as these streams infused it. Instead, it began to shrink, collapsing inward with wild intensity. Not enough. Xuan opened his eyes and flicked his finger. A wisp of grayish-black aura shot forth from his fingertip, merging with the condensing sphere of light. This was the secret he had comprehended, belonging to the immortal realm, the law of annihilation. Boom! As this strand of law-infused power integrated, the sphere's collapse reached its zenith. Ultimately, all light vanished, revealing a translucent orb the size of a fist, suspended in midair. Within this orb, it appeared to contain a universe of its own. Countless stars were born, thrived, and then abruptly extinguished, returning to the void. Life and death, creation and destruction. These two forces cycled within, achieving a terrifying equilibrium. What is this? Vegeta's throat felt parched. His pride as the Saiyan prince evaporated before this orb. His esteemed combat prowess and technological knowledge seemed utterly laughable in comparison to this diminutive sphere. It defied reason, transcending energy, technology, and everything he could comprehend. This is the Dao Yuan Pearl. Lucien's voice was calm. Go, Wukong. Use it to end everything. Little Bu sensed the terror of the pearl. No longer did he laugh. For the first time, a grave expression appeared on his face, which soon transformed into madness. With a piercing scream, he charged towards Wukong, who was receiving the Dao Yuan Pearl. Your opponent is me, Vegeta roared, standing defiantly in front of Little Bu. Kakarot, if you don't hurry, I won't last much longer. He unleashed all his strength, desperately entangling Little Bu to buy Wukong the final moments he needed. Wukong extended his trembling hands and grasped the pearl. It was cold to the touch, yet it bore the weight of the entire universe. He could sense that within this pearl, there was not a trace of energy. There was only pure law. He gazed at Vegeta, who had been knocked away by Bu's punch, but rose once more. With the last ounce of his strength, Wukong slowly pushed the pearl forward. The fate of the battle hinged upon this moment. Chapter 57. A single point of death, the rebirth of the demon. Time seemed to stand still at that instant. The Dao Yuan Pearl, upon making contact with Little Bu's body, emitted no deafening sound, nor did it unleash an energy storm. It simply melded into him, silent and unnoticeable. The sinister grin on Little Bu's face froze. He looked down at his empty chest, and for the first time, confusion flickered in his crimson eyes. He felt neither pain nor impact. Instead, he sensed a dissolution emanating from the very essence of existence. A law was disassembling him from within. His once proud, regenerative abilities failed utterly in that moment. The chaotic magic constituting his body was being dismantled and erased from its foundational structure. He wished to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. Little Bu's body began to disintegrate from his fingertips, transforming into specks of light, like a sand painting scattered by the wind, slowly vanishing into the cosmos. There were no cries, no struggles, only the silence of extinction. In the Kaishin realm, everyone held their breath, staring blankly at this bizarre scene. They had envisioned countless endings, cataclysmic explosions, or devastating mutual destruction. Yet, they never anticipated such a tranquil conclusion. Is it over? Wukong collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain his transformation. He sensed no trace of Little Bu, as if that terrifying demon had never existed in the universe. Vegeta fixed his hollow gaze upon Lucien's figure. The power he had pursued all his life now seemed trivial and laughable in the face of that spectacle. It was not a battle of the same dimension. It was not merely a technique, it was the Tao. It was divine retribution. No, that is not divine power. The old Kaioshin trembled, his voice imbued with an unprecedented reverence. That is the power of the heavens. It is the universe passing judgment. As the essence of Majin Buu was on the brink of complete dissolution, a ripple finally stirred within Lu Xian's otherwise tranquil gaze. He extended his consciousness, deftly grasping a flicker of light on the verge of vanishing. Two faint glimmers were delicately extracted from the void. One, a pure white, though weak, encapsulated the most primal source of life, representing the very core of Majin Buu's billion-year existence. The other, a warm yellow, radiated a gentle and benevolent essence, embodying the will of the great King Kai, long imprisoned by malevolent forces for millions of years. Observing the luminescence in his hands, a subtle smile graced Lu Xian's face. Destruction is not an end. With every conclusion, a new beginning emerges. This is the essence of complete causality. He flicked his fingers, releasing a vibrant blue energy that enveloped the two strands of light tenderly. With a casual wave of his hand, the azure energy transformed into a comet, silently vanishing into the void, journeying toward the cosmic depths of the River of Souls, which governs the reincarnation of countless beings. Simultaneously, in the depths of the underworld, Yama, the king of the dead, was overwhelmed by towering stacks of documents when a calm and authoritative voice resonated in his mind. The voice seemed to imprint itself directly upon his soul, bypassing all divine regulations. A benevolent spirit named Oob would soon be reincarnated. Destined to be born in a southern village, he must be treated kindly. The judge's pen clattered to the ground as Yama abruptly rose, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow, and bowed deeply toward the void. I understand, my lord. In the Kaioshin realm, as Majin Buu's total disappearance heralded a return to tranquility, the Z fighters erupted in cheers of survival. Goku gazed at Lu Xian's silhouette, a pure smile illuminating his face. Though he still struggled to grasp the entirety of what had transpired, he recognized that Lu Xian had achieved something far more remarkable than merely vanquishing Buu. Vegeta remained silently contemplative, his head bowed, shrouded in thoughts unknown to others. The phrase "your path has strayed" echoed persistently in his mind. Meanwhile, the old Kai and Shin observed the black-haired youth suspended in the air, their expressions devoid of any condescension, replaced solely by reverence. They understood that this man's existence transcended the jurisdiction of the divine realm. He was not a deity. He was the architect of the rules that even gods must adhere to. At last, the universe embraced peace. Yet, unbeknownst to all, at the far reaches of the seventh universe, within a temple adrift in the cosmic sea, a feline creature with long ears and purple skin sprawled luxuriously upon an opulent bed, emitting soft snores. This was Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe, who had been in slumber for 39 years. At that moment, he was immersed in a vivid dream, wherein a Saiyan engulfed in crimson flames engaged him in a cataclysmic battle, the exhilarating clash nearly causing him to drool in excitement. In the realm of dreams, the god of destruction, Beerus, murmured to himself, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his expression. At that moment, a subtle yet profound fluctuation of cosmic laws traversed the fabric of time and space, stirring his slumbering consciousness. Suddenly, his dreamscape shifted. The figure of the Super Saiyan god began to blur and dissipate, replaced by the towering visage of a golden divine form. This ethereal figure, shrouded in mystery, exuded an ancient and majestic aura, surpassing even that of deities. Within this dream, Beerus observed as the golden entity slowly raised a finger, delicately pointing towards the void. In an instant, stars extinguished and all laws withered away. A melodic essence of the Tao wafted through the dream, tantalizing Beerus' senses with an allure far surpassing any delicacy he had ever savored. He furrowed his brow, smacking his lips and turning over in his sleep, murmuring incoherently, "This aroma piques my interest." Peaceful snoring returned to the temple, yet suddenly, atop the gnarled branches of a colossal tree, a cacophony erupted as thousands of peculiar clocks floated in midair, emitting piercing shrieks. Some resembled exploding stars, while others darted about like erratic missiles. A few even morphed into the visage of prophetic fish, loudly proclaiming, "Awaken, Lord Beerus. If you do not rise, the universe shall be doomed." Enough of this racket. A grumbled voice emerged from the nebula-like bed. A purple claw lazily extended from the covers, waving dismissively at the air. With a resounding bang, one of the planetary clocks exploded, disintegrating into a fine mist of cosmic dust. Yet, This proved futile, as more alarms surged forth, their clamor intensifying. Enough. The creature on the bed finally sat up. It was a slender, feline being with purple skin and elongated ears, the long-slumbering god of destruction, Beerus. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he snapped his fingers towards the void. With a hum, an invisible force of destruction swept through the chamber, instantly silencing the clocks and restoring tranquility. Satisfied, Beerus yawned and stretched, the sound of cracking bones resonating in the stillness. "Whis," he called out, raising his voice. "Oh dear, Lord Beerus, you have finally awakened." A tall figure appeared silently at the bedside, adorned in resplendent angelic attire and wielding a staff crowned with a floating black orb. His servant and mentor, the angel Whis. With a gentle smile, Whis bowed slightly. "After such a lengthy slumber, I trust you found it restful? Your demeanor suggests you may have experienced an unpleasant dream." "A dream? More like a nightmare." Beerus fumed, leaping from his bed and pacing barefoot upon the floor. "Whis, you must hear me out. The prophetic fish, that foolish creature, has made a grave error in its predictions." "Oh." Whis raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, "Are you referring to the Super Saiyan God from your dream, who has yet to make an appearance?" "What Super Saiyan God?" Beerus halted, a look of confusion flickering in his golden eyes. "I seem to have dreamt a figure emanating a crimson glow, yet my recollection is hazy. I cannot see clearly." Beerus scratched his chin in irritation, striving to remember. "What truly left an impression on me was a particular flavor." "Flavor?" Whis's smile faltered slightly. It was the first time he had heard such an unusual description from Beerus. "Indeed, it is flavor." Beerus's expression became animated in an instant. He closed his eyes, as if savoring something exquisite, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. "That flavor. Oh, it was utterly tantalizing. Superior to anything I have ever tasted. More tender than the tenderloin of the grilled dragon lizard from Begaka Star. Richer than the honeyed wine from Doragon Star." But Beerus pondered for some time, struggling to find the words to articulate his experience. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide and gestured emphatically. "No, those are merely foods. The flavor I sensed was akin to a principle, a Tao. It was truly intoxicating." At this point, Beerus himself was taken aback. He recalled the dream, wherein the vague image of the Super Saiyan God had vanished. In its place stood a colossal golden Dharma form, its visage indistinct, yet its aura was more majestic than a deity, older than the cosmos itself. The Dharma form merely gestured lightly towards the void, and the entire dream realm ebbed and flowed with that wondrous essence. The captivating flavor emanated from that very Dharma form. "The essence of the Tao," Whis echoed the phrase, his smile dissipating, his gaze now filled with keen interest. He regarded Beerus, elucidating, "Lord Beerus, what you may have perceived is not an ordinary scent. Ancient texts have recorded that when a principle is cultivated to its zenith, it emanates a unique essence. This is far closer to the truth of the universe than mere energy fluctuations." Whis paused, then rephrased, "You might interpret this as the fragrance exuded by a powerful soul." "The fragrance of soul? The essence of a Tao?" Beerus licked his lips, disinterested in the theories, focusing solely on one matter. "I do not care what it is. I only know that it is the most exquisite flavor I have ever encountered. Like a cosmic delicacy I have never tasted before." His eyes sparkled with excitement. The prophetic fish's prediction was not erroneous. It was I who misunderstood. It was not a directive to seek a rival, but rather a guide to a new recipe. Seeking a rival? A thrilling battle? No, it is foraging. "Whis." Beerus whirled abruptly, fixing his gaze upon him. "Quick, find out the source of this flavor." Whis raised his staff, the orb atop it reflecting the starry expanse. However, relying solely on the clue of flavor to locate its source in the universe was an exceedingly daunting task. "Lord Beerus," Whis sighed, "the parameters are too broad to pinpoint." "Damn it," Beerus exclaimed, slamming his fist into the ground, causing the temple to tremble. He paced back and forth, his mind racing for a solution. Suddenly, another clue from his dream flickered in his mind. Of course, the Saiyans. Beerus's eyes sparkled with realization. The prophecy fish foretold the existence of a Super Saiyan God. Although I couldn't see it clearly, the essence must be related to the Saiyans. "Whis, please investigate how many Saiyans are still alive in the universe." "Certainly, just a moment," Whis replied, gently tapping his staff. The star map within the orb at its tip swiftly transformed and zoomed in. After a while, he smiled and said, "Lord Beerus, the records indicate that all living Saiyans are located in the same place, on a lowly, uncivilized planet called Earth, situated in a remote area of the North Galaxy." "Earth?" Beerus tilted his head, vaguely recalling the name, but too disinterested to ponder further. A smile of excitement spread across his face. Excellent. The target is set. We shall depart for Earth immediately. However, as Beerus stroked his chin, a thought crossed his mind. Directly arriving might be a bit abrupt. What if I scare off my chef? Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. I remember, Earth is under the jurisdiction of the North Kai, right? Oomph. That fellow dared to mock my sleeping posture at the last deity assembly. So it would be just on the way to pay him a visit at his little insignificant planet. Beerus licked his lips, making a decision. Let us go, Whis. We will first inquire about the situation at King Kai's planet, then proceed to Earth for sustenance. Chapter 59. Do not disturb that cat. In the afterlife, at the end of Snake Way, the gravity of King Kai's planet, 10 times that of an ordinary planet, was bustling as usual. Fabulous. Stop right there. Don't run. An orange figure was chasing a small gorilla, moving so swiftly that it left after images on the tiny planet. Goku wore a broad smile, and each time his toes touched the ground, it gently shook the dense surface of the planet. Ever since Majin Buu was reincarnated in a unique manner by Liu Yuan, he had heeded Liu Yuan's advice to remain in the afterlife and train at King Kai's for more intense training. Kakarot is still as lively as ever. The North Kai, wearing sunglasses, lounged on a hammock, swinging his legs while humming off-key jokes. Peaceful days are truly delightful. However, in the next instant, the smile on his face abruptly froze. A tremendous pressure descended without warning, rendering him completely immobile. Was this aura? The North Kai sprang from the hammock with unexpected agility, his face paling in an instant, his long antennae quivering violently. He remembered that being who had slumbered for 39 years. The one who had whimsically destroyed his previous planet merely for losing a game of hide-and-seek. The destroyer, Beerus. It's over. The North Kai let out a mournful cry as he scrambled towards the frolicking son Wukong, his voice trembling with urgency. Wukong, Beerus, quickly, hurry inside the house. No matter what you hear or see, do not come out. Do not speak. Do not breathe. Best not to even think about it. Hurry, please. His voice was piercing, echoing the dread of impending doom. Wah, North Kai, what is wrong? Son Wukong halted, gazing at the flustered North Kai, who was drenched in sweat and visibly agitated. He had never seen the North Kai in such a state. Do not ask. Just do as I say. Otherwise, we shall all vanish from this universe. Literally vanish. Using all his might, the North Kai hurriedly shoved the bewildered son Wukong and Beerus into the small dwelling, then slammed the door shut with a heavy thud. After completing this frantic task, he adjusted his attire, took a deep breath, and forced out a smile that was more ghastly than a cry of despair. He trembled outside, awaiting the arrival of that formidable entity. A few moments later, 2 figures emerged silently on the grass of the Kai planet. There were no energy fluctuations, no rifts in space, as if they had been there all along. One of them was slender with purple skin and a pair of feline ears, none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. The other stood tall, wielding a divine staff and wearing a serene smile, an angel named Whis. Ah, North Kai, your little planet remains as dreary as ever. Beerus yawned casually, his languid tone causing the North Kai's legs to quiver uncontrollably. Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, welcome, welcome. It is truly an honor for you both to grace my humble planet. The North Kai bowed deeply, his blue robe soaked with cold sweat. Enough of the pleasantries, Beerus said impatiently, scratching his ear. Tell me, have you heard of the Super Saiyan God? Or are there any particularly strong warriors in this galaxy? Super Saiyan God? Special? The North Kai stood frozen, his mind blank as he desperately searched for any reference to those terms, but found none. I regret to inform you, Lord Beerus, that I have never heard of such a thing. Tisich, useless, Beerus scoffed, disappointment etched across his face. Just then, a crack appeared in the door of the small house. Son Wukong cautiously peeked through, curiosity alight in his eyes. Beerus? What a peculiar name. That purple fellow does not seem very strong. Why is the North Kai so frightened? His heart brimmed with intrigue. Beerus seemed to sense something, casting a glance towards the house, but his attention was swiftly reclaimed by Whis. Perhaps we should directly inquire about the Saiyans residing there, Whis suggested with a smile. Indeed, Beerus nodded, preparing to take action. Excuse me, a clear voice resonated. In that fleeting moment, the North Kai's heart ceased its rhythm. He stiffly turned his head and beheld the foolish son Wukong, who had actually dashed out of the house, waving to Beerus in greeting. Hello, I am son Wukong. Are you Beerus? You appear quite formidable. It was over. The North Kai's eyes rolled back, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Beerus's gaze fell upon Sun Wukong, his golden slit pupils narrowing slightly. Oh, a Saiyan? Your energy is rather passable. A playful smirk graced his face as he beckoned Wukong with a finger. Since we have crossed paths, allow me to test your strength. Strike me with your utmost power. Really? That's wonderful. Sun Wukong exclaimed, bursting with excitement, completely oblivious to the North Kai's ashen visage beside him. Then, I shall unleash my power. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong leaned back, his fists clenched tightly. HAA! With that fierce shout, a powerful wave of energy erupted around him. The Kaioshin star trembled violently, the ground fissured, and the clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed. A golden aura surged skyward as Wukong's black hair rapidly lengthened, cascading down past his shoulders to his waist. His brow sharpened, and his features became chiseled. Super Saiyan 3. This was the pinnacle of his current form. What astonishing energy! The North Kai was blown back by the force, contemplating that Wukong in this Super Saiyan 3 state possessed godlike power. Surely, even a god of destruction should be able to withstand this, right? Huh. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong vanished in an instant, reappearing before Beerus. He concentrated all his might into this singular punch, accompanied by a roar that tore through the air, striking towards Beerus's unguarded face. However, Beerus merely languidly raised his right hand, extending a single finger. There was no violent collision, no clash of energies. Sun Wukong's punch, potent enough to shatter planets, was effortlessly held at bay by that slender, purple fingertip. The confidence that adorned Sun Wukong's face froze, giving way to astonishment. He felt as though his fist had struck nothingness, his strength consumed entirely. Is that all? Beerus yawned, his expression revealing unabashed disappointment. So crude, akin to unrefined. Low-quality liquor, harsh and unpalatable. Before his words had fully settled, Beerus raised his other hand, curling his middle finger, and gently flicked Sun Wukong's forehead. Pop! A crisp sound echoed as Sun Wukong's immense aura was extinguished in an instant. His golden hair swiftly retracted, reverting to its original black hue. He rolled his eyes back. His body stiffened and fell backward with a thunderous crash, plunging into unconsciousness. A single finger had thwarted his full might. A mere flick of the wrist had dispatched Super Saiyan 3 in an instant. The North Kai stared blankly at the scene, his mouth agape. Yet no sound escaped his lips. His mightiest warrior, faced with a true deity, lacked even the qualification to compel the opponent to move a single step. This was not combat. It was akin to an adult toying with an infant. Utterly tedious. Beerus clapped his hands, as if dusting off some debris, and could barely muster the interest to cast a glance at the unconscious Goku below. Chapter 60. The arrival of the God of Destruction. Clear the way. On Earth. In West City, a luxurious cruise ship, as grand as a small island, glided smoothly over the azure sea. The deck was vibrant with activity, hosting a birthday party destined to make global headlines. The guest of honor was Bulma, the heiress of Capsule Corporation and the wealthiest woman on Earth. Cheers to Bulma. Happy birthday. The Z fighters gathered together, with Krillin, Yamcha, Ten, and even the usually reclusive Piccolo, who leaned in a corner, holding a glass of water. Observing the peaceful scene, Goten and Trunks, two mischievous youngsters, raced through the crowd, treating the party like a playground, occasionally eliciting playful reprimands from Chi-Chi and Bulma. The atmosphere brimmed with joy. Yet, amidst this merriment stood one who felt out of place. Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, crossed his arms and wore a dark expression by the ship's railing, exuding an aura that screamed, "Do not disturb." He watched the group of jovial earthlings with a hint of disdain. A collection of weaklings, unworthy of such a comfortable existence. If it were not for Bulma, just then, a frantic voice echoed in his mind, disrupting his thoughts. "Vegeta, can you hear me? Vegeta." It was the North Kai. Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This deity only reached out to him in the face of dire trouble. "What is it?" He responded coldly through his psychic link. "Listen, do not act rashly. A formidable figure, one you cannot afford to provoke, is en route to Earth. His name is Beerus. He is the god of destruction." The Kai's voice trembled, laced with fear. He just passed by me and, with a mere flick of his wrist, knocked out Kakarot, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Remember, a flick of the wrist. Boom! Vegeta's mind buzzed. Goku, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, a realm he could not even hope to attain, had been obliterated with a mere flick? This was no longer a matter of strength disparity. It was the gulf between an ant and a dragon. The god of destruction, Vegeta, gritted his teeth, a chill surging from his toes to the crown of his head. He finally comprehended why, all those years ago, when facing his transformed giant ape, Xuan had uttered the words, "Your path has strayed." In the presence of absolute and incomprehensible laws, sheer combat power is but a laughable figure. Why had he come to Earth? Vegeta forcefully suppressed the surging blood within him and hoarsely inquired. I do not know. It seems he came in search of delicacies. It also appears he seeks formidable beings with a certain aura of Tao. In any case, Vegeta, listen well. You are the sole individual capable of managing affairs on Earth at this moment. Under no circumstances should you provoke his wrath. Whatever he desires, grant it to him. Ensure he is well-fed and well-watered. Otherwise, Earth shall meet its doom. Suddenly, the voice of the king of the world was severed. As if the communication had been forcibly cut off, Vegeta stood frozen, his complexion draining to a pallid hue. A profound sense of humiliation overwhelmed his proud spirit. He, the prince of the Saiyans, was to debase himself like a jester to curry favor with an unknown powerhouse? This was more unbearable than death. However, his gaze drifted towards the distance, where Bulma, cradling Trunks, wore a radiant smile. He then glanced at the group of Z fighters, though diminutive, had already become his companions, and at the blue planet he had grown accustomed to. Cursed be it! Vegeta silently roared within, his nails digging deep into his palm, drawing blood. Ultimately, he slowly released his tightly clenched fist. The pride and coldness that once adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a rigid smile that he himself found repugnant. Nearly obsequious. For his family, for this planet, the dignity of the Saiyan prince could be cast into the Mariana Trench today. In that moment of resolution, two figures suddenly appeared on the deck of the cruise ship. One was Whis, clad in priestly robes, staff in hand, wearing a genial smile. The other was Beerus, the god of destruction, whose skin was purple, form slender, and adorned with a pair of feline ears. Their arrival went unnoticed by the crowd, as if they were merely two tardy guests. Yet Vegeta's pupils constricted in an instant. They have arrived. He took a deep breath, adjusting his rigid smile to the most perfect curvature, hastening towards them with fervent enthusiasm. Ah, esteemed guest from afar. Welcome, welcome. A warm reception indeed. Vegeta's voice boomed extravagantly, his face beaming with a radiant smile, even extending his hand in an attempt to shake Beerus's hand. This scene left all onlookers agape. Krillin's wine glass clattered to the ground. Piccolo nearly choked on the water in his mouth. Bulma, utterly dumbfounded, could scarcely believe her eyes. Is that really Vegeta? Has he taken leave of his senses? Good heavens, he is smiling, and even taking the initiative to greet someone? Is the Earth on the brink of annihilation? The Z warriors engaged in hushed discussions, their gazes towards Vegeta resembling that of onlookers beholding an extraterrestrial anomaly. Beerus, taken aback by this sudden surge of enthusiasm, cast a glance at Vegeta's outstretched hand, dismissing the notion of a handshake, and remarked nonchalantly, "Oh, you are acquainted with us?" "Not at all. Not at all." Vegeta swiftly waved his hands, his smile blossoming even brighter. "However, I can discern with a mere glance that you two possess extraordinary qualities, certainly not of ordinary caliber. You must be the most esteemed guests invited by Bulma. Come this way, please. We have prepared the finest culinary delights from Earth, guaranteed to satisfy your palate." As he spoke, Vegeta gestured invitingly, personally leading the way, his demeanor resembling that of a five-star hotel's premier doorman. Whis observed the scene with keen interest, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Beerus shrugged. Since there was food at hand, he would graciously indulge. Under Vegeta's guidance, they proceeded to the buffet area adorned with a plethora of dishes. Thus commenced an unusual banquet, hosted by the Saiyan prince for the god of destruction, enveloped in a facade of harmonious camaraderie. Beerus indeed held a genuine curiosity for Earth's cuisine: takoyaki, sushi, tempura, and roast lamb. He devoured the offerings with fervor, occasionally emitting vague exclamations of delight. Vegeta, observing with bated breath and cold sweat trickling down his forehead, feared that any dish failing to meet the esteemed deity's expectations might provoke his wrath, resulting in the annihilation of Earth. Unbeknownst to him, Beerus's focus was not on the food itself. From the very moment he stepped onto the vessel, his divine perception as a god of destruction enveloped the entire party. He was scenting, searching for that elusive and singular essence that haunted his dreams. His gaze swept across every powerful presence in attendance. The young man named Gohan exhibited formidable energy, yet the flavor was amiss, akin to undercooked rice. His potential not fully realized, yielding a hard texture. The green-skinned Namekian possessed a somewhat spicy profile, reminiscent of excessive wasabi, lacking in complexity. Not far away, a rotund pink figure caught Beerus's eye. There appeared to be a hint of sweetness about him. Upon closer inspection, however, disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. Too sweet, overly saccharine, akin to artificial sweeteners. Not the rich, natural essence he sought from the cosmos. None were suitable. None. As Beerus's search grew increasingly disheartening, his brow furrowed, a flicker of impatience emerging in his gaze. Could it be that the prophetic fish had aired once more? That the extraordinary flavor he yearned for was simply absent from this gathering? Just as his patience neared its limit, ready to overturn the table in frustration, his divine senses jolted to attention. His gaze swiftly traversed the bustling crowd, soaring beyond the kaleidoscopic lights, until it resolutely fixed upon a tranquil corner at the farthest end of the cruise ship. There, a young man with ebony hair and eyes stood alone, leaning against the railing. He neither engaged in conversation nor indulged in the sumptuous delicacies around him. He simply cradled a modest glass of orange juice, calmly gazing at the distant horizon, as if the surrounding clamor bore no relevance to him. From any vantage point, he appeared to be an ordinary mortal. Should a combat power detector be present, it would likely emit a feeble beep, displaying a ludicrous number, 5. Yet, within the transcendent perception of the god of destruction, Beerus, this seemingly mundane individual exuded an aroma that sent shivers through his very soul. The fragrance was esoteric, ancient, and profound, as if it encapsulated the ultimate truths of the cosmos. It was 1,000 times more intoxicating and alluring than anything he had ever encountered in dreams. Found it. The skewer in Beerus's hand clattered onto the plate as a fervent light ignited in his golden-slit pupils, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting a rare lamb. This was the flavor. This was him. My main course. Chapter 61. As he took a bite, the god of destruction found himself utterly astounded. His golden pupils remained fixated on the distant corner of the cruise ship, utterly unyielding. The surrounding clamor, music, and aromas of food seemed to fade into oblivion. In his world, only the quiet, black-haired youth leaning against the railing remained. A mortal with a mere combat power of 5. A source of exquisite flavor that made even him tremble. How could this be? Beerus was utterly bewildered. Flavor cannot deceive a deity, especially one of his caliber. Standing at the pinnacle of the universe's Epicurean hierarchy, the essence of that taste was both ancient and rich, reminiscent of the primordial laws at the dawn of creation. Yet, why was such a profound flavor housed within such a fragile mortal? Intriguing, indeed. Beerus extended his tongue, licking his lips, resolved to personally sample this dish and uncover its secrets. The god of destruction slowly closed his eyes. He emitted no formidable energy, yet Vegeta, beside him, felt every hair on his body stand on end, an instinctual terror rendering him breathless. An intangible, ethereal thought coalesced from the laws of destruction, flickered from Beerus's brow. This divine essence, like an invisible probe, silently sliced through space, instantly reaching behind Xuan, and without ceremony, pierced into his body. In Beerus's anticipation, he envisioned his divine essence perceiving the flowing energy, the reservoir of power within, and the meridians that composed it all. He intended to dissect this body as an anatomist would, analyzing every facet with precision. However, the moment his divine essence entered Xuan's being, Beerus was left dumbfounded. There was nothing at all, in this void, devoid of meridians and dantions. Not even the faintest trace of energy could be discovered. It was an expanse of nothingness. No, it was far more terrifying than mere emptiness. Just as Beerus's divine consciousness found itself engulfed in confusion, the void before him erupted. It revealed a miniature cosmos, shattered and enveloped in chaos. An irresistible force violently tugged at his divine essence. Before him lay an astonishingly bizarre spectacle. Here, space was whimsically kneaded, folded, and torn asunder. Time oscillated between moments of stillness and reverse flow. Countless fractured chains of law collided, annihilated, igniting sparks of destruction. What manner of place was this? For the first time, Beerus's divine consciousness experienced trepidation. He yearned to flee, only to realize he had already been ensnared by this chaos. Fragments of raging laws surged toward him with reckless abandon. The divine essence he held in high regard was swiftly torn to shreds before the ancient chaotic laws. His order was assimilated by confusion. His devastation was consumed by annihilation. He had no opportunity to even scream. In an instant, he was utterly deconstructed and absorbed by this terrifying inner universe, leaving no trace of existence behind. On the deck, Beerus's body convulsed violently, his closed eyes snapping open. A muffled groan escaped his throat, and his gaunt figure staggered back uncontrollably by half a step. His complexion was ashen, his golden vertical pupils filled with horror and agony. Divine consciousness is an integral part of a deity's essence. The obliteration of one's divine consciousness equates to a fragment of the soul being vivisected. This torment surpassed any physical injury by countless magnitudes. Lord Beerus, Whis, standing nearby, expressed a flicker of astonishment, inquiring softly. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had been covertly observing Beerus, felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. What had he witnessed? The immensely powerful god of destruction had, for a fleeting moment, displayed expressions of pain and terror. He had even retreated a step. What transpired? He had merely closed his eyes for an instant. Could it be? Vegeta's gaze uncontrollably shifted toward the dark-haired youth, who continued to sip his juice in tranquility. Was it he who caused this? Impossible. That fellow exhibited not a trace of energy. How infuriating! Beerus emitted a low growl akin to a beast, not from pain, but from rage. How many years had it been since he ascended to the role of god of destruction? How long had it been since he tasted such humiliation? For the first time, he encountered a mortal he could not fathom, a mortal audacious enough to consume his divine consciousness. This was not merely a provocation. It was an affront to the dignity of divinity. You wretch! Beerus fixed his gaze upon Lucian's back, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. He no longer concealed his aura. The terrifying pressure belonging to the god of destruction descended with a thunderous force. The entire cruise ship emitted a groan, and the ordinary guests on the deck rolled their eyes and fainted to the ground. Klin, Yamcha, and others turned pale, their legs weak, collapsing onto the floor as breathing became a struggle. Even the enigmatic Gohan and the portly Bu appeared grave under this overwhelming pressure, as if facing a formidable adversary. Only Vegeta, clinging to the last vestiges of Saiyan Prince's pride, managed to stand, though the bones in his body creaked under the strain. However, at the center of the tempest, Lucian seemed oblivious. Beerus did not linger. He approached Lucian step by step. With each footfall, a deep imprint was left on the deck, causing the entire vessel to sink further. Amidst the terrified gazes of the Z-fighters, he reached the back of Lucian. The crushing pressure condensed to its zenith, entirely focused on him alone. Who are you truly? Beerus's voice was hoarse and deep. Under such terrifying pressure, Lucian finally moved. He slowly turned, finishing the last sip of orange juice in his cup, his youthful visage remaining serene, as if standing before not a universe-destroying deity, but merely a passerby seeking directions. His calm gaze met Beerus's fiery golden-slit pupils, and his lips parted to utter a few words, just an ordinary seeker of the way. These words, light and devoid of any force, ignited Beerus's fury completely. At such a moment, you still pretend? You seek death. Just as Beerus was about to act, a light chuckle resonated from beside him. Whis, having approached Beerus's side unnoticed, gazed at Lucian with an unprecedented glimmer in his eyes. Ignoring Beerus, he murmured to himself, so, this ancient and pure fluctuation is the Tao that exists only in ancient legends. I never expected to witness its legacy in this era. After a brief pause, Whis turned to the enraged Beerus, donning his characteristic gentle smile and bowing slightly. Lord Beerus, it seems you need not be angry. The main course of your dreams is indeed him. Chapter 62. Beerus, who touched my pudding? Main course. Beerus repeated the term, his golden slit pupils glinting with intrigue as they fixated on the calm young man with black hair. This dish appeared ordinary, yet concealed within it was something even he could not fathom. To consume it directly seemed rather uncouth, lacking sophistication. One must first savor an appetizer to set the ambience properly. The god of destruction's gaze inadvertently shifted from Lucian and returned to the long table laden with delicacies. Whis, what do you believe to be the most exquisite delicacy on earth? Beerus inquired, surveying the dining area like a discerning gourmet. From what I understand. Whis elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin and smiled. Humans hold a particular fondness for a sweet treat known as pudding, especially the limited edition served at Miss Bulma's birthday celebration, of which only 100 are made each year. Pudding? Beerus's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his gaze fixating on the far end of the table where a crystalline tower of goblets stood. There, glimmering under the light, remained the last serving of pudding, radiating an enticing caramel hue. That must be it. Vegeta, observing Beerus's every move from the corner of his eye, felt a sudden tightening in his chest upon hearing the word pudding. Instinctively, he followed Beerus's line of sight, only to see his complexion drain of color. For there, the rotund Majin Buu, with his singular focus on food, was happily bouncing towards the last serving of pudding. This is bad. Vegeta's heart sank. He instinctively prepared to rush over and intervene, but it was too late. The massive figure of Buu loomed before the table like a pink mountain. Without a glance around, he snatched the final pudding, opened his mouth wide, and with a single gulp, swallowed it whole, goblet and all. Burp. Satisfied, Buu rubbed his round belly and wore an innocent smile. Instantly, the entire deck fell silent. The raucous music ceased, and all eyes were fixed on the pudgy figure who had just devoured the pudding and the god of destruction, whose smile had vanished. The air felt as though it had frozen. Vegeta's breath hitched, and his heart skipped a beat as he observed the lazy, playful expression on Beerus's feline-like face dissipate, leaving only a chilling calm. "Hey, you fat one." Beerus's voice was soft yet sent a sharp pang through the ears of everyone present. "Did you just consume the pudding I intended to eat?" Buu blinked his innocent eyes and tilted his head, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He even extended his pink tongue to savor the lingering taste, which was the very action that sent the situation spiraling out of control. Boom! A wave of pure destructive energy emanated from Beerus, engulfing the area with ferocity. The sea beneath the cruise ship instantly bowed under the pressure, creating a 100-meter deep crater. The clouds in the sky were violently torn apart, revealing the pitch-black cosmos beyond. On the deck, aside from a few warriors, everyone else rolled their eyes back and fainted on the spot. "My patience is limited," Beerus murmured, his voice gravelly, as if it were forced from the depths of his throat. He slowly lifted his gaze, and within those golden, slitted pupils lay no trace of emotion. Only a pure desire for destruction. Majin Buu, his corpulent form, trembled uncontrollably. For the first time since his inception, he felt the overwhelming threat of death, so profound that it stifled any thoughts of resistance. "Vanish," commanded Beerus, and in an instant, his figure dissipated from sight. The next moment, he reappeared before Majin Buu, devoid of any elaborate technique, merely raising a hand and gently flicking Buu's forehead with 2 fingers. A resounding boom echoed. In an instant, Majin Buu's massive body contorted and transformed, akin to a deflated balloon, unable to emit even a cry before being launched away as a streak of pink light. The luminous trail tore through the atmosphere, trailing a long tail of fire, soaring thousands of meters into the sky, before plunging into the distant ocean with a resounding splash, creating a towering column of water that shot up 100 meters, and then fell silent. The Z fighters stood in stunned disbelief. The nightmare that had once rendered the entire universe powerless, a being against whom even Super Saiyan 3, Goku, could only barely contend, had been dismissed with the flick of a finger. They were left questioning whether he was alive or dead. "Annoying flies," dealt with, Beerus remarked, dismissively shaking his hand as if brushing off dust. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling on the Z fighters who stood frozen in place, a cruel smirk gracing his lips. "Now, it is your turn." All at once, the enigmatic Gohan was the first to react, bellowing a war cry as he unleashed a power that far surpassed Super Saiyan 3, transforming into a brilliant flash of white light that charged toward Beerus. Ghostly wind attack. Goten and Trunks, not to be outdone, fused into Gotenks, unleashing dozens of vivid white specters that shrieked and surrounded Beerus from all directions. Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin, in that moment, summoned all their might, launching their most potent attacks simultaneously. In an instant, a barrage of energy blasts, magical beams, and energy slashes converged to envelop Beerus entirely. Faced with this onslaught capable of obliterating a planet, Beerus merely curled his lip in disdain. Such a pitiful swarm of ants. With a casual flick, he seized a pair of chopsticks from the table, leaving behind a residual image of himself. The sound of clattering echoed, a rapid succession of sharp sounds. Gohan's earth-shattering punch was effortlessly deflected by Beerus, who merely utilized the tips of his chopsticks to absorb the force. Upon witnessing the specters released by Gotenks, Beerus' playful spirit ignited. He pinched one of the incoming phantoms with his chopsticks and, with a flick of his wrist, sent it flying. The phantom let out a shriek as it collided with another, triggering a chain reaction of explosions that left Gotenks disheveled and covered in soot. Then, in a swift motion, he evaded Piccolo's magical beam with an otherworldly grace. As Piccolo's pupils constricted sharply, he watched helplessly as Beerus extended his finger and lightly tapped his forehead. With a dull thud, Piccolo's eyes instantly lost their luster, and he toppled backwards, unconscious on the deck. One by one, he incapacitated everyone else who dared to intervene. Once this was accomplished, Beerus even had the leisure to extend his tongue and lick off the cream that had splattered onto his face. The entire process appeared effortless. On the deck, the Z-warriors lay sprawled in disarray, rendered powerless, gazing up at the unscathed purple figure, sighing in disappointment. Beerus tossed aside his chopsticks and shook his head. Boredom enveloped him, utterly, excruciatingly boring. He slowly floated into the air, surveying the chaos below and the distant city, the last vestiges of interest fading from his eyes. Raising his right hand, he began to concentrate a small speck of pure, deep purple destructive energy at the tip of his index finger. A cold voice pronounced the death sentence for the planet. How tiresome. This planet is better off destroyed. Although Beerus spoke softly, each heart on the deck sank at his words. He gradually lifted his right hand, the tiny orb of deep purple energy contracting and expanding rapidly. It was pure destructive energy. With a mere flick, the planet and everything upon it would vanish from the cosmos, leaving not a speck of dust behind. It was over. Completely over. The mysterious Gohan struggled to rise, but found that every bone in his body felt shattered, rendering even the slightest movement of his fingers impossible. Krillin, Ting, and the others were ashen-faced, crumpled on the ground, unable to utter a word. In the face of godlike power, all their struggles became utterly meaningless. Yet, amidst this profound silence, a crisp and indignant female voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, you purple ugly cat!" Everyone froze momentarily, turning towards the source of the voice. There stood Bulma, the star of the party, fists on her hips and her face flushed, charging out from the crowd, vehemently pointing at Beerus hovering above. Do you have any manners? This is my birthday party, the day I've been waiting for all year. How dare you cause a disturbance here? You've injured my friends and damaged my cruise ship. Can you even afford to pay for that?" She paid no heed to her husband Vegeta's frantic glances or the terrified expressions of those around her. To Bulma, nothing was more paramount than her birthday celebration. Anyone who dared to disrupt, it was her enemy. Beerus slowly turned his head to regard this Earth woman. In his golden slit pupils, there was no anger, only a hint of pure annoyance. "How noisy," he uttered softly, too lethargic to raise his hand, merely waving it dismissively. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the air, sending Bulma's petite frame flying sideways, crashing heavily onto the deck several meters away, rendering her unconscious. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. On the deck, the only figure still standing, Vegeta, froze in place, his gaze fixed on a fallen blue silhouette in the distance. His mind was a blank canvas. Feelings of humiliation and rage felt insipid in comparison. He could only sense something within the depths of his soul shattering. It was the pride of Saiyan Prince, the very foundation of his identity as a husband. From a moment he chose to forsake his dignity to appease this god of destruction. He had braced himself to endure all forms of humiliation. Yet, this should not have involved her. She was his woman, his Bulma. A suppressed, primal roar erupted from the depths of Vegeta's throat. The alloy deck beneath his feet fractured like a spider's web, radiating from his center. "You bastard!" Boom! A golden aura surged into the sky, tinged with a hint of crimson. A terrifying shockwave swept everything off the deck. The dark clouds above were instantaneously torn apart, while the sea roared violently beneath him. What is happening? Vegeta's energy continued to swell. The enigmatic Gohan struggled to raise his head, disbelief etched across his face. This power had far surpassed his previous self, even eclipsing the strength of Super Saiyan 3 Goku from the other world. "I will kill you!" Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar, transforming into a streak of golden lightning, appearing before Beerus in an instant. There were no techniques, no strategies, only raw, unbridled fury. Bang, 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 bang. One punch after another. Each strike sent the colossal cruise ship trembling violently, on the verge of capsizing. The Z-fighters were left in awe. For the first time, they witnessed someone land actual blows on the god of destruction. Perhaps there was hope? However, Beerus merely floated in place, allowing the punches to rain down upon him, bearing a look of mild boredom on his face. As Vegeta's punches slowed due to exhaustion, Beerus leisurely spoke. "Are you finished?" With a casual flick of his fingers, Beerus pinched Vegeta's fist between two fingers. "Not bad," he mused, slightly stronger than that previous Saiyan. Just barely. It could be considered a somewhat palatable appetizer. Before the words left his lips, Beerus raised his other hand, extending his middle finger towards Vegeta's chest, giving a gentle flick. Thud! A dull, thunderous sound resonated. Vegeta's raging golden aura was extinguished in an instant. His muscles seized, the spark in his eyes rapidly dimmed, and he fell back like a marionette with its strings cut, crashing through several layers of the deck, disappearing into the depths of the ship. Instant annihilation. Once again, an utterly predictable annihilation unfolds. The faint glimmer of hope that had just ignited upon the deck is ruthlessly shattered by the harshness of reality. Amidst the ruins of the cabin, Vegeta lies ensconced between the frigid steel, feeling as though every bone in his body has been shattered, unable to move even a single finger. At that moment, a calm voice resonates clearly within his tumultuous mind. Your path has diverged. It is Xuan, the very individual he has long regarded as a charlatan engaged in mysticism. Once, he considered this statement the utmost affront to his being. What path? What divergence? Again, it returns to him. Combat prowess is everything. Strength is the sole truth. This is the unwavering conviction of Vegeta, the Prince of Science, throughout his life. Yet, reflecting on the insurmountable chasm that had just been revealed, recalling the fury of his ultimate strike that, in the eyes of his opponent, was merely a trivial delicacy, Vegeta experiences an unprecedented flicker of doubt regarding the beliefs he had held so steadfastly. Is there truly an end to this pure pursuit of combat strength? When the disparity in power reaches such heights that even gazing upward becomes impossible, what remains of pride and dignity? In his gaze, anger and resentment gradually dissipate, replaced by an unfamiliar sense of bewilderment and confusion. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he struggles to turn his eyes, peering through the gaps of the debris towards the one area of the deck that remains relatively intact. There, amidst the despair of all who have fallen, one figure stands serenely, dark-haired, dark-eyed, with an expression of indifference, as if the previous battle were merely an inconsequential farce to him. Xuan. Vegeta's gaze becomes profoundly intricate. In this moment, the proud Saiyan prince finally comes to a heartfelt realization. Perhaps, just perhaps, the path taken by that charlatan is the only correct direction to truly touch the divine, and even surpass it. Chapter 64. Can your path withstand my destruction? Silence envelopes the deck. All the Z fighters, whether Vegeta or Gohan, can only lie amidst the ruins, gazing despondently at the purple figure suspended in midair. God, that is the divine. Before such an existence, their once proud strength and will appear pale and ludicrous. Beerus seemingly loses interest in the ants beneath him. He yawns, as if the very act of obliterating Earth has become somewhat monotonous. The god of destruction slowly raises his right hand, extending a single finger. That's tip. A deep purple point of light begins to coalesce. This is not ki, nor energy, but the manifestation of the destructive power of the laws of annihilation. It does not emit any overwhelming pressure, yet every being that perceives it feels an innate fear of erasure from the depths of their soul. Farewell, tedious planet. Beerus spoke softly. The destructive energy sphere at his fingertips had condensed to a point where, with the slightest flick, this blue planet, along with its history and causality, would dissolve into nothingness. Time seemed to slow in that moment. Suddenly, a faint sigh resonated clearly in the hearts of all present. Alas, this sigh, though gentle, bore a power that instantly soothed the fears within everyone. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the quiet young man with black hair finally made his move. Xuan felt a sense of helplessness, although he was not yet a match for the god of destruction. He had no choice but to intervene. However, this also presented an opportunity for him to comprehend the essence of destruction, hoping to transcend his current limitations. With no energy fluctuations emanating from him, Xuan simply took a step forward. With that single step, his figure vanished from the deck of the cruise ship, reappearing in the high skies between Earth and Beerus, positioned directly in front of the destructive energy sphere. Beerus paused slightly in his energy gathering. He regarded the suddenly appeared mortal with curiosity, a playful smile finally gracing his feline-like face. Oh, is the main course finally making an appearance? Beerus tilted his head, inquiring with amusement. How do you intend to stop me? With that chaotic little world within you that even I cannot fathom? His tone dripped with mockery, as if he had already secured his prey. In his eyes, although Xuan was peculiar, he remained an ordinary being, incapable of withstanding even a fraction of the god of destruction's power. On the deck, the hearts of the Z warriors leaped into their throats. Mr. Xuan, Gohan exclaimed in shock. What does that bastard intend to do? Vegeta gritted his teeth, unable to comprehend how someone so weak would dare confront a god of destruction. In the sky, facing Beerus's questions, Xuan remained silent. He understood that engaging in a contest of energy or techniques was futile. It would be foolish to confront the opponent's strengths with his own weaknesses. His aim was not to fight, but to demonstrate that he possessed the qualification to engage in dialogue as an equal to a deity. Under Beerus' intrigued gaze, Xuan slowly closed his eyes. He did not unleash any astonishing aura. Instead, he brought his hands together before his chest, beginning to chant an ancient incantation. Hum! As the first syllable escaped his lips, the very atmosphere of Earth trembled gently. A golden halo radiated from Xuan's body, expanding outward. What is this? The smile on Beerus's face froze for the first time. He sensed an awakening of a force that was entirely opposite to destruction, yet of an equal caliber. Before he could react, the heavens trembled ominously. Boom! The sky split open. Behind Xuan, against the backdrop of the pitch-black cosmos, a colossal golden giant materialized with a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the solar system. This towering figure, reaching heights of 10,000 zhong, was entirely composed of radiant golden light, its demeanor solemn, mirroring the indistinct visage that Beerus had glimpsed in his dreams. The Golden Body apparition. This was the manifestation of Xuan's own path, crystallized upon entering the Golden Body realm, a form of divine power. As the apparition emerged, the Earth's magnetic field, gravitational pull, and even the flow of time experienced an instantaneous disruption. It loomed between heaven and earth, seemingly becoming the very center of this universe. Then, amidst the petrified expressions of all onlookers, this 10,000 zhong apparition slowly yet resolutely extended a massive hand, palm facing downward, gently cradling the fragile blue planet below. At that moment, the worldview of the Z warriors was utterly transformed. The energy they had devoted their lives to pursuing seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust in the presence of this giant, emblematic of the Tao and the law. Even the usually composed Angel Whis widened his eyes slightly, his staff pausing momentarily, revealing a look of shock for the first time. To manifest the ancient rhythms of the Tao with a mortal body, this was truly remarkable. However, the most intense reaction came from the god of destruction, Beerus. He stared vacantly at the golden apparition that perfectly aligned with his dreams, witnessing that tantalizing essence finally materialize before him in flawless form. His once dead eyes ignited in an instant, replaced by boundless fervor and excitement. Ha ha ha, this is it. This is the flavor. Beerus erupted into joyous laughter, his mirth shattering the surrounding space, causing it to fragment and reassemble. Rather than retreating, he amplified the destructive energy sphere at his fingertips to its utmost limit. The purple radiance threatening to tint half the universe in apocalyptic hues. Come forth. The main course. Let me see if your Tao can withstand my destruction. Chapter 65. Enduring the blow of the god of destruction. Come forth. The main course. Let me see if your Tao can withstand my destruction. Beerus's laughter echoed through the vacuum as the deep purple energy sphere slipped from his fingertips. It did not transform into a beam of light, nor did it tear through space. It merely drifted lazily, steadily descending towards the towering apparition and the blue planet behind it, pressing down with unwavering determination. This was not mere energy. It was the very embodiment of the principles of destruction. Wherever it passed, all was rendered to nothingness. Even the concept of a trace was obliterated. Starlight vanished before it, and time and space recoiled in its presence. It was like a moving void, intent on devouring everything ahead. On the deck of the cruise ship, the surviving Z warriors trembled in fear. There was no escape. Mysterious Gohan's teeth chattered as his instinct screamed in alarm. He could distinctly perceive that the seemingly languid purple sphere of energy had, in fact, locked onto the entire Earth at the causal level. No matter where one might flee within the cosmos or which dimension one might conceal oneself in, it would ultimately locate them and erase them. This was the authority of the divine. Yet at that moment, Xuan stirred. No, it was the towering golden corporeal manifestation behind him that moved. In the face of the encroaching laws of destruction, the manifestation did not strike nor summon any waves of energy. It merely raised its immense golden palm slowly, palm facing upwards, adopting a posture of welcoming and supporting, proactively reaching towards the purple sphere of energy. What was he doing? In the ruins of the cabin, Vegeta strained to lift his head, confusion etched in his eyes. Was he going to take it head-on? Had he lost his mind? High above, Lucian's true form remained seated in meditation, eyes firmly shut, reciting mantras. The golden manifestation was a divine ability intrinsic to him after entering the golden body realm, a manifestation of his mastery over the way and the understanding of laws. The essence of the golden body realm lies not in offense, but in defense. Its true meaning is indestructibility, unyielding through countless tribulations. This is a principle that stands in stark contrast to destruction, yet possesses an equal standing in the realm of laws. Finally, high above the earth, the purple sphere, representing destruction, met the golden palm, representing indestructibility in a silent encounter. There was no explosion, no sound, not even the faintest glimmer or ripple of energy. The entire universe seemed to have been muted at that instant. Time, space, light, sound, everything lost significance at the point of their contact. There, it transformed into a realm of pure void. A black hole, no larger than a pinprick, quietly emerged, devouring the powers of the two opposing laws. This was the moment when the ever-smiling Angel Weiss saw his smile vanish for the first time. His divine staff faltered, and his eyes filled with astonishment and a thirst for exploration. It was a clash of laws, a mutual erasure, utilizing the principle of indestructibility to wear down the force of destruction. He had truly accomplished it. Within Weiss's vision, capable of perceiving the essence, he witnessed an incredible scene. The purple destructive energy, akin to concentrated acid, corroded the palm of the golden manifestation. The palm, once of brilliant gold, began to vanish at a visibly rapid pace, silently erased from the very fabric of existence. In less than a second, the entirety of the manifestation's palm had disappeared. Next, it was the arm, then the shoulder. A sense of void surged wildly along the manifestation's body. Dark fissures, reminiscent of cracked pottery, swiftly spread across the manifestation's chest, cheeks, and throughout its entire form. Was defeat imminent? Krillin gazed at the golden giant in the sky that was beginning to fade. The flicker of hope he had just ignited extinguished once more. The divine visage, resembling a deity, seemed incapable of resisting the ultimate annihilation. Yet, the expression on Beerus's face gradually shifted from initial mockery to a grave seriousness. He perceived with unparalleled clarity that the immutable law of his adversary was being eroded by his own principle of destruction. However, his own power was also being relentlessly consumed at an equal pace by the seemingly passive, indestructible law of his opponent. With each inch of the golden body erased by his destructive energy sphere, the very concept of annihilation it contained was diminished. This was not a battle, but rather a sheer war of attrition at the level of laws, a contest to see whose path could more authentically embody the truth of the universe. Time appeared to stretch into eternity, yet also felt as fleeting as a heartbeat. When the inky black fissure extended to the center of the golden visage, and in the moment just before the entire form was destined to shatter into a myriad of luminous specks, the destructive energy sphere capable of obliterating an entire solar system was finally extinguished, dissipating into the void. The collision of these two laws concluded in a manner that nearly negated each other. Had they succeeded? The enigmatic Gohan murmured, his voice laced with disbelief. Had they triumphed? Yet, before they could rejoice, a crisp shattering sound resonated through the cosmos. In the heavens, the golden visage reached the limits of its endurance. Its colossal form fractured inch by inch, ultimately collapsing with a resounding crash, transforming into countless golden droplets that gracefully descended upon the earth. Deprived of the support of the visage, Lu Xian plummeted from his seated position. His countenance was as pale as parchment, and as he abruptly opened his eyes, a trickle of golden blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, a sign of the backlash from the laws against his golden essence. He resembled a kite severed from its string, helplessly descending from a great height. Although he had thwarted that monumental strike, he had evidently paid a grievous price. Severely wounded and devoid of the strength to continue fighting, had everything returned to square one? Would the god of destruction, in a fit of rage, strike again? Anxiety gripped the hearts of all present. However, just as Lucian's body was about to plunge into the ocean, he miraculously halted mid-air. He forced his battered body upright, raising his head to meet the gaze of Beerus, who wore an equally solemn expression not far away. Then Lucian spoke slowly, his voice somewhat frail, yet resonant enough to reach the ears of every deity present. Lord of Destruction, may I now be deemed worthy to converse with you? This statement was neither subservient nor boastful. It bore no triumphant declarations of victory nor pleas of a vanquished foe. Instead, it was the calm inquiry of an equal seeker of truth directed towards another master of the path. Above, silence enveloped the atmosphere. Beerus remained unresponsive. He merely gazed silently at the pallid-faced young man with black hair, a trace of golden blood lingering at the corners of his mouth. The playful and tyrannical emotions that had once adorned his countenance faded away, replaced by a weighty amalgamation of admiration, recognition, and curiosity. After a prolonged silence, Beerus gradually descended from the heavens, ultimately halting at a height that aligned his gaze with that of Xuan. He extended his elongated tongue, moistening his parched lips, while an unprecedented glimmer sparkled within his golden-slit pupils. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The voice of the god of destruction lost its frivolity, now imbued with a genuine sense of wonder. Your indestructible golden form has indeed managed to challenge my destruction. Very well. Beerus regarded Xuan, enunciating each word deliberately. I shall grant you an opportunity. Convince me why this planet should not be obliterated. Chapter 66. This dish is named Super Saiyan God. Convince me why this planet should not be destroyed. Beerus's tone betrayed no discernible emotion, yet it carried an aura of divine pressure. Beerus and Xuan stood in confrontation amidst the sky, while the angel wisp behind him maintained a serene smile, as though the unfolding events bore no relevance to him. Below, on the deck of the cruise ship, the hearts of the Z fighters hung in suspense once more. Convince? How could one possibly persuade him? The opponent was a capricious god of destruction, prone to whims of annihilation. What rationale could sway such a being? This was utterly preposterous, even more so than challenging Beerus directly. Amidst the wreckage of the cabin, Vegeta fixated on the black-haired figure above, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Vegeta conceded that Xuan's enigmatic path, indeed, warranted a confrontation with the divine. Yet, the ability to engage did not guarantee victory. The previous clash had resulted in the shattering of his golden form and inflicted harm upon his foundation. Now, Xuan intended to persuade Beerus to relinquish his destructive instincts through mere words. Madness. This fellow had completely lost his senses. Ultimately, Xuan's forthcoming words left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Lord of Destruction, you have misunderstood. Xuan forcibly suppressed the tumultuous energy within, managing to conjure a faint smile upon his pallid visage. I had no intention of stopping you from doing anything. Upon uttering these words, not only the Z-fighters on the deck, but even the perpetually smiling Whis raised an eyebrow in surprise. Beerus's golden-slit pupils narrowed, emanating a hint of perilous intent. Oh, then what were you doing just now? Offering yourself as a sacrifice for this planet? No, Xuan shook his head, his tone remarkably calm. I was merely safeguarding the integrity of an ingredient. Ingredient? Upon hearing these words, everyone present, aside from Beerus and Whis, found themselves utterly perplexed. What nonsense was Mr. Xuan uttering? Gohan struggled to rise, his face a mask of confusion. What the hell does he take us for? Vegeta, incensed, nearly spat out blood once more. Yet, Beerus appeared intrigued, tilting his head with curiosity. Continue. Xuan's gaze swept over the agitated Z warriors below, finally settling on the recently awakened Goku. He turned his attention back to Beerus and spoke with a composed yet respectful tone. My lord, your visit is not intended for destruction. Rather, it is to savor a dish known as Tao. The immutable law I just demonstrated, while palatable, serves merely as an appetizer, lacking the proper finesse. It is not the main course you dreamt of. Should you choose to annihilate Earth now, it would be akin to overturning the table before the main course is served, thereby obliterating the kitchen as well. Consequently, you would forever miss the opportunity to taste that exquisite dish. This declaration left everyone momentarily stunned. The Z warriors were taken aback. He had audaciously likened the fate of Earth to a banquet. Furthermore, he had the audacity to refer to his previous battle as merely an appetizer. This metaphor, though seemingly outrageous, struck a chord deep within Beerus. The main course? Beerus licked his lips, the impatience in his eyes dissipating, replaced by the curiosity of a gourmand who had stumbled upon a rare delicacy. Are you suggesting that there exists something on this planet that surpasses the flavor of your current Tao? Indeed, Xuan replied with a subtle nod, adopting the demeanor of a master chef unveiling his hidden menu. This dish is called Super Saiyan God. It employs the raw, untamed energy of the Saiyan race as its primary ingredient, complemented by 5 righteous hearts as the catalyst. This mixture is then refined through repeated processes to eliminate its coarse texture. Finally, It is seasoned with a hint of true divine law, elevating it to sublime heights. I assure you, the flavor of this divine creation will not disappoint. As he finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The Z warrior's perceptions had been completely upended. Wasn't the Super Saiyan god merely a legend? How had it been transformed into a dish, in his words? Moreover, the method of preparation sounded remarkably mystical. Beerus remained silent for a moment, his golden slit pupils fixed intently on Xuan, as if assessing the veracity of his claims. After a brief pause, a smile of genuine interest finally emerged on his feline visage. Fascinating, indeed. Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity. Prepare this Super Saiyan god for me. If its flavor is truly as delightful as you profess, I shall spare this planet. However, should you dare to deceive me, Beerus' gaze turned icy. I will ensure you witness the destruction of everything you cherish, including your so-called Tao, reducing it all to cosmic dust. The immediate crisis had been averted. The individuals on the deck collectively sighed in relief, yet a new question arose. Mr. Xuan, Goku scratched his head, innocently inquiring, what exactly is the Super Saiyan god? How is it made? Yes, how does one prepare it? All eyes converged upon Xuan. He smiled serenely, as if everything lay within his grasp. It is quite simple. Gather all the Dragon Balls of Earth and summon the Eternal Dragon. He ought to know how to proceed. Half an hour later, utilizing Bulma's miraculous capsules, the 7 Dragon Balls were swiftly assembled, positioned in the center of the cruise ship's deck. At Xuan's signal, everyone collectively recited the incantation to summon the dragon. Arise, Eternal Dragon, grant us our wish. With a thunderous roar, the sky was instantly shrouded in darkness. A golden lightning bolt cleaved through the heavens, and a colossal azure dragon emerged amidst the radiance, its sinuous form coiling in the air, with its immense head overshadowing the entire sky, exuding an aura of authority. Speak your wishes. Any wish can be granted. The dragon's resounding voice echoed, but in the next moment, it faltered. Its voice was suddenly constricted, as if an invisible hand were squeezing its throat, transforming from a powerful resonance into the shrill cry of a chick being pinched. Eh! Upon catching sight of the purple figure on the deck, the dragon trembled violently, akin to a cat that had its tail stepped on. Its enormous eyes widened in shock, its erstwhile majesty vanishing, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat, overwhelmed by fear and servility. Lord Beerus? The dragon's voice quivered, its massive head instinctively recoiling, its entire body curling up, yearning to conceal itself. What brings you here? This scene left the Z fighters in a state of petrification. The omnipotent dragon, capable of resurrecting the deceased, appeared utterly subdued in the presence of Beerus. Beerus merely cast a disinterested glance at the dragon, too apathetic to speak, while he yawned. However, Whis stepped forward with a genial smile, employing his gentle tone. Dear dragon, fret not. Lord Beerus is merely here to sample a dish. We seek to inquire about the legend of the Super Saiyan god. Of course, the dragon, as if receiving a lifeline, nodded repeatedly, not daring to exhibit any negligence. Hastily recounting the ancient prophecy. According to legend, when 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans imbue their intentions into another pure-hearted Saiyan, that Saiyan shall transform into the Super Saiyan god. Upon finishing, the dragon cautiously glanced at Beerus, scarcely daring to breathe. The method for the ritual had been uncovered. The individuals on the deck were elated. Righteous-hearted Saiyans? Goku counted as one, Gohan as another, and the future Trunks also qualified. Thus, all gazes converged upon the corner where the disgruntled Saiyan prince, Vegeta, stood with crossed arms. Vegeta's countenance darkened instantly as he bellowed. What are you all staring at? I am of course righteous. Though he vocally denied it, internally he acquiesced. 1, 2, 3. For wait a moment. Krillin counted on his fingers several times, his initial joy gradually transforming into bewilderment, ultimately leaving him in a state of stupefaction. It seems we only have 4 Saiyans. The atmosphere on the deck, which had just come alive, abruptly froze once more. The ceremony could not proceed. Chapter 67. Understanding the path to divinity beyond the divine dragon. It seems we only have 4 Saiyans. Krillin's voice was somewhat dazed, and his words caused the spirits of everyone present to plummet once again. Silence enveloped the deck in an instant. Indeed, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, along with the future Trunks, made precisely 4. The dragon had proclaimed that the ritual required 5 benevolent Saiyans. We are short by 1. Because of this shortfall, Earth might face annihilation. How infuriating! Especially at this moment. Vegeta slammed his fist into the deck with great force. Goku, equally distressed, scratched his head in frustration, unable to devise a solution. Just as despair began to settle over the group, a languid voice, tinged with amusement, broke the silence. I believe the numbers are just right. The speaker was Whis, who had always appeared to be an outsider. With a gentle tap of his staff, he pointed towards the crowd, specifically at the worried Videl, who was supporting Gohan. Everyone turned in the direction of his gesture, momentarily taken aback. Videl was merely an ordinary Earth girl. How could she count? Gohan was the first to regain his composure. After a brief moment of astonishment, his eyes suddenly brightened as though a thought had struck him. He swiftly turned to Videl's abdomen, his voice trembling slightly. Videl, could it be that you? Videl's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, yet she nodded happily. Yes, I only just discovered it recently. Boom! This revelation sent the Z fighters into a frenzy. Wonderful! That makes 5 of us! Krillin exclaimed, jumping with excitement. I'm gonna be a grandpa. Goku grinned widely. The deck buzzed with renewed energy. Beerus nodded in satisfaction and urged, now that we have enough participants, let us commence swiftly. My patience is limited. All right. Goku responded eagerly, preparing to gather the other 4 and initiate the ceremony as instructed by the dragon. However, just as they were about to form a circle by holding hands, a calm voice interjected, halting everyone's movements. Wait, it was Lu Xian, still seated cross-legged in the air. Although his complexion was pale, his eyes were clear and focused. If you wish to produce a half-baked result, then by all means continue. That entity possesses a chaotic power, and its divinity is impure. It wouldn't even qualify as an appetizer. Lu Xian's words left everyone frozen in place. A half-baked result? Goku turned back, bewildered. Mr. Lu Xian? What do you mean by that? The dragon said it would work. Lu Xian's lips curled slightly. He had merely allowed the dragon to provide the method. Knowing too much could lead to complications. However, following the dragon's method directly would yield a low success rate. He would need to optimize the process for a higher chance of success. The dragon knows only how to act, devoid of understanding the rationale behind its actions. It comprehends merely the superficial aspects of the ritual, lacking insight into its essence. What is this surface? What is this core? Vegeta furrowed his brow and impatiently exclaimed, Hey, what nonsense are you up to now? Do you think you know more than the dragon? In response to Vegeta's inquiry, Lu Xian did not even bother to raise his eyelids. He calmly elucidated. The so-called ascension to divinity fundamentally involves transforming a mortal vessel into a container capable of housing divine laws. The crux of this process lies not in the quantity of energy, but rather in the purity and harmony of both energy and intent. You 5 possess divergent thoughts and vastly different attributes of power. Particularly, Lu Xian cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta, subtly imbued with notions of brutality and envy. If the energies were to be crudely amalgamated and bestowed upon Goku, the result would merely be a chaotic surge of violent energy. Not only would Goku fail to attain divinity, but he might also be overwhelmed by this force, potentially leading to his demise. These words tightened the hearts of the Z warriors. Although they could not comprehend the profound principles, the notion of immediate death resonated clearly. Then what shall we do? Gohan asked anxiously. Despite Vegeta's evident displeasure, he refrained from further objections. He recognized that the negative emotions Lu Xian referred to were indeed aimed at him. Lu Xian gradually descended from the air, landing centrally on the deck. Despite his frail condition, he stood tall and unwavering. He surveyed the group, his tone devoid of embellishment. Yet none dared to challenge him. Thus, I shall preside over this ritual. My intent transcends merely facilitating Goku's ascension to divinity. I shall also bestow a rite of purification upon all of you. Having stated this, he disregarded the reactions of those present and directly seated himself cross-legged at the center of the deck. Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, and Biddy, position yourselves according to the 5 elemental directions around me. The 5 exchanged glances, their minds filled with questions, yet they instinctively complied with Lu Xian's directives. Beerus, arms crossed, observed with keen interest. He was eager to witness what marvels this enigmatic individual could conjure. Close your eyes and empty your minds. Lu Xian's voice possessed an unusual power, and the 5, initially restless, found themselves enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, a colossal, invisible yet immensely potent psychic force emanated from the center of Lu Xian's brow. Golden Body Realm unleashed the primordial spirit's power fully. To the Z warrior's perception, an incomprehensible sight unfolded. Lu Xian swiftly formed seals with his hands before his chest. and golden runes composed purely of psychic energy materialized in the air. The five elements rotate, yin and yang harmonize, returning to the boundless origin, decree. With a gentle command from Xuan, a vast array composed of countless runes illuminated the deck beneath him, radiating a soft golden glow. 5 gentle beams of light ascended from the 5 cardinal points of the array, enveloping Wukong and his companions. The 5 elements convergence array was activated. In that instant, Vegeta and the others felt a vast and gentle power enveloping them, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. The energy within them became remarkably docile in the presence of this force. Focus your minds, gather your energy, and release your intentions along with this power. Lucian's voice resonated simultaneously within the minds of the 5. Without hesitation, they complied, unleashing 5 colossal flames of varying colors and attributes that soared into the sky. However, guided by the array, these tumultuous energies did not disperse. Instead, they were forcibly contained within the beams of light, beginning to circulate in an incomprehensible manner. Vegeta could distinctly perceive his proud and defiant golden aura, which, under the array's influence, was gradually shedding its negative emotions and impurities, undergoing a process of purification. Gohan's furious potential was calmed, while Trunks' sorrow from the future transformed into a pure intent of protection. The faint yet pure life force within BDS womb was gently drawn out, magnified, and became the medium that harmonized all powers. Under Lucian's formidable spiritual control, the 5 conflicting powers were thoroughly refined, harmonized, and ultimately fused together, culminating in a remarkably pure golden radiance at the center of the array. Go! Lucian pointed his finger towards Wukong from a distance. That golden light, seemingly alive, transformed into a streak and penetrated Wukong's back. Boom! There was neither a shockwave nor a thunderous roar. A sacred and potent red divine light erupted from within Wukong, gently enveloping him. His hair transformed from black to red. His once combative gaze became profound and serene. His aura vanished, completely merging with the surrounding cosmos, returning to its essence. The Super Saiyan God was born. A Super Saiyan God with an aura even more stable and reserved. On the deck, everyone, including the Z-fighters, stood in awe. They could not comprehend what had just transpired, yet they sensed that Wukong had ascended to a realm beyond their imagination. However, the most astonished was Whis, the angel, who always bore a graceful smile, now wore an expression of utter shock. His deep eyes sparkled as they fixated on Lucian, seated in the center, as if attempting to see through him. After a lengthy pause, he slowly turned to the god of destruction beside him and, for the first time, spoke in a tone of profound astonishment. Lord Beerus, this Mr. Lucian's understanding of the laws may surpass your own. Chapter 68. This is the Battle of Gods. Whis' words caused Beerus, the lazy-faced cat, to freeze momentarily in disbelief. He turned his head, his golden slit-like pupils casting a curious glance at the pale-faced black-haired youth seated cross-legged, his intrigue intensifying. He remained silent. On the other side, Goku's aura had surged to its zenith. Boom! A crimson divine light shot skyward, piercing through the atmosphere and venturing into the cosmos. Transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Goku finally made his move. He uttered no battle cry, his form vanishing from sight in an instant. In the next moment, Goku appeared behind Beerus, delivering a heavy punch silently aimed at the back of Beerus's neck. This strike bore no rampant energy nor the oppressive force to tear through space. All of its power was concentrated at the tip of his fist. Such was the mastery over power attained upon entering the realm of the divine. However, in the face of this onslaught, Beerus did not even turn around. With a hint of impatience, he raised his right hand and casually pointed a single finger backward. Bang! The collision of fist and finger produced merely a faint sound. Then, the Z-fighters beheld an unbelievable spectacle. The moment Goku's fist made contact with Beerus's fingertip, he was sent hurtling back as if struck head-on, transforming into a streak of red light and flying away at an astonishing speed. He was propelled out of the atmosphere, shattering several meteors before barely stabilizing himself. How could this be possible? On the deck, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with shock. In that fleeting moment, the level of energy Goku unleashed had surpassed his perceptual limits. That was the power of a god. Yet even so, he remained so powerless before the god of destruction. Something was amiss. Piccolo, with his keen hearing, discerned the details and gravely remarked, Goku's attack did not unleash its expected power. It's as if it extinguished itself, just before striking Lord Beerus. The battle had entered a realm beyond the comprehension of the Z-fighters. To their eyes, only two nearly indistinguishable streaks of light remained in the sky, one red and one purple. Each collision was silent, yet the resulting shockwaves caused the very fabric of Earth's space to tremble. The sky alternated between blinding brightness and utter darkness. The clouds were torn into bizarre shapes by an invisible force. The ocean surged with towering waves, only to be instantly calmed by another force. It resembled two deities recklessly displaying their earth-shattering powers on this planet. Gohan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, murmured, "Their battle has transcended the realm of Ki." Entering the domain of rules, the Z-fighters could only witness the phenomena without grasping their essence. Yet one individual perceived every detail of this celestial confrontation. High above, Xuan slowly closed his eyes. He chose not to observe with his eyes, for in the current circumstances, merely watching the divine battle would yield little understanding. He released his divine consciousness. In an instant, the entire world transformed within his perception. All material, energy, space, and time vanished. In their place emerged a colossal network composed of countless luminous lines. This was the true visage of the universe, a web woven from the fabric of laws. The net of principles. Within this web, two extraordinarily brilliant sources of light were evident. One was Goku, resembling a blazing red torch. He summoned immense divine energy, striking at his adversary with the most direct force. Each punch he delivered stirred an energy tempest upon the web of laws. The power was formidable, yet lacked finesse. The other light source was Beerus. He wielded the pure essence of the deep purple law of destruction. In the face of Goku's energy storm, Beerus never met it head-on. He navigated through the tempest, each evasion precisely landing on the weakest points. His counterattacks exhibited remarkable accuracy. Xuan observed keenly, as Goku's punch surged forth. Its edge was bound by numerous lines representing force and speed, entwined by divine energy. In contrast, Beerus merely extended a finger. The tip of his destruction law acted like a scalpel, slicing through the myriad lines with pinpoint precision. He severed only the most crucial line responsible for conducting energy. Thus, when Goku's fist was merely a meter away from Beerus, the severance of the core law caused its power to collapse instantaneously, dissipating into motes of light. With minimal cost, he inflicted maximum devastation. This was the fighting style of the god of destruction, a dimensional strike in the application of laws. Within Lucian's mind, the long-lost martial arts panel transformed into a cascading waterfall of notifications. Ding! Detecting the collision of divine domain laws is being recorded. Ding! Analyzing the foundational application model of the law of destruction, law severance. Ding! Recording the energy trajectory of divine energy and comparing it with the host's internal vital energy. Discovering 127 points for optimization. Ding! Analyzing the application of the destruction law, law corruption, simulation failure, missing prerequisite law model. Ding! Detecting faint fluctuations in the causal laws of the cosmic origin, attempting to capture failed. Warning, data flow overload. The panel core is undergoing emergency expansion. Estimated time, 3 minutes. A torrent of information surged into Lucian's consciousness. This battle, viewed as a desperate struggle by the Z-warriors, was, for Lucian, a premier lesson on the mysteries of the divine domain. He greedily absorbed it all. Especially captivating was Beerus's application of the law of destruction, which enraptured him. Gradually, he began to compare and deduce his own indestructible law against Beerus's law of destruction. He soon recognized his own shortcomings. His golden body realm was anchored in indestructibility, guardianship, and existence. This rendered his path robust, yet undeniably passive. Much like the earlier instance when he endured Beerus's energy sphere, he could only passively withstand the assault. Conversely, Beerus's principle of destruction is proactive, efficient, and incisively targeted. It does not engage in a contest of resilience, but rather seeks to eradicate the very notion of hardness from existence itself. Lucian sighed inwardly. Not indestructible, merely a starting point, representing the pinnacle of existence. However, the truth of the universe lies in the cyclical nature of existence and oblivion, encapsulating both life and death. My path has only perceived life, neglecting the inevitability of death. To attain immortality, one must comprehend its antithesis, extinction and annihilation. Only when my golden form can embody both indestructibility and destruction will I seize the opportunity to step into the realm of the immortal. In this moment, Lucian gained a profound clarity regarding his golden form and the path that lay ahead. He opened his eyes, which seemed to flicker with the essence of stars in their ebb and flow. The insights he gleaned from this battle far surpassed those of Goku, who still struggled in his plight. The battle in the sky raged on. This main course, orchestrated by him, was nearing its conclusion.